The sounds of men and women indulging in passion filled the air. Xingjian, due to painful past experiences, deeply detested such noises. Her body reacted with nausea, and instinctively, she raised her hand and swiped at the source. Fuck! Her hand hit something soft like raw meat. She opened her eyes wide and saw a middle-aged man, naked, glassy-eyed, and unconscious, his body moving toward her on sheer instinct. And she was only wearing jeans. The sound continued. She looked around the open-plan room, roughly 50 square meters, filled with scenes that resembled those from a Roman orgy, shocking her eyes, assaulting her senses. Xingjian's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. She thought she knew where she was, but how? There was no time to think. She lifted her leg and kicked the man hard in the stomach, sending him crashing down. The man no longer felt pain like a corpse. He gave up on her. Seizing the moment, she grabbed the jeans and a jacket nearby, quickly pulling them on before heading for the door. Another naked, middle-aged man approached, shorter than the first, pot-bellied and oily. Xingjian slapped him hard across the face and shoved him away. Tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. She must have been reborn back to before the tragedy of her last life, before she was framed. Back then, before returning home, her sister and mother had conspired with some girls to invite her out for dinner. She had always been introverted with no real friends. When someone suddenly invited her, she was overjoyed and even changed in her favorite jeans especially. The gathering seemed normal. At first, some familiar faces were there. Then came a few younger girls she didn't recognize. They dined together in a small restaurant. One classmate suggested drinking. She wasn't good with alcohol, but another insisted, blushing as she said, "If you don't drink, you're not giving us face." Not wanting to ruin the mood, she drank one glass. When she woke up, bruises covered her body. She was broken, violated. Later, a scandal broke out in town, a sensitive case involving the rape of a teenage girl. Though her photo didn't appear in newspapers, her parents still found out. They took her home, but treated her with disdain, constantly suppressing her. The boy she loved called off their engagement because of this incident. In front of hundreds in the school auditorium, he told her, "I'm sorry, my heart can't take it. I've tried so hard, but I just can't accept you anymore." Her once brilliant academic career ended overnight. Her parents said, "Don't call us mom and dad anymore. Just say we're cousins. We can't have the Lee family name ruined." With no love, no education, no future, she was forced by her mother to please Minto sell her youth to pave the way for her sister. Eventually, she was driven to death by her own family. Her entire tragedy began with this event, the betrayal of her sister and mother. Her life became like that of a maggot in a sewer, hidden in darkness, never able to live properly. But they feasted on her blood, trampled her flesh, and rose to glory while she suffered. Now, she was conscious again, clear-headed, saved by fate's mercy. This second chance meant she could finally live without suffering. This time, she hadn't been harmed. Everything could still be avoided. Xingjian twisted the doorknob. She had to escape. None of these people would realize someone might leave midway. They were too lost in their haze. The door wasn't locked. As she was about to step out, she saw a familiar face near the entrance. A girl about her age, pale skin, flawless, delicate features, both beautiful and innocent, undeniably attractive. She couldn't possibly mistake her. This was Shun Baiyu, the white moonlight of her ex-lover from her previous life. Because of this incident, her lover felt eternally indebted to Shun Baiyu. He believed if not for their argument, she wouldn't have been tricked here. Though they never got back together, whenever he was with her, he always asked after Shun Baiyu. If she showed jealousy, he'd say coldly, "You're crossing the line." Yes, he didn't truly love her. Their relationship wasn't romantic, merely kept her like a caged bird. And if she stepped out of bounds, he'd remind her of that. She looked 5 parts like Shun Baiyu was just a replacement. He had done her favor when he learned of her tragic past. He didn't abandon her or look down on her. He helped her many times, offering her a stable life. In this life, she would no longer be controlled, nor would she serve as a stepping stone for Li Chenxi to become someone else's mistress. She would never get involved with that man again. Still, she would repay his kindness. Xingjian pushed away the man molesting Shun Baiyu, helped her put on her dress, and tried calling her name. No response. Unable to carry her, she dragged Shun Baiyu into the hallway instead. As soon as she shut the door behind them, a heavy weight lifted from her chest. She had truly escaped hell. In her previous life, when she regained consciousness, she hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Only later did she learn she was in a mountain villa outside the town, a place specially prepared for certain people. Their town, located in the outskirts of Beijing, had hot springs and scenic landscapes. Many wealthy people built villas there for business meetings and discreet affairs. Of course, such activities weren't meant for public viewing. There are no guards, except 2 female attendants at the main gate. Tomorrow morning, once all the men left, the attendants would give each girl 200 yuan. Li Xingjian knew she couldn't be discovered. She dragged Shen Baiyu through the back exit and spotted a phone booth. Such a thing actually existed. She patted her pockets. No mobile phone, of course. Mobile phones hadn't become common yet. It was 1996. Only rich businessmen carried large mobile phones known as Big Brother phones. But she found a telephone card inside her uniform pocket. Li Xingjian was delighted. She inserted the card into the booth, entered the number, and typed in her birthday as the password worked. She dialed 110. In her previous life, the men had fled before anyone could find them. Her parents, ashamed, refused to report the crime. But now, she wouldn't let the masterminds and those human trash escape justice. She would file a report. As for whether other girls would suffer consequences, there was no need to worry. In her past life, they were blackmailed and threatened repeatedly, forced into doing things they hated. Eventually, everything still came to light. None escaped the storm of public opinion. 3 committed suicide. Except for Shen Baiyu, who was protected and pitted, everyone else suffered. Whether she reported it or not, their fates remained the same. Then why not report? Afterward, Li Xingjian searched Shen Baiyu's pockets and found a small address book. She didn't know Shen's parents' names, but she saw a name that made her heart ache. Song Yanjun, along with a pager number. That was the name of her ex-lover from her previous life. His grandfather was a figure featured on national news broadcasts. His father was no less powerful. Otherwise, why would Sui Li force her to serve Song Yanjun for Li Chenxi's benefit? Li Xingjian called the paging service and left an urgent message requesting Song Yanjun to contact her immediately. She didn't know if he would reply, but she sat beneath the phone booth, hugging her knees, feeling the night breeze, and waiting. Ling, ling, ling. The phone rang. Chapter 2. I fear it may be impossible. Li Xingjian pressed her lips together and picked up the phone. Silence enveloped the conversation. She remained mute, fearing the other party might hang up. Come to the hot spring resort. Something unfortunate has happened to your friend. Who are you? The voice of the young man was sharper than that of the adult Song Yanjun, yet it bore a subtle, restrained tone that still unmistakably belonged to him. Li Xingjian's heart skipped a beat. She was all too familiar with that voice. It had been merely 6 months since she parted ways with Song Yanjun. A decision spurred by her unexpected pregnancy. At 36, the prospect of terminating the pregnancy terrified her, as it felt like a finality to her hopes of motherhood. Yet, she feared that if she kept the child, the Song family would reject it and force her to abort. After much contemplation, she resolved to leave him. Weary of living as a mistress, each day felt like a stolen moment, unworthy of her existence. She yearned to live for herself, to set an example for her child. Thus, she concocted an excuse to request 500,000 from Song Yanjun. Prior to this, she seldom asked him for money, only compelled to do so by Sui Li. To her surprise, he had been rather pleased and readily acquiesced. With the money, she sought refuge in a small, economical county in the north, hoping to hide away from the turmoil. However, after 6 months, Li Chenxi, accompanied by her parents, managed to track her down. Utilizing her connections, Li Chenxi reported her for allegedly stealing the 500,000, with her parents serving as witnesses. They insisted that the money indeed belonged to Li Chenxi. Moreover, Li Chenxi had managed to freeze her accounts, leaving Li Xingjian in desperate need of funds. When she attempted to negotiate with them, her parents evaded her during the day, dragging their feet until midnight, insisting she come to their hotel. On a night when heavy snow fell, she hesitated to go, yet feared that failing to comply would forfeit her chances for negotiation. Cradling her belly, she braved the wind and snow, trudging her way to the hotel. The journey, which should have taken an hour and a half, was agonizing. Suddenly, a car approached with its high beams blinding her. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she heard a horn blaring behind her. Startled, she hurried to the side, but her heavy body slipped, causing her to fall. Initially, her pregnancy felt stable, but as she landed, her belly struck a protruding stone at the roadside, causing a painful jolt. Panic surged within her as blood began to flow. Desperately, she reached for her phone, only to find the battery had died in the frigid temperature. Crawling towards the car that had blinded her, she was met with the sight of Li Chenxi in the driver's seat, a mocking smile gracing her lips. With a smirk, she mouthed, "Go die, you broken shoe." After that, everything faded to black. When she regained consciousness, she found herself back in the present. Throughout those 6 months, she had often thought of Song Yanjun. When the baby moved within her, she wished he were there to feel the life growing inside her, to sense the miracle of existence. Yet, another voice whispered to her, reminding her that Song Yanjun would never marry her, nor would he cherish their child. Her emotions surged, and Li Xingjian felt warmth in her eyes as tears welled up. She softly wiped her eyes, stifling her sobs, not wishing to keep Song Yanjun waiting. "I am also a victim." She heard her voice, hoarse yet resolute. "Please come soon. If you delay, you might find yourself filled with regret." As Shen Baiyu opened her eyes, she immediately caught sight of Song Yanjun. He would offer her comfort and solace. And perhaps in this lifetime, they could untangle the knots binding them. Shen Baiyu harbored no hatred towards Song Yanjun, and he bore no resentment towards himself. They might even find a way to be together. There was no need to drag her, an innocent party, into turmoil. The wait was interminable, tedious, and fraught with anxiety. During this time, Li Xingjian attempted to rouse Shen Baiyu, but to no avail. She had succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, two bright beams of light flashed, prompting Li to shield her forehead and squint her eyes, only to see a Mercedes SUV come to a halt before her. From the vehicle emerged a tall young man, seemingly 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a pristine white shirt and denim jeans, with a striking golden watch adorning his wrist. It was none other than the Song Yanjun she recognized, now appearing 2 decades younger. The youthful Song Yanjun possessed sharp features, lacking the steadiness of his adult self. His gaze was fierce and cold, even more so than in his mature years. He had come alone. Of course, given his intelligence, he would know this was the place and might surmise the situation. He would not alert the security guards, for children of their ilk were members here. Even if they were not, their families certainly would be. It was likely that this vehicle possessed a pass for unfettered access. Upon seeing Shen Baiyu lying on the ground, Song Yanjun narrowed his eyes, bent down to lift her, and commanded her, "Get in the car." His tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it exuded an unmistakable air of authority. Song Yanjun was decisive in his actions, particularly with strangers, rarely uttering a word of unnecessary chatter. Li Xingjian felt there was nothing to discuss and had no desire to enter the vehicle. She remained rooted to the spot, prompting Song Yanjun to place Shen Baiyu gently in the back seat before turning to her with a frown, inquiring, "Don't you need to go to the hospital?" So, when he urged her to get in, it was not to interrogate her, but rather to take her to the hospital. It made sense. Their first encounter in the previous life had been him saving her life. He indeed had a penchant for heroism. However, she felt capable of rescuing herself in this lifetime. "No need. I've already called the police. We can discuss it when they arrive," Li Xingjian replied. "You called the police?" Song Yanjun's eyes flashed with intensity and a hint of impatience as he approached her. He scrutinized her from head to toe, finally questioning, "Are you telling the truth? Could I possibly lie about this?" It seemed he did not wish for the police to be informed. Naturally, his concern stemmed from Shen Baiyu's reputation. Yet, if she did not report the incident, how could she clear the injustices of her past life? How could she avenge the grievances inflicted upon her? She did not desire the perpetrators to live unscathed for 2 lifetimes. Before Li Xingjian could respond, Song Yanjun's expression turned stern. "Suit yourself. I'm taking her. And do not mention her presence here." "That seemed implausible," Li Xingjian retorted. Suddenly, Song Yanjun turned back, astonished. "Are you speaking to me?" It was then that he took a closer look at Li Xingjian. Clad in her school uniform with short hair, at first glance, she resembled a tomboy. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover her large, beautiful eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and lips that were enticingly shaped. Her features were striking, a beauty in the making, albeit still unrefined. Besides, she possessed nothing of value, appearing to be a child from an ordinary family. She was not one to be eloquent. Yet this child had the audacity to reject his demands. "You say you cannot comply?" "Indeed, I shall divulge every detail to the police. For it is my right as a victim. I shall not fabricate my testimony. I desire to see the perpetrators brought to justice. If the police do not inquire, I shall remain silent." In her previous life, she would not dare to confront him even while carrying a child, but in this lifetime, she is determined to pursue what she believes is right, and no one shall impede her. Upon hearing the sirens, Li Xingjian refrained from casting another glance at Song Yanjun and walked forward. In this life, she owed him nothing. She proceeded towards the approaching police car, intent on living for herself, resolute in her actions, regardless of others' opinions. Chapter 3. Her return is for the purpose of vengeance against all, not for understanding. Song Yanjun did not pursue her. As Li Xingjian reached the lower level, she encountered the arriving detectives. She entered the vehicle, provided her statement, and the police apprehended the offenders, subsequently bringing them to the station. While it was necessary to conduct an examination for injuries, the victim had the option to decline. A gentle female officer inquired, "Would you like to undergo an examination?" "Yes." Half an hour later, Li Xingjian received a report, the conclusion of which was significant to her. The hymen remained intact. Without a doubt, she knew what had been inscribed in her previous life. Merely seeing those words evoked the utmost humiliation from that family. In this life, they had no room for further transgressions. Li Xingjian requested a copy of the report and placed it in her bag. After completing these tasks, dawn was approaching. The case would not be resolved promptly, and she could return home first. The female officer asked if she would like to seek psychological counseling. In the late 1990s, mental health was not yet prioritized, although the public security system and hospitals were at the forefront of such matters. Li Xingjian shook her head. No need. Why should she seek guidance? She intended to channel all her pent-up fury into retaliation. The town was not large, and Li Xingjian walked back. Her true home was in the city. While not wealthy, it was relatively affluent. Her grandfather had once served as the director of the 402 hospital, a renowned surgical expert capable of performing intricate surgeries on the human body with minimal complications. Now retired, he had been reappointed as a physician for the leaders. Occasionally, he traveled to give lectures, earning several thousand to even tens of thousands per session. One of her uncles had been injured in battle and succumbed to infection due to a lack of timely medical attention. Another uncle had also passed away. Of her grandfather's 3 sons, only her father remained. Regrettably, Li Yuan was not particularly accomplished. He struggled in all endeavors, merely attaining a vocational school education, unable to ascend to higher positions, and barely managing to serve as a department head in a state-owned enterprise through his grandfather's influence. Nevertheless, for an ordinary family, this was still a position of considerable stature and wealth. Her mother had previously been a nurse and now held a minor leadership role at the epidemic prevention station, perhaps the only member of the family approaching her grandfather's level of career. Although her true home was well off, her parents did not love her, and she had been raised by her grandmother since childhood. Grandfather and grandmother have divorced, leaving the humble earthen house in the countryside to grandmother, who has lived there ever since. It is a modest abode of roughly 50 square meters. Although it is destined for demolition in the future, for now, it stands in a state of utter poverty. When Li Xingjian returned, dawn had already broken. In the kitchen, an elderly lady was scolding while preparing breakfast. It was none other than her grandmother, Gu Jing. Clad in a qipao adorned with blue flowers and a matching jacket, she embodied the traditional elegance of a Beijing matron. However, age had taken its toll. At 62, her hair was flecked with gray, and her demeanor was stern, lacking the warmth of a smile. Gu Jing had little affection for cooking, often leaving the task to Li Xingjian. When she did prepare a meal, it consisted of hastily blanched vegetables, devoid of oil or salt, resembling animal feed. Upon seeing Li Xingjian enter, Gu Jing's expression darkened. Out all night? What were you doing? You didn't even bother to make breakfast? Are you trying to kill yourself? Just wait until I tell your father. Who have you dealt with? Despite having raised her, Gu Jing showed no concern for her granddaughter. This matriarch was enamored with fashion, spending her days preoccupied with clothing while leaving all the labor to Li Xingjian. Their financial situation was dire. Gu Jing squandered money on fabric and tailoring while being frugal with food and drink, neglecting any semblance of care or affection. In moments like this, she only assumed Li Xingjian had been gallivanting, never inquiring about her late return or any difficulties she might have faced. In the past, when Li Xingjian encountered trouble, Gu Jing had insisted on silence, chastising her with harsh words, claiming it was her fault for being a seductress, implying that if she hadn't been out at night, she wouldn't have faced such issues. This relentless verbal abuse had instilled a profound timidity in Li Xingjian, making her cautious in all her actions for fear of reprimand. Do I have a father? That would be splendid. I could use 2,000 yuan, Li Xingjian said, extending her hand as she stood before the dining table. 2,000? Have you lost your mind? Not only do I not have it, but even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Gu Jing's face registered shock, quickly morphing into mockery. Are you truly insane? What makes you think you're worth such an expense? Goodness, have you gotten yourself into trouble? I have no money. Let your father deal with you. Li Xingjian was generally agreeable, rarely asking for pocket money apart from school-related expenses, and during summer, she wouldn't even indulge in a popsicle. So, why the sudden demand for such a large sum? Gu Jing, growing increasingly flustered, brandished a spatula. Have you gotten into some kind of trouble? What exactly have you done? Li Xingjian retorted coldly, I haven't caused any trouble. But I heard that Li Qinxi receives 300 yuan in allowance each month. I've been alive for 15 years and haven't seen a single cent. Is that fair? What's wrong with wanting 2,000? Li Qinxi was her twin sister. It was said that due to having 2 children, Sui Li couldn't manage, which led to Li Xingjian being left with her grandmother. However, how could it be justified to leave her for 15 years? It was clear that the couple simply did not care for her. Otherwise, why would Li Qinxi be treated like a princess, receiving everything she desired? Guojing finally realized. So, you are comparing yourself to others, feeling that I am not as generous as Li Mingli, and thus, not providing you with enough money. She abruptly tossed the shovel into the pot and turned around, her voice filled with anger. Why didn't you disdain my poverty when I was a child? Why didn't you complain about my financial struggles when you were preparing for school? Now that you have spread your wings and achieved commendable results in your entrance exams, you begin to look down on my circumstances. If that is the case, then leave. Go seek out those who you believe are worthy of you. I will act as though I have never raised you. Li Xingjian, I knew you would not be filial. I should never have nurtured you, allowing you to fend for yourself. In her previous life, upon hearing such words, Li Xingjian would have felt deep remorse towards her grandmother, recognizing her own inclination towards wealth over familial bonds. Her grandfather was adept at making money, yet her grandmother relied solely on a meager enterprise subsidy, resenting her husband for not providing them with enough financial support. The divorce between Guojing and her grandfather stemmed from the death of Guojing's true love. Feeling a glimmer of hope, she resolutely sought a divorce, only to discover that her beloved ultimately did not choose her. Her grandfather did not plead for Guojing's return, leaving her to navigate life alone. It was later that Li Xingjian learned that her grandfather had been sending Guojing a monthly allowance of 500 yuan through Li Yuan, a sum that was embezzled by Sui Li. Guojing, in her false sense of superiority, wished for her grandfather to plead with her for the money, which is why Li Yuan had initially not insisted on demanding it. Subsequently, as Sui Li misappropriated the funds, Guojing would berate her grandfather daily for being heartless, earning so much yet refusing to give her a share. Yet, she could not bring herself to ask her grandfather for help. Ultimately, her own suffering and hunger were intertwined with Guojing's actions. Her grandfather had ample wealth, freely spending it on others. Why should she be deprived? Forgive me. But her return was intended as retribution against each of them, not as an act of understanding. Li Xingjian smiled and replied, Rest assured, I will not leave. If anyone is to depart, it will be them begging me to stay. You may choose not to support me, but your son and daughter-in-law shall bear that responsibility. I owe you nothing. If you desire favors, seek them from them. As for money, I shall require it regardless. If you refuse to provide it, I will simply borrow. Chapter 4. The unmarried fiancé from the past Guojing did not anticipate that her ultimate weapon would fail against a granddaughter who not only refused to repent, but also dared to retort. Are you out of your mind? Guojing exclaimed in shock. Did someone whisper something to you? Li Xingjian found herself perplexed. Should others convey something to her? Would words alone transform her into a different person? The pot had burnt. Guojing caught the acrid scent and hurriedly turned back to tend to it. In the past, at this moment, Li Xingjian would have approached to ask, What are you doing? Come help. I'm sorry, but I am not a rabbit. I want to eat what Li Qinxi does not. The mere mention of this made Li Xingjian seethe with anger. Even in the 1990s, when money held more tangible value, the school cafeteria served meals that were insufficient for sustenance. With rice priced at 1 dime per liang, vegetarian dishes costing 5 dimes, and meat dishes demanding 8 dimes. She could only afford a single spoonful of vegetables. The rice was never enough, leaving her frequently hungry. Her grandfather and the others were all tall, while she barely reached 162 centimeters, hindering her growth. Meanwhile, Li Qinxi indulged in lavish meals daily. Furthermore, Guojing would rather so than spare her an additional 50 cents. She could no longer endure such an unjust existence. That substandard fare could be consumed by whomever desired it in the future. Li Xingjian returned to her room and promptly pried open the old lock of Guojing's small cabinet. Inside, a locked iron box awaited her. She knew the location of the key and soon unlocked it, revealing an assortment of old currency amounting to 300 yuan, savings Guojing had set aside as New Year's gift money for Li Qinxi. Ironically, Guojing felt that she had not sufficiently cared for Li Qinxi, thus her desire to save money for him and his 2 cousins. While neglecting to ensure that Li Xingjian was well fed, Li Xingjian gathered the money and stuffed it into her pockets, carelessly tossing the box back into the cabinet. When Guojing returned to the room and witnessed this scene, she was nearly overcome with rage. Li Xingjian, Have you truly learned to steal? You are pilfering my money. She exclaimed. Yes, go ahead and report me for stealing your money to buy food. Do it. Xingjian, with her hands shoved into her pockets, nonchalantly brushed past Guojing, who had raised her hand to strike her. Guojing, incredulous, clutched the doorframe for support, her cloudy old eyes wide with disbelief. Nearby, a broom caught her attention, and she lifted it, preparing to strike Xingjian. With a cold smirk, Xingjian seized the broom, stating, You claim to be a civilized person, yet you have not refrained from hitting me. Strike me again, and I shall ensure that the neighbors are aware of how you scalded my back with hot water. Guojing gasped sharply. Xingjian chuckled, aware that Guojing would not forget the incidents of her childhood. She recalled everyone who had treated her well or poorly with clarity. Xingjian warned Guojing, Do not interfere in my affairs. When you grow old and no one tends to you, I might consider acknowledging your existence. But provoke me, and you can expect to meet a grave end. I am 15 now. You cannot overpower me. With that she left, hands still in her pockets. Guojing, as if struck by a blow, leaned against the doorframe, suddenly deflated. Xingjian, clutching the money, first went to the bank to open a savings account. In this day and age, 300 yuan could procure a considerable amount, and with the savings account from their town, she could also withdraw money in the city. The process was relatively uncomplicated. All that was required was proof of identity. Although she lacked an ID, she possessed a student card from her school and claimed to have ranked first in her class, seeking to attend a prestigious high school in the city. The bank clerk kindly assisted her. With a brand new savings book, Xingjian deposited 250 yuan. With the remaining 50 yuan, she made her way to a breakfast shop and purchased 4 buns and a bowl of soybean milk. The fillings consisted of chicken and meat, beef and radish, accompanied by the sweet, fragrant soybean milk. In her previous life, she had never experienced such a satisfying meal before turning 18. Why am I so pathetic? She pondered, suddenly feeling her eyes well with tears. She wiped them forcefully, staving off an outburst of tears. She hadn't cried since her rebirth, nor during the recording of her statements, nor even upon seeing Guojing. Yet at this moment, as the warm, nourishing food filled her belly, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. After finishing her meal, Xingjian glanced around, searching for someone to whom she could borrow money. She was earnest in her intention to seek a loan. Exiting the bun shop, she assessed her surroundings, and upon turning around, her finger unexpectedly landed on a robust chest. She was startled for a moment and quickly withdrew her hand. I'm sorry, she said as she lifted her gaze, only to find that the newcomer was someone she recognized. The young man possessed striking features, exuding a gentle demeanor. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and a pair of jeans, radiating a scholarly charm. Xingjian's expression instantly darkened. It was Ji Yanli, her childhood companion. Their lives had unfolded in a remarkably dramatic fashion. Initially, Ji Yanli was her neighbor, a year her senior, and whenever Guojing bullied her, Ji Yanli would offer her comfort and assistance. In her moments of hunger, Ji Yanli would take her to his home for meals. One could say that her growth to 162 centimeters was partly due to Ji Yanli's foster parents. Otherwise, she might have only reached 150. Indeed, Ji Yanli could be considered her benefactor. However, that relationship later soured into enmity. In the second year of junior high, Ji Yanli was reunited with his biological parents, revealing that he had been abandoned by kidnappers and was rescued by a kind neighbor. His biological parents held significant status, residing in the same grand courtyard as her grandfather. Thus, upon returning to his real family, Ji Yanli naturally grew closer to Li Qinxi, eventually falling in love with her. At their wedding, he chose to faint rather than complete the ceremony with Li Qinxi, ultimately siding with her and causing Xingjian deep emotional wounds, transforming them into adversaries. Recalling Ji Yanli's words from her previous life, I'm sorry, Jian. I actually care deeply about your past. The pure and innocent Li Qinxi illuminates my life. While you make me feel as though I'm living in a sewer, she realized she had never begged him to marry her. He had promised to cherish and protect her, vowing to help heal her wounds after learning of her trials. All the praise for his virtuous character was lavished upon him, with everyone proclaiming Ji Yanli to be a paragon of goodness, thereby earning him the admiration and resources of many elders. Later, when Ji Yanli fled from the wedding, others merely commented that one should not be too hard on a good person, insinuating that Xingjian was too tainted. Xingjian never anticipated encountering Ji Yanli so soon after her return. In this lifetime, she had not suffered persecution. It was evident that she had no need for his healing touch. Isn't this Jigo? She thought. Has the young master come to experience life and witness your impoverished foster parents? Ji Yanli's biological parents had 3 sons, and it was only after he returned that they treated him slightly better, influenced by his connection to the Li family. His foster parents had sacrificed greatly to support his education. Yet, Ji Yanli never returned to visit them. Of course, he sent money, believing that financial support could absolve all responsibilities. Later, when Ji Yanli fell ill, his foster parents were frantic, rushing to provide him with blood transfusions. However, in an attempt to appease his biological parents, he ultimately severed ties with his foster family. When his foster parents passed away, they did so with unclosed eyes, and he did not even attend their funerals. Chapter 5. Is it acceptable to borrow money from a scoundrel? Ji Yanli, astute as ever, picked up on her sarcasm and was taken aback. In his memories, Li Xingjian had always been well-behaved and demure, speaking in soft tones and never resorting to such sharp wit. Jian, what's wrong? Have you encountered some troubles? Indeed, I have. In her previous life, Ji Yanli had appeared alongside Li Qinxi, and the classmate who had invited her was instigated by Li Qinxi herself. Thus, her tragic fate in the previous life was not merely a coincidence. It was orchestrated by Li Qinxi, who was aware of her commendable performance in the high school entrance examination and intended to bring her back under a premeditated scheme. In her past life, she refrained from reporting the incident, only to hear Li Qinxi's confession moments before her demise. The appearance of Ji Yanli alongside Li Qinxi left uncertainty as to whether he was privy to these events. Ji Xingjian pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. Brother Ji, I find myself in a predicament and require 2,000 yuan. Would you be so kind as to lend it to me? 2,000? Ji Yanli hesitated. What do you need such a substantial amount for? What has transpired? The salary of an ordinary worker is merely 500 or 600. 2,000 is considerable. I assure you I will repay you, she continued. Just write it in my grandmother's name. If I fail to return it, you can seek my grandfather, right? You do know who my grandfather is, do you not? He is the renowned medical expert, Li Mingli. You are his granddaughter? Ji Yanli suddenly changed his tone. Ji Xingjian realized that her family truly intended to bring her back, as Li Qinxi had mentioned she had a sister. Ji Yanli then organized his thoughts and exclaimed, That is splendid. Jian, did you know? Your grandfather is going to bring you back to continue your studies. Your sister misses you dearly and wishes to see you. Since she knows I am familiar with this place, she asked me to accompany her. Come, I will take you to meet your sister. Your own sister. How wonderful it is that she has come to see you. When Ji Yanli spoke of Li Qinxi, a gentle light sparkled in his eyes. It seemed he had already developed feelings for her at that time. Ji Xingjian had always believed that such considerations would only arise in his maturity. In hindsight, she realized she had been quite blind. Ji Xingjian extended her palm. So, trust me, will you? Lend me some money. Oh, I should say, lend me a bit of money for my grandmother. Ji Yanli, being soft-hearted, had returned after 3 years and saved a little money. Accompanying Li Qinxi out, he happened to have his savings book with him. Reluctantly, he took Ji Xingjian to withdraw the funds. I only have 1,500 left, and I need to save some for Li Qinxi to enjoy fine food as well. Then lend me 1,000 too. He was certainly not inclined to agree to such a request. Brother Ji, you do not doubt me, do you? I promise I will earnestly gather the funds to repay you. In fact, I intend to use this money to buy gifts for my parents and relatives when I return home. I cannot go empty-handed. She deliberately wiped her eyes, appearing woefully delicate. Ji Xingjian knew well how to present her most charming self. She had scrutinized her reflection countless times. In her previous life, she had been a parasitic flower, reliant on pleasing men to survive. Had she not been attractive, how could she have attracted benefactors? As long as she exhibited vulnerability, men, even those who were not fond of her, would concede to her requests. Moreover, Ji Yanli, being a hypocrite, was particularly drawn to those fragile girls who leaned upon him. Otherwise, he would not have been entangled with Li Qinxi. Indeed, Ji Yanli sighed, there is no rush. Here, take 1,000 too. Ji Xingjian tucked the money into the pocket of her school uniform's undershirt. It was the perfect place for her cash, though she was impoverished. Every yuan felt like a fortune, and she feared losing it. She concealed it well. After securing the money, she waved goodbye to Ji Yanli, thank you, and departed. Ji Yanli called out, aren't you going to meet your sister, Jian? Li Qinxi came to witness her misfortune. Li Xingjian hurried to the bus station and boarded a minibus heading to the city. The ticket cost 3 yuan, and the vehicle was permeated with an unpleasant odor. With no available seats, the subway was undoubtedly preferable. It was the only aspect of her previous life that she missed. Having grown accustomed to the advancements that technology brought forth, the inadequacies of such primitive means of transportation were exceedingly discomforting. However, they would not establish a subway line here until after 2000, which would connect to the main urban area, and it would take several more years to complete. There was still a long way ahead. Li Xingjian pinched her nose and endured the stench for over 50 minutes before finally arriving in the city. Naturally, she did not venture into the bustling city center. Instead, she found herself on a street adjacent to the bus station, which was relatively vibrant. There stood a department store, with the third floor dedicated entirely to audio and visual products. She sought out a high-end audio shop, glancing around curiously. Upon spotting the item she desired, she noticed that the sales assistant did not acknowledge her presence and instead attended to a father and daughter. Li Xingjian frowned slightly. At that moment, a young man approached her, inquiring, "Classmate, what are you looking to buy?" It was Guotao, who she could not afford. She thought it best not to waste time. "Come and attend to the customers. There are so many people," the previously indifferent sales assistant barked, revealing her laziness. The young man looked embarrassed as he glanced at Li Xingjian. "I'll be right back. Feel free to browse." Turning around, Li Xingjian caught a glimpse of her reflection in the shop window. She hadn't changed her clothes. She was still wearing what she had on the previous night. Her school uniform, ordered in her first year of middle school, was somewhat snug and faded from washing. A pair of handmade cloth shoes completed her look, which certainly did not convey affluence. Li Xingjian smiled and turned to the neighboring store. The sales assistant there was a somewhat awkward and shy young girl, likely a novice in her internship. Upon seeing her, the girl smiled warmly and said, "It's all right if you aren't buying. Feel free to look around. What are you interested in? I can help you." "There's no rush. It's just business," Li Xingjian replied. It was indeed the 1990s, a golden era of economic development in China, where everything was on the rise and people had disposable income. Selling anything was profitable, especially audiovisual products, which experienced rapid turnover. Today's camcorder would be outdated by tomorrow. As families built homes and prepared for weddings, such items were essential, leading to a trend of larger stores taking advantage of customers. "I'm looking for a voice recorder. You wouldn't happen to have one, would you?" Li Xingjian asked. The girl, clearly unfamiliar with her own merchandise, replied, "A voice recorder? Let me check." She retrieved a large notebook from behind the counter and went through the items one by one. Shaking her head, she said, "We don't have any. They're quite rare. I've only heard of them. If you want one, I can ask the boss if we can stock them." "That might be too late," Li Xingjian replied. "Then I definitely want it." This particular portable player was technically sophisticated, boasting excellent sound quality, and was designed to be ultra-thin and lightweight. She had seen Li Chenxi with one before, a gift for her birthday. At the time, she had felt immense envy, having learned that it cost over 1,200 yuan, a standard for wealthy families far beyond her means. However, in 2002, it was overwhelmed by the market and subsequently discontinued. Sometimes, the world operates in such a manner that even the most technologically perfect and exquisitely crafted items may find themselves rendered obsolete when they no longer serve a purpose. Chapter 6. Parents came to pick up. However, for Li Xingjian, this item was of great utility at present. She tested the machine, inserted her money, and made the purchase. "Are you truly certain? Do you really want to?" The female attendant was utterly astonished. Li Xingjian smiled and pushed the money forward, saying, "Please verify its authenticity." The attendant examined each bill and confirmed they were genuine. She had successfully completed such a significant sale. Surely, her internship would be secured. The attendant expressed her gratitude repeatedly and embraced Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian requested a cassette tape from the staff. The attendant found herself in a dilemma. "Our tapes are all legitimate. We do not have any defective ones to offer. However, I can gift you a pair of headphones. That will suffice. Having something is certainly better than having nothing," Li Xingjian replied. She descended the stairs, carrying her tote bag, and the female attendant next door undoubtedly noticed, her expression darkening significantly. She instructed the male attendant to inquire about Li Xingjian's purchase, certain it could not have been very expensive. When the male attendant returned with news that it was the latest model, her regret was palpable. Once all the customers had left, she leaned against the doorway and muttered, "So wealthy, yet acting so pretentious, it infuriates me." Of course, Li Xingjian could no longer hear her. Upon exiting, she unwrapped her purchase, connected the headphones, and placed the portable music player into her trouser pocket to prevent it from being lost. In today's world, where petty theft runs rampant, it is enough to provoke a deep-seated irritation, potentially leading to severe consequences. At the roadside stalls beneath the shopping mall, there were numerous vendors selling cassette tapes. These were either pirated or smuggled goods. Nevertheless, they were melodious and affordable, often featuring a plethora of discs and songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Xingjian perused the stalls, and suddenly, she spotted a young man clad in a denim vest, with tousled curls, sunglasses, and a slender frame. Instantly, she recognized him as a future rock star. Many aspiring musicians from the north, striving for recognition, had begun their journey in this vicinity, initially unnoticed. They resorted to selling pirated tapes and discs. She approached him, feigning indecision as she browsed, then inadvertently raised her gaze, exclaiming, You are Qin Lang." Xingjian boldly uttered his name. Qin Lang removed his sunglasses, staring at her in bewilderment. "You know me?" "Indeed, I am your fan. I have heard you sing The Wandering River," she replied, humming a few notes. Qin Lang's demeanor transformed, excitement radiating from him, dispelling the earlier aloofness as he exclaimed, "You have truly heard that song. Where did you listen to it?" "Ah, it was after you gained fame. During one of your lectures where you mentioned it was a song you had written long ago but had not found success with. You performed it in bars and on the street, yet you cherished it dearly." Xingjian remarked, "On the street, right? Did you not perform there with your guitar?" Qin Lang nodded, though his enthusiasm waned slightly. After all, random passers-by listening offered little validation for him. He had been struggling in the city for 3 years, and if he did not achieve something noteworthy soon, he might have to return home. Xingjian smiled and teased, "What is this? Are you dismissing a fan like me?" "Not at all. Oh, how could I? I simply yearn for success too much," Qin Lang responded earnestly. Xingjian remarked, "In truth, I possess a modicum of skill in reading facial features. This September, you are poised to achieve meteoric success. However, do take heed of your vocal cords. It seems there is a small anomaly within your throat. Once you attain fame, consider a visit to the hospital for a thorough examination." In a past life, Qin Lang experienced a swift descent to stardom, only to fade away like a fleeting flower, as he discovered too late that a tumor had developed in his throat. He departed this world at a tender age. While Xingjian was not genuinely his fervent admirer, fate had intertwined their paths. And it bore no harm to share a word of caution. Who knows, it might prove beneficial. Whether Qin Lang chooses to believe it is a matter of his own destiny. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. "How old are you?" he questioned. There was something oddly peculiar about this girl. Was she intentionally drawing near to him? He possessed nothing of value, so it hardly seemed deliberate. Yet, she appeared to know him intimately. "Are you speaking the truth? Can you genuinely foresee the future?" Xingjian shrugged her shoulders. "It is now July. In 2 months, we shall see if I am correct. Once you are successful, my words can be validated." She continued, "Please find me 2 tapes, preferably at a reasonable price." Qin Lang pondered. Surely, she did not say all this merely to haggle? Nevertheless, the fact that Xingjian could hum his songs endeared her to him, and he gifted her a popular compilation of Cantonese music. Xingjian requested tapes that were deemed obsolete, ones suitable for recording. "If you have any that you no longer need, I would appreciate them, preferably as a gift." The more he observed her, the more she resembled a tape beggar. Qin Lang chuckled and pointed at her headphones. "The latest model. And you still have the audacity to negotiate?" Xingjian replied, "What of it? Riding a bicycle to pubs requires thriftiness. One must save where possible and spend where necessary. If you have it, please give it to me. If not, sell it to me at a discount." Ultimately, Qin Lang gifted her 2 outdated demo tapes, devoid of noteworthy songs, yet suitable for erasing and recording. Having procured all that she needed, Xingjian placed the Cantonese compilation into her portable music player, and soon, the rich, melodious voice of a female alto filled her ears. "The road, beautifully fragmented, is always paved with blood and sweat. Grateful to the one who reigns in my heart, each path is laid out for me, step by step, like Su Xiaofeng's every journey." This resonated with her current state. Every step into the future would demand her own blood and sweat. Yet she remained undaunted. By the time Xingjian returned to town, the afternoon sun still blazed fiercely in the summer sky. Instead of heading straight home, she chose to spend her pocket money on some vitamins at the pharmacy, then visited a convenience store to purchase 2 packets of milk powder. Nutrition needed to be replenished, especially since Li Ku and Sui Li were due to arrive the following day. She had a significant battle ahead, and it was essential to strengthen her body. With a commitment to daily running and strength training, she realized that time was not on her side. Subsequently, her 50 yuan dwindled down to a mere 7. At the supply and marketing cooperative, she bought a pair of cotton undergarments for 2 yuan. It was a bittersweet reality. Previously, she had only one, which Guojing had sewn for her. Washing it was a daily necessity. If not dried that very night, she would be without for the following day. A bra was beyond her means, despite her physical development. Thankfully, her growth had been stunted due to insufficient nutrition, allowing her to appear less developed. I shall purchase one later. After completing her shopping, she still did not return home. Instead, she spent the night in the waiting room of the train station, only returning the next morning. Upon entering, she was greeted by a pair of familiar yet now unfamiliar faces, a couple. Li Kuwan, at the age of 35, possessed smooth, fair skin and captivating peach blossom eyes. Dressed in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt, complemented by glasses, he exuded an air of cultured sophistication, appearing more youthful and handsome than she remembered. Sui Li, clad in a pink Chanel-inspired ensemble and teetering on high heels, sported stylishly curled short hair. However, her expression was rather bland, reminiscent of a delicate flower, and her attire bore a professionalism that she struggled to embody. Regardless, it was evident that both individuals hailed from affluent backgrounds, creating a stark contrast to her and the courtyard they inhabited. Indeed, they were her esteemed parents, come to retrieve her. Chapter 7. The police were called. Sui Li was also scrutinizing Li Xingjian. It struck her as odd that she could not discern the signs of a traumatic experience. Surely, at such a tender age, she would not be so brazen. Why did she appear so carefree, as if nothing had transpired? You still know how to come back? Guojing stepped out from the entrance, pointing at her and addressing Li Kuwen. You arrived just in time. She ran off for 2 days and nights and even stole my money. Please, discipline her. In her previous life, she had not resorted to theft. Instead, she remained at home, weeping in despair, feeling as though life was unbearable. They had arrived, and it was Guojing who spoke first, saying, You're here. Take this little wretch away. She has brought me disgrace. What had Sui Li said upon their arrival? With an expression of disdain, Sui Li remarked, Returning is acceptable, but Jian, given the circumstances, you should not claim to be our daughter. Instead, present yourself as a distant relative staying with us. She looked to Li Kuwen, seeking aid and yearning for understanding. Yet, her father offered no solace, lighting a cigarette. Li Kuwen said, Let it be as it is. What more can be said? I truly regret having such a daughter. You've brought shame upon us. Why are you crying? If you truly cared, why not end your own life and spare me the embarrassment? At that moment, she felt utterly despondent, unable to comprehend why she had done nothing wrong, why her parents could not understand her plight. Perhaps it was the human instinct for survival that prevented her from succumbing to despair. In that moment, she still wished to live, kneeling in a desperate plea for them to take her away. Jin, have you encountered some trouble? When I arrived, I heard of a rape case involving a student from your school. It couldn't possibly be you, could it? Sui Li inquired with a keen gaze, appearing concerned yet testing the waters. She interrupted Li Xingjian's recollections. Guojing's expression darkened significantly as she brandished a broom, demanding, Is it you? It must be you. Where else could you have been last night? Sui Li, as if to offer comfort, reached for Li Xingjian's hand, saying, Do not fear. I am your mother. What could you possibly conceal from me? Just speak openly. We are family, and what issue cannot be resolved? While other parents would go to great lengths to shield their daughters, her mother seemed almost eager for her to have encountered trouble. Was this truly her mother? In fact, in her previous life, Li Xingjian had harbored doubts and had even conducted tests, which confirmed her suspicions. Li Kuwen, feeling a sense of urgency, exclaimed, Given the magnitude of this incident, how can you roam about without contacting your family? Are you so eager to bring disgrace upon me? Without confirmation, a verdict had already been rendered. Li Xingjian took a deep breath, feeling a sense of disillusionment. In her previous life, she had believed that Li Kuwen harbored some affection for her, at least to the extent of not casting aspersions upon her. It appeared that sharing a bed did not foster two distinct sentiments. He did not love her either. She turned to Sui Li and asked, Is it true? Who told you? How did you come by this information? You seem quite concerned for my well-being. Do you know what I eat daily? How many pairs of underwear I possess? Do I have winter boots? Which elderly woman did my thermal pants belong to? Are you privy to all this? You are quite adept at gathering information, yet you remain oblivious to your own child's plight, fixating only on what piques your interest. The three of them, Guojing, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, trembled as she addressed Li Kuwen. Did you see? Since the day before yesterday, she has been as irritable as if she had consumed gunpowder. Speaking to me in such a manner. Li Kuwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could respond, Li Xingjian turned to Sui Li and inquired, I am asking you. From whom did you hear this? Does this incident concern you in any way? Sui Li, caught in her guilt, retorted, I am your mother. How dare you speak to me like that? What does this have to do with me? If it is of no consequence, why are you so agitated? Are you afraid of being exposed? Li Xingjian smiled. Since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. Indeed, I was deceived, and your assertion is correct. This case is significant. As her words fell, Sui Li's demeanor visibly relaxed, akin to a weight being lifted. It seemed she was almost anticipating Li Xingjian's misfortune. Sui Li's tone softened. Jian, now that the matter has unfolded, what purpose does your anger serve? Your grandfather insists we bring you home. Let us forget this incident and leave this place. Li Qian contemplated expressing his disdain, incredulous that she even wished to return home with him. However, he was interrupted by Guijing's agitated voice. I told you, you are nothing but a shameless little girl, too afraid to return home after being sullied. Get away from me. I no longer want you. She turned to Sui Li. You speak to her so kindly. Let her father deal with her. Let him punish her for this disgrace. Sui Li, feeling awkward, interjected, Mother, the child did not act with malice. Please calm down. She had a knack for playing the peacemaker in such situations. Turning back to Li Xingjian, she continued, You see, even your grandmother has renounced you. Jian, this situation is utterly disgraceful. Your grandfather is a person of stature, and the Li family has a reputation to uphold. Both your father and I have our own careers and social circles. In your current state, even if you return with us, you cannot be recognized as our daughter. This would bring great shame to the Li family. Thus, let us declare that you are merely a child from your cousin's family. From now on, you shall call me aunt, and we are taking you in only because your parents are no longer present. Do you understand? Sui Li's veiled manipulation was aimed at ensuring the Li family would disown her. There was also the possibility that she would become easier to control. After all, as long as they disavowed their mother-daughter relationship, her downfall would serve only to benefit Sui Li and Li Qinzi. Li Xingjian chuckled. You don't want to acknowledge me? Surely, you wouldn't be scheming to prevent my return home, would you? What grievances do we hold against one another? It is inconceivable. I am a member of the Li family. My grandfather is Li Mingli, and my father is Li Qian. If I am not a child of the Li family, then whose child am I? My grandfather is still alive. Are you suggesting I should go weep at someone else's grave? Your audacity is remarkable. Sui Li furrowed her brows in anger. This little wretch had been violated, yet displayed no shame or fear of potential psychological repercussions. How could she be so disobedient and dare to retort? Sui Li took a deep breath and turned to Li Qian with a feigned innocence. Darling, I am only concerned for our father's and our family's reputation. You need not look at me. Li Xingjian smirked. Indeed, I was deceived, but nothing untoward occurred. I remain unscathed and even reported the incident to the authorities. The town must have been abuzz with the news, for it is a serious matter, administering drugs to minors, orchestrating their prostitution, and the rape of minors. It won't be long before it makes the evening news. I can only hope the perpetrator fled swiftly, otherwise. I shudder to think of the prison sentence they might face. What? You reported it? Sui Li's smile faded, replaced by a mixture of surprise and fury directed at Li Xingjian. He shrugged. When in distress, one seeks the police. They are akin to family, protecting you, me, her, and all of us. Should I not report it to them? Am I to seek you out? You all have abandoned me. The police are my kin, naturally. I would turn to them in times of trouble. Chapter 8. Very well, prepare to face the judge's forgiveness. Do not speak. I have a question for you. Did you truly report it? Sui Li, now frantic, pointed at Li Xingjian. He nodded. Indeed. What do you intend to do? Sui Li was determined to find Li Qinzi. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation as Li Qinzi had confided in her, they could not allow Li Xingjian to return home unscathed. He had ranked first in his entrance exams, and the elder adored children who excelled in their studies. The elder was wealthy. They could not permit Li Xingjian to inherit that fortune. A wild child raised in the countryside for 15 years, what right did she have to return and disrupt their stable happiness? This wretch had even reported it. Would she endanger herself and her daughter? Sui Li could no longer remain there. She needed to find Li Qinzi, fearing that an intermediary might betray her daughter. She must locate her and shield her under her wings. However, Li Xingjian blocked her path with his arm raised. Weren't you here to fetch me? Where do you think you're going now? Li Qian looked at her with a questioning expression. Sui Li momentarily struggled to concoct an excuse, stammering, I just need to use the restroom. Oh, off to see Li Qinzi, are we? To check on your precious daughter? Are you worried she might be apprehended by the police? Which has you so anxious? Li Xingjian laughed. Yet, I informed the police 2 nights ago that she was a suspect. They likely have already summoned her to the station. If you go now, you might not arrive in time. Who knows if she has confessed? You truly did that? You know it's she? Sui Li refrained from labeling it a misunderstanding or slander, as that would be tantamount to directly admitting Li Qinxi's wrongdoing. Li Xingjian indeed informed the police that Li Qinxi appeared suspicious. However, she was previously uncertain whether Sui Li was aware of the matter. It now seems that the mother and daughter had conspired together. How could you be so despicable? How dare you harm your own sister? She is so young. Doesn't she fear being apprehended by the police? What will become of her life? You wretched harbinger of misfortune. Sui Li, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike Li Xingjian. Li Yuan finally recognized the gravity of the situation and admonished. What exactly do you intend to do? Sui Li halted her actions. Observing Li Yuan's indignation, Li Xingjian smirked coldly and said, her dear daughter, Li Qinxi, bribed my classmates to lure me into prostitution. Oh, forgive me, that is not merely prostitution, but rather, it is akin to assault, a crime indeed. Li Yuan slowly turned his gaze to Sui Li, disbelief etched in his eyes. Is what she says true? Is Qinxi truly so fearful? Sui Li, unable to meet Li Yuan's gaze, murmured, originally, Qinxi was the only girl in the family. Suddenly having to share that space with another, she was terrified. It is only natural for her to feel jealousy. What is so unforgivable about that? Dear, let us not dwell on this. We must find Qinxi. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan prepared to leave. Li Xingjian raised her arm to gaze at him, her eyes brimming with resentment and inquiry. Igniting Li Yuan's fury, were you not claiming there was nothing amiss? Why create such turmoil? If you did not report it, there would be no need for such complications. You could have returned to the city by now. It was clearly Li Qinxi who committed an offense, yet you blame her for holding on to it. Is this truly what a father does? Did she genuinely believe she still had a father? That Li Yuan would take her away and offer her comfort? In the end, he chose Li Qinxi. In her past life, she failed to see Li Yuan clearly, and in this life, it caused her a twinge of heartache. Li Xingjian narrowed her eyes into a sinister arc and suddenly shouted, who exactly are you? Are you truly my parents? I merely wish to inquire, knowing of this incident. As my family, should you not be concerned about whether I am injured, whether I require medical attention, or if a doctor is needed? What are you doing? Forcing me to disavow you? Now you claim that it is Li Qinxi who is frightened, yet I am the one who must return. Am I not a legitimate child? Should I not return? Simply out of jealousy, you wish to prevent my return and ruin my life. And you tell me this is childish behavior that should be forgiven? Is my refusal to forgive merely my own overreaction? Are you even human? Is that so? She had longed to pose this question in her previous life. Parents? Are you truly human? Beasts? Li Yuan, his authority challenged, was filled with rage and raised his hand to strike. Li Xingjian sneered, very well, await the judge's forgiveness. I shall not reconcile with Li Qinxi. With a sharp slap, Li Yuan turned and struck Sui Li forcefully across the face. What is all this commotion for? She is to be taken back by the elder. If you do not wish for her to return, then you should leave. With that slap, he exerted tremendous force, causing Sui Li, clad in high heels, to stagger, her face visibly swelling. Stunned and frightened, Sui Li's eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Subsequently, Li Yuan turned to Li Xingjian and declared, are you satisfied now? Do not dare to press charges against Qinxi, otherwise, I shall not spare you. After speaking, he hurriedly went to drive the red flag car that his grandfather had bought for him. Li Xingjian felt a cold numbness within him. Thus, Li Yuan's anger was not directed at Li Qinxi for causing her harm, but rather for inflicting pain upon herself. He felt heartbroken. What a good father she has. She has never faced hardship since childhood. If anything were to happen to her, I would not let you off easily. Those who are overly calculating will never achieve greatness. Sui Li also left, leaving behind those words. What, does harming others come with merit? Li Xingjian looked at Guojing, his eyes reddening. Am I truly your child? No, 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 you need not respond. I already know the answer, yet I am unwilling to accept it. I still hold on to hope, perhaps I am foolish. Guojing did not reply, her voice icy as she asked, are you truly unscathed? Do not bring shame upon this family. See, not a single one expresses concern, they fear disgrace. Li Xingjian stood before Guojing, coldly smiling as he produced the forensic report. Do you see it clearly? I am unscathed. Do not say that I am without faults, even if I were in trouble. I would not be ashamed. Why should I feel shame? I am the victim, harmed by you, who saved money for your granddaughter's red envelope and your daughter-in-law. It is you who ought to feel shame. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingjian smiled. However, Li Qinxi has entered the police station, and she will certainly feel shame. Haha, did you not anticipate this? I have thrived amidst chaos, while your cherished Li Qinxi will be humiliated. With that final remark, Li Xingjian strode away. Guijing, angered by her disobedience, shouted, "Where are you going? Come back. Do not return here again." Li Xingjian once more boarded the crowded, odorous minibus, yet felt more accustomed this time. Perhaps it was because she now considered herself among the stench. Upon reaching the station, she found herself without a single penny. Gazing ahead, Li Xingjian took a deep breath. She was young, and did she not have feet? It was merely 10 miles. She would reach her destination before nightfall. Chapter 9. A simple matter. No need to thank me, beat. The blaring horn echoed insistently. Li Xingjian frowned. If this continued, the car would veer off the road. Such a wide street. Did this person not know how to drive? She stood beside the tree's shadow, glanced back, and spotted a familiar Mercedes. The driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing Song Yanjun's face, his deep gaze fixed upon her. Li Xingjian thought, is it truly possible to encounter him here? This is quite a coincidence. But did he recognize her? Li Xingjian stepped aside, urging herself to move quickly. Would he really drive properly? Song Yanjun, observing her precarious position, furrowed his brow slightly. Are you foolish? He inquired. Li Xingjian retorted. Are you out of your mind? Why must you resort to insults? Song Yanjun paused, then let out a cold laugh. I forgot. Your tongue is sharp. Where are you headed? Get in the car. Brother Jun, who is it? Do you know her? Li Xingjian heard a familiar youthful voice from the passenger seat. It was the very recognizable voice of Shen Baiyu. Li Xingjian frowned slightly and turned to leave. Song Yanjun quickly caught up, saying, I insist that you get in the car. Who is Jungu? Could you please be quiet? Song Yanjun suddenly addressed the passenger seat. Li Xingjian was taken aback. How could Song Yanjun speak so harshly to Shen Baiyu? Wasn't she supposed to be his cherished moonlight? He had always shown her care and affection. Moreover, considering that Shen Baiyu had just gone through such an ordeal, where was his compassion? Nonetheless, Li Xingjian felt a surge of happiness. Regardless of who Baiyu was to him, she had been quite irksome in her past life. She harbored no fondness for Shen Baiyu. And now that Song Yanjun rebuked her, it brought her a sense of joy. Song Yanjun's tone grew increasingly impatient as he directed his ire at her. Do not make me repeat myself for a third time. If you insist, I won't go even if you say it 4, 5, or 100 times. Who do you think you are? Why must I get into your car? Once Li Xingjian had retorted, she immediately felt a refreshing sense of liberation. In her previous life, she had sought financial assistance from Song Yanjun, feeling utterly dependent on him and obedient to his every word. In this new life, however, she owed him nothing and had no obligation to live under his scrutiny. She wished to unleash all the resentment she had harbored from her past. After all, he had refused to marry her, and they had lost their child. His fault was partially to blame. Did driving make him superior? Did wealth make him admirable? Li Xingjian scoffed, asserting, Sister will one day surpass you in wealth, but unlike you, I will not treat others as mere objects. With that, she turned to leave. Song Yanjun was left speechless, momentarily stunned, before he called after her. I merely noticed you seemed to be having difficulty walking and wanted to offer you a ride. No need. Li Xingjian replied. If you enjoy playing the Good Samaritan, transform into a deity. There are people who would worship you. He stopped the car and ran after her. Li Xingjian was startled and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Song Yanjun grasped her wrist. Let go. You're forcibly seizing a maiden, she protested, without hesitation. He lifted her in his arms. The familiar scent and warmth enveloped her, momentarily transporting her back to the days when they were together. They had shared many sweet moments, countless times filled with tenderness. Although Song Yanjun appeared aloof, he delighted in sharing his dry humor with her and enjoyed embracing her. He once remarked that he preferred hugging over intimacy, finding warmth in skin-to-skin contact. He loved to hold her while watching her favorite dramas, critiquing the absurdities of the plots. She had thought they would never experience such intimate contact again. Let me go, you scoundrel. Li Xingjian snapped back to reality, striking at Song Yanjun in this lifetime. She wished to sever all ties with him. He kicked the passenger seat, prompting Shen Baiyu to reluctantly open the door. Song Yanjun tilted his head slightly, commanding go. Shen Baiyu's face turned pale as she looked at Li Xingjian, disbelief in her eyes. Jungu. Do not make me repeat myself, he warned. Shen Baiyu reluctantly took a seat in the back, while Song Yanjun placed Li Xingjian in the passenger seat, cautioning in a stern tone, if you dare to leave, I will come after you. Li Xingjian retorted, "You're insane." As Song Yanjun returned to the driver's seat, he inquired, "Where to?" Naturally, he was addressing Li Xingjian. At that moment, Shen Baiyu clung to the seat and remarked, "You seem younger than I am, so I shall call you sister. Do not be afraid, sister." Brother Jun is a kind-hearted soul who delights in aiding the elderly, the infirm, and the vulnerable. He cannot bear to see others suffer. Your shoes are in such disrepair. If he notices, he will certainly offer to take you somewhere. Li Xingjian glanced down at her worn-out shoes, her big toe peeking out, feeling somewhat out of place. Previously, she had scarcely paid attention to her appearance. Having traversed the brink of life and death, such material concerns seemed trivial. Her sole focus was on vengeance and leading a better life, leaving little room for vanity. She had once believed that Song Yanjun held a special affection for her, but it turned out to be merely due to her shabby footwear. She had indeed become one of the vulnerable. Song Yanjun inquired once more, "Where to?" Li Xingjian mentioned her grandfather's neighborhood. Song Yanjun paused, casting a deep glance at Li Xingjian before starting the vehicle. However, that neighborhood was exclusive to state officials. Populated entirely by the affluent, mere wealth would not grant entry. Shen Baiyu bit her lip and asked, "What are you going there for?" "I know that neighborhood is not easily accessible. Are you going to work as a nanny?" Li Xingjian was initially disinclined to engage in conversation with her. Was Shen Baiyu implying that she looked down upon her? Did Shen Baiyu believe herself to be of superior lineage? After all, she was merely the child of a former nanny for Song Yanjun's family. They were all working-class citizens in a socialist nation. What was with the airs of a landed aristocrat? She retorted, "My grandfather lives there. Do you think I dress in rags? Have you never seen a wealthy young lady experiencing life?" Song Yanjun interjected, while Shen Baiyu, with a face full of disbelief, questioned, "You? Why are your hands so rough if you are truly experiencing life?" Indeed, her hands were coarse, the least appealing aspect of her appearance. And she had to admit she had worked hard during her childhood. In a past life, Song Yanjun had expressed disdain for her hands, claiming they were less attractive than his own. This was Li Xingjian's sore spot. "In truth, I know you, but you may not recognize me," Li Xingjian stated. "We left the same room together the night before last. I was the one who dragged you out." Shen Baiyu looked as if she had been struck at her vulnerable point, her face paling as she stared at Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian smiled, "No need to thank me. It was merely a casual gesture." Chapter 10. Return. Stop the car. Shen Baiyu suddenly shouted. Song Yanjun frowned. "I said stop." Shen Baiyu erupted into tears. Song Yanjun cast a profound gaze at Li Xingjian, his expression inscrutable. Li Xingjian sensed he might be on the verge of reprimanding her. "Fine, I shall get out. I'm just an outsider," she declared, indicating her refusal to remain in the car. Song Yanjun remained silent, accelerating the vehicle. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a guarded compound. Song Yanjun halted the car and glanced at Li Xingjian. "Do you still need me to open the door for you?" Li Xingjian replied, "It's not as though I wanted to ride." She opened the door and stepped out. After a moment's reflection, she turned back. Song Yanjun had not yet departed, his hand resting on the steering wheel as he watched her. Li Xingjian opened the car door once more, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you, before shutting the door and departing. Song Yanjun's lips twitched slightly. He had never witnessed such a brazen display of thanks. To those aware, her words conveyed gratitude, but to the unaware, it might sound like a curse. A tempestuous girl, yet one possessing a hint of refinement. "Brother Jun, what is your true relationship with her?" Shen Baiyu did not exit the vehicle. After Li Xingjian's departure, she wiped her eyes. Song Yanjun turned to her, his expression stern. "Do you genuinely wish to know? Brother Jun, do you find me distasteful?" Shen Baiyu's voice trembled, prompting Song Yanjun to raise a hand to silence her, adding, "I do not wish to provoke you. Did she not just mention that she was the one who brought you out? I encountered her while I was on my way to fetch you. That is how we came to know each other." Shen Baiyu could not help but cry again. Her eyes darting, she suddenly inquired, "Then she is?" She sobbed. No wonder she seemed so unhinged. She must have been traumatized. Song Yanjun remained silent, driving her back to their home. Presently, Shen's mother worked as a housemaid for the Song family, while Shen's father had utilized the savings amassed by Shen's mother to establish a transport company, earning a substantial income. The Shen family lacked a formal workplace. Thus they resided in a purchased apartment. Their modest dwelling, spanning a little over 100 square meters, occupied the 3rd floor. "Brother Jun, will you come upstairs to keep me company?" Shen Baiyu implored, her voice laden with grievance. Song Yanjun replied, "Should we not consider alerting the authorities? This matter is quite serious. We ought to trust the police." "Woo-woo, Brother Jun, are you trying to drive me to despair?" Do you wish for the entire world to learn of my plight? I would be subjected to scorn and ridicule. I could not bear to live with such shame. Please, do not report this, I beg you. Song Yanjun contemplated mentioning that someone had already contacted the police. Compared to that girl, Shinbaiyu seemed far less resilient. However, when faced with such circumstances, perhaps individuals like Shinbaiyu were more common. As this thought crossed his mind, Song Yanjun parked the car, escorted Shinbaiyu inside, poured her a cup of warm water, and comforted her as she lay down. Rest for a while. I will return shortly with Aunt Xiao to keep you company. Brother Jun, please do not leave. I fear my mother. You are on break too, won't you stay with me? Shinbaiyu clutched Song Yanjun's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Observing her frail and delicate hand, he was inexplicably reminded of a pair of somewhat calloused hands. He gently pushed Shinbaiyu's hand away and said, "You need to rest well." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Song Yanjun approached to answer it, and a police officer entered. Song Yanjun's brow furrowed slightly. The officer displayed his credentials and spoke first. "Is this the home of Shinbaiyu? We suspect she may be involved in a case related to organized prostitution. We request her return for investigation." Song Yanjun detected the irregularity in the officer's words. "She is the victim," he asserted firmly. The officer replied, "We can only ascertain that after an investigation." "Brother Jun, I did not." Shinbaiyu leaned against the bedroom doorframe, her gaze pleading, her body swaying. "Brother Jun, they are framing me. I am wronged. I am the true victim." Song Yanjun regarded her, slowly turning his gaze back to the police. Li Xingjian arrived at the entrance of Li Mingli's courtyard, but found herself unable to enter. Fortunately, the individual on duty does not look down upon others and possesses a certain charm. After clarifying the situation, a call was made to the residence of Li Mingli. Before long, a middle-aged woman arrived to assess the circumstances. This woman, Aunt Lu, was familiar to Li Xingjian. She was a villager from Li Mingli's hometown who had previously offered assistance and was now employed as his caregiver. However, she did not recognize Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian introduced herself, and Aunt Lu suddenly recalled, "The old gentleman mentioned you would return shortly. Why didn't you come back with your parents?" Li Xingjian, feeling somewhat awkward, fidgeted with her clothing, her gaze reflecting her distress. Aunt Lu sighed. "The old gentleman has stepped out, but hasn't he gone far? He will return shortly. Come with me for now." Li Xingjian nodded in agreement. The courtyard had been landscaped beautifully, with towering ancient trees lining the main path and various exquisitely crafted structures reminiscent of southern water towns. Were there internet access, this would undoubtedly become a trendy hotspot. But alas, it remains inaccessible to the general public. They walked over 2 miles to arrive at a secluded 3-story villa. Aunt Lu swiped her card, and the gate opened automatically, allowing Li Xingjian to enter. Upon closing the door, noticing her shoes and feet, Aunt Lu quickly exclaimed, "If your grandfather sees this, it won't be good. Let me fetch you a pair of shoes and some clothes." Why then did she return in such a manner? Li Xingjian's expression turned icy, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she regarded Aunt Lu, leaving her momentarily taken aback. "I shall remain here and wait for grandfather," Li Xingjian declared. "Aunt Lu, you must adjust to having someone in the household who can make decisions, and rest assured, it will bring no harm to you." Aunt Lu, a widow, had always feared that Sui Li might attempt to replace her due to her apprehension regarding Li Mingli, yet she dared not provoke those affiliated with Li Minglu. Her attitude towards Aunt Lu was far from amiable. Aunt Lu quickly grasped the underlying message, saying, "I will inquire about when the old gentleman will return." Just as she turned, the front gate chimed. Li Xingjian pushed open the door and beheld an elderly man clad in military attire entering. He was tall and upright, his skin well-maintained, though silver hair adorned his temples. Wealth and power can indeed preserve one's vitality, compared to the 2 years younger Guo Jing. Li Mingli appeared considerably youthful for his 64 years. He bore a serious demeanor, rarely smiling, save for instances when he witnessed the exceptional achievements of his grandchildren. Indeed, this man would hardly spare a glance unless one excelled academically. For many years, he had not expressed a desire to welcome her back, but this time, it was due to her achieving the top score in her school's entrance examination. However, in her previous life, this accomplishment had been overshadowed by a certain incident, and Li Mingli's decision to bring her back had been devoid of genuine joy or recognition. "Grandfather, I can see that you are indeed my grandfather." Li Xingjian feigned excitement, removing her shoes and rushing towards Li Mingli, throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 11. Who dares to ostracize her shall not expect courtesy in return. Li Mingli, known for his stern and rigid demeanor, had never embraced even his descendants in such a manner, let alone Guijing. He felt both awkward and anxious, his urgency palpable. You should speak properly, he stammered. Li Mingli straightened Li Xingjian, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles on his attire before lifting his gaze to scrutinize him. With just a glance, he recognized without a doubt that this was indeed the scion of the Li family. Li Xingjian's large, round eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, reminiscent of Li Yuan, a trait inherited from Guijing. Why are you dressed like this? Do you not have any money on ordinary days? What on earth is your grandmother doing? Or did you deliberately dress in such a manner to meet me? Having traversed more bridges than roads, Li Mingli saw through Li Xingjian's little ruse effortlessly. Li Xingjian offered no defense, his fingers nervously fidgeting, betraying his unease. Li Mingli noticed the roughness of Li Xingjian's hands. A child raised in comfort would not possess such coarse skin. Furthermore, the slight darkness of his complexion was distinctly not the demeanor of a city child. Furrowing his brow, he pressed further, "Where are your parents? Surely they would have dressed you properly before fetching you?" In his previous life, no one had bothered to change her clothes before taking her away. Li Mingli recognized that her life might not have been particularly fortunate. Yet due to the shame she brought upon her family, he had never inquired about her situation. Thus, when Li Yuan and Sui Li imposed their stringent expectations upon her, no one spoke up on her behalf. Li Xingjian spoke candidly. "Li Qinxi is in trouble. They are involved in prostitution. And my parents went to the police station to rescue him, leaving me to fend for myself." Initially, Li Mingli wanted to ask why he hadn't waited. But upon hearing the words "involved in prostitution," his eyes widened in shock. "What did you just say?" Li Xingjian responded, "I don't have the specifics." Li Mingli pushed Li Xingjian aside to enter the house, causing him to stumble slightly. Suddenly, recalling something, Li Mingli halted and turned back. "Come in, from now on. This is your home." As he observed Li Mingli hastily entering the house, a smile crept upon Li Xingjian's lips. Li Mingli may have been the most opportunistic of individuals, yet he was also the easiest to manage. All one needed to do was excel in studies and behave well. "Look at this." The person who had once considered her unworthy of a glance now declared that this was her home. Li Mingli busied himself with phone calls to locate Li Yuan, but to no avail. He had to take a roundabout approach and inquire about Li Qinxi's situation. In those days, communication was not as advanced, and he could only gather scant information from the headquarters, revealing that a significant incident had occurred in Wenquan town, where numerous public officials were implicated in crimes, exploiting financial power to entice school students into prostitution. These were middle and high school students, often meeting through classmates or local delinquents. Some were coerced violently, others lured, and some merely drugged. This had been ongoing for 2 years, with the youngest victim merely 13 years old. Recently, a student, who had not succumbed to intoxication and remained lucid, managed to escape and report the case. Although they did not name names, it was suggested that some young girls were involved, assisting in organizing the recruitment of victims and receiving compensation in return. Combining this information with Li Xingjian's words, Li Mingli felt a chill run down his spine. After hanging up the phone, his eyes ablaze with fury, he called Li Yuan's household, where the nanny answered. "Tell Li Yuan to come over immediately. He must see me." Li Yuan arrived in the city around 7 in the evening. Upon reaching home and hearing the nanny's words, he and Sui Li assumed that the old man was upset with them for not bringing Li Xingjian back. Li Yuan glared at Sui Li and Li Qinxi with palpable fury. "It is you both who have stirred up trouble. Sui Li, if you cannot tolerate her, then leave. Do not forget that this family originally has a place for her, but not necessarily for you. Dad, please do not take your anger out on Mom. This is all my fault," Li Qinxi pleaded, tugging at Li Yuan's sleeve. "How shall we explain this to Grandpa? After a long day?" Sui Li finally managed to retrieve Li Qinxi, yet she no longer exhibited the haughty demeanor she had earlier. Her tone softened as she said, "Dear, given the circumstances, perhaps we should keep this from Grandpa to avoid upsetting him." "But what will we say to Grandpa?" Li Yuan expressed his evident fear of his father. "Just trust me. I will handle it," Sui Li reassured him. The family of 3 drove to Li Mingli's residence, a journey that took merely 7 minutes. Upon entering, Sui Li noticed her father-in-law seated on the sofa, his expression stern, observing them like a poised leopard ready to pounce. Her heart raced, and she forced a smile. "Dad, I assume you've been eagerly awaiting Jian?" With feigned innocence, she continued, "Dad, what are we to do with this child? She claims not to recognize us, nor me. Despite our attempts to persuade her, she refuses to return with us." Li Mingli frowned, glancing towards the tea room. "She won't come back?" "Indeed. She insists that she has no grandfather or father, that they have all passed away, and she does not know us. Dad, she did not grow up with us. She may harbor resentment, and if she returns, she likely won't listen. We might not even be able to nurture her. Sui Li attempted to placate him, leaning closer. At that moment, Li Mingli, holding a cup of warm tea brewed by Li Xingjian, suddenly splashed it across Sui Li's face. Startled, she shrieked, "Dad! What are you doing?" Li Qian was equally taken aback, bewildered. "The child is still here. You should at least be considerate in your reprimands. What exactly has she done wrong?" A voice filled with alarm echoed from the corridor. Li Xingjian appeared, clad in a crisp blue-striped tank top and shorts. Holding a tea tray, looking helplessly at the unfolding scene, Li Qian and Sui Li raised their heads, gazing at her in disbelief. Li Qinxi's eyes narrowed, a moment of realization dawning upon her. "You," Li Qian stammered. "What are you doing here? Why are you here? Did you not say she did not wish to return?" Li Mingli stood up and, in a moment of anger, struck Li Qian across the face. She wanted to come back, but no one came to fetch her. She returned on her own. Li Mingli felt a surge of rage recalling Sui Li's earlier insinuation that Li Xingjian claimed to have no grandfather. The child adored her grandfather. Upon returning, she clung to him tightly, readily changed her clothes at his request, and even dressed herself neatly. She prepared tea for him, posed various questions, and read the newspaper to him in English. How could anyone suggest she did not cherish her grandfather? After all these years, he finally understood the profound joy of having a child at his knee. The thought of such misunderstandings could truly drive him to despair. Li Mingli gestured for Li Hangjian to stand beside him, casting a protective glare at Li Qian before declaring, "Jian is my beloved granddaughter, the one who resembles me the most. From now on, should anyone dare to ostracize her, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chapter 12. Reputation still matters. Sui Li's eyes simmered with envy and resentment until she was gently nudged by Li Qinxi. Standing behind Sui Li, Li Qinxi remarked, "Sister, you have finally chosen to return home. Both my elder brother and younger siblings have missed you dearly. I once envied others with sisters, and now I am fortunate to have you back. It truly brings me joy." Suppressing her anger, Sui Li pulled out a handkerchief to dab her face. Turning to Li Hangjian, "Jin, do you recall when I spoke to your father about bringing you home, and you resolutely refused? Look at the situation now. You have truly made things difficult for me, as if I were lying and trapped in a web of deceit. Nonetheless, it is sufficient that you are back." With glistening eyes, Li Hangjian gazed at Li Qian. "Father, do I truly not wish to return with you?" She had not forgotten how Li Qian had promised to take her home, only to abandon her in the end without returning to fetch her. She was curious to see if Li Qian had the audacity to claim that it was she who did not want to go home. Li Qian, meeting the gaze that mirrored his own, felt a sudden unease wash over him. He turned his face away and muttered, "If you're back, everything will be fine. Why complicate matters?" Indeed, there were numerous complications. Li Mingli turned to Li Qinxi and abruptly threw a teacup, exclaiming, "You organized a prostitution ring? Have you lost your mind? How dare you bring such filth before me?" It became evident to Li Mingli that they had not come to retrieve anyone because they were embroiled in a scandal concerning Li Qinxi. It was nothing but a lie. "Dad." Sui Li glared at Li Hangjian, furious to the point of explosion. She had not anticipated that Li Hangjian would have the audacity to disclose this matter to Li Mingli. "From whom did you hear this? This is slander." Sui Li was infuriated. Cece is only 15. Who is spreading such vile rumors about her? If word gets out, how will Cece manage her life, her education, and establish herself in the capital? Li Qinxi bit her lip and turned to Li Hangjian, her eyes reddened and filled with a pitiful innocence. "Sister, it can't be you who is slandering me, can it? I have longed for your return. Why would you come back only to bring me harm?" Adorned in a delicate floral white dress with 2 braided pigtails, complemented by a pink checkered hairpin, she exuded a charm that was both innocent and vivacious. She appeared exceptionally well behaved. Were it not for Li Hangjian's knowledge of the true circumstances, she might have thought herself a lunatic, unjustly accusing a young girl. Li Hangjian took a step back, her expression timid. Li Mingli's voice turned cold as he stated, "I heard this from the deputy director of the General Bureau." Sui Li gasped, while Li Qinxi and Li Qian exchanged alarmed glances. "Dad, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding." As Li Mingli approached Li Qinxi, Sui Li hastily intervened, placing herself in the way. The child merely befriended a bad companion. She had no idea that girl was part of the organization. Think about it. Aside from her studies, she is focused solely on her education. Our family has no need for such actions. Why would she engage in this? She has been framed. Suddenly, Sui Li pointed at Li Hangjian, catching her breath. "Father, Since you are already aware of the situation, I can no longer keep it hidden. It was Li Hangjian who participated in the prostitution. She is the one who brought that girl to identify Chenxi. She harbors resentment towards us for not providing for her, thus seeking revenge on her sister. Father, do you see? Doesn't she appear more like someone in financial distress? She has gone out to earn money. How could Cici possibly be like her? Li Mingli's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to scrutinize Li Xingjian. Today, he found himself particularly fond of this child. Could she have deceived him? Sui Li spoke with palpable anger. Li Xingjian, do you dare assert that you did not visit the hot spring resort? Do you dare claim that you did not file the report? The police station has records. If you doubt it, we can verify. Li Mingli's gaze darkened. Brewing a tempestuous storm. Li Xingjian, you had better provide a coherent explanation. Li Xingjian inwardly mocked her own degradation, thinking that because of their blood relation, Li Mingli had developed a fondness for her today. Yet, when faced with issues of reputation, it seemed that only the fade mattered. This was his grandfather, his family. Sui Li claimed she had gone out to earn money. Shouldn't the family first consider why she needed funds? He only cared about appearances and whether others might embarrass him. However, it was not yet time to clash with the old man. If she could not clarify the situation, she would be cast out today, never to return. Li Xingjian bowed her head in a bitter smile, then lifted it again, tears streaming down her face. So it was you, dear sister, who sought to harm me by bribing my classmates to push me into the abyss. She addressed her grandfather. Grandfather, I ranked first. My classmates insisted on treating me to dinner. I could not neglect my studies completely. I had to socialize, so I went. Upon hearing that she had topped her class, Li Mingli's anger subsided slightly, losing some of its previous ferocity. Li Xingjian continued, her eyes reddening. I never anticipated that they were con artists. Nor did I expect that this individual was actually bought off by Li Chenxi. Fortunately, I am your granddaughter. When I was under anesthesia, I recalled that you were a doctor. I must have been administered anesthetics. How could I save myself? I gradually bled out until I regained consciousness and managed to escape. Grandfather, I initially had no idea it was Li Chenxi behind this. I only learned of it after you called. They returned to confess. Indeed, coming back from the police station, and only then did I realize that everything was orchestrated by Li Chenxi. She feared I would return to claim her affection. So she sought to harm me. Li Xingjian had never had the chance to voice these words in her previous life. This time, she would not allow anyone to interrupt her. She approached Li Chenxi and Sui Li, asking, You claim that I have wronged you? Do you believe I would use my own reputation to ensnare you? Do you think the police are easily fooled? If I truly sought to entrap you, then report me at once. If the police were to apprehend me, I would willingly endure imprisonment to spare your eyes. However, if the police were to arrest Li Chenxi, how would you explain that? After all, how could Li Xingjian, regardless of her prowess, bribe the police? As Li Mingli squinted dangerously at Li Chenxi, Sui Li suddenly burst into tears, clutching Li Xingjian's hand in distress. Jian, it is Cici who has wronged you. I had no idea the situation was so grave. Li Chenxi, realizing the gravity of the matter, knelt before Li Mingli. Grandfather, how could I ever tarnish our family's reputation? I merely intended to frighten my sister. I had no idea she would actually go. What were they to do now? Sister, you have gone. What will you do from now on? Will you be unable to marry? I truly deserve this. How could I be so wretched? Sister, please strike me down. Li Xingjian remarked, to advance is to retreat. These two individuals are indeed capable of bending and swaying. It seems that Li Mingli's foremost concern remains his reputation. Turning to Li Xingjian, he struggled to articulate something but ultimately waved his hand dismissively. He then made a phone call. After approximately half an hour, two middle-aged female doctors arrived at the house. Li Mingli communicated something to them, and subsequently instructed Li Xingjian to follow one of the female doctors into a room. Once inside, they requested that she remove her sweatpants. One of them donned thin gloves and held a flashlight, preparing to examine her body. In her previous life, this scenario had also occurred. No matter how humiliating or fearsome it was, her grandfather's concern was perpetually about reputation. Yet, an examination could not be avoided. This was the reason Li Xingjian felt fortunate to have escaped harm. In another's case, this matter would not be blamed upon her. Any parent would be concerned. However, for her, this examination was particularly significant. Li Xingjian disrobed and lay upon the bed. Chapter 13. Punishment. Sui Li and Li Chenxi were even more anxious than Li Xingjian, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the results. Not a virgin, they thought. As long as Li Xingjian wasn't, regardless of her grievances, she would have to leave. Old master, there are no issues. The female doctor conveyed the examination results to Li Mingli, stating, everything is normal. The two then turned to give Li Xingjian a reassuring smile before discreetly departing. Li Xingjian presented the identification results she had obtained from the police to Li Mingli, saying, Grandfather, you have saved me. She spoke of the blood she had lost. Li Mingli nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Li Qinxi, he suddenly slapped her. Li Qinxi fell to the floor, her head hitting the ground, seemingly unable to rise. Sui Li screamed in fright, Cici, and then angrily looked at Li Mingli, father. She's so young. How could you strike her like that? Li Qiuan's face was filled with pain as he rushed to assist Li Qinxi. Then glared at Li Mingli in discontent. Father, isn't it enough that Li Xingjian is unharmed? The situation has already occurred. Beating Cici will not change anything. Li Xingjian quietly gritted her teeth, her eyes stinging, devoid of any joy in victory. In her previous life, when the results emerged, it was she who was struck down and unable to rise. Li Mingli berated her as a fool, a simpleton, who could attend any gathering. She was utterly foolish. Yet, he did not rebuke the true culprits, Li Qinxi and Sui Li, who were far too despicable. At that time, no one came to her defense. Sui Li wished fervently for Li Mingli to strike her down. Li Qiuan retreated to the corridor to smoke. He was unceremoniously thrown into the empty yard by Li Mingli, left to lie there all night. Observe, both are children of the Li family. When Li Qinxi errs, she is punished, yet it seems others pity her, while Li Xingjian bears the brunt of blame. Moreover, grandfather Li Mingli truly harbors no affection for anyone. He only favors those who can enhance his reputation. Li Mingli gazed at Li Qiuan and declared, Indeed, I should not have struck her. I should have struck you. How can one commit wrong and not be punished? Who taught you such rules? You are simply a burden. Can you even manage your life? You cannot control your wife and children. Li Qiuan, feeling like a mouse confronted by a cat, cast a guilty glance aside. Before Sui Li could speak, she was interrupted by Li Qinxi, who had managed to rise and grasp her sleeve. Kneeling once more, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her cheek swollen and devoid of the previous pitiful charm. Yet, she softly admitted her fault. Grandfather, I understand my mistake. I truly do. I beseech my sister to forgive me this once, for I was deceived by friends. Sui Li's expression shifted as she contemplated something, hesitantly stating, Dad, the police station requires the victim to reconcile. Otherwise, she will have a criminal record. A record would be inconsequential. It was the disgrace to the Li family that truly mattered. Li Xingjian felt a cold smirk rise within him. It was clear now why Li Qinxi had knelt before him, why she sought his apology. She had been waiting for this moment. Li Mingli would not permit Li Xingjian to retort, turning back to say, Xingjian, draft a letter of understanding. The dignity of the Li family cannot be tarnished by her. We shall claim it was merely a misunderstanding. Li Xingjian bit her lip and nodded. Understood. Satisfied, Li Mingli noted that despite not having raised this child, she was obedient. Li Xingjian, understanding the unspoken implications, felt the need to express her own stance. Turning to Li Qinxi, she remarked, What folly to claim you were deceived due to youthful ignorance. Your malice is deeply ingrained. When it comes to academics, you fall short. Yet your cunning is remarkable. You harmed your own sister, driven by a desire to prevent Xingjian from overshadowing you and usurping our family's affection. I cannot indulge your wishes. Li Mingli addressed Li Qiuan. From now on, I shall contribute not a single cent towards Li Qinxi's living or tuition expenses. If she wishes to attend a prominent school, let her find a way to manage. For the summer, let us place her in a juvenile detention center for a few days until she learns her lesson. Li Qinxi's complexion paled significantly upon hearing this, teetering on the brink of collapse. Sui Li, filled with anger, exclaimed, Dad, is a juvenile facility truly a suitable place for a child? What if something were to happen to her? Li Qiuan opposed this as well. Dad, look at Xingjian. She is the most direct example. With our mother's care, she almost faced disaster. How can you expect she, who has been pampered her entire life, to endure such an environment? Li Xingjian, standing in the corridor, found the situation amusing. Li Qinxi had erred, yet she was deemed unfit for a detention center, while she herself had been sent away for no wrongdoing, to endure 15 years alongside Guojing. Stepping forward, she addressed Li Mingli, Grandfather. Children without their parents endure great hardships. Is this punishment not excessively harsh? Perhaps we might spare Li Qinxi this time. As for myself, I am indifferent. As she spoke, her gaze fell, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, tears cascading down her cheeks. Li Mingli observed the numerous old scars on her arms and legs. Furrowing his brow slightly, He turned to Li Qinzi. Do you see? Your sister has grown up without parental support, and she has managed despite the years. And you? How long has it been? This matter is settled. Sui Li, should you disagree, take Li Qinzi and leave the Li family. As long as you change your names, I shall not concern myself with where you go. The question remains, are you willing? Sui Li narrowed her eyes at Li Qinzi, saying, You bear the surname Li. Hence I have taken it upon myself to oversee you. This time, I shall spare your life. But should you dare to harm your sisters or tarnish the family's reputation again, I will cast you out to the countryside, never to return. Li Qinzi clenched her fists tightly, feeling both discontent and resentment, yet obediently replied, I shall not dare again. Next time. She vowed not to be so careless as to leave herself vulnerable. Why had Li Xingjian returned after a 15-year absence? What right did she have to come back and share in the affection? As night fell, Li Mingli was busy arranging for Li Qinzi's education. Li Qian and Sui Li took Li Qinzi home. Li Xingjian prepared dried tangerine peel tea for Li Mingli before returning to her room. Aunt Lu brought her a set of pajamas, stating, These are likely in use by CC. I have already washed them, so please make use of them. In her previous life, Aunt Lu would never have dared to rummage through Li Qinzi's guest room for clothing. Now, she had already found 2 sets. Li Xingjian expressed her gratitude. Aunt Lu hesitated, wanting to say something. With a smile, Li Xingjian encouraged, Aunt, if you have something to say, please be candid. We need not stand on ceremony. Aunt Lu felt that Li Xingjian was indeed remarkable, having caused Sui Li to be so flustered in a mere half-day. While the cherished Li Qinzi had already been sent away for discipline, she should have trusted Li Xingjian's assertion that there was now someone who held sway in the household. The old master is quite fond of you now, however. You should not let your mother see this, lest you find yourself unable to stay for long, Aunt Lu cautioned. Li Mingli was the pillar of the Li family, with at least several 100,000 in savings. Someone like Sui Li could hardly be expected to permit Li Xingjian to remain close to the old master indefinitely. Aunt Lu intended to warn Li Xingjian that her actions were too conspicuous, which would inevitably arouse Sui Li's suspicion. Li Xingjian nodded, smiling, I understand. Indeed. She would return to Li Qian's household, but how to do so remained a conundrum. Chapter 14. Spit out everything you've consumed, father. We have sent Cici away. Now we have come to retrieve Xingjian. Early the next morning, Li Qian and Sui Li arrived once more. As Aunt Lu had anticipated, Sui Li could hardly wait through the night. She could not allow Li Xingjian to remain near the old master, as this would only afford Li Xingjian more advantages. Li Mingli had just finished reading an English newspaper aloud to her eldest granddaughter and felt quite pleased. Looking at the two, she inquired, You have brought her over, correct? At this mention, Sui Li's eyes reddened. Father, that is no place for a person. Cici will have to endure hardships. Isn't that how it should be? Without hardship, how can one learn a lesson? Li Mingli countered. Besides, what sort of suffering is it to have enough to eat and drink? Our lives back then were far worse. Aunt Lu placed washed apples on the coffee table, reminiscing when the old master first arrived in the countryside. He had no roof over his head, and the first meal was at my home. The winter provisions were what others had left behind, potatoes that had been dug up. Li Mingli nodded in agreement. Have you all heard? Eating bitterness is essential to rise above. You did not endure enough hardships in your youth. Pointing at Li Xingjian, she remarked, Xingjian follows your mother. Although I also contributed financially and the conditions were decent, they pale in comparison to yours. Just look at her training. Her English proficiency surpasses that of both of you combined. You seem almost like wastrels. Li Xingjian thought to herself that some individuals achieve success without hardship, relying solely on their family background. Suffering is not something to be glorified. It merely indicates the inadequacy of certain individuals at present. Li Qian and Sui Li dared not retort but stood there, discontent simmering beneath the surface. Sui Li then interjected, Oh, by the way, you've arrived just in time. The affiliated school is hosting a summer camp that could broaden the children's horizons and allow them to make numerous friends. Weren't you considering enrolling Li Qinzi? Sui Li's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Yes, I signed her up, Dad. Should I go pick up Xixi? Since she's registered, we shouldn't waste the money. Let Xingjian attend instead. Sui Li insisted, Dad, how can we let her have such a wonderful opportunity? Her voice rose almost to a shout. Li Mingli and Li Qian exchanged frowns, with Li Mingli questioning, Why not? Why can't Xingjian go? Do you not consider her a part of our family? Li Xingjian smiled at Sui Li, pondering, Indeed, why shouldn't she be allowed to attend? Sui Li struggled to provide an explanation, clenched her fists, and replied, Dad, actually, she hasn't registered yet. Really, we haven't had the chance to sign her up. You asked me for 3,000 yuan under the pretense of enrollment. But you didn't register her? What happened to that money? Li Mingli's expression darkened. Sui Li responded. Li Mingli raised his hand. Enough. I don't wish to hear your excuses. Since you haven't registered, go do it now. Li Xingjian interjected. Grandpa, they seem quite busy. They need to care for my younger sister and brothers, and they have work obligations too. I can handle the registration myself. Sui Li was determined not to let her register, undoubtedly seeking excuses to delay, as she preferred to keep the money secure in her possession. Li Mingli nodded in agreement. Yes, she has lost credibility in my eyes. He turned to Sui Li, hand over the money to Xingjian so she can register herself. Sui Li hesitated. Li Mingli frowned. I told you to give it to her. Dad, the money has already been spent, Sui Li murmured, her gaze evasive. Then she looked up and added. I enrolled Shishi in a tutoring class. Jinnan and Jinbei are also involved. Jinnan is the orphan of Li Xingjian's uncle, now a senior in high school, having commenced classes early. Jinbei is the child of her younger uncle, but was adopted by Li Yuan. This fact is unknown to Li Jinbei himself. Li Jinbei is 2 years younger than Li Xingjian, currently in the pivotal year of middle school, attending tutoring classes. Li Xingjian. Feigning curiosity, asked Li Mingli, did you not provide funds for my elder brother and younger brother's tutoring? Li Mingli glared at Sui Li. Didn't I give you money? I've covered it. What kind of tutoring fee demands 3,000 yuan? Oh, I heard that the bribe for my old schoolmate was exactly 3,000 yuan. Li Xingjian merely hinted. Li Mingli's expression darkened instantly, looking incredulously at Sui Li. So you did give them money? And you claim they're too young? Clearly. They received your support. That's not true, Dad. Sui Li was in a state of distress, waving her hands and exclaiming, Dad, truly, there is none. 3,000. 3,000. She pouted and added, I spent it on clothes. The outfit she was wearing was indeed the result of that expenditure. Li Xingjian was aware of this matter. In her previous life, the old man intended to enroll both her and Li Qinxi together. Sui Li had not planned to register her either. So that sum was directly spent on a Chanel piece. However, she never anticipated that in this life, Li Qinxi would also be unable to attend. Otherwise, she would have continued to concoct excuses to ask the old man for money. How could she expect to return and still covet her funds? Such fortune was unheard of. If she had taken from her, she must return it. Seeing that the situation could no longer be concealed, Sui Li cried bitterly, Dad, I am doing this for the honor of the Li family. Other people's daughters-in-law wear Chanel and Louis Vuitton when they go out, while I am left with nothing to face the ridicule. Whose ridicule? Who? Li Mingli was utterly enraged. Do you know how much 3,000 is? How much do you earn in a month? Speak up, speak up. Sui Li replied, 1,800. So, you are spending money that you cannot even earn in 2 months entirely on yourself? The dignity of the Li family relies on diligence, seriousness, academics, and professionalism. It is not based on your appearance. If it relied on your looks, I would have long ceased to exist. Li Mingli was so furious he nearly fell backward. Shouting to Aunt Lu, go get the scissors. Dad. Sui Li was genuinely frightened. Although this was not her most expensive outfit, it was still quite valuable. And she had needed to plead with her grandfather to acquire it. Dad, who lives as pitifully as I do, after all these years. This is the only decent outfit I have. Sui Li cried uncontrollably. Suddenly, Li Yuan snapped, take your savings out and give it to her. Sui Li was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. I have no savings. I said give it to her. Li Yuan insisted. Do not make me repeat myself. Li Yuan was usually very accommodating, almost always yielding to Sui Li's wishes, but this was the second time he had shown a stern face towards her. Sui Li recalled the slap from yesterday and dared not cry any longer, casting a fierce glare at Li Xingjian. Afterward, Li Mingli scolded both Sui Li and Li Yuan, admonishing them not to squander money. If they wish to spend, they must earn it themselves. Chapter 15. I did it intentionally, especially when it came to luxury goods. The old man had spent his entire life wearing the uniform of his workplace. The only watch he owned was a commendation given by the state many years ago. Where were the luxuries? He chastised Sui Li for her lack of professionalism, claiming she only compared herself to others in terms of consumption. Akin to the saying that ugly people create trouble, deriding Sui Li thoroughly. Eventually, he allowed Sui Li to fetch money for Li Xingjian. Initially, Sui Li intended to invite Li Xingjian to accompany her so she could reprimand him and perhaps find an excuse to withhold funds. However, since Li Xingjian refused to go, Sui Li had no choice but to go with Li Yuan to withdraw the money. They withdrew 2,000. Li Yuan's salary was also managed by Sui Li, and upon seeing the amount, he frowned slightly. Must you insist on making things unpleasant for others? You took 3,000 from Dad. And now you are being asked to return 3,000. Husband. Su Li felt extremely wronged. We are a large family, with so many children to support. Everything costs money. Where do we have any savings left? This money is for Shishi's tuition. I don't even know what we will do when school starts. Is it truly so difficult? Yet you still indulge in luxury goods? Sui Li retorted, surely you cannot expect me to leave the house in a state of undress. Every female colleague at my workplace adorns themselves with gold and silver. While others may wear patched clothing, I shall refrain from further discussion. Your self-destructive tendencies are of no concern to me. However, it is imperative that you refrain from causing further disturbances. Do not forget. Although Li Xingjian is not your biological child, she remains my daughter. I do not demand that you treat her as a mother would, but I insist on equal treatment. Should you continue to show favoritism, I will have no choice but to reveal the truth to her. Sui Li's expression was a mix of surprise and fear as she lightly tapped Li Kuwan, saying, what benefit would it bring you to speak out? Let us not complicate matters further. If Li Xingjian were to learn of this, how could she possibly remain obedient? Li Kuwan fell silent, visibly agitated as he started the car engine. The 2,000 yuan was sufficient for the summer camp fees. Sui Li discreetly handed Li Xingjian the 2,000 yuan, saying, there will surely be some funds left after registration. Please return the remainder to me. The summer camp includes meals and accommodation. So the total expense is far less than this. She, too, wished to avoid reprimand and added, you need not inform your grandfather about every trivial matter. Discussing such minor issues will only irritate him. She smiled smugly, dismissing Li Xingjian entirely. Li Xingjian understood this logic well. She would not voluntarily report grievances. The 2,000 yuan was indeed adequate. She accepted the money without uttering a word. Observing her indifference, Sui Li frowned and said, come home with me. Do not constantly disturb the old man. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Relying on your academic success to secure your grandfather's favor? Let me be clear. His wealth is intended for Zhen, Nan, and Jin Bei. As a girl, do you truly harbor aspirations for your grandfather's estate? Such delusions are simply absurd. In this regard, Sui Li was profoundly mistaken about Li Mingli. He would indeed leave a substantial sum for Zhen Nan and Jin Bei. Yet he would also acknowledge the accomplishments of a remarkable girl. Furthermore, in the previous life, Sui Li and Li Qinzi had caused his demise, seizing all his wealth, leaving Jin Nan and Jin Bei with nothing. Even if Li Xingjian were to forfeit her claim, she would never allow those two vile individuals to benefit from it. With a smile, she said, so, you do not genuinely wish for me to remain by my grandfather's side. You intend to take me home to control and bully me? Huh. Have you forgotten that I am attending the summer camp, which covers all expenses? We shall only see each other when school commences. Li Xingjian chuckled and added, you are likely unaware that I mentioned the summer camp to my grandfather last night. I am well aware that this money belongs to me. I would never allow you to dress in garments purchased with my funds. What a shameless creature you are. With that, she sauntered off to her grandfather's study. Sui Li was left agape, her mouth capable of swallowing an egg, filled with fury as she turned to see that Li Xingjian had already departed. If she were to inform others that Li Xingjian had insulted her as a mother, surely no one would believe her, right? That little wretch. As I suspected, she is indeed rebellious. It drives me to madness. Li Xingjian casually closed the study door behind her and said, Grandfather, I am going to register now. Li Mingli observed that she was still wearing the athletic shorts and tank top that Aunt Lu had found for her, which Li Qinzi had discarded. He inquired, how much did she give you? Li Xingjian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, well, having given so much, how much exactly? He smiled awkwardly, I provided 1,000. I knew it, such a naive fellow. Old Master Li huffed disdainfully. Li Xingjian hastily replied, Grandfather, my classmates mentioned that 1,000 should suffice for the essentials. When it comes to studies, one must always opt for the best. Li Mingli opened a drawer and withdrew 2,500 yuan. Here's the remaining 500. Use it to purchase some clothing and daily necessities. What has your grandmother been up to? Li Xingjian gingerly accepted the money, saying grandmother works very hard. Her pension is meager, and I am truly grateful she raised me. I do send her money each month, but let us not dwell on that. Li Mingli raised his hand, signaling for him to leave. After receiving the money, Li Xingjian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. Rarely, Li Mingli smiled, after all these years. The only time I hear a thank you is when I give you money. Others simply assume it is their due. Just as Li Xingjian was about to exit, Li Mingli suddenly asked, how is your grandmother doing? This was a question he had never posed in their previous life. Li Xingjian believed he was indifferent towards Guijing. Yet, if he were truly indifferent, why would he provide her with money every month? Grandfather was actually quite devoted, albeit with a temper. Li Xingjian turned back. Shaking his head, not too well, I suppose. She often complains. There is an art teacher in town, and she constantly urges me to take up painting. But that would hinder my studies. Li Mingli's expression shifted dramatically. He scoffed coldly and replied, "You are correct. Such pursuits are mere trifles compared to the seriousness of mathematics and science. Now, off you go." Understood. Li Xingjian closed the door, a smile gracing her lips. Guijing was enamored with the painter, drawn to his romanticism, yet he had toyed with her affections. Had she known that Li Mingli still cared for Guijing, she would not have uttered such words. However, realizing that he still held her in regard, Li Xingjian felt compelled to speak up. She intended to ensure that Guijing would end up alone, just as Guijing had once treated her. After leaving, Li Xingjian did not head to the mall or enroll in summer camp. With such a substantial sum, why would she waste it on a camp? She aimed to make her money work for her. In her previous life, Song Yanjun imparted a crucial lesson. It is the wealthy who hold the power. Li Mingli commanded respect at home simply due to his wealth. Li Yuan, being a useless son, clung to his father's money and thus had to obey. If she did not earn money, she would be forced to rely on others for financial support. Li Xingjian contemplated testing her luck at the special district exchange. Now was the tail end of the golden stock market, and missing this opportunity would mean losing the chance for wealth. She proceeded to purchase a train ticket. Chapter 16. The seat was occupied. The Chinese stock market had experienced 8 tumultuous cycles of soaring highs and plummeting lows. The earlier opportunities were now beyond Li Xingjian's reach. The beginning of 1996 marked the 4th round, characterized by a booming bull market. From January 1996, the Shanghai Composite Index surged from 500 points to reach 1510 points by May 12, 1997. Subsequently, it began to decline. The 1999 517 incident triggered another explosion, with the index rising by 70, peaking at the highest point of that year on June 3. On June 14, 2001, the index soared to an all-time high of 2,245 points. Thus, I formally announced the genuine conclusion of our nation's current bull market. The 7th and 8th rounds occurred in 2005 and 2008, respectively, but their durations were fleeting, and not all stocks in the market experienced an upturn. Clearly, during the 7th and 8th rounds, reinvesting in the stock market posed risks. Presently, it is late in 1996, and the stock market is poised for nearly 6 more months of bullish activity. Having seized the moment, there is no reason not to take a gamble. Li Xingjian did not proceed to the train station but instead boarded the city subway, alighting 2 stops later at an alleyway. The second establishment in the alley featured a Yuan, and Li Xingjian knocked on the door. It was already past 10 in the morning when a man in his 20s, toothbrush in one hand and door in the other, appeared, his mouth frothy. "Who is it?" After steadying himself, he glanced at Li Xingjian, his legs shaking, and mumbled indistinctly while brushing his teeth. Li Xingjian produced 215 yuan and said, "I require a train ticket to the special zone, lower berth, with the longest return durations. Preferably departing tomorrow afternoon. I'll collect it tomorrow morning." Qin Feng, a ticket scalper, charged a bit more, but was relatively trustworthy. He was somewhat of a veteran in the city, acquainted with numerous celebrities, and had previously engaged in film and television ventures, as well as the trading of antiques. He pursued any profitable endeavor, possessing a sharp mind and considerable wealth. Nonetheless, Li Xingjian's relationship with him was limited to ticket purchases. "Have you heard of me?" Qin Feng inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar young girl before him. He continued, "Are you going alone?" Li Xingjian nodded. "Yes, alone. I've heard of you. You have a good reputation." Qin Feng gripped the money in his hand, stating, "All right, come by tomorrow morning to pick it up." Li Xingjian nodded and then intended to visit a department store for daily necessities. Although she could forego the purchase, her grandfather had insisted. Failing to bring something home would raise suspicions. Not long after she departed, a Mercedes-Benz halted at the entrance of the alley. Song Yanjun stepped out and happened to see Qin Feng squatting at the doorway, brushing his teeth. He retrieved 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Qin Feng. "I need a soft sleeper ticket to the special zone." After accepting the money and rinsing his mouth, Qin Feng asked, "What are you going there for? Why do you youngsters enjoy wandering around so much? What treasures does the special zone hold?" "The 4 heavenly kings are holding a concert," Song Yanjun replied. "I wouldn't bother attending a concert by the king of heavenly troops either. My mother is very busy and has asked me to help pick up a batch of goods." Song Yanjun's mother is a descendant of a renowned roast duck establishment, albeit with only a minor stake, and she faces familial ostracism. After being excluded from the roast duck business, she utilized her meager savings from dividends to venture into the clothing industry. Now, she represents 2 luxury brands and operates a high-end boutique near a television station. If the King of Heavenly Troops were truly holding a concert, I would go. By the way, why not take a plane? Song Yanjun preferred not to fly, as it required transfers. He enjoyed purchasing a soft sleeper ticket, allowing him to sleep through the journey and awaken upon arrival. Oh, I almost forgot, Qin Feng added. Come by tomorrow morning at the same time. But don't arrive too early. Li Shijian returned with some daily necessities and clean undergarments, but she did not purchase any clothing. Li Mingli bore no resentment towards her, reflecting on how frugal the child was. If only Sui Li and the others possessed even a fraction of Li Xinjian's thriftiness, he wouldn't have to exert himself so fervently. Thus, instead of feeling anger, he found solace in her demeanor. However, he chose not to reclaim the money merely because Li Xinjian had refrained from making any purchases. That afternoon, he took the initiative to visit the mall and procure 2 outfits for her, a nautical-themed shirt paired with white trousers and a pure cotton little white dress. Despite his stubbornness, his taste was rather refined. He appreciated the demure adornments of young girls. Upon returning, he urged Li Xinjian to try them on for him. Witnessing the transformation in her demeanor once she donned the garments, he nodded in satisfaction. He remarked that while academic pursuits were paramount during school years, one's attire could reflect their familial standing and taste. As they were attending a prestigious high school, their futures were boundless, and social relationships were crucial in both work and study. Thus, one must not be overly careless. Li Xinjian turned from the mirror to face Li Mingli, surprised that her obstinate grandfather would impart such wisdom. Wasn't this rather insightful? Why, then, had he raised Li Yuan in such a manner? Unbeknownst to him, her thoughts wandered elsewhere as he continued to address her reflection, saying, "All right, make sure to learn diligently at the summer camp tomorrow." The following day, both Li Yuan and Sui Li had to go to work. They dined with the elder in the evening before departing, leaving no one to accompany Li Xinjian. The elder had a meeting the next day and would be traveling for a few days, a perfect circumstance. Upon waking, Li Xinjian dressed herself, having purchased a bra, though she had yet to fully develop. Nevertheless, it was time to wear one. She had cleverly sewn 2 pockets into the bra to conceal 4,000 yuan, fearing it might be lost, as this money was crucial for her to seize her opportunity. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, failure would mean facing the wrath of Li Mingli and the scornful laughter of the envious. Thus, losing it was not an option. With over 300 yuan in pocket money remaining, she found a messenger bag belonging to Li Mingli and slung it over her shoulder. She then changed into the newly bought nautical shirt and jeans, and Aunt Lu provided her with a rather nice tote bag, into which she placed her essentials and a set of old clothes. After swapping her shoes for a new pair, she set off. First, she sought out Qin Feng, who indeed proved capable. He had already purchased round-trip tickets and handed them to her, saying, "Next time you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I appreciate clients who speak little." Li Xinjian nodded in acknowledgement and continued on her way. Unbeknownst to her, as she walked away, a young man alighted from a luxury car, observing her with keen curiosity. The vehicle had set off around 5 in the evening, and Li Xinjian wandered the streets for the entire afternoon, making her way to the train station just in time for her departure. Once aboard, she felt a twinge of hunger and noticed that boxed meals were available for purchase. The meals from the dining car were always the most expensive, yet convenient. The current offering was rather palatable, and she spent 15 yuan on a box. After finishing her meal, the train seemed to approach its next stop. While disposing of her trash, she noticed many passengers boarding. She had a sleeping berth and felt a bit drowsy, planning to lie down for a nap, only to find that a middle-aged woman, cradling a sleeping child, had taken her seat. "Young lady, this is your spot. My husband has gone to put away our luggage, and once we locate our designated seats, I shall relinquish this one to you." Chapter 17. Human traffickers. Li Xinjian surveyed the crowded carriage. A slight frown etched upon her brow. Nowadays, there were many without seats and those evading fares, as sleeper compartments were seldom inspected, making ticket evasion more feasible. The woman claimed to possess a seat, but what if she did not? Should one occupy their designated place for an entire night? Yet, what if she truly did have a seat? Traveling can indeed prove rather challenging. Pondering this, Li remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. The woman, however, was quite familiar and said, "Come, sit down, young lady. Are you alone? What brings you here?" As Li met her gaze, which held a blend of ordinary kindness and affection. An unsettling realization struck her. This woman was vaguely familiar. Where had she encountered her before? At that moment, a man approached, leading a small boy, no older than 6 or 7, who appeared timid and afraid, avoiding eye contact with those around him. Li noticed a fleeting scar on the boy's wrist, concealed by his sleeve. The man addressed the woman. There are no seats available. You should sit down when you find one, while I go purchase a soft sleeper ticket. The woman replied, then do hurry. Both were clad in coarse garments, their shoes frayed at the edges, suggesting modest means. Such individuals, one would assume, could scarcely afford a soft sleeper, let alone a berth. Why, then, were they here? To escape the clamor? Li Xingjian did not look down upon them. Those in poverty often become indifferent to noise as they grow accustomed to it. It is only the affluent who demand personal space. But why is that? They too do not wish to be disturbed, for they are engaged in illicit activities. A headline suddenly flashed in Li's mind. The image of the woman's youthful visage and her later round face surfaced. An unremarkable face, difficult to identify when involved in crime. A benevolent smile, adept at deceiving more children. This woman was the notorious trafficker, Aunt Hong. Li's heart raced. Looking back at the young boy, she wondered if he was the one from the news. A boy named Su Pengfei, abducted at the age of 6, whose parents were prominent figures in the city, had been lost by his nanny. He was later sold to a remote area in the north. When he was finally identified through facial recognition technology, his mother had resigned from her job, traversing the nation in search of him, only to become impoverished and ill, succumbing to depression. His biological father claimed his mother had become obsessed, leading to their divorce. He later remarried and had another son. When Su sought out his father, he found himself unwelcome, leading to his tragic end. Li Xingjian vividly recalled that report. Su Pengfei had once had a bright future ahead, a life full of promise. All shattered by human traffickers. Aunt Hong was apprehended only after selling her own daughter to secure a bride for her son, betrayed by her eldest daughter. The more Li observed the woman, the more she felt a sense of recognition. Young lady, are you hungry? I apologize for taking your seat. I have some buns. Would you like one? Aunt Hong smiled warmly at Li Xingjian. This young girl is quite charming. One might say that traveling alone could present her with opportunities. Li Xingjian took an apple from her bag and offered it to her, saying, I've already eaten. This apple is for your son. The man went to purchase a ticket, leaving the little boy behind. The boy glanced up at Li Xingjian, his eyes filled with anxiety, as if he wanted to speak, but Aunt Hong's smile, lacking sincerity, intimidated him into silence. He lowered his head, gripping his wrist with his other hand, not uttering a word. Aunt Hong quickly accepted the apple from Li Xingjian, expressing her gratitude profusely. She then inquired, Dear girl, are you traveling alone? You seem to come from a well-off family. What is your destination? My father remarried and forbids me from attending school, Li Xingjian replied, her expression forlorn, on the verge of tears. If they don't want me, then fine. I don't need them. I can fend for myself. I'm going south to work. Aunt Hong's smile faltered as she grasped Li Xingjian's hand, saying, You poor child. But you seem so young. What can you possibly do? Who will help you find a job? Well, I haven't thought it through yet. Ah, what a coincidence that we met. I have a relative who runs a noodle factory. You are quite lovely and seem bright. Let me introduce you to him. You could work there. A noodle factory? Li Xingjian hesitated, her tone tinged with disdain. Doesn't that mean doing dirty and laborious work? I don't want to go to a factory. Aunt Hong quickly reassured her. With our connection, how could I let you do such menial tasks? Rest assured. You'll be a clerk, merely recording daily stock and sales. It's not dirty or tiring, and you will manage people. Without connections, you wouldn't find such a good job. Li Xingjian felt tempted, but remained guarded. Really? You will truly help me? Aunt Hong thought, how easily children can be deceived. In this day and age, who would offer help without a reason? Lacking education and resources, how could she expect a good job? Indeed, she intended to send her to a place where she wouldn't need to work, merely bear children. This would also enable the lazy individuals who aim high yet achieve little. I typically do not assist anyone, but seeing you without a mother softens my heart. I have a fondness for young girls. I cannot bear to see them suffer. And I fear you might be taken advantage of outside, Aunt Hong said earnestly. Indeed, there are many bad people out there, Li Xingjian thought. And one is right in front of me. Aunt, what is your name? You are so kind to me. Have you had dinner yet? Aunt Hong thought this foolish girl, who seemed to have no sense of danger, was easy to manipulate. While others sought to exploit her, she was offering to buy dinner. I haven't eaten yet. We just boarded the bus, but you shouldn't feel obligated to treat me. That's all right. I have enough for a meal, Li Xingjian replied. I will get you some boxed meals. With that, she pulled the little boy along, saying, come with me to get them. Aunt Hong's expression shifted slightly. He is too young to carry anything. Let us not eat now. We can wait for the vendor to come by. It's fine, Aunt. We won't arrive at the station for a while, and I'm not going to kidnap him. I won't even get off the bus. What are you worried about? She pulled the boy along without hesitation, swiftly jogging through 2 train compartments. Feeling that no one was pursuing them, Li Xingjian reached the connection between the carriages. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow as she paused, turning to the little boy, she asked, are they your parents? Tell me, and I will take you to the police. I will protect you. No one will dare to harm you, and we have the police on our side. The boy burst into tears, exclaiming, I want my mom and dad. They are bad. They hit me, and one T let me find them. And they want to crush me. A stone dropped in her heart. It was indeed a case of human trafficking. She could take the child to report it to the authorities. As Li Xingjian grasped the boy's hand to leave, she caught a glimpse of a young man approaching from the rear compartment, his hand hidden behind him, his expression stern. Chapter 18. Your child is a child. And so are others. The boy spotted him and nearly screamed, but Li Xingjian held him back. Don't be afraid. Don't look back. We will find the train attendant. Suddenly, the man shouted, Stop. Are you trying to steal that child? People around turned to look. The little boy was on the verge of tears. Li Xingjian tightened her grip on his arm. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. The man yelled again. Stop. She is stealing a child. Someone help me catch that girl. 2 burly men blocked Li Xingjian's path, demanding, Is it this one? Why are you running off with my child? The boy was about to say something when suddenly Li Xingjian felt a grip on her wrist. She looked up to see a cold face before her. It was Song Yanjun. Didn't I tell you the lunchbox vendor was over there? How did you go astray again? With that, he moved closer, enveloping her in the scent of soapberry. Li Xingjian felt uneasy and wanted to step away. But then she heard him whisper near her ear, There's a knife. Her heart skipped a beat as she took a deep breath. Turning to see the angry man approaching, his eyes momentarily wavering with uncertainty due to Song Yanjun's words, Li Xingjian squeezed the boy's hand and, with a look of surprise, addressed the man, Sir, are you calling for me? The man adjusted his pants, pulling the boy closer, demanding, Why are you running? What are you saying? I remember you. You are related to that auntie, right? Didn't she tell you? She wants to help me get a job, and in gratitude, I wanted to buy you lunchboxes. Her initial anger transformed into helplessness, her expression one of grievance. She continued, The train won't stop for a while. How could I steal a child and get off? What would I do with a stolen child? Get your facts straight, or you could ask your wife. The crowd began murmuring among themselves. The 2 burly men stepped in to defuse the situation, stating, Let us not frighten the young lady. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Just then, someone reminded Li Xingjian, You shouldn't accept job offers from strangers. Who knows if they are good or bad? This sentence stirred the heart of the man, leaving him filled with regret. The girl appeared to be easily deceived. Her looks were quite pleasing, and she was still young, seemingly capable of fetching 4,000 to 5,000. If he were to ruin her prospects, it would indeed be a disservice to the god of wealth. My apologies, dear girl, he lamented. I was merely worried about my son. It was all a misunderstanding. I shall buy the meal. Please do not be angry. Li Xingjian, wiping her tears, lifted her head and said, It's all right. I've already eaten. Let me take care of it as promised. However, she decided against searching for food and opted to wait in the carriage. Upon speaking, she cast a glance at Song Yanjun, her expression complex. Yet she offered no explanation and simply departed. The man's spirit soared at the sight of her determination to buy food. He had seen foolishness before, but never such utter naivety. Afterward, they returned to the carriage, and Li Xingjian indeed purchased 3 boxed meals for the couple and their child. Initially, the man hesitated to let the child eat, but he soon complied under the stern gaze of Aunt Hong. Once the meal was finished, Li Xingjian inquired if they had secured their tickets. The man confirmed they had. Li Xingjian, assuming they were leaving, felt a reluctant pang of sadness. How will I find you, Aunt Hong? You won't neglect to help me with job introductions, will you? I'll take care of the child. You two can converse. The man, cradling the sleeping infant, signaled to the little boy, who timidly averted his gaze from Li Xingjian and followed along with his head bowed. Li Xingjian thought to herself, she still intends to report this. These 2 scoundrels are far too cunning. It's as if they want this woman to surveil her. Aunt Hong, I need to visit the restroom. Aunt Hong replied with a smile, I'll accompany you. Li Xingjian sighed inwardly, realizing she wouldn't be allowed to go alone. No matter. Soon enough Aunt Hong would tire. Just as she entered the restroom, she heard someone outside exclaim, "Wow, there really are traffickers. They've been caught." Li Xingjian hurriedly opened the door to see Aunt Hong's face filled with panic. Upon noticing the red light at the carriage connection, signaling the imminent arrival at their stop, she urged, "Aunt Hong, you should go first." Aunt Hong, desperately seeking a hiding place, quickly slipped inside. Li Xingjian then grabbed a man sitting nearby, dozing off, and pointed towards the restroom. "Traffickers! Quickly, find the conductor." The man jolted awake and sprinted off. At that moment, the announcement began. "Dear passengers, we are approaching our next stop." The restroom door swung open slightly, but Li Xingjian did not wait for Aunt Hong to emerge. She held the door tightly. Aunt Hong initially did not comprehend. "Who is it? I want to go out. Who is it?" When no one responded, she realized the predicament, shouting, "Is that you? Dear girl, please open the door." "Who are you? Let me out. You little wretch, what are you doing? Open the door. Help." Li Xingjian could feel the frantic creature within clawing at the door. She gritted her teeth, her hands numb with fatigue, yet she refused to let go. "You traitor. Let me out. Open the door." Aunt Hong was banging against it, and several times Li Xingjian felt she could no longer hold on. Fortunately, this commotion caught the attention of other passengers disembarking, and someone helped her brace the door while the conductor and onboard police rushed to the scene. Li Xingjian, breathless and exhausted, pointed inside and exclaimed, "She is a trafficker, allied with that man. They have abducted 2 children." The train officer immediately apprehended Aunt Hong. Rolling on the ground, she protested, "I am wronged. Which of you has seen me with a child? I did not take any child. You cannot falsely accuse a good person." Following the report, the officer had already captured the man and rescued the 2 children. Even if she were innocent, she could not be released now. "Come with us," he ordered. Realizing escape was futile, Aunt Hong suddenly kicked at Li Xingjian, who was unable to dodge in time and received a painful blow to her abdomen. "Little wretch, you betrayed me. I will kill you, you vile creature." Li Xingjian crouched on the ground, cold sweat pouring down her face from the pain. "Let me go. I have a son to raise." "Officer, my son is waiting for me at home. He is only 5. Your child is a child, but what about others? If you have a child, why commit such wicked acts?" The officer escorted her away. One of the remaining officers squatted down and asked Li Xingjian, "Young lady, are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor?" With difficulty, she replied, "It just hurts a bit." No sooner had she spoken than darkness enveloped her. She was swept up in someone's arms. Song Yanjun carried Li Xingjian to the soft sleeper compartment and turned to the attendant, saying, "Please find a doctor." The attendant nodded. Of course. Chapter 19. We are not yet that familiar. The announcement called for assistance. There is someone injured in carriage 17. Please certified doctors proceed to carriage 17 to help. The soft sleeper compartment had 4 berths, but only Song Yanjun occupied one. Once inside, he gently placed Li Xingjian on the lower bunk and asked, "How do you feel?" His voice was slightly hoarse yet tender. The confined space inexplicably brimmed with intimacy. By this time, Li Xingjian felt less pain and nodded faintly. "I'm all right." "Weren't you afraid earlier?" Song Yanjun suddenly inquired, his tone serious. "Those 2 are ruthless villains. Do not be deceived by their seemingly simple appearances. You were in great danger." His reproachful tone made Li Xingjian wonder if he was genuinely concerned for her. Song Yanjun was not a man of many words. Perhaps no one is innately indifferent. He might have been a charming and warm-hearted child once, but his family's circumstances were too complex. His father was 7 years younger than his mother and was in his second marriage. Shortly after his birth, his father's ex-wife returned with a pair of children, claiming they were his father's offspring, causing a stir. His father reconciled with his ex-wife, leaving Song Yanjun and his mother out in the cold. Had his mother not been a strong woman, their lives might have taken a different turn. Song Yanjun had never shared these details with Li Xingjian. She had pieced them together over time from various hints. Though he once excelled in the business world, his father forbade him from pursuing it for the sake of his elder brother's future, fearing it would tarnish his brother's reputation. Thus, Song Yanjun was compelled to enter politics, where he faced suppression. Of course, it was also possible that Li Xingjian was overthinking. Perhaps Song Yanjun was merely asking out of casual curiosity, without any underlying concern. Li Xingjian initially had no intention of engaging with Song Yanjun, but this time, it seemed that Song Yanjun had alerted her. Otherwise, she would still be entangled with those 2 individuals for an indefinite period. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Song Yanjun. Moreover, their relationship had transcended that of mere lovers and benefactor, rendering any fierce rivalry unnecessary. In truth, there was a hint of fear. Li Xingjian candidly expressed, however, a child is of paramount importance to a family. Losing a child might be akin to murder. The thought of a mother descending into madness over the loss of her child overwhelms me, and I find it difficult to contemplate anything else. As she spoke these words, she was unaware that her tone was gradually softening, revealing a poignant sorrow in her expression. Li Xingjian was momentarily taken aback. Their first encounter was marked by defiance, the second by cunning calculation, and now she exhibited a tenderness that evoked pity. This young woman truly possessed a myriad of facets. Song Yanjun remarked, "Very well. You are a compassionate soul. I have a modest toolkit. Let me examine your wounds." His toolkit was indeed quite small, no larger than a palm, containing iodine swabs and gauze. He appeared to be quite meticulous, always carrying such items on his travels. Li Xingjian recalled that he also had a small pouch filled with various emergency medications, including allergy remedies, although he himself was not allergic. "No need," she promptly declined. He insisted on examining her body. Although in their past lives he had seen every part of her, and she had seen his in return, their intimacy had been profound. Yet now, even knowing he harbored no ulterior motives, she felt a sense of embarrassment. Primarily, she wished to avoid any entanglement with him. "I'll leave if the doctor does not arrive soon. It should be nothing serious," Li Xingjian stated icily, keeping him at arm's length. "What if something goes awry while we wait for the doctor?" Song Yanjun pointed to her outer garment. "Lift it so I can take a look." Li Xingjian thought to herself that despite the seriousness of his tone, her mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts. Her gaze faltered. "There is no need. Must I insist?" He countered. "That would be illegal," she replied. "Then go ahead and report me," he retorted. Song Yanjun cautiously lifted a corner of Li Xingjian's shirt. Indeed, he was careful, merely glancing beneath the fabric without touching her. Upon noticing a bruise on her abdomen, he halted. "Is there more?" he inquired, raising his gaze. Li Xingjian shook her head. "No more. None at all? Yet it feels as if something is amiss," he remarked, suddenly spotting a hint of blue-green banknotes through the fabric. Though the quantity was indiscernible, it appeared considerable. "I knew it. How could your chest have grown so much in such a short time?" he teased. Song Yanjun chose not to linger on that thought, and instead took a swab dipped in iodine, applying it to the bruise on Li Xingjian's skin. A sharp pain elicited a soft gasp from her. His fingers, marked by distinct knuckles, trembled slightly. There was no bleeding or broken skin, however. It was prudent to clean it, as such external injuries healed more swiftly. "Do not worry, it will not leave a scar." He gently rubbed the area, his gaze instinctively drifting to her lower abdomen. Her skin was remarkably fair, contrasting starkly with her face, as though they belonged to two different individuals. Lying there, devoid of any flesh on her abdomen, the distinct outlines of her ribs were clearly visible. Song Yanjun recalled her appearance during their first encounter and frowned. "Are you not eating enough? Jian, you consume so little that others might think I cannot provide for you. You must eat more." Li Xingjian reminisced about Song Yanjun from her previous life. She had mentioned that they once shared a deep affection. Although Song Yanjun was not loquacious and seldom indulged in jest, he had expressed his concern. During that time, after 3 months of being together, she initially felt anxious and inferior, but his caring words ignited her love for him, ultimately leading her to an inescapable entanglement. For others, Song Yanjun's concern might have felt like honey, but for her, it was akin to a steel blade. "We are not that familiar yet. Are you perhaps being a bit too inquisitive?" Li Xingjian pushed away Song Yanjun's hand and sat up with a cold demeanor. Song Yanjun was taken aback. How could she turn hostile so abruptly? It was indeed swifter than turning a page in a book. Footsteps approached. As the attendant brought a doctor, we finally found an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The attendant felt somewhat guilty, questioning whether traditional medicine could truly address external injuries. However, Li Xingjian felt fortunate if it was indeed an elderly expert in traditional Chinese medicine. In her past life, she had not graduated from high school and lacked formal education. Later, Song Yanjun had arranged for her to pursue further studies. Although she aspired to study Chinese medicine, she had opted for clinical medicine to please her grandfather. Yet, she had self-studied for 3 years without treating anyone. She understood that traditional Chinese medicine could diagnose ailments through pulse taking. In situations like this, while Western medicine relied on instruments to assess internal issues, traditional Chinese medicine could ascertain conditions through pulse examination. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Li Xingjian said as she settled herself and extended her arm. Song Yanjun remained silent, attentively listening. The old man was dressed plainly, wearing straw sandals. In this day and age, Even the poorest should not be in such footwear. His shoes were indeed hard to overlook. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and demonstrated remarkable skill as he placed 3 fingers on Li Xingjian's wrist. After 5 or 6 minutes, just as she began to doubt whether he had fallen asleep, he opened his eyes. There is no significant internal injury, but you suffered frostbite as a child, leading to severe cold in the womb. If not properly addressed, it could lead to serious issues in the future. He suddenly looked at Song Yanjun. Are you her brother? Where are her parents? Chapter 20. The opinions of others are unimportant. Li Xingjian anticipated what the old man would say. During winter, she had no shoes and could only wear socks with sandals, relying on Guijing to find her an ill-fitting pair only on snowy days. Sometimes, when the water at home froze, she had to fetch water from neighbors. She had never worn warm cotton pants. Thus, her body had suffered due to the cold. The old man intended to mention how this could affect her fertility, but considering her young age, he felt it inappropriate to discuss, hence his inquiry about her guardians. The old man's observations were entirely accurate. She indeed had severe cold in the womb, and even now, she had not experienced menstruation. During her time with Song Yanjun, particularly in the first 7 years, there were instances when he did not use protection, yet she never conceived. The only time she became pregnant was due to a health issue, leading her to self-prescribed medication for a year, surprisingly resulting in her pregnancy. Her pregnancy was indeed a formidable challenge, leading her to reject the role of an unacknowledged lover, yearning instead for autonomy over her own life. She longed for a child of her own, which prompted her to part ways with Song Yanjun, fully aware that her chances of bearing children in the future were dwindling. Thus, the elder's words rang true. "Old man, she is not my brother. He is merely a kind-hearted individual," he remarked. "There is no need to inform him. I am well aware of my own health. My family has seldom been attentive to me since childhood, having endured the harshness of the cold." Song Yanjun's lips twitched. Was he truly a benevolent soul? If he were indeed a good-hearted man, the others would surely find it laughable. The elder pondered this as well, recognizing that if parents were more diligent, children would not suffer from such severe cold in their wombs. He said, "I shall prepare a prescription for you. When you find the time, take a few doses. If it proves effective, you will feel warmth in your abdomen, and your hands, when placed upon your belly and waist, will no longer be cold." After pinning the prescription for Li Xingjian to safeguard, he exited. Li Xingjian inquired of the attendant, "Has the trafficker disembarked?" "Not yet. There was no opportunity to contact the ground crew, so he remains on the vehicle. I have reached out to the local law enforcement at the next station. They will take over and likely request your assistance in providing a statement as witnesses, which may require you to disembark. However, do not worry. If time is insufficient, they will assist in ticketing." Li Xingjian replied, "I am willing to serve as a witness." The next stop was a small station, arriving in just over an hour, with only 10 minutes for a stop. Thus, there was hardly time to provide a statement. Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun cooperatively alighted. In the waiting room, they composed their accounts of what they had witnessed and experienced for the police records. After they had finished, the office door swung open, and a young couple rushed in. They were elegantly dressed. The woman, young and beautiful, stood tall but appeared disheveled and anxious. Upon spotting the little boy, she called out, "Fei Fei," and dashed forward to embrace him, breaking into tears. Her husband, visibly relieved upon seeing the child, maintained a calmer demeanor. Li Xingjian introduced, "These 2 brave individuals assisted us in apprehending the trafficker. Please express your gratitude towards them." Guo Liang extended his hands first to shake hands with Song Yanjun, who merely grazed his hand before retracting it. Then, he grasped Li Xingjian's hand, saying, "Comrade, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." At this moment, his wife, Zhang Qingying, pulled Guo Pingfei closer, asking, "What is your name, young comrade? You not only captured the trafficker but saved my life. Had Fei Fei been lost, I would not wish to live." She began to weep again, though this time it was a release of fear after the ordeal, not from a genuine sense of loss. Li Xingjian gently touched the boy's small face, asking, "What is his name?" "His full name is Guo Pingfei, and his nickname is Fei Fei." "Quickly, Fei Fei, thank your sister. Without her, you would never see your mother again." Li Xingjian nodded inwardly, realizing that indeed, this was Guo Feiping. Thus, the woman before him was the same one from a past life, who had traversed rivers and mountains in search of her son. Ultimately, she never recovered her child. Yet she had aided many others, truly a remarkable woman. The child has returned, and I fervently hope for her lifelong peace and prosperity, wishing she never endures such hardship again. Zhang Qingying intends to offer a gratitude fee of 1,000 yuan to Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun. When she uttered this figure, it was evident that Guo Liang nudged her with his elbow. However, she remained resolute, insisting on bestowing such a sum. Nowadays, while government salaries have seen a slight increase, the average person still earns just over 300, which is hardly sufficient to cover the basic necessities of life. Many employees hail from rural backgrounds, and their support often extends beyond a mere family of 3, potentially encompassing an entire household. The success of one individual may be the result of the collective sacrifices of many. Hence, 1,000 yuan is indeed a considerable amount. Li Xingjian raised her hand and said, "I shall not accept the money, Sister Zhang. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Song Yanjun also declined, telling Li Xingjian, "I will be waiting outside for you." Once he exited, the other individuals present, perceiving the situation, followed suit. Zhang Qingying, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, do you possess some vital information you wish to share with me?" Li Xingjian contemplated for a moment and replied, "There are certain things I find inappropriate to express. Yet I feel a connection with Fei, so I shall speak up." She continued, "Sister Zhang, how could such a grown child have been abducted? At times, the thoughts of others are inconsequential. What truly matters is the safety of family." In a previous life, Guo Pengfei located his father, Guo Liang. But Guo Liang had since remarried and fathered a young son, unwilling to acknowledge Guo Pengfei. Li Xingjian had previously observed Guo Liang's demeanor with discomfort. Although Guo Pengfei has not been lost in this life, and Zhang Qingying is unlikely to face an early demise, the character of Guo Liang remains questionable. She could not speak directly about it, and could only offer a subtle warning. This prompted Zhang Qingying to recall Guo Liang's parents. She is an editor for a prominent daily newspaper, originally from out of town, who remained here after passing the college entrance examination. Guo Liang, a local accountant at a machinery factory, insisted that his parents take care of the child instead of sending her to the affiliated kindergarten. The abduction occurred because the child's grandfather mistakenly took the wrong child and left her at the kindergarten's entrance. The grandmother was inconsolable, wailing as if she would perish. Yet Zhang Qingying hoped that since the child has been found, she would not blame the elderly once they returned, to spare them the burden of guilt. But now, she wonders, should she not feel anger? The child was fortunate to be rescued. Had she not returned, how would Zhang Qingying manage her future? Her husband spends his days playing cards and walking the dog, unable to even retrieve a child. The grandmother, while somewhat capable, still presents herself as a victim of endless toil, seeking credit from her. Should she continue to endure their behavior? Would they even feel anger or embarrassment? Are their thoughts truly important? All she desires is her son's safety. In her heart, it felt as though a door had swung open, granting her clarity. Gratefully, she looked towards Li Xingjian and took a paper and pen to jot down her contact information and address. "This is my home, and this is my workplace. Sister, I am an editor at a newspaper. I may not be a person of great stature, but I can sometimes be of assistance. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chapter 21. I simply detest you. Li Xingjian meticulously stored the address, bid farewell to Zhang Qingying, and then the ground staff assisted her and Song Yanjun in securing their tickets. They were to board the train in 20 minutes and proceeded to await its arrival. Upon Zhang Qingying's emergence, Guo Liang's expression was rather grim as he remarked, "It's rather embarrassing to ask for money in front of so many people. You could have simply asked us for it, right? I must say, 1,000 yuan is enough for my parents to eat for an entire year. They barely allow themselves meat. If the child truly goes missing, what would you do?" Zhang Qingying interjected, "But the child is not missing, is it?" Her eyes narrowed as she continued, "However, I believe I already know the answer. Firstly, they never asked for money, not even a single cent. Secondly, if your parents are reluctant to eat and drink, that might be a matter pertaining to your family. It was my own error to place my child in a precarious situation, and I am determined to rectify that. Guo Liang, Fei will be attending our agency's kindergarten, and I have no intention of living with them any longer." With that, she grasped her son's hand tightly and departed. Guo Liang, still perplexed, hurried after her. "What on earth is happening? Are you implying that you wish to separate from my parents? What gives you the right? Where is my child?" Before they could exit, the office door was pushed open, and a young couple rushed in. The woman was dressed modestly, her hair tied in a low ponytail, her complexion fair. Yet her demeanor and attire suggested she was not from the city. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, resembling someone who worked in an urban setting. Zhang Qingying instantly recognized the man as the youngest son of the Chu family, who had been left in the countryside. Now he had returned to the city. But the wife he found in the rural area was not acknowledged by his family and remained there. Nonetheless, their bond appeared quite strong. During her visits, Zhang Qingying occasionally encountered the Chu family. She approached them with a warm greeting. "Sister, do not fret. There is a child under a year old at the criminal police station. I will take you to see." And Hong had taken care of 2 children. Chu Jiayao, accompanied by his wife, went to see their child. The officers returned the child to them, stating, "You were fortunate to have encountered a kind-hearted individual." That young lady observed the situation keenly, noticed something amiss, and reported it to her friend, which ultimately led to the capture of the traffickers. Otherwise, the children might have been sold to unknown places. The Chu couple wished to express their gratitude to the Good Samaritan, but she had already departed to catch her train. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qingying turned to Chu Jiayao. "Comrade, remember the names of these 2 individuals, Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun. They are our saviors." Chu Jiayao exchanged glances with his wife, enveloped her and their child in his embrace, and nodded solemnly. Li Xingjian and Song Yanjun were escorted onto the train. Song Yanjun naturally occupied a soft sleeper, while Li Xingjian was assigned to a middle berth, as the lower berths had already been sold out. "I have upgraded you to a soft sleeper," Song Yanjun said, handing Li Xingjian a ticket. His tone was gentle as he called out to her. Li Xingjian adjusted the strap of her shoulder back, bit her lip, and suddenly turned around. "What connection do we have that necessitates your assistance in upgrading my ticket? Comrade, I have no connection with you, do I? Are you perhaps meddling too much?" Song Yanjun exhaled, clearly exasperated. "Do you even know right from wrong?" Li Xingjian let out a cold laugh. "I know nothing of right or wrong. I only understand that one should not receive rewards without merit. You may consider me a mad dog. No need to concern yourself with me. We are merely strangers, so please stop following me." With that, Li Xingjian turned away. Suddenly, Song Yanjun asked, "Are you wary of me because you fear I am a villain, or do you harbor hatred towards me? Have I offended you in some way?" Song Yanjun, not lacking in wit, deduced that despite her evident mistrust, they had met 3 times, and her demeanor was unwarranted. She seemed to carry resentment towards him, as if she despised him. Yet, he swore he had never known this girl before. "Is it because I did not wait for the police that day?" he inquired further. Li Xingjian's heart skipped a beat. She was aware of Song Yanjun's sensitivity, yet after only 3 encounters, he had perceptively sensed her animosity and grievances. Yes, she was grateful to him. She had loved him once. But she also loathed him. He had given her much, yet it was not out of love, but merely for his own release. What she despised most was her inability to bear a child openly, leading to the demise of both herself and her baby. She hated him, and thus wished to sever all ties in this lifetime. "No, I do not hate you, nor is it related to the police." Li Xingjian turned her head, her eyes icy, her tone as frigid as winter. "I simply dislike you as a person. Just seeing you irritates me. I hope we never meet again." With that, Li Xingjian walked away, her expression composed. Song Yanjun, bemused, found it somewhat amusing. Throughout his life, aside from his stepmother and grandmother, no woman had ever held such disdain for him. To be disliked to such an extent was perplexing. He chuckled to himself. "I must be mad. It is not my fault, so why should I feel guilty?" Li Xingjian made her bed and lay down, closing her eyes. Reflecting on Song Yanjun's bewildered expression, with a bitter smile, she murmured, "Song Yanjun, let us never cross paths again in this lifetime." 3 days later, as dawn broke and she arrived at the station, everything around her felt unfamiliar. In her moment of confusion, a black sedan pulled up beside her. "We meet again. You must be Li Xingjian, am I correct? Where are you headed? Do you need a ride?" Li Xingjian sighed as Song Yanjun, with a self-deprecating smile, said, "Indeed. I must be unwell to engage in conversation after being scolded. However, I did not expect to find you here, searching for relatives. Did no one come for you? Get in, lest you attract unwanted attention. You may find no one to assist you." Li Xingjian was somewhat familiar with this city, particularly the hotels, as Song Yanjun often brought her along during his business trips, though she rarely ventured outside, spending her time waiting for him. Yet now, nothing seemed recognizable, and it felt as though she would get lost after just a few steps. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to enter Song Yanjun's car. A young man occupied the passenger seat, and she took her place in the back. Song Yanjun asked no questions about her destination and simply drove off. Li Xingjian lightly patted his seat and said, "I wish to go to the Four Seasons Hotel." Song Yanjun did not inquire about her purpose and simply drove her there. Upon arrival, Li Xingjian tossed him 5 yuan for the fare without uttering a word and exited the vehicle. Chen Lirong chuckled. "Yanjun, this girl, though somewhat dark-skinned, possesses a remarkable aura. Is she here to be a mistress? Has she come of age? If so, do inquire for me. Chapter 22. Not understanding local customs. What differentiates one from an illiterate? Chen Lirong was a confidant of his parents in this area. Song Yanjun cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Do not speak such things in my presence henceforth." With that, he alighted from the car and walked into the hotel. Chen Lirong mused, he was merely joking. This lad has been rather indifferent before, even making such jokes himself, yet he remained silent this time. Is he genuinely concerned about that girl? Chen Lirong raised an eyebrow, thinking the boy was straying from the path, perhaps yearning for romance. The reason Li Xingjian chose to stay here was that it was the closest to the exchange. Currently, this was the only listed trading exchange on the entire continent. Not only locals, but also numerous outsiders flocked here to seek fortune. A crowd had gathered at the front desk, and Li Xingjian wondered why the registration was taking so long. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. A woman's sobbing could be heard. As she approached, she saw a portly man berating a staff member in English, calling him a pig for his inability to speak the language. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, not particularly tall, with a corpulent and greasy physique. Despite this, he was dressed in a suit and sported gold-rimmed glasses, clutching a briefcase, resembling a successful businessman. It seemed he had companions nearby, laughing and conversing in English. Yet no one was assisting the staff member. After listening for a while, Li Xingjian grasped the situation. The staff member could not understand English and was confused by the man's demands. When he asked if the man spoke Cantonese, the man continued his tirade in English. The onlookers remarked on the absurdity of not speaking Cantonese, claiming they could even speak Mandarin, but in such a poor place as the mainland. How could one expect them to converse in Mandarin? It was as if one should speak English, and if one could not, then they ought to learn a more sophisticated language. Who would deign to speak the crude Mandarin? Only the unsophisticated rural folk would do so. Li Xingjian's expression darkened as she approached the staff member and suggested, "If this continues, you should call the police. Those imbeciles are deliberately provoking you. They not only understand Cantonese, but also Mandarin, yet refuse to speak it, insisting on torturing you with their foreign tongue." The staff member was taken aback. The portly man pointed at Li Xingjian and, in somewhat halting Mandarin, retorted, "Do you dare insult me, you pig? Not a pig, but a fool." Li Xingjian countered, "Isn't that a demonstration of your command of human language? Why put on airs?" The surrounding crowd murmured, "They truly can speak Mandarin. This is clearly intentional. They are from Hong Kong and dislike speaking Mandarin. Then they could speak Cantonese. There is no need to resort to English. Isn't this just a means of making things difficult? What else can one expect from someone from Hong Kong?" Upon hearing the discussions around him, Wang Difu and his companions felt a sense of pride. Wang Difu tapped the surface of the service counter, a greasy smirk upon his face, and remarked, "English is the international language. What sort of establishment do you run without the ability to speak it? You might as well seek out a wealthy patron to become a mistress. Will you serve as a mistress to a taxi driver in Hong Kong?" Li Xingjian leaned against the counter, chuckling, "If one cannot thrive locally, why not come here to flaunt? What is so special about Hong Kong? Do take a moment to check the calendar. It's 1996, and next year, Hong Kong will be returned to us. Do you understand? That is our territory, our land." Li Xingjian continued, "No matter how sophisticated the facade, if one does not comprehend the concept of adapting to local customs, what difference does it make if one speaks English or even an alien tongue? The result is akin to illiteracy. Oh, I almost forgot. The British are merely a band of pirates. How could one expect culture from those who serve as their descendants? Waiter, please prepare a private room for me." Li Xingjian placed her identification on the counter. Applause erupted around her. After all, the nation is impoverished and still developing, while foreign lands are prosperous, leading some to idolize the West. However, the majority harbor resentment towards their own lack of wealth, not a genuine affection for foreign lands. Hearing Li Xingjian's words brought a sense of satisfaction to the crowd, who applauded in agreement. Song Yanjun and Chen Lirong stood behind the crowd, their height allowing them to witness Li Xingjian's actions clearly. Chen Lirong remarked, "What a fiery little girl." Song Yanjun's mouth twitched. Indeed, in this light, the insults hurled at him seemed rather mild. Wang Difu and his companions were furious, and Wang Difu raised his hand to strike. Song Yanjun maneuvered through the crowd and grasped his arm. "Even if you were an extraterrestrial, you cannot strike others at will. Do the British lack laws?" Wang Difu was taken aback. He was indeed a taxi driver from Hong Kong. However, Hong Kong is affluent, and taxi drivers earn enough to indulge in such frivolities. Thus, he would spend weekends here to unwind. No one here knew his true identity, upon hearing his accent. They referred to him as Big Boss, particularly the women who seemed eager to elevate him to the skies for just a little money. Men dared not provoke them, for they were Hong Kongers, whom even the police respected. Unexpectedly, he found himself insulted by a pair of young individuals from the mainland. Wang Difu's wrist ached, and with fury, he glared at Song Yanjun. "I will have you imprisoned." Song Yanjun retorted with a cold smile, "Do as you wish. Let us see if you have the ability." Just as he finished speaking, Xingjian had completed her check-in and was already heading out with the key. Song Yanjun remarked, "What a heartless person." Xingjian entered her private room, which was quite pleasant, situated by the window, allowing her to observe the bustling street below, and most importantly, the neon lights of the exchange, her objective. Within 15 days, she aimed to earn her first pot of gold. After drawing the curtains, she tidied the room. She hadn't brought much luggage, so her belongings were minimal. As long as her money was secure, she was content. She reached to check her cash. It was still there. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xingjian opened it to find a rather ordinary-looking waitress with shifty eyes pushing her way inside. "Hey there, are you alone? How old are you? What brings you here? You do not appear to be particularly affluent. How do you afford to stay in a hotel?" Xingjian slightly furrowed her brow and replied, "What business is it of yours?" The inquiry continued, "How old are you? Are you of legal age?" Xingjian remained silent, as she had already completed the registration process. The attendant chuckled and said, "Don't be so serious, little sister. I am here to discuss an opportunity with you. You must be at least 15, right? As long as you are over 14, that suffices." She scrutinized Xingjian once more. "You are here to earn some money, I presume? I have a lucrative job selling liquor and am in need of assistance. You could earn at least 300 yuan a day, which is enough for your parents to make in a month, isn't it? The clientele consists mainly of individuals from Hong Kong and Taiwan, and occasionally foreigners. If you perform well, you might even have the chance to travel abroad. Why waste your time with a mainland man? After all, if you manage to secure a room in a hotel, wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong and Taiwan could very well buy you an apartment if you excel in your role." Her tone was enticing, filled with allure. Xingjian comprehended the situation. She was being singled out. Chapter 23. In acquaintance, we are currently at a pivotal moment of openness. The economy is rapidly developing, yet many remain impoverished, causing a flood of rural individuals to swarm into cities in search of wealth. This has led to a diverse array of characters and occurrences. Many young women, lacking education, connections, or experience, are drawn to the promise of money, often taking misguided paths. Xingjian, with a stern expression, retorted, "Are you truly a service staff member? You do not seem to fit that role. I shall file a complaint." The attendant scoffed. "You really do not know what is good for you. I was merely trying to offer you a better opportunity, and you are ungrateful." Xingjian pulled the attendant outside, intending to find the manager downstairs. The attendant forcefully pushed her away. "You ungrateful wretch. If this does not suit you, then go and wallow with your destitute." Rotund old man. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a stern female voice rang out. The woman continued, "Hichuanchue, what are you up to?" The attendant's face turned pale. She attempted to flee, but Xingjian swiftly apprehended her, observing the woman behind her clad in a more sophisticated uniform than the attendants. It appeared she was a hotel manager. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. This attendant is suspected of engaging in prostitution, and I intend to report her." Hichuanchue's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Dear cousin, do not listen to her fabrications. I merely approached to inquire if she required assistance," the attendant protested. "Cousin? So, they were related? Surely, she must be aware of this?" Xingjian furrowed her brow. The woman was not only a relative but also a local authority, which could complicate matters. Hichuanyan coldly interjected, "This is a workplace, not a home. Address me as supervisor." Hichuanchue reluctantly complied, rolling her eyes. Hichuanyan regarded Hichuanchue, seemingly hesitant to speak, before stating, "You should gather your belongings. I believe this position may not be suitable for you. We will discuss it further shortly." Hichuanchue erupted in frustration. Hichuanyang. If you continue to make such a racket, your wages will not be processed," Hichuanyang admonished. Hichuanchue, feeling wronged, turned away. Xingjian was taken aback. "Hichuanyang?" She raised her gaze to scrutinize the team leader. Her crimson lips, a competent yet exquisitely styled short haircut, and a tall, curvaceous figure marked her as an exceptionally beautiful woman. This woman had crossed paths with her before. In her previous life, when Song Yanjun had gone missing for a time, she had ventured into the special zone in search of him, only to have her card and phone stolen by Li Chinzi. It was her hotel roommate, He Chunyang, who came to her aid. Otherwise, she might have perished on the streets. He Chunyang was a woman of integrity, yet her fate was far from favorable. Originating from a remote village, He Chunyang was the eldest of 4 sisters. Frequently bullied, she sought to supplement her family's income and clandestinely left to work. Remarkably, she managed to earn money, which she used to fund her 3 younger sisters' education. When she first arrived in the city, unfamiliar with her surroundings and desperately in need of funds, she worked as a waitress while, due to her beauty, she caught the attention of a hotel owner from Hong Kong. Although he was not the proprietor of the hotel, he was a partner. This man, a 56-year-old elder, treated He Chunyang quite well, hoping she would bear him a son, as his first wife had not given him one. He introduced her to the stock market, and she earned a significant sum. With newfound wealth, He Chunyang wished to abandon her ignoble role as a mistress and sought a boyfriend instead, unaware that this man was already married. After parting ways with her benefactor, she focused on building a life with her new partner. However, when the stock market faltered, they opened a second-hand car dealership, with all connections and business dealings maintained by He Chunyang, though the business was registered under her boyfriend's name. Tragically, he died in a sudden car accident, and his wife seized the business's liquid assets and sold everything. As He Chunyang had not registered her relationship with him, she received nothing. Moreover, as the cars were smuggled, she ultimately found herself imprisoned, sentenced to 17 years. Li Xingjian, while perusing a legal newspaper, stumbled upon an article detailing He Chunyang's case, which had been sensationalized and widely reported at the time. He felt a pang of regret. One could argue that He Chunyang was a good person, albeit her actions were often illegal and immoral. Conversely, one could criticize her. Yet she had provided for her 3 sisters' education, rescuing them from dire circumstances, and often extended her kindness to strangers. Thus, evaluating her character proved challenging. Li Xingjian hoped she would steer clear of criminality in this life and avoid being deceived by men, wishing her a peaceful existence. Suddenly, Li Xingjian decided to dismiss her concerns, opening the door to return to her room, though she had been standing at the threshold all along. Hearing footsteps moving to the adjacent room, she slowly opened the door and crept closer, pressing her ear against the wall. She overheard He Chunyang sternly questioning, "What on earth is happening? Have you taken the money? Are you degrading yourself?" He Chunyang, evidently irritated, retorted, "What business is it of yours? You, a mere mistress to an old man, dare to lecture me? You can earn money, but I cannot. Besides, I am not as cheap as you." He Chunyang declared with great satisfaction, "Just now, downstairs, did you not see? That foolish girl has offended a Hong Kong businessman, and he has specifically requested to have her. If I can manage to deliver her to him, he would reward me with $2,000. $2,000. And you would dare to engage in such actions?" She looked so young, hardly even an adult, came the response. "Oh, you have money, you're impressive. You sleep with old men for riches, so $2,000 is insignificant to you. I do not have such benefactors, and for me, that sum is indeed quite substantial. I am not here to bicker with you. You have harassed a customer, and I can no longer protect you. Pack your things and return home." At this, He Chunyang seethed with anger. "If you dare send me home, I will expose all your disgraceful deeds." "Do as you wish," replied He Chunyang. Chunyang, "In light of our shared ancestry as girls, let me speak candidly. This money is hard-earned and should not be pursued. I am not jealous of you. I simply believe you have a better path ahead, one that involves education. Otherwise, you will merely become a puppet for your parents and brothers. Of course, you will not heed my words. So, you may leave." Li Xingjian hurried back to her room, hearing footsteps approaching. She opened the door just in time to encounter He Chunyang emerging from the adjacent room. Seeing her, He Chunyang said, "I sincerely apologize for what occurred earlier. It was a lapse in our management. As compensation, may I offer you an upgrade to a larger, safer room? You are alone in this city. Please prioritize your safety and call the front desk if anything arises." Li Xingjian had already discerned that she possessed a sense of honor. Rather than respond directly, she inquired, "Are you going to meet your boyfriend?" He Chunyang was taken aback. This girl was quite young and not an acquaintance. How could she suddenly pose such a question? How did she know? Chapter 24. Master, you are truly a master. Li Xingjian noted that the shift change was imminent. Living in a bustling metropolis, it was improbable for He Chunyang, being affluent, to return home to cook. After work, she would naturally go on dates. "How do you know I have a boyfriend? And that I'm going on a date? Do you know me?" He Chunyang's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Her affair with the wealthy Hong Kong businessman was not yet fully concluded, and he remained unaware of her new relationship. She could not ascertain which boyfriend the girl referred to. Who exactly was this girl? Could she possibly know Boston? Li Xingjian crossed her arms and smiled. You might find it hard to believe, but I possess the gift of reading fortunes. You mentioned an upgrade for my room. In return, I shall offer you a complimentary reading. You are destined for wealth, yet your romantic prospects are rather dismal. If you wish to safeguard your fortune and ensure safety, you must marry seriously. Otherwise, avoid all men who do not wish to commit or register with you. Let me say this. You are on the verge of ending one relationship, which is of little consequence, but you have another clandestine affair. This man is not a suitable match. He has a wife and a son back home. Who on earth are you? Xingjian felt as if struck by lightning. Are you from his hometown? Are you here to break us apart? Otherwise, she could not fathom how this girl was so well informed about her affairs. Xingjian felt a surge of anger. I do not comprehend your motives for uttering such words. Why attempt to tear us apart? However, I can assure you that Fei absolutely does not have a wife. He would never deceive me. He would never betray my trust. Li Xingjian observed her agitation and made a shushing gesture. Isn't it preferable that he does not deceive you? But what if you're misled? I see your determination. And if someone were to deceive you, I imagine you would be most unwilling to accept it. You have 3 younger sisters to support. Consider this. If that individual were to exploit your wealth, what would become of your sisters? Therefore, it is indeed for the best that he does not deceive you. However, I urge you to contemplate this calmly. What would be my gain in misleading you? Listen to my accent. Could I possibly hail from the same place as he? Reflect upon this. Once you come to terms with it, seek the truth for yourself. If I am merely speaking nonsense, you stand to lose nothing. Yet, if what I say proves to be true, you may evade deception and recover your losses. Why not seize that opportunity? Or are you simply afraid that, in the end, there is no truth to my words and you would feel embarrassed for having been deceived? But it seems that the loss of face and financial detriment pales in comparison to the emotional toll of being misled, does it not? Xingjian, being astute, responded. I shall assist you in upgrading your room, but I do not trust your words. Very well, I will verify this immediately. Li Xingjian's room was upgraded, and she was moved to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The keys were distinct, and the room was equipped with a telephone. Internal calls were free, but external calls cost 1 yuan per minute, to be settled with the bill later, a rather exorbitant rate. There was an explanation beside the telephone. Thus, the hotel was not concerned about guests making calls. Her previous room lacked a telephone, and naturally, having one now felt safer. She recalled the conversation between Xingjian and Chunwei, and her gaze darkened. It dawned on her that she was indeed being targeted. Those few individuals would not comprehend the strength of mainland girls unless they were shown a glimpse of it. But how to do so? It seemed that the timing was not yet right. For now, her priority was to earn money, and once she had amassed wealth, she would ensure they faced consequences. As dinner time approached, she decided to eat first. Li Xingjian felt the reassuring weight in her pockets. Her money was still intact. She donned her school uniform jacket to conceal her figure, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she prepared to venture out for a meal. At the door, she encountered Song Yanjun, who was also stepping out. Truly a persistent shadow, she thought, saying nothing as she turned to leave. What offense have I committed against her? Song Yanjun pondered. After dining, Xingjian took a stroll downstairs. Many individuals here were engaged in stock trading, and their conversations often contained valuable information. She overheard 2 men whispering about a stock set to debut tomorrow, linked to a shell company seeking to cash out, specifically designed to exploit the unsuspecting. However, such stocks, while initially promising, required strategic timing for selling. In a future context, such insider information would be largely false. Yet, the current stock market was tumultuous, characterized by a period of wild growth. During this phase, projects often yielded substantial profits if luck favored the investor. Perhaps this information held merit after all. Li Xingjian discreetly took note of her excellent memory, pondering whether the stock would rise the following day. As darkness descended, she decided to return home, mindful of the less than secure environment of her time. Upon entering her abode, the doorbell rang, anticipating it to be Song Yanjun seeking to engage her in trivial conversation. She opened the door with a scowl, only to be taken aback by the pallid visage of Xingjian. Upon seeing Li Xingjian, Xingjian felt an overwhelming sense of relief and immediately collapsed into her embrace, weeping profusely. Li Xingjian, despite her kind nature, had never been close enough to anyone for such an intimate display. Apart from Song Yanjun, no one had embraced her in such a manner. and she had often felt isolated from her peers. This unexpected softness was rather peculiar to her. It seems I have been chosen, she mused. Master. You must be a true master. I was foolish to doubt you. He indeed had a wife, and though she typically awaited his arrival. She was reminded this morning when he mentioned dining out with fellow villagers, which meant he could not come for her. In the past, she would have returned home alone. But today, she ventured to one of his frequented haunts and witnessed the truth. Xingjian's heart ached deeply. As an outsider, she had relied on her beauty to earn her first fortune. Despite her wealth, she often faced disdain. She yearned for a home, a sanctuary of her own. She had recently purchased a property, intending it for her future marriage. Yet, her current circumstances found her residing in a place rented from Boss Chun. She had not moved into her new home, instead allowing Wang Hao to occupy it, only to discover that he had brought his rural wife along. She had followed him from the restaurant, her eyes wide as she watched Wang Hao lead the woman inside. Then she overheard him reassuring the woman. If you keep causing a scene, she has already agreed to put this property in my name. Do you know how much this place costs per square meter? 1,600. This entire unit is worth 70,000 to 80,000. You could toil in your hometown and never earn that. The woman appeared skeptical. Wang Hao continued. If you bear me a son, what would I do with her? She is merely a mistress, incapable of bearing children. If I don't give it to you, who will? This will be ours moving forward. Now, just stay for the night and then return home. Xingjian reflected on how her relationship with Wang Hao blossomed when he rescued her at a night market. She had believed him to be a good man, inviting him to the hotel and even considering introducing him to stock trading. Little did she realize he regarded her as nothing more than a temporary indulgence. Chapter 25. Love Lost Master. What should I do now? The title of the house is in his name. Can I reclaim it? Her heart ached at the thought of being so easily deceived. She had invested her emotions, and even the title to her home was now in his name. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Xingjian sensed that legally reclaiming the property would be challenging, given the lack of transfer records and the name change. We may need to employ a different approach, she suggested thoughtfully. You haven't confronted him, have you? Not yet, Xingjian replied. I hurried over as soon as I heard the commotion. She had almost barged in, yet for reasons unknown, betrayal had rendered her hesitant to confront the reality, prompting her to retreat instead. Uncertain of where to turn or whom to confide in, she thought of the young girl at the hotel. The girl spoke with an accent from the capital, suggesting she was not associated with Wang Hao and likely would not deceive her. Xingjian remarked, I cannot guarantee whether you will recover what was lost. I can only offer a suggestion. Catch him in the act and morally confront him, then observe his reaction. If he seeks reconciliation, he might even return your property to appease you. If he refuses, at least you can vent your frustration. You could threaten him, though I cannot ascertain whether he would be intimidated. This was all that Xingjian could conceive. Xingjian, now composed, gazed ahead with a heavy heart and declared, Is it merely 50 or 60,000? If it cannot be retrieved, so be it. Yet, I will not allow them to escape unscathed for their deceit. She sent a message to Wang Hao, informing him of her impending visit to the new apartment and inquiring if he would accompany her. Upon reading her message, Wang Hao's expression soured, and he urged his wife to leave. You should step outside for a moment. Why should I? I am your wife. Why must I hide? Did you not claim this house would eventually be yours? Why can you not simply end things with her now? His wife was reluctant to depart. However, Wang Hao could not bear to part with the young and beautiful Xingjian, especially given her wealth. A mere apartment seemed insignificant in comparison. Listen, if you comply, I will procure a valuable handbag for you shortly. Do you understand how precious it is? Still hesitant, Wang Hao retrieved a bag from Xingjian's cabinet, draping it over his wife's shoulders before they hastily exited. Afterward, Wang Hao found a telephone booth and called Xingjian. I cannot make it. Why have you suddenly decided to go to the new apartment? I merely passed by to collect some belongings and will leave. If you cannot return, then so be it. I am quite busy these next few days, but I will make time for you afterward. Wang Hao sought to preempt any attempts by Xingjian to contact him. Xingjian's tone carried a hint of disappointment, yet she remained reasonable. All right, I shall wait for you. Following this, she fell silent, no longer chattering as she typically would. Noticing the troubled expression on his wife's face behind him, Wang Hao quickly ended the call. Very well, she will depart soon. Let me take you out for a nice meal. He gently wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders and led her away. 5 minutes later, Xingjian arrived at her residence with Xingjian. The atmosphere within the apartment was devoid of warmth, yet many items bore signs of disturbance. Upon opening the cabinet, Chunyang discovered that her favorite handbag, purchased for 3,000, was missing. Her countenance darkened. She hastily sought a suitcase to pack away her remaining belongings. Fortunately, nothing else had yet been discarded. After attending to this, she turned to Xingjian and said, I possess a camera, but it is rather large. What if he notices? Technology is not sufficiently advanced yet. Cameras are not widespread. Xingjian assisted Chunyang in setting up the camera, covering it with a cloth. However, she feared that by the time Wang Hao returned, they might have lost their opportunity. This is merely a supplementary measure. You should call for help while I wait at the door, ready to seize the moment. It was the only course of action left. As Xingjian prepared to leave, she noticed a tube of lubricant on the bedside table and, pondering it for a moment, turned to Chunyang. Are you certain it will be utilized? The young girl's inquiry left Chunong feeling somewhat embarrassed. Blushing, he replied, Yes, you seem to know quite a bit. Wang Hao had a few issues, particularly a penchant for certain things. I am studying to be a doctor. Xingjian suddenly smiled, saying, Go fetch a tube of glue. Chunong was puzzled. Xingjian nodded, quickly, the sooner the better. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao called Chunong, inquiring about his whereabouts. Chunong replied that he had already returned home. Wang Hao was elated. It was fortuitous, as he did not wish to incur hotel expenses. Upon arriving home, he found the place tidied up, with a vase at the bedside filled with fresh lilies. The fragrance wafted through the air, creating an intimate atmosphere. Though his wife did not possess the graceful figure or striking beauty of Chunong, she was plump and fair-skinned, with an ample bosom. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with her. Regardless of his feelings, he had obligations to fulfill today, and in truth, he found her voluptuous form quite appealing. Perhaps it was the ambience of their upscale surroundings that stirred her. His wife eagerly leaped onto the bed, embracing Wang Hao. Their kisses were fervent, soon igniting a passionate spark. However, just then, Wang Hao paused. Wait a moment. His wife's expression soured. You're not thinking of, do not speak. I need to get something. We have nothing at home. Wang Hao then squeezed glue from the tube. Suddenly, cries echoed from the room. What is happening? Help. It burns. They exchanged glances, and Chunong remarked, I suddenly feel no affection for him at all. Xingjian thought to himself that he too might find it difficult to love under such circumstances. Chunong gestured to Xingjian, who opened the door. Chunong, what are you doing? Who is this woman? Are you cheating on me? Yang. Wang Hao quickly realized the situation and exclaimed, Yang, let me explain. However, he found himself unable to provide any justification, as both he and his wife were stuck together with glue, utterly unable to separate. Chunong kindly called for an ambulance. And although doctors arrived, they were only emergency physicians lacking surgical expertise. The doctor suggested calling the firefighters. Eventually, the firefighters arrived, and the operation was painstakingly meticulous, with cotton swabs used to apply the solvent. It took over 4 hours to extricate the two from their predicament. During this time, reporters caught wind of the commotion and rushed in, leaving the couple powerless to prevent the situation from becoming public. Once separated, both were left mentally exhausted and were taken away by emergency services with no time to explain. Naturally, Chunong did not accompany Wang Hao, and the following morning, Wang Hao went to the hotel to seek out Chunong and apologize. He candidly admitted that the woman was his wife but omitted the fact that they had children together. He expressed his intention to divorce, pleading for another chance with Chunong. Chapter 26, Earning 40,000 in 10 days. So, have you softened your heart, waiting for him to divorce? Xingjian asked Chunong. Chunong handed Xingjian a newspaper. It's in the news now. Do you think I could ever love him again? How utterly disgraceful. By now, Chunong and Xingjian had become quite close. Chunong declared her intention to feign forgiveness towards Wang Hao, subsequently convincing him to return her house, after which she would promptly sever their ties. However, she intended to wait until evening to see, as Wang Hao mentioned he would handle the transfer of ownership, and she had opted not to accompany him. Ajian's sister, had you disclosed earlier that you were here to engage in stock trading, I would have confidently guided you through this endeavor. Had you arrived 2 days prior, I might have hesitated to make such bold claims, but today, come, accompany me. If I do not help you earn a substantial sum, it would be a waste of my time here. Xingjian smiled, understanding that Chunong's benefactor had arrived. They belonged to the realm of capital, capable of orchestrating schemes, which was precisely how Chunong amassed her wealth. This was also the reason for her fervent desire to assist Chunong. Of course, she sincerely wished for Chunong to never fall prey to deceitful men, yet more so for her own benefit. Her presence here was a gamble on the goodwill she had cultivated with Li Mingli, should she fail. Her plans for vengeance would slow considerably, possibly stagnating altogether. Although a gentleman's revenge may take a decade, she felt she could not afford to wait that long. Her hatred was too profound. She desired for Li Chenxi and his ilk to live in perpetual fear, to exact revenge daily. Victory was imperative. Sister Yang, should I achieve wealth, it will be entirely thanks to you, Chen Lirong said, driving Song Yanjun as they watched Li Xingjian and others enter the exchange. Chen Lirong turned to Song Yanjun. You, young man, possess quite the audacity to venture into stock trading? The woman beside you, I recognize. She is the head of a hotel, a mistress. As Song Yanjun perused a newspaper, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette. He continued reading, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What is it? What has you so amused? Song Yanjun handed him the newspaper. See for yourself. Chen Lirong barely skimmed through the article before encountering a story about a man who mistakenly used superglue as a lubricant during intimacy with his wife, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Huh? Who could be so foolish? Confusing glue with lubricant? Why would glue even be on the nightstand? Indeed, why would glue be there? It was evidently a setup. Someone had orchestrated this incident deliberately. Song Yanjun reclaimed the newspaper, focusing on the silhouette, a smirk forming on his lips. His expression tinged with resignation. He could almost ascertain that this incident was undoubtedly linked to the girl in question. She was undeniably ruthless. It took someone as merciless and unprincipled as her to execute such a deed. Therefore, one should never offend her. Song Yanjun folded the newspaper and placed it into his backpack. Please assist me in opening an account as well. For stock trading. His mother was managing her own affairs, but forbade him from participating. Isn't that rather unfair? She is trading, and if I remain inactive, won't it seem as though I lack insight? He Chunyang led Li Xingjian into a private room within the exchange. She facilitated the opening of an account for Li Xingjian, fortunate that regulations were currently lax, allowing anyone with an identification card to open an account without age restrictions. After completing the process, He Chunyang inquired, are you considering short-term or long-term investments? Li Xingjian replied with a smile, I have already purchased my return ticket. And I have only 15 days. Well, now 14. That indicates a short-term investment. He Chunyang went out for a while, and upon returning, marked 2 red circles for Li Xingjian. Within 2 days, buy this and then sell it. These were 2 stocks that Li Xingjian had no recollection of. However, that mattered little. She took out all the 4,000 yuan she had tucked against her chest and placed it on the table. He Chunyang nearly burst into laughter. I thought you had a more ample bosom. Turns out you're quite flat. Li Xingjian's lips twitched. She didn't own a bra and was terrified of developing. She often prayed for her breasts to remain small, and it seemed that heaven had heard her wish. Song Yanjun had once remarked, let us just say, it's barely usable. You're going to invest all this money? He Chunyang asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. She was now considered wealthy but had known poverty. She understood why Li Xingjian chose to keep her money hidden so carefully. This money was clearly her last resort. If she lost it, she might lose her entire future. Yes, I'm investing everything, Li Xingjian replied. He Chunyang's expression grew serious. You trust me so much. If I were to intentionally lead you astray, you would be left with nothing. Li Xingjian smiled. Then consider it a lesson. My life is still long, and I can afford this lesson. Jian, you have such courage. With your boldness and carefree spirit, you will surely find success in the future. Come, let us go buy stocks. One of the stocks Li Xingjian purchased began to rise rapidly, like a plane suddenly transformed into a towering mountain. Its ascent so steep it frightened her, making her want to sell at any moment. However, He Chunyang consistently advised her to remain patient, assuring her that it would continue to rise. The other stock grew at a much slower pace. The first stock surged dramatically. By the close of trading that evening, it had doubled in value. At that time, there were no limits on market fluctuations. Li Xingjian feared it would plummet the next day. Yet, the following day, it continued to rise uncontrollably. By 3 in the afternoon, her 2,000 yuan had swelled to 6,000, and He Chunyang urged her to sell. Soon after, that stock began to decline. It quickly dropped below its listing price and was at risk of being delisted. He Chunyang informed Li Xingjian, this is a shell company. The owner raises funds through the listing, then sells the original shares at a high price. By the time the investors realize what is happening, the owner has already profited handsomely, leaving the investors with shares that are worthless. She advised that without insider information, one should never follow such schemes, as they could lead to significant losses. Li Xingjian realized that had it not been for He Chunyang's guidance, She would not have had the time to react and sell before the stock plummeted, which fell faster than a rocket. Utilizing this method, Li Xingjian earned over 20,000 yuan in just 2 days. However, such stocks could not be relied upon daily, so on the third or fourth day, He Chunyong encouraged her to select a stock from a manufacturing company to hold. This was a stable investment, slowly appreciating without the potential for sudden wealth. After 10 days, her initial investment of 20,000 had grown to 30,000. Li Xingjian felt it was time to withdraw. Just then, He Chunyong approached her. Today, they're planning to orchestrate something big. Li Xingjian believed that things remained the same as they were 10 days prior. Without giving it much thought, she intended to invest all her money, only to discover that it was the stock of launching glass. Li Xingjian was taken aback. This was not a shell company. It was a legitimate enterprise. In today's context of low national productivity and insufficient technological advancements, even complete automobiles could not be manufactured due to the necessity of importing car glass. Launching was the first company to produce domestic automotive glass. In the previous life, this enterprise was acquired, and its founder was burdened with substantial debts. However, he later ventured into aquaculture and, by the age of 80, finally repaid his obligations. Li Xingjian learned about such commercial insights only after becoming acquainted with Song Yanjun. The founder was a genuinely good person, whose lifelong ambition and regret revolved around his inability to manufacture superior glass for the nation. In her previous life, she mistakenly believed that the founder's lack of vision and failure to invest in innovation led to the company's downfall. It turned out he was short-sold. Did they intend to short-sell this enterprise? This was a tangible industry. Li Xingjian's voice rose slightly. He Chunyang, knowing little, contemplated the matter, his expression turning awkward. Yes. They have indeed short-sold numerous tangible enterprises. First, they short-sell the stocks, leading the company into debt, and then they acquire it. Yet, upon acquisition, instead of developing it, they abandon it entirely. Li Xingjian couldn't help but recall other domestic enterprises after joining the World Trade Organization. Many companies that were once reputable and profitable gradually vanished from public view due to foreign acquisitions. Their intent was not profit, but rather to suppress domestic enterprises. Was this method not akin to the previous acquisition? These unscrupulous merchants could not bear to see domestic products thrive. Li Xingjian resolutely declared that she would not follow this stock under any circumstances. Li Xingjian said to He Chunyang, "If you trust me, do not invest. They will incur insurmountable losses." Xingjian, she pointed at He Chunyang, "Consider me a sister and refrain from disclosing this matter to anyone." Xingjian, "What are you planning to do?" He Chunyang pursued her for a few steps. Li Xingjian was determined to save this enterprise, and the only person capable of doing so was Song Yanjun. "Brother Jun, I have traveled a great distance to find you, and this is how you treat me?" In the CAF, Shun Baiyu reached out to take Song Yanjun's hand, only to have him evade her grasp. With tears of grievance, she lamented, "Brother Jun, will you never forgive me? I have been wronged." At this point, Shun Baiyu's resentment surged. It was all due to that wretched person in the car who ruined her prospects. She was both a participant and organizer of the recent incident. Last year, she had gone out for a meal with a thug and was assaulted. She dared not speak of it, especially to Song Yanjun, fearing his disdain would forever bar her from becoming Mrs. Song. Thus, she devised a scheme to ensure that Song Yanjun would have no choice but to accept her, to invoke his guilt, and to make him aware that she was no longer a virgin. She intentionally brought Song Yanjun to a hot spring town, claiming she had to meet a client for him. But the client deceived her, and subsequently, she found herself in a dire situation. Ultimately, this misfortune was all for the sake of the Song family and for Song Yanjun. Do not mention Song Yanjun. Even his mother will carry a lifetime of guilt. Song Yanjun must bear the burden of responsibility towards her eternally. Unexpectedly, someone reported the matter to the authorities. Once a report is made, she must submit to an investigation, and many truths will inevitably resurface. Fortunately, the police only have hearsay as evidence against her, lacking any concrete connections to the brothel. However, the authorities discovered that she had accepted previous dividends, which resulted in her facing a penalty. Being a minor, she was fined and left with a record. Although Song Yanjun remained unaware of her criminal record, the police's visit that day raised his suspicions. "Brother Jun, I am truly wronged. I am still so young and in school. How could I possibly organize other girls for prostitution? How could I sell myself? Surely, someone is framing me." "It was that girl, the one who rode in your car last time, Li Xingjian. I remember her name. Isn't she the most suspicious one? How can she remain so clear-headed? She must have betrayed all of us. She saved you." Song Yanjun's eyes darkened. Your current actions are nothing but ingratitude. What did she save? She is not even a virgin. There is no difference between being taken advantage of or not. Furthermore, she underwent a checkup and had already lost count of how many partners she had that very night. What did she save? It is clearly meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Brother Jun, have you developed feelings for her? I can see that you have. Shen Baiyu felt a wave of fear and reached out desperately to grasp Song Yanjun. Brother Jun, I have investigated her. She is merely an abandoned child. Unloved by her parents, and her grandfather does not care for her either. She is nothing. She cannot help you in any way. Even Annie would not like her. Do not develop feelings for her. Do not associate with her, Brother Jun. Song Yanjun frowned slightly. On what grounds do you investigate others? It seems my mother has been too generous with Annie's salary. Brother Jun. Shen Baiyu's face turned pale. Having grown up in the Song household due to her mother being a nanny, she was cherished by the elders of the Song family. Thus, when she sought help from the workers of the Song family, they were more than willing to assist. Was Song Yanjun reproaching her? Brother Jun. You have never spoken to me like this before. Yanjun, someone is looking for you. Chun Lirong tapped on the glass of the partition, beckoning to Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun responded, You should go back now. He picked up his shirt jacket, stood up, and walked towards the exit. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Li Xingjian standing there like a stern statue. She was still clad in a sailor shirt and a pair of jeans, looking just as clean as ever, though her hair appeared to have grown a little longer. Yet, her overall attire remained as monotonous as before. If there were to be any difference, it was that her chest had diminished. Song Yanjun recalled the stack of money he had seen and could not help but smile slightly. You were looking for me? Hadn't she told him to keep his distance? They lived next door, and he had refrained from approaching her. Why was she seeking him out now? Song Yanjun. Do you know Gao Tianming, the chairman of Lanting Glass Factory? Someone intends to short sell their company's stock. You need to inform him. Song Yanjun hesitated for a moment. Li Xingjian raised her hand to the sky. Just tell him, if I am deceiving you, I'll be your grandson. There is no need to be so humble. Simply calling me father will suffice. Song Yanjun beckoned Li Xingjian into the car and started the engine, saying, Are you aware of the consequences that false information might bring? No consequences at all, Li Xingjian replied. At most, I would be the subject of your jest. But what if it is true? You have sold such a significant favor to the Gao family. What repercussions might that entail? Song Yanjun chuckled and looked at Li Xingjian, saying, I once thought you to be a fool, but it appears you are well versed in the ways of the world. You are the fool, Li Xingjian retorted. They are not foolish. They simply wish to avoid associating with you. Mr. Shan, the stock market is behaving oddly. Lansing's stock price hasn't fallen. On the contrary, regardless of whether they are buying or selling, with so much news released, Lansing stocks have consistently resisted their strategies. Now, they plan to take a significant hit by shorting Lansing, only to discover that substantial funds continue to pour into the company. Their low-price sell-off has led to others purchasing. And now, as the stock rises, they are incurring losses while others profit. Chapter 28, The First House Mr. Shen, we've traced the funds. It appears they originated from the capital. He Chunyang's benefactor, Shen Maokai, grew visibly troubled. If it has come from the capital, it could provoke significant attention from there. Moving forward, they might find themselves restrained in shorting any enterprise. Moreover, this attempt is destined to fail. Foreign capital will undoubtedly seek retribution. These mainlanders possess such formidable resources, and they've outplayed themselves. Has someone leaked information prematurely? Wasn't it said that the Gao family's funds were entirely allocated for research and development, leaving them with little to spare? Shen Maokai inquired of his secretary. He Chunyang dared not utter a word. The secretary replied, Well, the information might be inaccurate. A bunch of useless fools. Shen Maokai erupted in anger and then dismissed everyone except for the secretary. How is the investigation proceeding? Has Xiao He truly developed ulterior motives? They have already broken up. The secretary presented his findings to Shen Maokai. Boss, Missy did not participate in this matter, hence she did not incur any losses. Shen Maokai narrowed his eyes. That benefits her. Daring to betray me, she ought to face ruin. Ah Jian, you have saved me. Were it not for you, I might have labored in vain all these years and perhaps even found myself buried in debt. In a hotel room, He Chunyang dragged her suitcase and thanked Li Xingjian. I had intended to take you to the station, but it seems you have sent me off first. Li Xingjian inquired, What are your plans now? I know a guy who sells used cars. I plan to return to my hometown and open a second-hand car dealership. No more living in constant fear here. After the incident with Lansing, she realized that Shen Maokai had set his sights on her. Had Li Xingjian not cautioned her against getting involved, she would have lost everything. Fortunately, she was not overly greedy and would no longer dabble in stocks. Shin Maokai could not harm her unless he resorted to murder. However, she now possessed local residency, making it quite risky for anyone to attempt her demise casually. Regardless, she had narrowly escaped a calamity and wished to sever all ties, leaving the city behind. Li Xingjian advised, "Remember my words. Do not engage in unlawful activities." She pondered for a moment and said, "You might as well venture into the clothing business in Hangzhou. Trust me, for the next 2 decades, the realm of light industry will flourish. Purchasing property and engaging in e-commerce, even the pigs riding the wave will prosper." He Chunyang, initially hesitant, recalled that it was Li Xingjian who had advised her. This girl, not only wise but also a savior on 2 occasions, what was there to doubt? "Jian, I have already transferred the property title to you as a gift." He Chunyang relinquished her house to Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian was somewhat taken aback and refused to accept it, no matter what. He Chunyang chuckled, "It's nothing significant. Without you, this house would have been sold cheaply to someone else." Wang Hao, aiming for a long-term gain, returned the house to He Chunyang, who promptly ended their relationship upon receiving the property title. He Chunyang added, "Regarding the stock market, your decision to prevent my losses has effectively helped me earn money. A house is inconsequential. Would you prefer I transfer 60,000 to you instead? If you decline, I will simply give the house to Wang Hao. That would be akin to setting it ablaze." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Li Xingjian felt compelled to accept. "Consider it a reward for your foresight," Li Xingjian remarked. "However, the housing market will undoubtedly soar like a rocket, akin to light industry, in 20 years if you haven't decided on a path. You might as well purchase properties everywhere." He Chunyang smiled. "All right, then accept this as well. I will acquire 2 more units." After He Chunyang departed, Li Xingjian began to organize her savings. From the 40,000 in the stock market, she invested 20,000 with Lanxing, ultimately reaping an additional 18,000 as Lanxing triumphed. Thus, her total now reached 58,000. In a time without bank cards, monetary transactions relied heavily on remittances, which proved to be quite cumbersome. Holding such a substantial amount of cash felt insecure. Therefore, Li Xingjian used 20,000 to purchase a modest house in the suburbs, securing the property title for greater safety. With another 10,000, she acquired 3 well-known and stable stocks, intending to hold on to them until the new year for selling. Time was too brief. Otherwise, she aimed to earn an additional 500,000 to 600,000 before returning. However, one must not be overly greedy. With the remaining 10,000, Li Xingjian went to the post office to create a remittance for herself. She then took the leftover 8,000 and traveled to Shanghai. In Shanghai, she sought out the instructor from the senior summer camp at the affiliated secondary school, paying 4,500 to temporarily join the students for the remaining 15 days of their studies. Initially, there was a more expensive tour to Europe, but the group had already departed, and she could not catch up. She had originally intended to return and hand over the money to Li Mingli, trusting that he would overlook her deceitful actions for the sake of the funds. But who could predict? In any case, she had money now and was aware of the summer camp's location, as she had attended it in her previous life. Thus, she seamlessly integrated herself into the program, leaving no room for anyone to claim she had not participated. After completing his tasks, Song Yanjun began tallying his profits from the stock market. "Yanjun, that girl is truly a blessing. Following her, I've earned over 40,000. What about you?" Chen Lirong inquired. Song Yanjun gazed at the balance in his stock market account, unable to suppress a smile. 56,000. He had utilized all his savings and, alongside Li Xingjian, had amassed 56,000. 560,000. A sum representing a lifetime's earnings of my father. If that family were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Of course, he is not in want of money. My mother is quite affluent. Yet, this is a matter of personal finances, beyond mere currency. There are the familial connections to the Gao family, which cannot be purchased with any amount of money. By the way, Chen Lirong mentioned that Chairman Gao had invited Li Hangjin to dinner, but she declined and departed by train. Song Yanjun chuckled, stating that it was her style. There was no need to force her. He tapped lightly on the table, pondering what gift could express gratitude towards her. Shen Baiyu sat quietly beside Song Yanjun. Unable to leave, departing would mean losing sight of him entirely. Yet, witnessing the smile on Song Yanjun's face sent chills through her limbs. He seldom smiled, and now, with no pressing matters, he beamed whenever that girl was mentioned. It was evident that Song Yanjun harbored feelings for that wretched girl. What infuriated her most was the notion that she deemed that girl useless, incapable of bringing any advantage to Song Yanjun. And yet now, that very girl had managed to elicit an invitation from the chairman of Lanxing, which she had the audacity to refuse. Although the specifics of that girl's actions were unclear, Song Yanjun's demeanor suggested otherwise. She was indeed of considerable worth. How could this be? Despite their proximity, she felt an ever-growing chasm between herself and Song Yanjun. This cannot be. She must not lose her brother Jun. Anyone daring to vie for him must face consequences. Brother Jun, it seems you've earned quite a fortune. Let us split it when we meet, Shen Baiyu sweetly remarked, concealing the wild jealousy and anger in her eyes. Song Yanjun, ever generous and unconcerned with monetary matters, would certainly provide her with plenty. He inquired, do girls truly have a fondness for money? Chapter 29. That's because you deserve it. Who doesn't he like money? Brother Jun, I'm not greedy or vain. I just yearn for the feeling of being cherished. Shen Baiyu replied with a bright smile. Song Yanjun nodded and smiled in return. Father, I assure you I am not lying. I attended the summer camp. And Xingjian did not enroll at all. The teachers don't even recognize her. She deceived me and absconded with my money, possibly eloping with some dubious man. This is truly a disgrace for our Li family. At the train station, Sui Li and Li Qian dragged Li Mingli along, insisting he see that Li Hangjin had not registered for the summer camp. Sui Li stated, I have inquired. This is the schedule and timing for their premium summer camp. If this one is absent, only the European class remains. Do you truly believe she would sign up for such an expensive program? She must have eloped with some unsavory character. Li Mingli gazed at the signboard, his expression somber. Nearby, many parents were either eagerly or anxiously awaiting their children. He could not articulate his feelings about being there. He had not wished to come. Li Hangjin's actions had infuriated him, yet Sui Li insisted on proving something. So he acquiesced. Deep down, he still believed that his child would not act so foolishly or disobediently. Li Hangjin, a name he had chosen, signifying simplicity in its essence. The first time they met 15 years ago, she had thrown herself into his arms, calling him grandfather. Such a well-behaved child. Capable of reading English newspapers, could she truly deceive herself? Students, please gather together for a head count before seeking out your parents. If there are any without parental pickup, you may take the school bus home. Among those returning from Shanghai, Li Mingli immediately spotted the slender and gentle Li Xingjian, who was wearing the sailor shirt he had gifted her. Observing the child politely bidding farewell to the teachers, Li Mingli felt a sense of relief. He turned and shot a fierce glare at Sui Li, reprimanding her. You truly excel at disparaging the children of the Li family. If you have nothing constructive to say, it would be better to remain silent. Look at the child. Has she even disembarked? Has she engaged in her studies? This is utterly hopeless. Sui Li rubbed her eyes, astonished to confirm that it was indeed Li Xingjian. Her mouth fell agape in disbelief. How could this be? A familiar teacher at the institution had stated that there was no such person as Li Xingjian. She had even intentionally brought Li Mingli over to verify the matter personally, hoping to foster further disdain for Li Xingjian. But how was Li Xingjian on the bus? How was she mingling with the other children? Dear, there is no need for idle chatter. I'm referring to individuals like you. Li Qian expressed his frustration quietly, reminding her of his previous warning. Sui Li, feeling cornered and enraged, approached Li Xingjian, demanding, you never registered, so why are you on the bus? Have you eloped with some dubious man and returned only to encounter teachers and classmates? Li Xingjian looked up at Sui Li, her eyes filled with shock, confusion, and indignation. What are you saying? Are you talking about me? You must be out of your mind. I attended a summer camp. But the registration teacher stated that you never signed up, Sui Li countered. So you are investigating me? Li Xingjian replied, frowning. I merely participated in a summer camp. And you feel the need to scrutinize me. What is it that you doubt? That I attended the summer camp, or something else? Her gaze shifted to Li Mingli, grandfather. Do you and my brothers, as well as Li Chenxi, face this kind of inquiry into your activities? Is there a need for such investigations? Li Mingli, who had been speaking to Li Xingjian with a smile moments ago, now wore a grim expression. He admonished, Sui Li, this is a public space. How much longer will you persist? Sui Li shook her head, still seething with anger. Li Xingjian, you must explain yourself. Don't talk about surveillance. If you have nothing to hide, why fear being monitored? You must clarify this, as people claim you did not register. Li Xingjian produced the receipt and invoice for the registration fee, showing them to Li Mingli. Grandfather. Li Mingli nodded in satisfaction. He then presented the documents to Sui Li, asking, you're not blind, are you? The invoice has an official seal, amounting to 3,500. What more proof of registration do you need? He threw the receipt at Sui Li's face. Sui Li, upon closer inspection, realized its authenticity. But how could this be? Surely, they wouldn't deceive you? Li Xingjian interjected. Sui Li remained unconvinced, but Li Xingjian continued, I wonder, do you monitor others in the same manner? Grandfather, I truly do not understand. If I am innocent, I fear no scrutiny. But you go to the restroom, eat, work, these are daily activities. Would you relish having someone constantly watch you? Would you be pleased? We are human beings, not animals in a zoo, to be monitored incessantly. Li Mingli nodded, realizing that under such circumstances, he would be rendered powerless. People are not gods. How could one possibly remain unflinching? Being constantly surveilled is akin to imprisonment. Li Mingli felt a surge of disdain towards Sui Li and inquired, what exactly do you want? Sui Li, if you are unwilling to embrace a good life, then perhaps you should consider divorcing Li Qian. My family does not lack for discipline. Dad. Sui Li panicked. For she could tolerate many things, but not the prospect of being urged to divorce Li Qian. Coming from a modest family, where would she go if she divorced? How would she survive? Dad. Sui Li suppressed her anger, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I only did this out of concern for her. Let me speak frankly. She continued, I only gave her 2,000 yuan. She simply cannot afford such an expensive class. Li Mingli was taken aback, his brows furrowing as he responded, 2,000? Li Xingjian interjected, Grandpa, I wanted to attend this class, and without that amount, I wouldn't have enough. She added, we had a collective mathematics competition, and I secured first place. When the semester starts, I will receive a scholarship, and I promise to repay you. Upon hearing of the first place and the scholarship, all of Li Mingli's anger dissipated. The child had deceived him, but it was out of sheer necessity. It was all because of Sui Li. She had withheld funds from Li Xingjian, leading to her financial struggles. The remaining money was provided by him. Li Mingli cast a cold glance at Sui Li. What more do you have to say? Sui Li felt even more wronged. Dad, you're secretly giving her money? Li Mingli retorted, it's my money. I can give it to whomever I choose. From now on, do not expect a single cent from me. Xingjian, let us go. As they hurried to the car, Sui Li's expression was one of bitter resentment. When opening the car door, she did not wish for Li Xingjian to enter, whispering a contemptuous insult. You've eloped with some lowly man. Don't let me catch you. Slap. Li Xingjian raised her hand and delivered a resounding blow to Sui Li. The sound echoed, catching the attention of Li Qian, who was driving, and Li Mingli in the passenger seat. Both emerged from the vehicle, astonished at the scene before them. Chapter 30. You deserve it. Her actions against you are not excessive. Li Xingjian began to cry. Are you truly my mother? You accuse me of consorting with lowly men when I am merely focused on my studies? When have I ever been with a man? Would you like me to undergo another examination? If I am proven innocent, you should kneel and apologize. Meeting Li Mingli's gaze, Li Xingjian continued, Grandpa, is she really my mother? She insists I have eloped. If she wants to unmask my true nature, what wrong have I committed to deserve this? Call those aunts again. Have them come and verify my purity. Her words poured out rapidly, infused with indignation and sorrow, evoking sympathy from those around. Sui Li attempted to interject but recalled the slap she had received. As she prepared to voice her grievance, Li Mingli stepped forward and struck her sharply. How much longer will this continue? Dad. Sui Li covered her swollen face, weeping uncontrollably. This wretched child has rebelled and assaulted her parent. How can you not punish her while you strike me? You deserve it. Her actions against you are not excessive. Li Mingli's eyes were filled with warnings and disappointment. Sui Li, if you truly cannot tolerate her, then just say so. I can take care of my granddaughter myself. Afterward, Li Mingli pulled Li Xingjian into the car and called out to Li Qian, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and finalize the divorce. Sui Li was terrified, kneeling at the car door and refusing to let go. Dad, I was wrong. I wanted to spy on her again. I truly regret it. Please don't do this. You would rather dismantle a temple than break a marriage, right? Aren't you most afraid of your husband's reputation being tarnished? Don't you fear being gossiped about after the divorce? Li Qian, accustomed to Sui Li's gentle demeanor, had never considered divorce and was visibly anxious. Li Mingli pointed at Li Qian and declared, I no longer believe a word she says. I am quite uneasy with Xingjian around you two. From now on, she shall remain with me. You both will provide her living expenses each month, and from now on, neither of you is permitted to meddle in her affairs. Dad. Sui Li panicked. If Li Xingjian stayed by the old man's side, would there still be a place for them in the old man's home? Dad, I was wrong. I will truly treat her well from now on. Li Qian, why aren't you driving yet? Can't you? Then you needn't keep this car. Li Qian's face stiffened as he entered the driver's seat and started the engine, not daring to wait for Sui Li. Li Mingli closed the car door, and the vehicle drove away, leaving Sui Li shouting in disarray at the bus station. Husband, husband, what am I supposed to do now? What will I do? As the scenery outside receded, Li Xingjian glanced at the rearview mirror, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth at the sight of the frantic woman. Initially, she had thought that even if she participated for half a month, she would still need to explain herself for quite a while. Little did she expect that Sui Li, the venomous woman, would bring the old man to the station to expose her lack of registration. Fortunately, she had outsmarted them. Otherwise, the stigma of eloping with dubious men would have been inescapable. This only further confirmed that Sui Li was like an ever-present viper, capable of striking at any moment. She would have to be more cautious in the future. However, not having to return home with Sui Li was a blessing. Under Li Mingli's direct care, not only Sui Li but also Li Qinzi would likely be infuriated if they found out. Upon arriving home, Li Xingjian first tidied her room. Li Mingli had resolutely decided to take care of Li Xingjian personally, instructing Aunt Lu to prepare a spacious bedroom on the second floor, facing south, complete with an ensuite bathroom, desk, and wardrobe. It was rumored that Li Jinbei desired this room for Li Mingli, yet she had not granted it to him. After inspecting the room, Li Xingjian suspected it was meant for Guojing. How cruel the old man was towards her. Yet still harboring love for Guojing, this sentiment stirred a mix of love and hatred within her. In truth, there wasn't much to organize. Her belongings were few. She intended to withdraw her valuable remittance and deposit it in the bank shortly. The property deed was tucked under the bed, along with her portable cassette player and pocket money. She had always carried the cassette player with her, feeling it might come in handy someday. As for her pocket money, now that she had sufficient funds and no worries about the tuition for her 3 years of high school, she was less concerned about losing money. A few thousand yuan sat directly in her pants pocket. Once finished, she placed her summer camp certificate and 2,000 yuan on the coffee table. Grandfather, while I was in Shanghai, I learned about simulated trading from my teacher, who then took us to Xingjian. This is the money I earned from the stock market using the pocket money you gave me, a token of my gratitude. Li Qian was still there, astonished as he gazed at Li Xingjian. You earned this yourself? Li Xingjian nodded. Indeed, but the initial capital was provided by you, so it is truly your profit. Li Mingli was nearly moved to tears. After all these years, he finally saw a return on investment. Yet, it was a gift from his granddaughter, not his son. Li Mingli was immensely excited, proud of his granddaughter's intelligence. As for stocks, he had always avoided them. He found them perplexing. Others claimed that one could simply buy to make profits, but he perceived it as akin to gambling and thus refrained from involvement. He never anticipated that they would have such a capable granddaughter. Elated, Li Mingli instructed Aunt Lu to fetch a large frame, intending to display Li Xingjian's earnings prominently in the living room, so that all who entered would recognize it as her first earned money. He then produced a bankbook for Li Xingjian, inscribing the password on the back, containing a generous sum of 3,000 yuan. What do you mean by grandfather's capital? This is yours. A young girl must have her own pocket money. You need funds for daily necessities or a lovely dress. Take it. Li Xingjian anticipated this outcome. With a prosperous family, how could they possibly need her money? Graciously accepting, she replied, Thank you, grandfather. Li Qian observed with mixed feelings. Dad, she is still quite young. Is it wise to give her such a sum? And what should I do with it? Hand it to you? That would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. It would be better off discarded. Li Qian exchanged glances with Li Xingjian, who understood the cue to return the money to Li Mingli. However, she chose to ignore this and thought, after all, this is my earnings. It rightfully belongs to me. So why should I return it? Li Xingjian then seated herself and regaled Li Mingli with tales from her summer camp, bringing him immense joy. Consequently, when Sui Li returned home by taxi, she found Li Xingjian and Li Mingli engaged in delightful conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. She felt anxious and flustered, her foot trembling as she changed her shoes. The usually stern Li Mingli was smiling so broadly. What would happen if Li Xingjian stayed on? Yet, upon noticing her entrance, Li Mingli's expression darkened, granting her no opportunity to speak before dismissing her. In that moment, a phone call interrupted, as a leader required a visit to the grassroots, necessitating Li Mingli's accompaniment on a business trip. Sui Li, eager to please, said, Dad, Jian, and the others start school in 2 days. You want to be able to send her off. I'll take her back to ensure she gets to school. Chapter 31. Returning home, the old gentleman placed great importance on the children's education, and the first day of school was significant for Li Mingli. To avoid delaying Li Xingjian, he would certainly allow her to accompany them back. Sui Li's statement was accompanied by a self-satisfied smile. Li Xingjian wished to escape her grasp, but it was not possible. Li Mingli's anger indeed subsided somewhat as he contemplated the matter. Xingjian, the first day of school is crucial. Li Mingli had received an education during a time when his family struggled financially. His academic excellence was the sole reason he could attend school. Among the three brothers, they possessed only a single pair of trousers to share, which meant whoever ventured outside donned them. He wore ill-fitting pants and lacked shoes, living in dire poverty, often subjected to ridicule and scorn from his classmates. In those days, the community was largely innocent and simple, where poverty was the norm, yet he still faced derision. Despite his innate cleanliness, peers accused him of harboring lice, claiming that the lice in the dormitory were his. Whenever something went missing, he was the first suspect, simply because of his impoverished status, leading others to presume he might steal. Today, although Li Xingjian's school admits students based on academic performance, many urban children, if left unaccompanied on the first day, might face bullying. It would require his father to drive him to school that day. After much contemplation, Li Mingli made a decision. Li Xingjian, being quite obedient, replied with a hint of grievance, "Grandfather, I will go to school with my sister and elder brother." However, Li Qinxi would not be attending his school as she had not passed the entrance exam. Li Mingli cast an unceremonious glance at Sui Li, then turned to Li Qian, saying, "Remember, you must ensure Li Xingjian is taken to school by car, so she is not looked down upon." "Certainly," Sui Li chuckled, adding, "Li Xingjian cannot escape my grasp." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mingli suddenly directed his gaze at Sui Li. Sui Li replied, "Father, I simply meant that I have to go on a business trip and need you to look after her. If you fail to do so, I will hold you accountable." Li Mingli pondered for a moment and remarked, "By the way, I instructed you to give her 3,000 yuan. Why did you only provide 2,000? Sui Li responded. She thought this matter would simply be forgotten, not realizing she would not be able to keep it a secret. Li Mingli insisted, "Provide another 2,000 to Xingjian. And do it now. I will oversee the transaction." "But father, I truly do not have that much money." Sui Li was on the verge of tears. Without the financial support, Li Qinxi could not gain admission to the affiliated high school and would need to pay to get in, amounting to 10,000 yuan for her tuition. She had barely managed to gather the necessary funds, and taking away another 2,000 would leave her with nothing. Li Mingli turned to Li Qian. "Have you two not managed to save even 2,000 yuan over the years? You frequently come to me for money for food, drink, and the children's school expenses, yet you claim you cannot produce 2,000? Where is your salary? Where is the money?" He demanded. "Prepare a detailed account for me. I wish to see how, with a net income of over 2,000 a month, you have failed to save anything." Previously, Li Qian and Sui Li's combined earnings did not amount to much, but as the reforms took effect, wages had risen for everyone. Together, their incomes far exceeded 2,000 yuan. Li Qian himself earned 1,700 yuan. They were indeed a moderately affluent family. Li Qian pulled Sui Li outside, insisting, "If you are told to take it, then take it." Once outside, Sui Li remained reluctant. Father did not pay for Xishi's school selection fee, which amounts to 10,000 yuan. "If we withdraw the fee for Xishi, what then?" Li Qian questioned. "Father is right. Where is our money? After all these years, can you not present 10,000 yuan? Sui Li felt increasingly guilty, knowing that apart from her own expenses, she had also given a portion to her family of origin. They were her relatives, and now that she had found success, could she truly neglect her siblings? Who says there is no money? You simply do not wish to spend it on Li Xingjian, do you? Li Qian said coldly. You may disregard your own life, but if you dare to bring up past events, you must understand the consequences. Sui Li's eyelids fluttered, and feeling wronged, she entered the car. Li Xingjian understood why Li Mingli sought financial assistance from Sui Li. He frequently traveled for work, concerned that Sui Li might withhold her living expenses. Thus, Li Mingli believed Sui Li could potentially mistreat her, yet he only pursued monetary aid rather than taking further action. What does this suggest? It implies that Li Mingli genuinely felt it was not unusual for Sui Li to treat her poorly. How could a biological mother behave in such a manner? Is it possible that Sui Li is not her true mother? However, in her previous life, she had undergone a paternity test, confirming Sui Li as her biological mother. Could there have been an error in the results? That is conceivable, given the technological limitations of the time. Therefore, she should consider conducting multiple tests. Yet, the timing was not yet ripe. Primarily because current hospitals did not offer such services, she would need connections to proceed, and she had none at present. At this moment, her most pressing concern was the impending school term. "Dad, I want to sit in the front seat." Li Xingjian followed Li Qian and Sui Li out. Sui Li stood at the passenger door with a frown. "Why would you sit in the front? It's already a privilege to have a car. Do you not remember how you used to walk?" Since this was such a struggle, and feeling constrained even in their own vehicle, she resolved to remain there rather than return, stating, "I will go to school on my own." Li Xingjian adjusted her bag and turned to leave. "Are you trying to infuriate your grandfather? Come back." Sui Li called after her. "Can't you just sit in the back?" Li Qian, losing patience, scolded Sui Li. Sui Li fell silent, filled with frustration. "Fine, I will sit in the back." Were it not for the desire to prevent Li Xingjian from taking advantage of the old man, she would not have yielded so easily. Li Xingjian settled into the front seat and noticed colorful rhinestones affixed above, spelling out, "CC's special seat. Please, only those invited by Mama may sit here." This signified that it was Li Chenxi's designated seat, reserved for her alone. Sui Li, noticing Li Xingjian's expression, could not help but smirk. "Cici loves sitting in the front seat. Every day, her father drives her to school. That is her special place." Li Qian nodded, although not explicitly stated. It was clear he felt that Li Xingjian was encroaching on Li Chenxi's territory. How absurd. When she was in school, she did not even possess a single pair of shoes, while Li Chenxi enjoyed the luxury of being driven in an air-conditioned car. Now that the child was gone, she was left standing in a latrine without being able to relieve herself. Li Xingjian cast a glance at Sui Li and took out a nail clipper to start prying at the rhinestones. Sui Li shouted in excitement, "What are you doing? Do not mess with CC's things." As Li Xingjian continued to pry, she remarked to Li Qian, "Dad, these items are quite dangerous. In the event of an accident, they could become lethal projectiles. Even if you wear a seatbelt, they could fly and embed themselves in your body. Just imagine if they were to strike your eyes, your face, or even your head. How often do accidents even happen?" Before Li Qian could utter a word, Sui Li's anger flared. Chapter 32. "I had long desired to strike you." Sui Li said, "Are you cursing your father?" Li Qian's expression darkened as he glanced at Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian replied, "Dad, we have grown under the red flag and were born in the new China. You wouldn't believe such a thing, would you? This is merely a precaution." Upon reaching an intersection, she suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, stop, stop." Confused, Li Qian complied, and Li Xingjian gestured for a traffic officer to approach. "Officer, do you consider these items dangerous?" The officer, upon seeing the glass shards resembling diamonds, delivered a lesson on the hazards of car decorations to Li Qian. Ultimately, the officer advised, safety knowledge is paramount. Such ostentatious items serve no purpose and should be avoided. With the increasing number of vehicles, accidents are unpredictable. With the officer's words, Sui Li could no longer sow discord. Li Xingjian meticulously removed all the shards and discarded them. Moreover, she inspected the passenger seat thoroughly, tossing aside any items intended to please Li Qian, including notebooks and bombs. In her absence, Li Chenxi could enjoy the privileges of an only child and possess everything. However, she was back now to reclaim her rightful share. Did they truly believe her return signified submission? Yet Sui Li continually sought to insult her, relegating her to a cramped and shadowy room. Sui Li provocatively remarked, "Arjian, no other rooms are available. You'll have to stay here for now." This was originally a cat house, and she has cleaned it thoroughly. A solitary existence in a cat house. Li Xingjian glanced at Li Qian, who detested such disputes and was eager to escape. Sui Li looked at her triumphantly, implying that her return would not be without consequences. Li Xingjian made no objections and settled in without delay. Observing her compliance, Sui Li refrained from further complicating matters, as she was preoccupied with her own affairs. Li Mingli had greeted them, as school was about to commence, and Li Chenxi was ready to emerge. They were to fetch someone. Fortunately, with no one monitoring her, Li Xingjian took the remittance slip and 5,000 yuan in cash to the bank. She first deposited 5,000 as a fixed-term investment and withdrew the remitted 10,000. Opting not to invest it long-term, the bank offered gold bars for purchase, as well as safe deposit box services. Li Xingjian spent 100 yuan to rent a safe deposit box for a year, using the remaining funds to acquire gold bars. Money would inevitably depreciate, whereas gold fluctuated with market prices. With gold priced at 67 yuan per gram, purchasing it was a genuine means of saving. After completing these transactions, she bought a 4-inch cake before leisurely returning home. By the time she arrived, it was already evening. The house was empty. and no one had suggested hosting a welcome gathering for her. Li Xingjian placed the cake on the dining table and requested the housekeeper prepare 2 of her favorite dishes. The housekeeper, fearing Sui Li's strictness, did not seek her approval and proceeded to cook. After her meal, Li Xingjian took a stroll around the community. This neighborhood was not as upscale as Li Mingli's, being the dwelling allocated to him previously, lacking a private villa but featuring spacious multi-level units. The interiors were updated annually, adorned with numerous trees and even a bamboo grove. Li Xingjian had never known that there was a bamboo grove in this place. Due to her lack of dignity, she was afraid to venture outside. She had lived here for a decade, yet remained unfamiliar with any of her surroundings. Xingjian, is that truly you? The voice of Ji Yanli reached her ears. She furrowed her brow slightly, but turned around nonetheless, as she still owed Ji Yanli 1,200 yuan. It really is you. Ji Yanli's face radiated joy at their reunion. It seems you weren't deceiving me. You are indeed the granddaughter of old Master Li. A cold smile crept into Li Xingjian's heart. What benefit would deceiving him bring? Xingjian, this means that Cici is your sister. Where is she? Has something happened to her? Ji Yanli had previously been with Li Chenxi, but she had been taken away by the police. Ji Yanli returned to inform Li Yuan and his wife, only to find that they were not at home. Later, he learned that the couple had managed to bring Li Chenxi out, yet he was unaware of her whereabouts afterward. Inquiring with Sui Li and the others yielded no truthful answers. With the school term approaching, why had Cici not appeared? Cici? The way he called her was so affectionate. Li Xingjian found it hard to believe that Ji Yanli had not considered this matter. Why was it that they were sisters? Yet she had to suffer while Li Chenxi was cherished like a princess? They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, and now, upon learning the truth, Ji Yanli's first inquiry was not about her struggles or indignities, but rather about Li Chenxi. In that moment, she felt as though he had already forgotten her. Li Chenxi is undergoing reform at a juvenile detention center. She will be released soon, Li Xingjian stated plainly. How is that possible? The joyful expression on Ji Yanli's face morphed into disbelief, even tinged with anger. Xingjian, this concerns a girl's reputation. Please do not speak carelessly. Li Xingjian raised her hand and slapped Ji Yanli. He covered his face, looking at her with an innocent, bewildered expression, as if she were a monster. You. How could you strike me? She should have done so long ago, especially in her past life when he had deceived her emotionally. If you refuse to believe my words, then go investigate for yourself. Why should I speak indiscriminately to you? Your words are the ones that lack sense. Just because you cannot articulate properly doesn't mean you should be treated as mute. I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. With a flick of her wrist, Li Xingjian turned to leave. Ji Yanli caught up with her, taking a deep breath. I was merely taken aback. I did not mean to question your integrity. You did. Li Xingjian scoffed. Do you think I am a fool? Can't you discern that? Ji Yanli, still covering his face, insisted. Xingjian, you have struck me. Now tell me, why has Cici ended up in a juvenile detention center? She is so well behaved. How could she have made a mistake to end up there? A smile curved Li Xingjian's lips as she paused. Oh, indeed. How could she, so well behaved, end up in a detention center? Is it possible that you are somewhat blind to the truth? She is not as innocent as you believe. She was involved in organized prostitution, bringing shame to our family. The law could not punish her, so my grandfather sent her there. It is as simple as that. Ji Yanli's jaw dropped in astonishment. Prostitution? Li Xingjian raised an eyebrow. Yes, to harm her. Clearly, Li Chenxi is the executioner, yet in her past life, everyone labeled her as filthy and unclean. In her previous life, she failed to unveil the true nature of Li Chenxi. In this life, should anyone dare to inquire, she would unreservedly divulge it. Li Xingjian paid no heed to Ji Yanli's persistent questioning and returned home. After a leisurely stroll, she arrived just in time to overhear a young boy asking the nanny, "Who bought the cake? Big brother, are you my big brother? Happy birthday." Upon entering, Li Xingjian cheerfully announced, "It is I. I am Xingjian, Li Xingjian, your sister. I bought the cake. I am aware that today is your birthday." Chapter 33. It seems she truly fears he might thrive. In truth, Li Xingjian recognized that the boy was Li Jinan. They had crossed paths in their past life as well. Following the sacrifice of Li Jinan's father, his mother quickly remarried, leaving him behind, which resulted in his somewhat reclusive and aloof demeanor. Sui Li could not genuinely care for Li Jinan either. Whether it was Li Jinan or Li Jinbei, Sui Li perceived them merely as rivals to Li Chenxi. However, due to Li Yuan's preference for sons and his hope that his nephews would support him in his old age, Sui Li felt compelled to raise them adequately. Yet, her true concern was scant. Sui Li had never even celebrated a single birthday for Li Zhenan. In her past life, when Li Xingjian returned, Li Qinxi, seeking to win over these brothers and isolate Li Xingjian, deliberately purchased a cake for Li Zhenan. This cake marked the first celebration in Li Zhenan's life, which he would remember for many years to come. He harbored disdain for Li Xingjian. Whenever he favored Li Qinxi, Li Xingjian would question him. Why? I am also your sister. Why the disparity in your affections? Li Zhenan would retort with conviction. Though we are siblings, the bonds between individuals vary. You have never contributed anything to me. Do you even know my birthday? What grounds do you have to expect kindness from me? Indeed. What had Li Qinxi ever done for him? She had merely procured that one cake, exploiting him throughout his life. In the end, Li Qinxi coerced him into marrying her duplicitous friend, who bore children fathered by other men. He raised those children, only for the friend to reconcile with her true love, leaving him bereft of all his resources. His life spiraled into despair, culminating in a fatal accident, after which his organs were donated by Li Qinxi and Sui Li. He had been thoroughly used. Of course, while he had never intentionally harmed Li Xingjian, she had no intention of seeking his favor or doing anything for him. She merely wished to present him with his first cake and to request that he cease targeting her, dismissing the notion of differing affections between individuals. Li Zhenan resembled Li Mingli, possessing delicate features and an inherent scholarly charm. He regarded Li Xingjian with mild surprise. You are Li Xingjian? Oh. So he was aware of her existence. Li Xingjian did not reply. Instead, she took his arm and said, They are not here, but I wish to eat it. Big brother, shall we cut the cake? Li Zhenan's cool gaze continued to scrutinize his sister. She appeared somewhat slender, her hair neither too short nor too long. Yet it flowed gracefully. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled like clear springs, curving with a delightful innocence. While she did not seem extraordinarily beautiful at present, Li Zhenan knew that she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning woman in the future. The revelation of Li Xingjian astounded him. Raised in the countryside, he had often heard Sui Li and Li Qinxi describe Li Xingjian as dark and unsightly, lacking any semblance of gender identity. He anticipated encountering a particularly disheveled and uncouth child, but to his surprise, this sister exuded poise and grace, both in her speech and appearance, which put him at ease. She even bought him a cake, marking the first cake of his life. How did you know it was my birthday? Li Zhenan's voice was cold. Yet the movement of his hands into his pockets betrayed his excitement and anxiety. Li Xingjian replied, Of course, it was Grandpa who mentioned it. As he was leaving, he remarked that you were having a birthday celebration, but he had to go on a business trip and couldn't be there to celebrate with you. Li Zhenan frowned. Did Grandpa truly say that? Did he share so much with you? Li Zhenan held a certain disdain for Li Mingli, primarily due to his stern demeanor. His mother had told him that the reason she hastily remarried was that the old man could not tolerate her and forbade her from taking Li Zhenan with her. In truth, however, she had married her first love, eager to seize the opportunity lest he remarry before her. It was akin to the tale of Guijing, though one succeeded where the other did not. Her reluctance to take Li Zhenan along was undoubtedly due to fearing he would become a burden. Yet, Li Mingli, being inarticulate, never conveyed these sentiments to Li Zhenan, who harbored resentment towards him in his previous life. Li Xingjian certainly did not intend to mediate between them. The reality was that Li Zhenan harbored a touch of aloofness, refusing to draw close to Li Mingli, and he never contested the money left to him, ultimately benefiting Li Qinxi. In this life, she hoped that Li Zhenan could at least safeguard Li Mingli's assets. Is this surprising? You are his grandson. Is it not normal for him to think of your birthday? Li Xingjian feigned ignorance. Grandpa is wonderful. He spoke of you often, mentioning how much you love singing and that your favorite singer is Leslie Chung. He also remarked on your cleverness in wearing your underwear inside out to avoid direct contact with your skin. Li Zhenan looked at Li Xingjian with astonishment, clearly taken aback by her accurate revelations. It was impossible for him to doubt her, for she had only just returned and could not possibly know such intimate details. Grandpa shared so much with you? These words lowered Li Zhenan's defenses toward Li Xingjian. Despite his cold demeanor, he was, after all, a young man in need of attention. His aloofness was merely a facade, and the fact that someone was discussing him excited him and instilled a sense of pride. At this age, one craves the spotlight. He inquired, what else did he say? How could he share so much when he is not one to speak freely? Li Xingjian responded, how could that be? Grandpa loves to talk. He enjoys listening to me read English newspapers and discussing philosophy. He can engage in conversation for quite some time. Li Zhenan's expression softened. He realized that this sister was innocent yet accomplished, having won Grandpa's affection. Who wouldn't adore a well-behaved girl with good grades? Rarely. He smiled, his expression gentle. All right, let us eat the cake without waiting for them. Li Shijian savored the cake, discussing topics that interested Li Jianan, and then they exchanged good-night wishes. Li Jianan felt that after speaking for an entire year tonight, he still had some lingering thoughts. Good night. Wake up early tomorrow, school is starting, he advised Li Shijian. Before ascending the stairs with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly delighted, having completely forgotten about Li Qinci, let alone waiting for her or concerning himself with her. Li Shijian's lips curved into a smile as she turned and returned to her room. She cherished sleep, having indulged in too much nightlife in her previous life, which had left her weary. Habitually, she attempted to close the door, only to remember that the lock on this cat house was broken. With a chuckle, she lay in the darkness, yet did not close her eyes. In the dead of night, faint rustling sounds indeed arose, peeking from beneath her blanket. She squinted to see Sui Li stealthily rummaging through her bag with a flashlight. Noticing that Li Xingjian remained still, Sui Li muttered quietly. Where's the money the old man gave? Where could that little brat have hidden it? Li Xingjian closed her eyes and chuckled inwardly. What's the matter? Still short on the school selection fee? Unfortunately for Sui Li, all of Li Xingjian's money was safely deposited in the bank, rendering her efforts futile. Undeterred by her failure to find the money, Sui Li returned shortly after, bringing in a few items as she saw Li Xingjian was still asleep. Chapter 34. Then called the police after half an hour. Li Xingjian finally got up to check. She discovered several brocade boxes, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Sui Li truly feared that she was living well. Another hour passed, and in the dead of night, when everyone was in the deepest slumber, Li Xingjian stealthily exited her room. She made her way to a changing room adjacent to the bathroom. This was Li Qinci's changing room, twice the size of her current quarters. The curtains were drawn back, allowing the glow of streetlights and moonlight to stream in, providing excellent illumination. Thus, it was not that the house lacked rooms. Rather, they simply did not wish to grant her use of them. Clearly, Li Qinci's happiness while changing clothes took precedence over her own. Li Shijian placed the brocade boxes into the vanity drawer, alongside a red bankbook, which she positioned on top. After completing these tasks, she still found herself unable to sleep. She stepped outside to siphon gas from Li Jiaming's car, just as someone was returning home late at night. Li Xingjian offered the gas can to the man, saying, "Uncle, my dad's car broke down. Would you like this gas?" Though he was reluctant, she departed on her own. Upon returning, Li Xingjian once again checked her belongings in Li Qinci's changing room before settling down until dawn. A piercing scream assured her that her sleepless night had not been in vain. "Mom, what happened?" As she exited, a girl of similar age, fair-skinned and exquisitely delicate with long hair, descended from upstairs. She was clad in a pink pajama set adorned with cute bears, her sleep-filled eyes exuding innocence, undeniably beautiful. This was Li Qinci, back at last. Li Shijian noted that Li Qinci had not tanned, indicating that her time in the juvenile facility had not been particularly harsh. Sui Li hurried out from the study, exclaiming, "Your father's watch is missing. Have you seen it? He needs to wear it today when driving you to school. It's a Rolex gold watch, one your grandfather was reluctant to wear, worth over 20,000 yuan. How could it possibly be lost?" Li Qian had also come downstairs. "Still fastening his tie. What's happening so early? Can't you wait a bit longer to make a fuss? I'm not even awake yet." However, one cannot entirely blame him. It was only a little past 5 o'clock. Even with the commencement of school, rising at such an early hour felt excessive. Sui Li exclaimed in distress, "Darling, your gold watch is missing. Not only the watch, but also my pair of gold bracelets and my gold necklace, the ones you gifted me on our wedding day. They hold immense significance for me. Not merely sentimental value, but they are quite valuable." Li Qian initially remained unperturbed, responding, "Did you not see them last night? How could they be gone? Perhaps you are mistaken. Look carefully." It was only when he could not find them himself that he began to feel anxious. "Could we have been robbed, Dad?" At that moment, Li Qianci bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Li Qian addressed her gently, "What is it? Why do you seem so hesitant? Is there something you wish to say?" Sui Li inquired, "Cici, do you know something we don't?" Li Qianci glanced at Li Xingjian. Her expression filled with remorse. "Sister, I am truly sorry. I did not wish to betray you, but father is so anxious, and given the value of the items, we are still children. I simply cannot bear to conceal the truth." She pointed at Li Xingjian, "Mom and Dad. I feel guilty that I did not gain admission to the affiliated school and that you have to spend money on me. I couldn't sleep and went to the living room for water, only to see my sister carrying a pile of boxes back to her room. The timing of the loss seems too coincidental. Perhaps she inadvertently took them. Although she used the word inadvertently, the description clearly implied theft. Li Xingjian frowned. Did you see it with your own eyes? Sui Li turned to Li Qian, disappointment etched on her face. Darling, Xingjian has endured hardships in the countryside with mother. Perhaps her heart is unbalanced, leading her to take your belongings. If she returns them, please do not hold it against her. Although Sui Li had treated Li Xingjian poorly, she maintained a reputation as a good mother in her previous life. Despite her madness, when it came to framing Li Xingjian, she appeared exceedingly magnanimous. In the end, Li Xingjian became the infamous bad child, while she was seen as the patient and kind-hearted mother. Li Qian had never raised Li Xingjian and thus held little affection for her. Initially, he did not even remember her name, referring to her simply as her. It was only through hearing others mention her that he recalled her name was Li Xingjian. After more than a decade of absence, the sudden addition of a daughter felt quite awkward for him. Furthermore, Li Xingjian's decision to call the police embarrassed him. Although he occasionally spoke on her behalf, it was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had a profound aversion to complications. However, that did not signify that he liked Li Xingjian or intended to assist her. Upon hearing that Li Xingjian had taken the items, he felt utterly disappointed in her actions. After all, she had been raised in town, her discretion seemingly lacking. She had returned home, and with the financial support provided, she still resorted to theft. Return them. I will overlook this for now. Otherwise, I will report you to the police and have you sent to a juvenile detention center. Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Li Xingjian could not help but laugh. With no evidence at all, he fully believed Li Qinxi based solely on her word. This revealed that she had indeed overestimated him, thinking he would be more considerate despite his usual indifference. In truth, he harbored affection only for Li Qinxi and detested her. It was only now that Li Xingjian comprehended this reality. Had this been her previous life, she would have been devastated. She felt a profound sense of guilt towards her family, perceiving herself as filthy and contemptible. Despite her father allowing her to remain at home, a testament to his love for her, she endeavored to appease him through various means, ultimately resorting to sycophancy. Yet, her heart yearned for the affection and concern of Li Qian. Now, however, she had seen through it all, her inner turmoil subdued. Li Xingjian walked directly to the telephone, called the police. Very well, let us do just that. She promptly dialed 110, only to be interrupted by Li Qian's abrupt disconnection. Are you not embarrassed enough? He retorted. Li Xingjian replied, what have I done to feel shame? Sui Li had already devised a plan, suggesting, darling, let's have someone from the security department come. It wouldn't be too shameful, and it would serve her as a lesson. Although the security personnel had surrendered their firearms and possessed limited authority, they still existed. Furthermore, they were from the same organization, with some residing in the neighborhood. Their children likely attended the same school as Li Xingjian. Once they investigated the entire area, the identity of the thief would be common knowledge, tarnishing her reputation irrevocably. Li Xingjian had anticipated this, well aware of Sui Li's penchant for preparation. If she could not be ruined in one sphere, she would ensure her downfall in another. The recently returned child, now unjustly labeled a thief, made it evident how arduous her future life and studies would be. She feigned ignorance of Sui Li's intentions and handed the receiver to Li Qian. You must call, Dad. Someone is maligning me, and I wish to clear my name. Sui Li was elated, thinking, this fool, when they arrive, Li Xingjian's reputation will be obliterated. The old man will undoubtedly be furious upon his return and will no longer concern himself with her. Did she believe this call was her salvation? It was, in fact, a harbinger of her demise. Oh dear, this child is so disobedient. You should definitely make the call. Li Qian, disliking disobedient children, perceived Li Xingjian's actions as a challenge. Assuming he would refrain from reprimanding her out of familial affection, he stated, you've been led astray by your grandmother. It is indeed time for a thorough correction. In a fit of anger, he dialed a series of numbers. Chapter 35. Let us call the police. Following the reforms in state-owned enterprises, the security personnel had been reassigned. The former head of the security department wielded considerable power, but he had since been transferred. The current department had not been disbanded solely for personnel placement, resulting in 8 nearly retired women taking up the roles. Wang Qin, the head, relished gossip about the Li family, and upon receiving Li Qian's call, she was eager to rush over. Upon entering, she inquired about the situation, and Sui Li, with feigned hospitality, stated, it's not a significant matter, however. The child is far too unruly. A lesson is necessary, please help us out, and let us not escalate this too much. Just scare her a little, so she refrains from stealing from the house in the future. Though she spoke thus, she knew that after today, Wang Qin would broadcast Li Xingjian's theft far and wide, more effectively than the loudspeakers at the workplace. Wang Qin prided herself on her ability to educate children and, upon seeing Li Xingjian's cold and defiant demeanor, perceived her as a rebellious spirit, which only fueled her disdain. With a patronizing tone, she remarked, "She must be the child who just returned, correct? No wonder your parents were looking for us. I could tell at a glance that she resembled a little delinquent. At such a mature age, is she still resorting to theft? What is the point of pursuing education? She should hasten to find a suitable match. Clearly, she is not destined to excel in her studies. Have you witnessed me stealing?" Li Xingjian, who fears nothing more than having her future jeopardized, holds education as her sole avenue to a respectable life. Who dares to impede her pursuit of knowledge? She inquired, "What evidence do you possess to prove my guilt?" "Ah, such a stubborn spirit. I have encountered many like you. Allow me to search you thoroughly. Indeed, I have a penchant for obstinate women." Wang Qin remarked as she asked Sui Li, "Where is her room? No one has disturbed it prior to my arrival, correct?" Sui Li replied, "We would not dare to interfere. It would seem unjust to accuse her without cause. Please take a look. It might serve as a lesson for her. Proceed with the search. If Li Xingjian is found guilty, it shall tarnish her reputation for life." Wang Qin rolled up her sleeves and led the team inside. Yet, nothing was discovered. Upon seeing them emerge, Li Xingjian asked, "What was found? Was it indeed me who stole?" Wang Qin's expression soured as she turned to Sui Li. "Could it be that you're mistaken? I searched thoroughly and found nothing. This early in the morning, are you attempting to deceive us?" Sui Li's expression shifted. How could there be nothing? She had placed the item herself, right there in the cabinet. "It's impossible," she argued. At that time, Li Chenxi had not yet risen. She was right behind her mother and witnessed everything. "How can it be impossible? How can you be so certain? Could it be that you placed it yourself?" Li Xingjian narrowed her eyes at Li Chenxi. "Unless the person who placed it is the same one who is so certain, if you had seen it before. Why did you not speak up sooner?" Even a fool could discern the flaws in Li Chenxi's words. Li Xingjian glanced at Li Qian and asked, "Father, do you still believe that I am guilty? It seems that someone is not keen on my return and is intent on tarnishing my reputation." Li Qian looked at Li Chenxi with suspicion. Li Chenxi hastily replied, "Father, I saw her return to her room, seemingly holding something. I was unaware that anything was missing, making it difficult for me to stop her." Li Qian turned to Li Xingjian and asked, "Did you take anything? If you did, please reveal it now. I can overlook it, but do not implicate others." Despite the lack of evidence, he still believed Li Chenxi's words. Li Qian genuinely cared for Li Chenxi. Unless it was a serious matter, his affection for her would not waver. Li Xingjian addressed Wang Qin, thus, "I cannot let this matter rest. Let us involve the police. It is best to leave such professional inquiries to the experts, who will surely uncover the truth behind the theft." This implied that Wang Qin and her team would not be capable of solving the case. Wang Qin was not pleased. "Who claims we lack professionalism?" she retorted, directly. "In cases of theft, if she does not admit to it, we must conduct a thorough search. There must be other areas in your home." Li Qian frowned. Their household had committed no transgressions, so what was the need for a search? "Surely you did not call us here only to avoid bearing any blame yourself," he thought. Regardless of who committed the theft, they were bound to witness the unfolding drama, and thus a thorough investigation was imperative. Wang Qin grasped Sui Li's hand and said, "Minister Sui, surely you wouldn't want to lose these items so carelessly?" Her words struck a chord with Sui Li. If they were not in Li Xingjian's room, where could they have gone? Could they truly have been lost? Yet, searching was out of the question. Sui Li, being astute, sensed something amiss. It was likely that Li Xingjian had discovered the items and hidden them away. She remarked, "Never mind, she is my own flesh and blood. I truly could send her to prison." Although she referred to her as her own, the mention of prison only served to solidify her guilt. Li Qian commanded, "Have you stirred up enough trouble? What are you reporting to the police? Just because it wasn't he found in your room does not mean it isn't yours. I have already shown you enough courtesy. It seems you all still suspect that I took it. If this matter remains unresolved, I will be labeled a thief." Li Xingjian turned to Wang Qin and said, "You will actually report this to the police." Wang Qin's tone was firm. Sui Li and Li Qian, not wishing to offend anyone from their workplace, began searching each room together, fearing the loss of items and the implications of favoritism. Both Li Xingjian and Sui Li accompanied them. They quickly discovered a gold watch and jewelry in Li Chenxi's wardrobe. "Whose room is this?" Wang Qin handed the items to Li Qian. "These were found in this room, correct?" Li Qian's expression darkened as he glared at Li Chenxi. Li Qinzi realized that it was indeed Li Shijian's doing. She seethed internally, resentful of this little vixen who dared to ensnare her in such a predicament, disrupting the household. Dad, I don't know. Perhaps sister took the items and hid them, intending to frame me if discovered? Sui Li gritted her teeth in frustration, questioning when this foolish girl had made her discovery. Why could she not remain composed just once? Darling, Cece was raised by us. She is not the kind of child who would steal. If Cece is innocent, then who else could it be? Li Qian's gaze turned suspiciously towards Li Xingjian. The mere act of posing this question implied that he suspected her guilt. Initially, Wang Qin harbored a dislike for Li Xingjian. Yet now she felt that the family's treatment of the girl was somewhat excessive and indeed astonishing. Is she truly one of our own? Li Xingjian scoffed. When items are found in my room, I am accused of being a thief. When they are not, I am still a thief. It seems clear to me that you all simply want to paint me as the villain. If you no longer wish to support me, just say so directly. There is no need to slander my name. If I had stolen anything, my fingerprints would surely be present. Let us call the police. Sui Li was taken aback. Her fingerprints would undoubtedly be found. All right. You did not steal it. You did not steal it. She glanced at her watch. School is about to start. Please stop causing trouble. It will delay everyone. Chapter 36. What are you even worth? Li Qian seemed to share this sentiment, as the items had been recovered. He said, Forget it. Do not engage in such antics again. It is truly vexing. He did not wish to pursue the matter further. Just as Sui Li was about to see them out, a youth descended the stairs, his voice cool and detached. I saw it. It was the second sister who stole it. Li Qinzi was the second sister. Everyone looked up in surprise. Li Xingjian was somewhat taken aback that Li Jinan would actually speak up for her. This had certainly not happened in her previous life. It seemed to be the influence of the cake. Her confidence surged. However, Li Qinzi was bewildered. Brother, how could you slander me like this? Indeed, it was slander. Li Jinan had seen that it was Sui Li who had framed her. But why did Sui Li frame Li Qinzi? Because she cared so much about Li Qinzi. She sought to tarnish her reputation. Li Jinan shook his head. Sister, I know you spend money lavishly, but you cannot resort to theft. Brother, Li Qinzi was genuinely distraught, tears brimming in her eyes. How could Li Jinan treat her this way? Previously, he had been cold and indifferent but had never falsely accused her. It had to be Li Xingjian. She was certain that Li Xingjian had seduced Li Jinan and conspired against her. Yes, she seemed to recall the cake. Yesterday was Li Jinan's birthday. In truth, she had planned to celebrate it for him, and with Li Xingjian back, she intended to make Li Jinan dislike her. However, she had been locked up by that old fool Li Mingli, leaving her no time to orchestrate her plans. As for her mother, Sui Li's heart was devoid of any regard for Li Jinan. How dare Li Xingjian seize her opportunity? It was utterly despicable. Sui Li, unable to confront Li Jinan, pointed an accusing finger at Li Xingjian in fury. What vile means have you employed to beguile your brother? Vile? Beguile? Mother, how can you say such things about me? You forced me to live in a cat house and accused me of theft. Now you hurl such harsh words at me? I am your daughter. How can you treat me this way? Li Xingjian cried, her face ashen. Sui Li instantly regretted her impulsive words. She was supposed to be the epitome of a good mother. Wang Qin and the others suddenly changed their expressions, although they did not whisper among themselves. Their eyes darted about. Indeed, the room allocated to the newly returned child resembled a doghouse, while Li Qinzi's changing room was far more spacious. The Li family resided in a duplex. Could they truly lack even a proper room for a child? Was this the conduct of biological parents? Their gazes towards Sui Li turned subtly accusatory. Directorly, the situation cannot deteriorate further. We shall take our leave. No, it's not like that. Sui Li panicked and quickly replied. She said she liked living in a small room before, and the fortune-telling was genuine. She did not steal anything. As Sui Li escorted them to the door, they had barely departed when she overheard Wang Qin and others beginning to speculate. I don't think they are biological parents. Weren't they from our unit before? They only transferred here after the child was born. Otherwise, the second daughter would be she. And the eldest daughter seems intent on ruining her reputation. Isn't that the hallmark of a stepmother? It was over, utterly over. This was not how it was supposed to be. That little wretch Li Xingjian had allowed so many to tarnish Shi's reputation and her own. How dare she? Sui Li felt as if she might topple over in anger. If this gossip spread, what would become of Shi's reputation? Upon returning home, she cast a cold glare at Li Xingjian, wishing she could tear her to shreds. Darling, I can't face anyone, Sui Li lamented, her voice choked with tears. They all say I'm a stepmother. How can I be a stepmother? I never insisted she live there. It was just that I was busy yesterday. Li Xingjian. How dare you humiliate me in front of others? Why can't you just articulate your desires plainly? Have I ever denied you anything? Have I ever refused you? Li Xingjian furrowed his brow, seemingly having quickly forgotten the matter of withholding money from her. Li Yuan, visibly annoyed, glared at Li Xingjian, exclaiming, at such a tender age, how can your thoughts be so malicious? Uncle, are you all right? Li Xingjian asked, astonished. Previously, he had also harbored disdain for his uncle and aunt. Not because he disliked them personally, but because it was a shared sentiment among all. Yet he had never realized how unreasonable they could be. It was evident that it was Aunt who failed to arrange a room for the eldest sister, ultimately exposing her to public embarrassment. How could they place the blame on her? Do not presume that just because your grandfather favors you, you can speak to me in such a manner. What do you know? Li Yuan was taken aback by his usually obedient nephew's words, feeling an intense anger rising within him. His nephew was challenging his authority. Sui Li became even more enraged. Li Xingjian had just returned and had already won the affections of Li Mingli and Li Zhenan. If this continued, would she still hold any status in this household? Truly a vixen, her methods were indeed formidable. Enough, my dear husband. They are merely adolescents. Let us tidy up quickly, as we still need to send them off to school. Send them off? Does she deserve that? Li Yuan pointed at Li Xingjian, declaring, I will not escort you. Bang. Bang. Crash. Li Xingjian raised her arm and swept everything off the coffee table, sending items tumbling before hurling the unbreakable ashtray towards the empty fish tank. Instantly, the room was filled with a flurry of glass shards, the sound startling. Sui Li and Li Chinzi screamed, while the others stood in shock. When Li Yuan regained his composure, he bellowed, What are you doing? Sui Li, feeling wronged, remarked, Such a temper for a young lady. How can a daughter treat her parents this way? Li Chinzi tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve, saying, Dad, I'm so scared. Enraged. Li Yuan raised his hand, as if to strike Li Xingjian. Do you dare? Li Xingjian, now with money in her pocket, was no longer afraid of this family, as it was not a feudal society. Seeing her eyes blazing with fury, reminiscent of his deceased wife, Li Yuan hesitated and withdrew his hand. You've gone too far. Have I indeed? What authority do you possess over me? Do you think you are my father? If the items are not in my room, they are mine regardless. If they are in Li Chinzi's changing room, they are still mine. Why should I be blamed for causing you embarrassment in front of others? Were you not present when Sui Li assigned me a room? Are you blind? Do you not realize whether or not there are rooms available in this house? You are foolish, pretending to be oblivious while you know everything. Li Yuan retorted, You dare insult me? I will strike you down. He seized a small stool, ready to hurl it at Li Xingjian. Having never truly nurtured the child, how much affection could he possibly have? If violence was to be meted out, so be it. He had never regarded Li Xingjian as his daughter. Li Chinzi and Sui Li chimed in, urging, Smash her, eliminate the pest from our home. Li Xingjian leaped onto the sofa, refusing to be a passive target. Li Zhenan stepped protectively in front of her, turning to Li Yuan and asserting, If you wish to strike, you must strike me as well. Li Yuan suddenly realized that Li Zhenan had grown into a young man. In a confrontation, he might not hold the upper hand, and if the old man found out, it would be disastrous. You have rebelled too. His wife, Sui Li, observed that Li Yuan had yet to strike and could only feign a plea for mercy. She turned to Li Xingjian and said, Jian, it is wrong to insult others. Quickly apologize to your father. A simple apology will suffice. Stop pretending to be virtuous. Wasn't this room arranged by you? Aren't the accusations against me your handiwork? What are you pretending to be, a good person? Li Xingjian retorted with a cold smile. Li Yuan may be foolish enough to be deceived by you, but Sui Li, you certainly do not resemble my biological mother. No true mother would treat her daughter in such a manner. In a previous life, she thought it was due to her own shortcomings. But now it was evident that it was not the case at all. You think you can prevent me from getting a ride? Not a chance. I have a stake in this family. With that declaration, Li Xingjian took hold of Li Zhenan and headed for the dining room. Li Yuan and Sui Li exchanged glances, filled with a mix of guilt, anxiety, and anger. Li Yuan then shot a glare at Sui Li, silently blaming her. Chapter 37. Waiting, the impossible at that moment. Li Xingjian suddenly turned back and remarked, Oh, I see that watch. Why has the second hand fallen off? A Rolex worth 20,000. How ridiculous. Accusing me of theft is one thing, but now you're claiming I have a counterfeit? Li Zhenan looked at Li Xingjian, astonished, and whispered, Is that true? The second hand had certainly not fallen off. but the watch was undoubtedly fake. How could Sui Li possibly allow Li Qian to wear a genuine watch? The real one had been given to her brother, who was being groomed as a successful man. The old man himself was frugal, yet over the years had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Many items had been pilfered by Sui Li, whether to give to her family or to sell for money. There was more than one counterfeit watch in the house. Just wait and see. The two made their way to the dining room. Sui Li was taken aback by Li Xingjian's discerning eye. How could a country bumpkin, seemingly as foolish as a pig, possibly distinguish between real and fake? You wretched girl, she thought, glancing back at Li Qian as he examined the watch. Forcing a smile, she said, "Darling, do you really believe her words? What could she possibly recognize about authenticity? She is deliberately insulting us." Yet, Li Qian scrutinized the watch even more closely. He had completely forgotten Li Xingjian's comment about their lack of resemblance as parents. All he could think about was the watch. He had a passion for collecting watches and belts, seeing them as symbols of a man's identity. Where's the missing second hand? Sui Li's heart raced. Could Li Qian have discovered something? It was impossible. He had worn it for a year without noticing anything. How could he possibly uncover it now? It was all Li Xingjian's fault, that insufferable girl who dared to speak out. "My dear," Li Qian finally noticed. The second hand had not fallen off. But behind the obscured dial, the gold plating was worn away. A pure gold watch could not possibly lose its luster. Thus, he examined it closely and discovered multiple flaws in what appeared to be an exquisite timepiece. However, he was certain it was indeed his watch, as he had marked the strap, and the faint trace confirmed it had not been swapped. However, it does not appear to be genuine. Li Qian went to the bedroom to retrieve tools, intending to disassemble the back to investigate, but to his astonishment, the back casing simply fell away without any tools touching it. How could a real watch be so fragile, especially one that was purportedly waterproof? The components behind the watch face were made of plastic, and to weigh it down, lead weights were added. This is indeed a counterfeit, a sham. This was Li Qian's most cherished watch. He wore it to meetings and had even discussed its price with the new female colleagues at work. Now, it turned out to be a fake. One wonders how many people have recognized it as such. No wonder his rival always wore a mysterious smile while eyeing his wrist. He had been mocking him for wearing a counterfeit. Not only was he wearing a fake, but he also had the audacity to wear it at all. Li Qian rushed downstairs, brandishing the watch before Sui Li, his voice trembling. "It hasn't been switched. I know it. You need to explain this to me. You've been the one keeping it safe. I truly don't understand." Sui Li widened her eyes and feigned innocence. "All right, if you don't know. I don't believe this is the only issue." Li Qian continued his search and discovered a passbook from the upper drawer. Wasn't this his salary passbook? He then realized that the wages he had just received the previous day had vanished by that very afternoon. After over a decade of work, with monthly salaries ranging from a little over 100 to over 1,000, he had managed to save not a single cent. There remained only 2 cents, which he probably could not even withdraw. "Tell me, where's the money? Where is it?" He searched frantically, discovering that not just one but many of his beloved watches were fake. Of the 10 he cherished, 8 were counterfeit. All were imposters. Li Qian was consumed with rage, hurling the fake watch to the ground with a fierce crash. "If you claim I unwittingly bought a counterfeit, fine, but what about the passbook? Surely the old man's watches are genuine. Where have they gone? Husband, if you don't speak today, I will strike you." Li Qian had never laid a hand on Sui Li. Their years of marriage had been relatively smooth. But today, in a fit of fury, he raised his hand and struck Sui Li twice. Poor Sui Li had not yet recovered from her injuries from the previous day, and her face swiftly swelled. She felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Dad, Li Qinxi, knowing that he must not allow his mother to suffer disgrace, stood protectively in front of Sui Li despite his fear. "Dad, stop hitting her. That's Mom. Won't you feel heartbroken if you hurt her?" Heartbroken? Li Qian was beyond caring for Sui Li's feelings. He only wished to annihilate this woman. "Speak. Where is the money? Where are the watches? If you don't tell the truth, I will truly end you." Li Xingjian had finished his meal, standing leisurely at the dining room entrance. Isn't it obvious? Her family is so impoverished, with so many brothers indulging in drinking and gambling. Of course, they must have taken it. Li Qian shoved Li Qinxi aside and struck Sui Li's face once more. "What on earth is going on? They are your uncles too. You don't care if your father hits your mother, but you further stoke the flames?" Li Qinxi stood up, directing his anger at Li Xingjian. Li Xingjian found it laughable. Had she lost her mind? Accusing her of theft, refusing her a place to stay, attempting to drive her away. She could almost tolerate being a stepmother, but questioning why she didn't take care for Sui Li was too much. Her mind seems troubled. Does she truly care for Swaley? Li Xingjian observed Li Qian, who had ceased his bickering, and questioned, "Are you both ready? Time is of the essence. We need to head to school." It suddenly dawned on Li Qinci, "Oh, we haven't eaten yet." "Oh, was it I who prevented you from eating? Was it not you two who falsely accused me and forbade me from having food?" Upon finishing her words, Li Xingjian turned and said, "I shall go change and grab my backpack. You two better hurry." 10 minutes later, after Li Qinci and Li Qian had finished their meal, Swaley was nowhere to be seen. With her sweet demeanor, Li Qinci had managed to pacify Li Qian. "A few coins are nothing. Just ask Grandpa for some. He is quite affluent. Shouldn't he contribute to Uncle's family? The leaders always say that those who prosper first should assist those who follow." Seeing Li Xingjian emerge, Li Qinci narrowed her eyes. She would never permit Li Xingjian to ride in their father's car to school. "Sister, if you're in a hurry, you may as well wait for us at the intersection. Father and I will come find you. Do you fear that father won't take you?" "Nonsense. You are also his daughter. How could he neglect you?" The listener took heed. Li Qian raised his gaze, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. He was not a biased father. The old man had mandated that he must take Li Xingjian. How could he refuse? Unless Li Xingjian herself acted ungratefully, which she currently did. "You go ahead and wait," he instructed. Li Xingjian smirked inwardly. It was evident that Li Qinci had successfully placated Li Qian, despite the coldness outside. He responded warmly to Cici's affection. She exhaled and urged, "Then you too must be swift." After exiting, Li Xingjian hailed a taxi. These days, fares were exorbitant and scarce. But riding in a taxi still held a certain prestige. Waiting for them? Absolutely out of the question. Chapter 38. You are not alone. As Li Qinci watched Li Xingjian depart, a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. "Very well. Let her wait and see if she can catch our father today." She intended for their father to take their mother to the hospital, which was entirely out of the way, ensuring that Li Xingjian would wait in vain. However, little did she anticipate that Li Qian's vehicle, having just dropped Sui Li at the clinic and taken a couple of turns, would suddenly stall. Unlike modern electric vehicles, this one ran out of fuel. He distinctly remembered refueling just recently. How could it be empty? Was it stolen? Or had the car malfunctioned? The former was manageable, but the latter left him hesitant to drive it. Yet, leaving the car unattended was not an option. He needed to find a tow truck. "Father, you still need to take me to pay the fees. We will be late," Li Qinci exclaimed in distress. However, his beloved car was akin to his lifeline. He couldn't bear to abandon it for the sake of his daughter. "If you want, I can give you the school fee, and you can go pay it yourself." "Father, it's my first day of school. What will my classmates think if you don't accompany me?" Li Qian recalled Li Xingjian. She must have already left. She could manage on her own, so why couldn't Li Qinci? At that moment, he found himself appreciating his independent daughter. Though Cici was thoughtful, at times she could be overly clingy. Li Qinci was utterly astonished. How could she possibly be compared to Li Xingjian? Li Xingjian was merely a lowly girl returned from the countryside, while she had always been the cherished princess of the city. How could her father treat her this way? "Dad, are you not even worried about my money? That is over 10,000 yuan. After a moment's reflection, Li Qian replied, "Then just wait a moment. The mechanic will be here shortly." Li Xingjian had just alighted from the taxi and beheld the grand entrance of the estate. The scene was bustling with voices and throngs of people, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. In her previous life, she had also attended for half a year, having been accepted after all. However, during those 8 years, Li Qinci had been spreading malicious rumors about her, claiming she was promiscuous and had lost her virginity early on. The other students believed her, and the girls ostracized her, even resorting to violence when no one was watching, while the boys subjected her to ridicule. Eventually, she caught the attention of local delinquents, leading her into a deep depression that rendered her unable to continue her studies. Her depression fluctuated. At its worst, it induced hallucinations. When she began to recover slightly, the school had not retained her enrollment, leaving her unable to return. In her past life, Sui Li had easily manipulated her because she possessed neither an education nor a healthy body. She was utterly destitute. This time around, she was determined to study diligently, to complete her education, and to escape the clutches of anyone seeking to control her. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Li Xingjian approached the notice board on the playground to locate her class. Although she had achieved the highest score in the entrance examination, the school's overall teaching quality was mediocre, and she had not placed in the top 30 of her grade, coming in at 31st, which placed her in Class 5 of Year 1. In her previous life, she had also been in Class 5, alongside Li Qinxi. With a homeroom teacher who exhibited blatant gender bias and subjected her to severe oppression. Without Li Qinxi this time and having avoided any mishaps. She was curious to see if this teacher would still dare to chastise her. After reviewing the class assignments, Li Xingjian navigated her way to her new classroom with ease. The class comprised 65 students, and many had already arrived, sitting casually as seating arrangements had yet to be made. She scanned the room and spotted a girl with short hair seated in the middle of the second row. This girl, named Qinping, had also come from a rural town and faced considerable hardships. Yet, when Li Xingjian was bullied and mistreated, Qinping had bravely stepped forward to testify on her behalf. Unfortunately, the teacher had dismissed Qinping's account, claiming it was fabricated. Qinping later gained admission to an elite class, managing to distance herself from the oppressive teacher. However, during their senior year, she had suffered a car accident and was unable to partake in the college entrance examination. Li Xingjian was unaware of what happened to her afterward, as she had been preoccupied with her own struggles. Nevertheless, upon her return this time, she was resolute in her commitment to alter her friend's fate. Li Xingjian took a seat beside Qinping. Though her hair was not long and her skin did not possess the same fairness and smoothness as the city children, her demeanor was composed and unpretentious, reminiscent of the urban students. "I'm Qinping, what is your name?" Qinping shyly extended her greeting. "My name is Li Xingjian. It is a pleasure to meet you," Li Xingjian replied, not particularly adept at socializing. While her words were sincere, her tone bore a hint of stiffness. Indeed, she was genuinely pleased. Qinping could not help but chuckle. She sensed that Li Xingjian appeared somewhat shy and anxious, much like herself. "Did you come alone as well?" Qinping inquired softly. Li Xingjian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, did you?" Qinping finally felt a sense of belonging. The fare for the journey into the city was exorbitant, and her adoptive father, who was mute and also deaf, refused to accompany her. "Indeed, my family circumstances are not favorable. I came by myself." Qinping lacked the courage to mention that her adoptive father was disabled. Li Xingjian remarked, "Being alone is just fine, as long as you don't feel ashamed. Once we are assigned seats, we will sit together, and then we will be two." Qinping suspected that Li Xingjian might share her plight, perhaps due to unfavorable family conditions or the absence of parents. Regardless, they found solace in one another's shared experiences. This realization fostered a sense of closeness with Li Xingjian, and she nodded in agreement. "All right." As the attendees gathered, the parents exited the classroom, and shortly thereafter, their homeroom teacher, Li arrived. She was of modest height, approximately 1.5 meters, in her 30s, and quite presentable. Dressed in high heels, black trousers, and a white shirt, she entered with a stack of surveys. The classroom was already filled with students. She called out the name of a boy to distribute the questionnaires. "It's just a simple survey. Please answer truthfully," she instructed. The questionnaire was similar to the previous year's, asking students about their family situation, parents' employment, and whether they owned a car. In her past life, Li Xingjian had assumed it was merely a routine survey, only to later discover that Li used it to gather personal information about the students. Wealthy students would receive favoritism, while female students from poorer backgrounds, regardless of their academic performance, would face undue criticism. In her previous life, she had filled out the forms for Li Qian and Sui Li, which led to a home visit by Li. Sui Li had claimed to be a relative rather than a parent, accusing her of deceit, which caused Li to harbor an increasing disdain for her. Moreover, this survey was unique to their class, a scheme concocted by the snobbish teacher. In this life, Li Xingjian wrote only the name of Li Mingli, indicating their relationship as grandparent and grandchild, and provided Li Mingli's hometown address as well as the workplace. Noting the Department of Urology. After completing the survey, she glanced at Qinping, who hesitated to write down her family members. Li Xingjian was uncertain about the extent of Qinping's poverty, but she believed that disclosing it would not benefit her friend. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xingjian suggested, "Just write down the phone number of Li Mingli's household. She will make calls for the survey, and I will ensure someone answers. You need not worry." "All right." Qinping smiled, silently expressing her gratitude. Chapter 39. A record is made upon completing the survey. Li began to collect tuition fees, accommodation fees, and textbook costs. The accommodation fee was 361 yuan, bringing the total to 661 yuan. The dormitory fee was 300 yuan per semester. She instructed the students to write their names on their money, emphasizing that it was mandatory for everyone to do so, using a pencil. This was primarily to prevent anyone from using counterfeit currency. Li Xingjian submitted 361 Li inquired about her name, retrieved her survey form, and furrowed her brow, saying, "Where will you reside if you do not pay the accommodation fee? The school prohibits off-campus living. If you rent a place outside, the school will not take responsibility if anything goes awry." Li Xingjian replied, "I live at my own home." Li responded incredulously, "Your parents are gone. And yet you still have a home? Don't be absurd." Li had already deduced that this girl was certainly living off campus. The school conducts surprise inspections, and if discovered, she would certainly be expelled. "Step aside," Li said curtly, dismissing Li Xingjian. Ignoring her, Li Xingjian returned to her seat. Many had already paid their fees, yet some were still pending. Li asked again, "Who else has not paid?" At that moment, Chen Ping felt exceedingly anxious. She had the principal's signature and could delay her payment. She wished to tell Li that she would pay a portion first, but Li's stern demeanor intimidated her into silence. Time ticked by, leaving only Chen Ping and another girl who had yet to pay. Li first called out the name of the other girl, who sheepishly claimed to have forgotten her money. Li reprimanded her harshly. "What do you mean you forgot? If you are poor, just admit it. A family that cannot afford school, what can your parents even do? Begging would yield more than this. It's simply outrageous. If you have no money, why bother with education?" The girl, whose long hair framed a delicate and fair face, was visibly shaken by the scolding. Chen Ping felt faint at the scene. At that moment, she felt a sudden chill in her palm as something was slipped into her hand. Looking down, she discovered a wad of 50 yuan notes, 800 yuan. Chen Ping gazed at Li Xingjian in astonishment. Li Xingjian nodded. "Pay this first, and we shall discuss it later." Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Ping whispered, "I will repay you by autumn." She could not afford to dwell on anything else and approached Li with the money. Li pointed at the cash, saying, "Write clearly. Ensure your name is legible. You are not attempting to pass counterfeit money, are you? I warn you. Anyone caught with fake currency will be expelled." Without confirming, she assumed that Chen Ping would default on her tuition. Chen Ping hurriedly wrote her name. Then, she extracted 200 yuan from the stack. Li's lips twitched as she muttered, "You can still keep 200 for living expenses. You don't seem so impoverished after all. Now go, and do not let me find out this is counterfeit." This made Chen Ping anxious again. She mechanically returned to her seat. Li Xingjian whispered, "Rest assured, you will not need to repay me for any counterfeit." Chen Ping handed back the 200 yuan, stating, "I do not need that much." However, Li Xingjian was aware that Chen Ping had been frugally subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, compromising her health. Furthermore, malnutrition would adversely affect her studies. Li Xingjian gently said, "I hope you can enroll in the advanced class soon, but without good health, how can you excel academically? Consider this money alone to buy boiled eggs. You must eat 2 every day. If I find out otherwise, I will be upset. Take it, and when you secure a place in the advanced class, you can return it to me." Tears brimmed in Chen Ping's eyes. She had done nothing to warrant a celestial being's intervention. "Xingjian, you are truly human, aren't you?" Chen Ping pinched her thigh, feeling the sting. Could it be that her impoverished state had led her to hallucinate? It was the first day of school, and she was yet unfamiliar with anyone. How could a classmate possibly lend her such a significant sum? Doubts began to gnaw at her mental state. Li Xingjian reassured her. "Rest assured, I am indeed human." The two were soon scolded by Li for whispering to one another. After venting her frustrations, Li declared, "We shall not elect a class monitor just yet. It is the beginning of the term, and we are all strangers. I shall appoint one, Xiao Haining. You will serve as class monitor." He was the tall, slender boy who had distributed the papers earlier, possessing a certain handsomeness, albeit with a rather frivolous gaze. His parents were high-ranking government officials, and in a past life, he had bullied Li Xingjian alongside Li Chenxi. Li had appointed him as a nod to his parents' status. Following the selection of the class monitor, the other class officers were appointed in quick succession, each possessing noteworthy family backgrounds. The position of academic representative should have gone to Li Xingjian based on merit, but after a glance in her direction, Li swiftly moved to the next boy. Once all appointments were finalized, Li stated, "All right, there are no classes this afternoon. Those residing on campus may purchase some necessities. We will have evening study sessions. The remaining time is free for activities." Chen Ping intended to buy toilet paper. While she could forego other items, she could not afford to be without it in the restroom. She inquired where Li Xingjian was headed. Li Xingjian replied, "Chen Ping, if I do not attend class in the coming days, and Li does not inquire about me on the 10th day, please call the number I provided and inform them that I had an accident on the first day of school and am hospitalized. If Li is notified, you need not worry." Chen Ping was taken aback. Remember, You must help me. After pondering briefly, she nodded. All right, but how will I contact you? I'm concerned. Li Xingjian assured her, I will find a way to reach you. Do not worry. As Li Xingjian exited, it coincided with the end of class, where she spotted Li Zhen heading to the restroom. A senior, he had not waited for Li Kuwen in the morning and had left directly. How are the teachers? Li Zhennan paused and said, if anyone bullies you, come find me. In that fleeting moment, many turned to observe, their expressions seemingly conveying astonishment at Li Zhennan conversing with a girl. Ignore those trivial people, he added. Li Xingjian replied, all is well. I'm going to buy some things and will return for evening study. Do you have any money? Li Zhennan produced 20 yuan, offering it to her. Take this and spend it. 20 yuan was, in fact, a considerable amount. Li Xingjian accepted it without refusal. The dynamics of human interaction often establish patterns from the outset. If she appeared too self-sufficient, this big brother might provide her with nothing in the future. Moreover, his savior complex would remain unfulfilled. Thank you, big brother, she said sweetly before departing. Upon reaching the teaching building, she finally encountered Li Kuwen and Li Chenxi. With red eyes, Li Chenxi emerged, and upon seeing her, she cried out in distress, Sister, do you truly wish for me to drop out? How could you treat me this way? Upon reflection, she turned to intercept Li Kuwen and said, Father, my sister is merely upset. Please do not hold it against her. Li Kuwen grasped Li Xingjian's shoulder and pulled her onto the road, whispering reproachfully, How dare you? You failed to provide a letter of understanding. Do you realize your sister now has a criminal record? The school will not accept her. Chapter 40. This stubborn mule previously. Li Mingli had requested Li Xingjian to furnish a letter of understanding for Li Chenxi. Although Li Xingjian complied, it was done privately and not in the presence of the mediator. Sui Li and the others naively believed that the Li family could manipulate the situation. They submitted the letter and neglected the mediation process altogether. Moreover, in criminal cases, it is not so simple to dismiss charges. Li Chenxi, being a minor, had avoided arrest. Yet a record had already been established. When Li Kuwen attempted to enroll Li Chenxi, Li Xingjian had already contacted the admissions department, which insisted that Li Chenxi provide proof of a clean record, a document that the police station was unable to issue. Without it, Li Chenxi could not proceed with her enrollment. Observing that Li Xingjian was about to face punishment, Li Chenxi no longer attempted to dissuade Li Kuwen. Instead, she added fuel to the fire by provocatively questioning. If father's car is perfectly fine, why can't it move? Did you steal the gasoline? If you don't want me to attend school, that's one thing. But how could you damage father's car? He treasures that vehicle. Upon hearing this, Li Kuwen raised his hand and struck Li Xingjian. At that moment, a motorcycle approached, causing Li Xingjian to stumble backward and collide with it. The motorcycle was not traveling swiftly, yet it toppled as a result of the impact. Both Li Xingjian and the motorcycle's owner found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Li Kuwen, having grown up in relative comfort, was not accustomed to losing his composure. As the son of a well-educated family, he prided himself on being a gentleman, never having engaged in physical altercations. Yet now, he found himself embroiled in a car accident due to striking his daughter. In disbelief, he gazed at his hands, stammering, I did not push her. Li Chenxi was equally alarmed, primarily concerned about the financial repercussions. Yet, it was clearly Li Xingjian's actions that had precipitated this chaos. Why should they bear the cost? Spotting blood at Li Xingjian's ankle, she wondered if her sister had sustained a serious injury. If not treated promptly, could it lead to a lifelong disability? Father, we must leave quickly. The motorcycle owner appears to be a common thug. What if he discovers your identity and tries to extort you? But father, the car was driven by someone else, and the collision was not your fault. Li Chenxi urged, consider this. If word gets out, your colleagues and their families could hold us accountable. In a softer tone, she added, I understand your concern for my sister, but this is the school's side entrance. Bustling with people, someone will surely inform the teachers, and nothing will come of it. Let us depart. We can check on her later. Li Kuwen reassured himself that such a minor collision would not lead to severe consequences. After all, rural children are typically resilient. He thought about the potential ridicule he might face, and how it would reflect on Li Xingjian, ultimately rationalizing that he was acting in the best interest of his children. Thus, he followed Li Chenxi, dazed and disoriented. As for their escape, Li Xingjian remained unfazed, already accustomed to Li Kuwen's emotional indifference, her heart devoid of pain. However, she is not a deity, nor does she possess the awareness to gauge her own strength. Her leg aches with a numbing sensation, yet it is merely one leg. It is likely nothing serious. At worst, she might end up limping. She is in need of medical attention. Many people gathered around, yet none dared to step forward. Just then, a tall figure approached, casting a shadow upon the ground. His voice was grave and icy. What happened? It was Song Yanjun. Xingjian thought to herself. So what if it's Song Yanjun? My own well-being is my priority. The vow to sever ties with him is of little consequence. She reached out, wrapping her arms around Song Yanjun's neck. Carry me to the hospital. Ah, her leg truly hurt. Song Yanjun observed her playful demeanor and felt a slight sense of relief. You probably won't die. He was a senior from the neighboring class, and during his lunch break, he had hoped to catch a glimpse of her, and he indeed found her. He hadn't driven to school today. Song Yanjun lifted Xingjian into his arms. And fortunately, a taxi was nearby. He instructed the driver to proceed. Although the motorbike owner sensed something was amiss and thought they should wait for the police, he was more concerned about being wronged, so he left without further ado. Shouting in pain, he exclaimed, I'm not fleeing the scene. Don't come looking for me later. Song Yanjun and Xingjian were already seated in the vehicle. To the nearest hospital, Song Yanjun ordered. No. Let us go to 301, Xingjian insisted. Song Yanjun suddenly remembered that Xingjian's grandfather was affiliated with that hospital. He decided to heed her request. Upon arriving at the hospital, despite knowing Xingjian's name, he still asked, to register, what name should I write? Song Yanjun. Xingjian replied. What? Song Yanjun was taken aback. Xingjian insisted seriously, yes, I am Song Yanjun. Write it down. She playfully threatened, I'll slap your teeth out. How could she impersonate him right in front of him? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yanjun responded, Song Xiaoxing. Darling, that's the name of my daughter. Xingjian shot him a sideways glance. He had no daughter, and certainly, she was not born of her. Her own child had departed this world before ever seeing it. The thought of this made Xingjian's spirits plummet, and she fell silent. Song Yanjun noticed her sudden change in demeanor and felt speechless. How could there be a girl so irksome, changing her mood more swiftly than one turns a page? Are you done? Urged the nurse, youthful and unscathed. They still had the energy for playful banter despite her injury. The young nurse felt a tinge of jealousy. She was already 23 and still single. It was perplexing. She hadn't eaten breakfast that morning, yet now she felt satiated. Song Yanjun proceeded to write down the name Song Xiaoxing and submitted the registration. Xingjian requested to be hospitalized, and with bed availability being less of a concern, the doctor acquiesced, providing her with an admission slip. Song Yanjun requested a private room for her and helped her complete the admission procedures. Once everything was settled, he entered the room with a bag of apples and inquired, How can I contact your family? Xingjian rummaged through her clothing, awkwardly tugging at her undergarment with her chin. Isn't that a bit too casual for someone who isn't a stranger? Song Yanjun remarked, somewhat perplexed. After all, he was still a man. Historically, girls spoke softly in his presence. None had ever left his dining table without being sated, yet here she was, treating him as though he were invisible. Song Yanjun raised his hand to caress his troubled yet handsome face, pondering whether he had lost his charm and become unattractive. Xingjian fiddled for a while before producing 200 yuan for Song Yanjun, asserting that he had sufficient funds of his own and did not require assistance from his family. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yanjun accepted the money. Before he could lift his gaze, Xingjian added, There is nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. Song Yanjun looked up, bewildered, wondering if the dismissal was too abrupt. Not even a word of gratitude? What about your meals and needs? Just then, a nurse called for family members to take the patient for imaging. Xingjian glanced at the wheelchair, and Song Yanjun raised an eyebrow, suggesting, Why don't you go instead? Xingjian called out, Nurse, please arrange for a caregiver. Song Yanjun thought to himself, such a stubborn mule. Chapter 41. What do I owe you? Ultimately, Song Yanjun took the initiative to push Xingjian for her examination, which revealed a dislocation of the bone. The military hospital was quite experienced with external injuries. 2 senior doctors collaborated to reposition Xingjian's bone. They indicated that she could be discharged after a couple of days of observation. However, Xingjian was adamant, after a day of bustling about, how could she possibly leave? She insisted on having a cast, declaring her intention to stay for at least 10 days. I've already paid. I want to be hospitalized, or I will fall ill again upon returning. Song Yanjun suddenly suspected that Xingjian's mental condition might be more severe than he thought. The doctors were somewhat perplexed. They had never encountered a young person so eager to remain in the hospital, and applying a cast would be quite inconvenient. Nevertheless, given the patient's strong insistence, they acquiesced. fearing she might cause a scene. Moreover, upon conducting tests, they discovered that she was moderately malnourished, leading them to ultimately agree to her hospitalization. Nutritional injections were administered, along with numerous supplements, all of which required someone to fetch them. Naturally, this responsibility fell upon Song Yanjun. Song Yanjun tirelessly ensured that Xingjian was settled. By the time he could finally sit down to rest, it was past 5 in the afternoon, nearly time for dinner. Remarkably, he had not yet departed, which made Xingjian uneasy. After all, he was someone she had once loved. Facing Song Yanjun again stirred emotions within her that she could not easily dismiss. She often longed for the moments they shared, yet she feared their inevitable separation even more. In her previous life, Song Yanjun had always left just when she believed they would remain together, leaving her utterly helpless. This time around, she had learned that rather than waiting for someone to abandon her, it was better to preemptively sever ties. Instead of awaiting Song Yanjun's judgment of her solitude, she preferred to drive them away, mentally preparing herself for it. Xingjian inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Song Yanjun replied, "It seems you haven't developed a sense of gratitude. Why don't you say thank you?" Xingjian retorted, "If I thank you, will you leave? Then, thank you." Song Yanjun took a deep breath, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, then settled down and remarked, "You haven't had dinner yet. The nurse will assist me with that." Nowadays, nurses are quite attentive. One could say that people today are generally more considerate as the pace of life has slowed down. Time cannot be exchanged for money, leading individuals to invest in relationships instead. This contrasts sharply with the fast-paced world of the future, where time can be directly converted into money without the need for personal connections, resulting in a reluctance to nurture such relationships. "Here, have an apple." Song Yanjun presented an apple to Xingjian. With a slight frown and a tone of disdain, she remarked, "Do you never wash your food? How can you be so unclean?" Song Yanjun replied, "They have a housekeeper. He doesn't do chores, all right." He then proceeded to wash the apple. Upon returning, he pondered for a moment. It would taste better without the skin. Patiently, he peeled the apple for Xingjian, which took her by surprise. After all, Song Yanjun was truly the epitome of a pampered young master, incapable of performing any tasks. In her previous life, when she had asked him to help peel an apple, he had responded, "Didn't I pay you? Can't you afford a housekeeper? Are my hands merely meant for peeling apples for you?" He was oblivious to the fact that this was a form of interaction between couples. His reply was disheartening. Most of the time, he sought her out merely for intimacy. Thus, their relationship was not one of lovers, but rather a stark arrangement of dependency. It seemed he could also exhibit gentle concern for others. But perhaps in his past life, he had reserved such tenderness for Shinbayu, leaving none for her. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up in Xingjian, and she sarcastically retorted, "With hands like yours, how could you possibly peel an apple? You're utterly clumsy. How can someone be so foolish? Are you 3.5 years old? How can a person be so inept that they cannot even peel an apple? Someone like you would have perished in our village long ago. Your survival is merely a stroke of luck." "Shut up." Song Yanjun's voice turned cold, and anger flickered in his eyes. This was more like it. Otherwise, she might barely recognize him. Xingjian smirked and inquired, "What's wrong? Am I wrong? Just look at that apple. Isn't it ugly? More handsome than you." Song Yanjun was genuinely infuriated. He set down the poorly peeled apple and said, "I haven't attended class all day, running around for you like your servant, and you can't even muster a thank you? All I receive are jibes. As if I owe you something?" Rising, he cast a rebellious glance at her, which, while not particularly severe, was imbued with incredulous reproach. Yet the innate aura of superiority he exuded chilled the atmosphere around them. Xingjian averted her gaze, feeling suddenly guilty. With a cold snort, Song Yanjun declared, "Consider me foolishly sentimental." He stormed out, leaving Xingjian staring at the closed door, feeling a sense of grievance. Indeed, they owed each other nothing. Yet resentment lingered in her heart. She could not contain it, so perhaps it was best they never meet again. If she held no grudges, he would not feel wronged or angry. After this, they truly should not cross paths again. Then the door swung open. Song Yanjun raised his long, elegant hand, his fingers resembling jade, so long they incited envy. "This hand should not have been used to peel an apple for you. Just wait and see how I will deal with you in the future." With a decisive slam, he closed the door and departed. Xingjian muttered, "What nonsense." It left her thoughts in disarray. Given Song Yanjun's proud disposition, she believed he would not return. Regardless, she found him more of a nuisance. After he left, Xingjian handed 10 yuan to the nurse, requesting assistance in making a phone call. She called Aunt Lu but did not mention her accident. Instead, she instructed Aunt Lu that if a teacher inquired about a student named Chen Ping, she must answer the call and affirm that this student belongs to their family. Aunt Lu asked, "How is school? How is the teacher? Did your father take you?" It seemed that everyone around her would inquire about her teacher and school, except for Li Qian. Upon learning of her accident, Li Qian quickly turned and ran away. Li Xingjian silently laughed into the receiver, uttering not a word before abruptly hanging up. She was not yet ready to reveal her whereabouts. She was gambling on who would find her first. The weekend arrived. Li Xingjian still had not returned home, causing Li Qian to feel a sense of urgency. He questioned Li Chenxi, who was at home selecting schools. "Do you think something has happened to your sister? Have you truly seen her?" Li Chenxi nodded. "I saw her when Mom and I were seeking connections. She seems to be staying at school, so she should be fine." Li Qian thought that meant she was indeed safe. Perhaps merely upset because he had not taken care of her. Yet, he reasoned that it could not be entirely his fault, after all. Who could be so cruel as to leave their sister without support? Li Qian felt a pang of fear that Li Xingjian might inform their father, Li Mingli. He turned to Sui Li, who was applying makeup, and asked, "Do you know when the old man is returning?" Li Chenxi lowered her gaze. Understanding that Li Qian was afraid of what might happen if their father learned of the situation, the old man valued his reputation, and it was certain he would take action against Li Xingjian upon discovering this matter. When the old man became enraged, he might even prohibit Li Xingjian from returning home, disregarding who had brought her there or whether she was boarding at school. Li Qian placed a reassuring hand on Li Chenxi's shoulder. "You've been wronged. I will inform grandfather about this. He will handle it." After saying this, he stood and walked outside, humming an unknown tune. Clearly in better spirits than he had been in days. "Mother, have you found out where Li Xingjian has gone?" After Li Qian left, Li Chenxi went to Sui Li's dressing room. Sui Li had completed her makeup and, after adjusting her earrings in the mirror, turned back with a serious expression. "Not yet. That wretched girl has vanished. I fear she may be in serious trouble. If grandfather finds out, it will not bode well. I didn't see anything serious at the time. Where could she possibly be hiding?" Sui Li pondered. "Anywhere is possible, as long as she isn't in the main courtyard." After a moment, she suggested, "She should be fine. Perhaps she is cohabiting with some young man. I've already inquired at many hospitals through my connections, but there is no sign of her name. She cannot possibly be staying in the suburbs." Sui Li concluded that there was no need to search hospitals near the school, yet she still made inquiries, finding nothing. Li Chenxi remarked, "Could it be that the person on the motorcycle took her away?" Sui Li chuckled with delight. "That would be divine intervention. I would be utterly overjoyed. If so, she might return by nightfall, and your grandfather would have no desire for her." Li Chenxi thought to herself, what if that were not the case? Dismissing the thought, she concluded that with the person gone, whether dead or injured, it was not necessarily a misfortune for her. She shifted the conversation and inquired, "Mom, when will we be able to gather the money? I still need to attend school." This topic troubled Sui Li as well. She found herself unable to produce such a substantial sum in a moment's notice. Moreover, given her circumstances, whom could she possibly approach for a loan? Asking colleagues would be too humiliating, while relatives merely assumed she was jesting. How could she possibly ask for money? Indeed, how had she reached a point where borrowing was necessary? It was all because of that wretched Li Xingjian. It seemed the only option left was to ask her grandmother for a little assistance. At the mere mention of this, Li Chenxi felt quite displeased. Her mother often lent money to her grandmother and uncles, yet now that they were in dire straits, her family needed help. What borrowing? I recall Uncle saying he needed 20,000 for a business venture. He ought to repay that. And what about the bride price for my uncle's marriage? They owe us so much money, how can we ask them for more? It was time to collect debts. Sui Li did not appreciate her daughter's sentiments. Those were her kin. Although she married Li Qian, who was looked down upon by the Li family, she relied on her maternal family for support. She patted Li Chenxi on the shoulder. "Has my grandmother and uncles ever treated you poorly? They wouldn't prevent you from attending school. I'll go get the money." Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she stepped out, Li Mingli returned to his workplace. "Mr. Li, a woman called for you, claiming to be your granddaughter's teacher." She sounded quite agitated, inquiring if you were taking care of her. Weary, Li Mingli had just settled down, rubbing his nose, when he immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing this. His granddaughter? A teacher? Surely, Li Chenxi had not stirred up trouble again. He was not senile. Although Li Chenxi was well behaved, he could sense that the child was restless. Primarily, her academic performance had declined. Previously, Li Chenxi consistently ranked among the top few in her class, and he had felt pride and joy. He had provided her with many gifts, spending a considerable amount on her education, be it tutors, supplementary classes, after-school programs, or summer camps. He had never hesitated to fund anything related to her studies. He had longed for the day of her high school entrance examination. Li Yuan was inept, a hopeless case, and he had hoped that Li Chenxi would be able to alter her father's fortunes, at least to make him feel that she was his own child and not so foolish. Perhaps it was a matter of generational inheritance. However, he was taken aback when her exam results plummeted, falling short of Li Yuan's own performance in his time. Li Chenxi claimed it was due to poor examination conditions, that her answers had been swapped, or that she had forgotten to fill in the answer sheet, but he did not believe a word of it. He had never accepted that someone who consistently excelled in studies would perform poorly in an examination unless they had fainted. Thus, it was evident that Li Chenxi's previous achievements were fabricated, possibly plagiarized, merely to extract money from him. The truth would be revealed in her entrance examination. He is not senile. Since the middle school entrance examination, he has developed a profound aversion towards Li Chenxi. While poor academic performance is tolerable, his own grandson struggles academically as well. Deceit is utterly unforgivable. Yet his son dotes on her, and he cannot bring himself to mistreat his own granddaughter. Thus, he has been maintaining a cold distance, turning a blind eye in an attempt to create emotional detachment. To his dismay, she not only performs poorly in her studies but also possesses a lack of character, even going so far as to frame his well-behaved granddaughter, Li Xingjian. This incident incites in him a desire for Li Chenxi to languish in a juvenile detention center for several years. Just when she has been released, she stirs up further trouble. Should she cause more chaos, he would indeed send her away, ensuring she never returns. Li Mingli raised his hand to request his assistant for a phone number, intending to call her. Just then, the phone rang. Picking up the receiver, he heard Li Li's voice. How busy can a country doctor be? Is this call being handled by an assistant? What level of professionalism is this? Arranging for an assistant to handle simple matters? I hope they are not an intern. We wouldn't want them to lead anyone astray. Li Mingli felt perplexed. Had he offended someone? Or had this individual dialed incorrectly? This is Li Mingli. May I ask whom you were trying to reach? Aren't you Li Xijian's grandfather? I am her homeroom teacher, and you are the person I needed to contact. I am unaware of your son and daughter-in-law's circumstances, but I must say, if you cannot afford to raise a child, you ought not to have one. What purpose does it serve to give birth if you neglect your responsibilities? Li Xijian has been in a car accident for 8 days. Is she still unwell? Is she coming to class? If she does not attend, her seat will not be held. Does she really think it is impressive to have been accepted into high school? Parents cannot even bother to inform the teacher. Yet I must inquire daily, disrupting my teaching. Perhaps she should not continue her education. It seems your family is struggling enough as it is. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Li Mingli was taken aback. A car accident? 8 days? She hasn't attended school? The parents haven't even notified anyone. Where are Li Yuan and Sui Li? I am completely in the dark. And what is with this teacher's rudeness? How dare she imply that we cannot afford our responsibilities? What attitude is this? Fury consumed him. Chapter 43. A meeting without recognition. Li Li's tone and demeanor transported Li Mingli back to his school days when he was looked down upon and bullied for his poverty. However, his university years transformed him. He was diligent, committed, and highly regarded by his professors, who recommended him to prestigious research groups and job opportunities. From that point on, he faced no more bullying, eventually becoming a dean, later serving on an expert panel, and working as a lecturer, an individual of significant respect. No one dared to treat him in such a manner. What was this female teacher's issue? He needed to call her back. Li Mingli stood up. Pointing at the phone, his assistant made the call again, and when Li Mingli took the receiver, he demanded, "Clarify this for me. How did my granddaughter end up in a car accident? Where is she hospitalized? Has her father neglected her?" Li Li had only heard from Qinping that Li Xingjian needed to take leave. However, she had not seen any leave request or hospitalization documents. Was she simply expecting to take leave without any formalities? Perhaps she had vanished entirely. Wasn't Li Xingjian's grandfather a doctor? Although he practiced in a rural area, surely he could manage to cover the costs. This time, the Li family is not showing her the respect she deserves. She will not allow Li Xingjian to return to school. Does she even have a father? I cannot say for certain. What do you mean you cannot say? Li Mingli, who originally held great respect for teachers, found it difficult to maintain that respect in this instance. He replied coldly, "Her father has never appeared." "Surely you must have seen him on the first day of school?" Does Li Xingjian truly have a father? If so, why hasn't he come to see me? What is his occupation? He has remained absent, and I certainly did not see him on the first day of school. It felt as though someone had a tight grip on his chest, and Li Mingli suddenly found it hard to breathe. What on earth is Li Qian playing at? He had stated unequivocally that the child must be sent to school. This is truly infuriating. Li Mingli, suppressing his anger, asked, "Do you know which hospital Li Xingjian is in? Where is she currently?" "She is at 301. How can your family be so uninformed?" Li Mingli, unwilling to endure her reprimand any longer, abruptly hung up the phone, donned his white coat, and made his way outside. Assistant Li hurriedly followed behind him. Since Song Yanjun left that day, he had not returned. Li Xingjian had requested assistance from a nurse and hired a very introverted caregiver. However, the caregiver's duties were limited to fetching meals from the cafeteria and running errands. She did not attend to her personal needs. Therefore, after finishing her meal, the caregiver went to assist other patients. Li Xingjian, wishing for a sip of warm water, found that the caregiver had forgotten to fetch it for her. Resolutely, she maneuvered her wheelchair towards the water room, holding the kettle. As she passed the restroom, she noticed an elderly lady emerging, nearly losing her balance. Quickly, she rushed to catch the elderly woman. "Are you all right, ma'am?" The elderly lady used Li Xingjian as a cushion, her weight collapsing upon her, yet she seemed unharmed. The elderly lady stood up and urgently asked, "What about you? Did I hurt you? You seem injured. Do you need me to take you somewhere to get checked? I can cover the expenses." The elderly lady attempted to squat down to examine her leg. As she drew closer, Li Xingjian realized that the elder did not appear old at all. Her skin was smooth and fair, free of deep wrinkles, styled in a trendy perm. Dressed in a gray short-sleeved knit top and black trousers, exuding a certain charm. Her speech and gestures were refined and gentle. Li Xingjian smiled and replied, "I'm fine. It's wonderful that you are well. Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you." "Mom, Grandma." Two voices rang out in unison at the entrance. Turning her head, Li Xingjian saw two tall men blocking the doorway. One was a young man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes deep yet indifferent, appearing both scholarly and aloof. In that moment, Li Xingjian thought of the phrase cultured scoundrel. His presence suggested that if he wronged you, you would feel grateful for his very choice of doing so. Emanating an inexplicable sense of asceticism, the other young man bore a charming demeanor, radiating a warmth that made him approachable, yet still possessed an air of refinement. They must be the elderly lady's family. Li Xingjian had assumed the elder was alone and refrained from mentioning it for fear of causing her distress. It turned out she had company after all, and quite a bit of it. With the family members present, her assistance was no longer needed. It was time for her to depart. The elderly lady joyfully addressed the young man, Xingjian. "Thanks to this young lady, I might have fallen otherwise. Please express your gratitude to her." Xingjian gently pulled his nephew and nodded slightly at Li Xingjian. "I appreciate your assistance. Did you encounter any difficulties that require help?" Li Xingjian waved her hand dismissively, indicating she needed no assistance. She maneuvered her wheelchair towards the water station, filling a little less than half a kettle. Just enough for her needs. As she returned, the three individuals ambled back at a leisurely pace. Xingjian chided his mother. "You must call for someone when you go to the restroom. It's quite dangerous. My father would scold me severely if he knew. I'm fine now, aren't I? Almost slipped. Though, the floor is slippery. Very well, I shall file a complaint with the cleaning staff. If you are lying, you will be in trouble. Why must you be so bothersome? Anyway, I am fine now. I am being discharged." Li Xingjian smiled as she passed by, and they paused to greet her. She merely waved and continued on her way. She intended to reach the front desk of the trauma department, where she expected Li Mingli to return shortly. She needed to change Song Xiaoxing's name back. Fortunately, there was no health insurance reimbursement process to complicate matters, allowing for a name change without hassle. Her gaze flickered, and she noticed Li Mingli ascending the stairs, dressed in military attire and donning a white coat. "You've arrived," she announced, slowing her pace as she turned towards the doctor's office, taking a couple of breaths before emerging again. Just then, she encountered a petite girl, struggling to maneuver a wheelchair while carrying a thermos. The girl, slender with tousled hair of medium length, possessed large, expressive eyes. It could only be his granddaughter. "Xingjian?" Li Mingli remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the sight of her legs. Was this the granddaughter who had no one to care for her after his accident? Li Xingjian was aware that Li Mingli typically came to see patients and apprentices first upon returning home. Today, he had indeed caught her unawares. She feigned surprise and sweetly exclaimed, "Grandpa, what a pleasant surprise. Who informed you? I don't know the home phone number and couldn't reach anyone." Oh, Grandpa. I'm so glad you finally came. With her wheelchair almost resembling a small vehicle, she propelled herself excitedly towards Li Mingli. The assistant was alarmed, fearing a collision. Stepping in to intercept, the assistant managed to halt the wheelchair's advance. Li Shijian set down the thermos and leapt into Li Mingli's embrace, declaring, "Grandpa, I missed you so much." The scent of soap and medicinal aromas enveloped the little girl, a delightful combination he cherished. Her hair nestled against his chest, messy yet endearing in its fluffiness. Chapter 44. A good bamboo shoot from a bad bamboo. Yet hard to love, the little girl exuded the mixed fragrance of soap and medicine, both scents he adored. Her hair, tousled and nestled against him, was neither too long nor too short, but its fluffiness made her incredibly charming. Li Mingli felt his heart melting. Surely, his Shijian was the one who loved her grandpa the most. Over the years, his family had never welcomed him so warmly. Whether he left or returned, they had grown accustomed to it. Only Xingjian was present. He was set to embark on a business trip, and she was reluctant to part ways. Upon his return, she was overwhelmed with joy, losing her composure. This was indeed his beloved granddaughter, a cherished granddaughter. Li Mingli, however, remained somewhat averse to Li Xingjian's proximity. Nonetheless, he bore it with stoicism, his body rigid as he inquired, "Which ward are you in?" Let us discuss this further inside. The assistant aided in wheeling Li Xingjian to the hospital room, while Li Mingli followed closely behind. The three of them proceeded in the same direction, oblivious to the fact that Cui Jingchen, his mother Ma Xiaojun, and his nephew Cui Jiangyu lingered at the service desk, observing them intently. "Mom, is it still that girl? Do you have such a fondness for her?" Cui Jingchen questioned, perplexed by his mother's evident concern for the young lady. Considering they were merely there to fill out discharge paperwork, Ma Xiaojun replied coldly, "You do not recognize that old man. He is Li Mingli." Li Mingli? Cui Jingchen's expression shifted. Wasn't Li Mingli the father of that scoundrel brother-in-law of his? His sister, Cui Jinxi, was 12 years his senior and had married the ineffectual son of the former director of the 301 hospital, Li Qian. During his sister's pregnancy, their family uncovered Li Qian's infidelity, and it seemed that the other woman was also expecting. His sister intended to divorce him, but Li Mingli opposed this, and Li Qian pleaded for his sister's forgiveness. For the sake of her unborn child, she relented, stipulating that Li Qian must sever ties with the mistress and ensure the illegitimate child was not born. Li Qian agreed. Ultimately, the family's concerns about the resolution of the matter remained unanswered. All they knew was that when his sister was over 8 months pregnant, she suddenly went into labor. By the time the family received word, she had already passed away on the operating table due to severe hemorrhaging, leaving no words behind. The doctor confirmed that the child had also been lost. They suspected foul play from Li Qian or that his sister had encountered some distressing event. Yet, there was no evidence to support such claims. At that time, he was still quite young. It was his elder brother and father who stormed the Li household in a fit of rage, demanding the return of his sister's dowry. They retrieved cash, clothing, and furniture. But 2 heirloom pieces remained missing. Unfortunately, due to a sensitive period coinciding with their parents' job transfers, they lacked the time to engage in disputes over the possessions. Li Qian had signed an IOU before the family relocated. After their departure, they heard that Li Mingli was thriving and had also moved. Li Qian was no longer employed at the original pharmaceutical company, and his whereabouts were unknown. Over the years, the two families had lost contact and had not crossed paths. How curious that, upon their return due to his brother's job transfer, they encountered the Li family once more. Was it mere coincidence or some twisted fate? Cui Jingchen remarked. "Mom, weren't there still 2 antique pieces that we failed to retrieve? I shall go and request them." He attempted to leave, but Ma Xiaojun called out to him. He is a man who values his pride above all. If you demand things publicly, you may provoke him, and his rebuke will not be worth the trouble. Instead, discreetly ascertain his current address, and then have a lawyer reach out. Cui Jingchen nodded in agreement. Ma Xiaojun furrowed her brow and remarked, "What a pity that child happens to be his granddaughter. At her age, she must have been born of that vixen. None of the children in their family have survived." Cui Jingchen understood his mother's thoughts. He too had been deceived, as he felt the young girl possessed a purity in her demeanor and a refined elegance in her movements, reminiscent of their own kin. Yet upon reflection, she bore a striking resemblance to that scoundrel of a brother-in-law, indeed a case of misjudgment. Even a flawed bamboo may yield fine shoots. But that has nothing to do with us, so let us cease our observations. Ma Xiaojun nodded and stated, "I told you not to come to this hospital." "Very well, let us proceed with my discharge." Cui Jingchen was surprised to find Li Mingli still at this hospital, despite having retired. This institution was renowned for its surgical prowess, and given his mother's long years of labor and physical ailments, their return was timely. He intended to arrange for a comprehensive examination and recuperation for her. Otherwise, they would never have visited a hospital where the Li family was present. It was purely unexpected. Xingjian instructed Jiangyu to support his mother. I shall inquire with the attending physician about the discharge procedures for today. He had no desire to linger in this hospital any longer. Xingjian and her companions had already returned to her single patient room. An assistant helped her back to her bed. Observing her leg encased in a cast, Li Mingli's eyes gradually clouded over with a chill. When did this happen, Xingjian? Was there no one to care for you? Li Xingjian shook her head. There were people, Grandpa. The nurse helped find an aunt to bring me meals. I can manage the rest on my own. It's really nothing. I grew up in the countryside, strong and resilient. Moreover, Grandpa has given me so much money. Although I have lost contact with my family, I have funds. With money, how could I be mistreated? This is all a blessing from you. As a medical professional, Li Mingli recognized how challenging it must have been for Li Xingjian to endure alone in her condition. Despite her injuries, she still expressed gratitude towards him. Unlike that pack of ungrateful wretches, Li Mingli suppressed his anger and asked, "How did you end up in an accident? Did your father not take you to school? Why wasn't he there?" Li Xingjian's expression became awkward, her fingers intertwining nervously, her gaze evasive. Li Mingli's tone turned stern yet patient. "Xingjian, do not deceive me. I detest being misled. He didn't take me. He went to handle paperwork for Li Qinxi, I suppose. But since Li Qinxi has a criminal record, the school wouldn't accept me. My father believed it was all my fault, dragged me onto the road, and then I was struck by a vehicle." "What? Dragged onto the road?" Li Mingli gasped in shock. Is there truly such a father in this world? No matter how angry he might have been with Li Qian, he would never place anyone in danger. This ungrateful child. Li Mingli opened the door to leave, but Li Xingjian called out, "Grandpa, where are you going? Are you upset? I am about to have the cast removed. I will be well soon." Li Mingli turned back with a smile. "Grandpa hasn't abandoned you? Just wait a moment. I have a gift for you." Li Qian, that ungrateful wretch. He wouldn't even take his granddaughter to school. And what prestigious institution would Li Qinxi attend without merit? He has repeatedly emphasized this, yet these individuals have all acted in defiance. Very well. Are they truly incapable of accommodating Li Xingjian? Excellent. Chapter 45. Do you need to choose a day to insult someone? After Li Mingli emerged, he contacted someone by phone and reserved a property that was currently on the market, located in front of the prestigious gal. This residence is among the most expensive in the city, yet many units are allocated by workplaces, resulting in fewer buyers. Despite its high price of over 6,500 per square meter, Li Mingli intended to purchase a unit for Li Xingjian. As this granddaughter lacked affection and insisted on living with Li Qian, he possesses wealth. Why should he subject the child to such discomfort? What? Just a few days ago, it was said to be 6,005. How could it have increased by 200 in such a short span? Li Mingli found it astonishing that property values could escalate so swiftly. Everyone has homes, as workplaces allocate them. Who would spend money on a purchase? Were it not for his granddaughter, he would not consider buying. How could it be so exorbitant? The other party mentioned that a discount could be arranged for full payment. They inquired about the size he desired. Filled with indignation, he contemplated and replied, "A large one, in my granddaughter's name. Shall I go and hand over the money now?" "Very well, I will head over immediately." "Grandpa, where are you going? Are you heading home? Then I can be discharged tomorrow, right?" Li Xingjian exclaimed, patting her leg. "I asked the doctor to remove the cast. Grandpa, I can walk now." She pressed her hand against her knee, twirling in circles before Li Mingli, her expression eager and her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if there were something urgent she wished to attend to, yet also timidly seeking his approval. Was she afraid of being abandoned? "Are you anxious?" Li Xingjian replied, somewhat aggrieved. "I haven't attended class for 8 days, Grandpa. I'm afraid I'll fall behind." Her large, glistening eyes resembled a lost fawn in the woods. Li Mingli's heart softened. After all, she is Xingjian, his beloved granddaughter. There is no need for coercion. Her studies take precedence. "I will help you check," he stated. Being a surgeon himself, he crouched down to examine Li Xingjian's leg and found no significant issues. "All right. I will speak with your attending physician. You should be able to be discharged tomorrow." At this point, his expression turned serious. "Make sure your father comes to pick you up." "Okay, what is the home phone number?" "I will call." Li Mingli provided a number and added, "I need to attend to some matters. Inform him to come and collect you. All right, Li Xingjian responded, a smile gracing her lips. After a moment's thought, she rushed out after him. Grandpa, I'll see you off. Rarely smiling, Li Mingli's face lit up with a look of contentment. This child is truly affectionate, yet so considerate. As they say, daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, and this must be what they mean. What are you seeing me off for? Can your legs manage? Then I'll accompany you to the stairwell. We can walk slowly. Li Xingjian grasped Li Mingli's arm with both hands, softening her tone as she spoke. This made her voice sound sweet and endearing, eliciting a smile from Li Mingli. However, just then, Li Mingli noticed Song Yanjun approaching, cradling a plush donkey toy. Li Xingjian, could it be that she has come to see her? Surely not. What does it mean if she is holding a donkey? Regardless of the circumstances, one must not allow Song Yanjun to appear overly familiar. Grandfather favors diligent students and harbors disdain for early romantic entanglements. Should Li Mingli discover this, her plans would lose their momentum. You cannot see me. You cannot see me, Li Xingjian silently recited, her gaze drifting elsewhere, unwilling to meet Song Yanjun's eyes. At that moment, however, Song Yanjun called out to her. Hey, Li Xingjian thought to herself, what does this scoundrel want? Hadn't she made it clear that he should refrain from pursuing her and avoid further encounters? Her eyebrows arched in warning, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Mingli, too, felt a twinge of displeasure. Could this boy possibly be someone her granddaughter knew? Visiting his granddaughter? Early romance? She had yet to voice her suspicions. Song Yanjun interjected. Excuse me, is this the ward for appendicitis surgery? Li Mingli replied, No, this is orthopedics. You are looking for the colorectal surgery department, on the 5th floor. Thank you. Kind sir, Song Yanjun said, casting a glance at Li Xingjian before proceeding on his way. Li Xingjian muttered, that dog. He is certainly doing this on purpose. Li Mingli rarely commented on children she did not know, but suddenly remarked, that boy seems oddly familiar, and he is quite polite. Li Xingjian remained silent. Li Mingli chose not to pursue the matter further. Why else would he emphasize the presence of a boy to his granddaughter? While she excelled academically, she must not get involved with those rascally boys. After bidding farewell to Li Mingli, Li Xingjian descended the stairs to the public telephone booth. She had forgotten whether their home phone displayed incoming calls. It was irrelevant since she had no intention of using Li Mingli's office phone. Li Xingjian dialed the home phone and, after a brief moment, was connected. Who is this? Dad? Where are you? Hearing Li Xingjian's voice, Li Chenxi felt a mix of surprise, anger, and a hint of fear, responding in a subdued tone. Where on earth are you? What trouble have you gotten into? I'm at the hospital. What nonsense are you talking? Wasn't I pushed onto a motorcycle and hit? You both watched me get struck and then ran off. And now you inquire about what happened? Are you blind? You. How dare you use such language? Li Chenxi was taken aback by Li Xingjian's blatant rudeness. How could she speak to her in such a manner? Li Xingjian found herself unable to contain her frustration. In her previous life, she would never have resorted to such harsh words, but now, grappling with depression and health issues, she felt justified in her anger. The doctor had warned her of the potential for cancer, and in this life, she resolved not to succumb to such a fate. If she felt displeased, she would express it. Why should one choose their words carefully? I'll be discharged tomorrow. Have Dad come to pick me up and take me to school. I've already missed classes. He should explain to the teacher that he wasn't home. Li Chenxi was momentarily stunned by her commanding tone, failing to respond appropriately. Yes, he hasn't returned yet. As soon as she spoke, she regretted revealing that information. Are you truly at the main hospital? Which hospital? 301 Orthopedics. Li Xingjian replied before hanging up, a smile gracing her lips as she slowly made her way back. Just as Li Chenxi set down the phone, Li Yuan entered the room. He appeared distracted, having lost at cards, and decided to return home early. Whose call was that? He inquired. Noticing Li Chenxi had just finished her conversation, Li Chenxi felt a tumult of emotions within her. She was reluctant to have her father pick up Li Xingjian. Yet she feared her grandfather's wrath should he discover the truth. Thus, it was imperative to retrieve Li Xingjian first. Once she was back, if she were not in the hospital, they could weave any tale they wished, leaving it to the old man to believe whom he chose. If her grandfather confronted them at the hospital, Li Yuan would face reproach, and she would inevitably suffer the consequences. In these tumultuous times, a temporary concession seemed the wisest course of action. Anger surged within Li Chenxi. That little wretch, Li Xingjian, had scolded her, yet she still felt compelled to relay messages. Dad, it's my sister on the line. Chapter 46. Do you know how old I am? Where is she? Li Yuan's anxiety began to mount. She is in room 301, recovering from an orthopedic injury. She will be discharged tomorrow. You are to bring her home. Li Qian's mind raced to a crucial concern. Your grandfather likely remains unaware of her hospitalization, and we have no confirmation of his return. Interrupting Li Qinzi, he began dialing the assistant's office, yet there was no answer. Frowning, he redirected his call to their home, where Aunt Lu picked up. Has my father returned? Li Qian's tone was icy. He harbored an aversion for Aunt Lu, fearing his father might become entangled with the maid, complicating matters of inheritance. Aunt Lu recalled Li Xingjian's prior instructions and replied, did the old man not say it would be over 10 days before his return? He has not yet arrived home. A sense of relief washed over Li Qian. If he is not back yet, then everything is manageable. Grasping the car keys, he turned to leave. Where are you going? Dad? It's nearly dark, Li Qinzi called after him. To fetch your sister from the hospital, he replied. It was imperative to bring her home without alerting the grandfather. After a moment's thought, he added, when your mother returns, have her prepare a room. It has been days. Surely there must be an available space? It would be utterly embarrassing otherwise. Li Qinzi was too frightened to respond, realizing that her father was equally angered by the mistreatment Li Xingjian endured. Upon returning to the hospital, Li Xingjian encountered Song Yanjun in the corridor. He stood in the shadowed corner of the staircase, cradling a stuffed donkey, and waved at her upon noticing her presence. Li Xingjian approached him, perplexed, and inquired, what is this? Did you not find a friend for the appendectomy? That was a ruse to deceive your grandfather. Did you actually believe it? If you did, that would be splendid when your grandfather returns. I shall inform him I came to see you. She felt a pang of fear at the thought of her grandfather's influence over her, sensing an unspoken threat. What does he intend to do? Pointing at Song Yanjun, she warned, I caution you. Before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into the shadows. Caught off guard, she leaned forward into his embrace. He had matured, his stature now reflecting that of a grown man, tall and robust, exuding a powerful presence. His solid chest could easily elicit a blush and a racing heart in any woman. Li Xingjian was all too familiar with this body. Even the slightest contact stirred an uncontrollable desire for him to hold her tightly. He had once expressed his fondness for embraces and the intimacy of skin-to-skin contact. Realizing the direction of her thoughts, Li Xingjian felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, forcefully pushing Song Yanjun away. Are you out of your mind? Song Yanjun regarded her with a sidelong glance, thinking it was she who was peculiar. He had no intentions beyond mere conversation. Why then was her face so flushed? Song Yanjun observed her nimble demeanor and shifted the conversation, inquiring, it seems you are about to be discharged? What will become of this donkey? I specifically commissioned it for you. Li Xingjian replied, commissioned? Indeed, I engaged an Italian toy expert for a handcrafted creation, meticulously assembled stitch by stitch, and subsequently airlifted from Xingjian. Otherwise, how could it have taken so many days? She examined the craftsmanship closely. Song Yanjun placed the plush donkey into Li Xingjian's embrace. Li Xingjian remarked, so, it is a gift intended solely for yourself? It is not meant to provoke? Her eyes narrowed slightly, her tone laced with incredulity. Are you implying that this donkey is quite expensive? How much did it cost? Song Yanjun replied, money is a trivial matter. It was merely a little over 25,000. Just a little over 25,000 for a plush donkey? Comparable larger teddy bears in the market only cost 20 to 30. He had spent over 25,000 on a donkey. He was undoubtedly trying to provoke her, feeling slighted, so he ordered a donkey to humiliate her. What exactly do you mean, Song Yanjun? What is the implication? Li Xingjian struggled to contain the rising ire within her. How had she been oblivious to Song Yanjun's mischievous nature in her previous life? Are you suggesting that I resemble a donkey? Li Xingjian questioned. Song Yanjun explained, no. It is a very valuable donkey. Look, this donkey is a custom piece, with your name on it. Li Xingjian noticed the golden bell around the donkey's neck, inscribed with her name. You truly have gone to great lengths, my dear young master. She replied, her tone heavy with sarcasm. Song Yanjun observed. It appears you do not appreciate it. What would you prefer? I genuinely believe this donkey resembles you. It was evident he was doing this on purpose, provoking her anger to suit his whims. Li Xingjian contemplated and smiled. Like it? How could I not? The 25,000 spent on this donkey could cover my tuition for 4 years. How could I possibly dislike it? With that, she thrust the donkey back into his hands. Enjoy your precious gift. You can take it back yourself, big spender. Seeing Li Xingjian storm away in indignation, Song Yanjun couldn't help but smirk. She was indeed furious. Much like a stubborn donkey, he lengthened his strides to catch up with her. Are you truly not interested? Just look at this donkey. It bears a striking resemblance to you. Li Xingjian thought to herself. No wonder he had been unable to find a girlfriend in his previous life. What woman could tolerate such absurd antics? With a grin, she turned back to him. It's not that I don't want it. You saw that my grandfather has already seen this donkey. How could I possibly accept it? Moreover, it is far too extravagant. With over 20,000. I could buy more than 20 real donkeys in the countryside. I refuse to accept something I did not earn. Song Yanjun produced a savings book from his pocket. Pinched between two fingers, then surely you wouldn't desire this even more valuable item? Li Shijian looked puzzled. Song Yanjun presented the savings book to her. Originally, I intended to write you a check, but fearing you might not recognize it, and thus be unable to cash it, I opened an account directly for you. Li Shijian's eyes widened. There is 200,000 on it. Indeed, it was 200,000 yuan. She was aware of Song Yanjun's wealth. Yet he had not been particularly generous in his previous life. After a decade by his side, she had managed to save only 500,000. Reflecting on that, one could hardly call him magnanimous. Now, with their relationship still tenuous, he offered her 200,000. Is it true that what one cannot possess is always the most desirable? Li Xingjian scoffed. Do you even know how old I am? Song Yanjun scanned her from head to toe. It seems you're not that old. Are you? Why the arrogance? Li Xingjian retorted. You rogue. Excuse me. But may I inquire what you intend to do with this considerable sum? What do you expect of me? Her tone was sharp, as if suspecting him of ulterior motives. Song Yanjun chuckled. Oh, you needn't do anything at all, for this money is rightfully yours. When we were in Xingjian, I purchased some stocks that yielded a profit of 560,000. I couldn't have earned so much without you, so consider it a gesture of generosity. It's often said that while girls may not inherently love money, they certainly appreciate the feeling of receiving it. So, does that imply I wish to support you? Song Yanjun smiled. What else could it mean? Oh, when you asked about my age, you weren't implying something inappropriate, were you? Goodness, my dear, I am merely 18. Chapter 47. Li Xingjian skips class and elopes with the driver. Li Xingjian could hardly fathom that Song Yanjun's reasoning for giving her money was so innocent. It was neither a matter of keeping her nor purchasing her. It was simply an expression of gratitude. Indeed, given his age and experiences, he was not yet capable of such intentions. Was it her own baseness that she was reluctant to acknowledge? No. Li Xingjian flung the bankbook back at him. What you earned belongs to you, and has nothing to do with me. Regardless of the allure of 200,000, an amount that could grant one financial freedom in this era, she resolutely refused to accept it. I must inform you that my family is coming soon, Song Yanjun. As you can see, I come from a strict upbringing and cannot associate with dubious friends. Therefore, my acquaintances will not engage with you. Whatever your intentions may be, I ask that you refrain from disturbing me further. Please leave. Song Yanjun's striking eyes narrowed as he regarded her, a glimmer of coldness evident within. He was genuinely angry. Li Xingjian paid him no mind. Her decision was unyielding. She sensed that Song Yanjun harbored feelings for her, perhaps not merely affection, but a willingness to befriend her. Nevertheless, she was firm in her resolve not to rekindle anything with him. She would not tread the same path as before. For her, if they could not be lovers, they would never be friends. She did not wish to witness her ex flourishing beyond her, especially someone from a family as eminent as his. She had no desire to see it. Returning to her hospital room to gather her belongings, she noted that Song Yanjun did not follow. After a while, she glanced towards the door, still no one in sight. She sighed inwardly. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of disappointment for someone so remarkable. Someone she had even carried a child for. How could she dispel the sense of loss? Li Xingjian clenched her fist. I will surpass him, be wealthier and more accomplished. Come on, little Li. After Li Xingjian finished packing her belongings, she proceeded to the corridor to wait for Li Qian. She overheard a dispute at the service desk. Impossible. My daughter said she is here. What is going on? Dad. Li Xingjian stepped outside, her gaze filled with both grievance and indifference as she looked toward the service desk, where Li Qian had arrived, his demeanor unusually agitated, devoid of his usual calm and refined composure. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qian turned and indeed spotted Li Xingjian. He approached her but dared not meet her eyes, offering no explanations. With a fleeting glance, he stated, "Why did you only contact me after being hospitalized? The hospital is inconvenient. Come home with me." He did not inquire about her injuries or whether she required medical attention, instead coercively insisting she return home to avoid reprimand. After all these days, he seemed more concerned about facing criticism than about his daughter's well-being. Li Xingjian believed that Li Qian had never truly worried about her. She offered no resistance, obediently nodding. Yes, Seeing her docile demeanor, Li Qian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had been raised in the countryside and lacked guile. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a predicament. Li Qian led Li Xingjian to the parking lot and entered the driver's seat. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed two young men and an elderly woman approaching in the distance, the latter unmistakably resembling his former mother-in-law. A frown creased his brow as he attempted to discern their features. Just then, one of the young men seemed to catch his gaze and abruptly turned around. The familiar brow and aura confirmed it was indeed Shui Jingchen, although he had been quite young when his wife passed. The years had merely sculpted his features without altering their essence. It was truly Shui Jingchen. Li Qian could never forget the scene when Shui's family, brandishing weapons, had invaded his home in a fit of rage at his wife's death, an unruly bunch masquerading as a cultured family. Terrified, he started the engine and pressed the accelerator. Eager to leave, suddenly he heard a sharp scream from behind. Turning around, he realized Li Xingjian had just entered the car, the door still ajar. This was yet another manifestation of the Shui family's wrath. Enraged, he shouted, "Are you disabled? Why are you so slow to get in? You almost dented the car. If you can't live, then just die." Li Xingjian remained unfazed within. She discerned that Li Qian was frightened, though not by the prospect of her accident. Rather, it appeared he had encountered someone unsettling. Who was it? A moment before, she had glimpsed the elderly woman she had once assisted. Were they connected? Did Li Qian harbor fear toward them? That seemed implausible, for he had been raised comfortably by his grandfather, a privileged young man. Why would he be intimidated by them? Was there a peculiar relationship, or was her assumption misguided? Regardless, Li Qian was not acting normally. Li Xingjian lamented her youth and the slow pace of societal advancement. Otherwise, she would have jumped from the car to inquire about those individuals. "Dad, I cannot ascertain whether it is I who cannot survive, or if you simply wish for me not to. The first time, you pushed me onto a motorcycle. Now, luckily, I managed to enter the car swiftly. Or I might have been crushed beneath your wheels." She spoke the truth. Only moments ago did she realize Li Qian's intentions. She hastily swung her other leg out, lest she truly be caught beneath the wheels of the vehicle, causing her to break into a cold sweat. How could this individual, who was evidently inferior to a mere beast, so brazenly assign blame to others? Yet, father, you weren't acting with malice, were you? Li Qian, initially angered by her words, observed her sudden compliance, fearing she might report him, so he sought to extract her confession first. "Why did it take you so long to call me?" Li Xingjian inquired. "I didn't have your number before, Dad. Did you come to our class looking for me?" "This number was given to me by a classmate who came to visit. Otherwise, how would she know?" Li Qian was at a loss, pondering if perhaps the teacher was conducting an investigation. He had not visited the school. He was unaware of which class Li Xingjian was in. So how could he have searched for her? Nevertheless, if he truly wanted to find her, he might have succeeded. "I was frantic searching for you," Li Qian affirmed. Li Xingjian thought to herself that he truly had no sense of shame. She feigned gratitude. "Thank you, Dad. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. But why did you leave that day?" Li Qian, finding Li Xingjian's naivety disarming, hesitated to chastise her further regarding the incident with Li Chenxi. "I had to call a cab. Now, rest for a bit. Let us head home. You should refrain from visiting your grandfather for the time being." Li Xingjian smiled. "All right." Upon returning home, she moved to a relatively larger room. After a brief slumber, she was stirred by the sound of the door opening. "Dad, what brings you here?" Li Qian opened the door to find Li Mingli had unexpectedly returned. Fortunately, he had brought Li Xingjian back. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. Sui Li also returned, having failed to secure any funds. She schemed to prevent Li Xingjian from attending school, intending to reserve the opportunity for Li Chenxi, thus ensuring Li Xingjian would not excel while saving herself some money. With a cunning glint in her eye, she invited Li Mingli and Li Qian into the study and bluntly stated, "Dad, there is something I must tell you. Xingjian hasn't attended school since it began. She has eloped with a motorcycle driver." Chapter 48. "I know everything." Li Mingli remained impassive, his eyes growing increasingly cold as he queried, "Are you suggesting she has truly run away with someone?" Li Qian furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Sui Li. Sui Li hurriedly clarified, "She has returned. We brought her back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come home at all." Li Mingli shifted his legs, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. "I fail to comprehend. Why would she choose not to attend school, let alone elope with a driver? What could possibly motivate such behavior? I find it utterly perplexing." "Dad, what is there to understand? Such people exist in abundance. They forget their parents the moment they find a man, let alone their studies. Sui Li sighed. It is partly our fault. This child has not been raised in our presence and is disobedient. Regardless of how deeply we intervene, it remains a challenge. She is your own child. How can there be varying degrees of involvement? It's about whether you choose to care, Li Mingli retorted, his tone indicating displeasure. Sui Li felt a pang of anxiety, worried that Li Mingli might choose to protect Li Xingjian and let the matter slide. She awkwardly forced a smile and said, "Yes, we should have been more vigilant, but it is too late now." Li Mingli raised his head and cast a penetrating gaze at Sui Li, inquiring, "What is it that you desire now?" His tone was laden with skepticism. Sui Li's past indiscretions with Li Qian had rendered her an object of disdain for him. To the extent that no preparations had been made for their wedding, this was the first time he had truly regarded her. The piercing gaze of one who has held power for years instilled a sense of trepidation. Sui Li instinctively lowered her head, her carefully prepared words faltering in her throat. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she mustered the courage to speak, since Xingjian seems to have eyes only for men. Perhaps it would be best for her to marry. As for her education, she has worked so hard to gain admission, it would be a pity to waste that. Let Li Chenxi take her place, shall we? Li Mingli queried. Sui Li nodded with a smile. Father, I am considering the future of our children. Look, she shows little interest in her studies, and it would be a shame to squander her opportunity. But if Li Chenxi is so passionate about learning, why has she not been able to enter high school? Li Mingli knew he should be furious, yet, perhaps due to the accumulation of grievances, he felt a strange calmness within. He turned to Li Qian. What about you? Do you share this sentiment? Li Qian hesitated. Sui Li had not consulted him. Yet he could not bear to see his wife berated by his father, nor did he want Li Chenxi to miss out on her education. Father, what will happen to Chenxi's studies? You cannot allow her to be deprived of education. She is still so young. What will become of her? Xingjian and Li Chenxi were nearly the same age. Xingjian, born prematurely at 8 months, and Li Chenxi, full term. Yet both had come into the world around the same time. Who, then, was older? Li Mingli could no longer suppress his fury and hurled the books from his desk at Sui Li. Your child may be small, but she is allowed to pursue her education while others' children are destined for marriage. How can a woman as malevolent as you exist in this world? Father, Sui Li cried out as the books struck her head. In an effort to placate the old man, she fled in fear, knowing his wrath could be directed at anything within reach. Li Qian felt a surge of anxiety at his father's words. Father, how can you speak so? What if Xingjian hears? Ah, so you fear her hearing? Li Mingli retorted, noticing the door had closed. Li Qian, kneel. Father, kneel. With no choice left, Li Qian reluctantly knelt on the cold porcelain tiles, his gaze wandering, his expression one of defiance. Li Mingli felt despondent. His greatest concern had always been the issue of succession. He once had 3 sons, 2 of whom were exceptionally capable but had perished. The remaining one, indulged and spoiled by him and Guijing, was utterly wasted. Until today, he had not realized just how lost Li Qian was. However, when confronted with Li Xingjian's educational dilemma, Li Qian had agreed with Sui Li's perspective, and in that moment, Li Mingli understood that this child was beyond redemption. In families such as theirs, despite outward appearances of power, true authority was often lacking. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a trusted physician to an emperor, with little ability to secure lasting legacies. Yet who does not desire for their descendants to be free from oppression and to ascend effortlessly from such lofty heights? Who does not covet further advancement? Li Qian's situation is undoubtedly hopeless, leaving him with no choice but to select from among his grandchildren. Zhen Nan possesses a reclusive temperament and an unreliable biological mother, instilling a sense of apprehension within him. Zhen Bei, being the younger sibling, is merely average in academics. To his astonishment, the most promising among them appears to be Li Xingjian, whom he had previously overlooked. Yet, Li Qian and Sui Li relentlessly conspire against this child. Li Qian, I have long returned. Do you know the purpose of my visit? It was I who instructed Xingjian to call you, urging you to bring her home tomorrow. She was involved in a car accident and is currently hospitalized. I am fully aware of your cowardly escape. You have yet to escort her to school. She has been missing for 8 days, and you didn't even bother to inquire with her teachers about her well-being. I know all of this. Li Qian felt as though he were being choked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his father, panic washing over his features. Dad, I was just so frantic. I feared others would discover that I had harmed the child, he pleaded, his voice nearly breaking. And yet you disregard the child's very existence. You exhibit a complete lack of responsibility. Li Mingli's tone remained cold and composed. Then why did I instruct you to drive her to school? Where were you? The situation unfolded like this. At home, Li Qian realized there were many things he could not articulate, not a single word. He struggled to explain, Dad. Someone tampered with my car. It ran out of fuel. And yet you took Li Chenxi to school. Li Qian replied, but Li Mingli appeared visibly disheartened, shaking his head. Second son, you have already wronged Jinsei immensely. How can you tolerate Sui Li's cruelty towards Jinsei's child? That child is yours as well. Did you not harbor any hopes when she was about to be born? What are you truly doing now? Li Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his head bowed. Lost in contemplation, whether reminiscing or feeling regret, it was unclear. Li Mingli felt his own spirit waning. After this exchange, he was genuinely saddened. Second son, I cannot remain by your side forever. Why did I register Jinbei under your household? It was in the hope that you would have someone to care for you in your old age. Yet Jinbei is not your biological child. And who knows if he will ever learn the truth? In that case, who will be there for you? Do you truly expect Li Chenxi to provide for you in your twilight years? I doubt it. Moreover, Xingjian has already lost her mother, if you treat her well. She will reciprocate. Wouldn't he having more daughters who cherish you be beneficial? Why must you cast aside your own child? She is merely in high school. How can you even consider marriage? Your thoughts are simply unfathomable. Everything he does is ostensibly for whom? Is it not for his son? The disappointment is profound, truly disheartening. Chapter 49. Sui Li's breakdown. Li Qian bowed his head in shame, still failing to apologize, uncertain if he recognized his mistakes. Li Mingli assumed his son was merely inept at expressing himself. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Well, I cannot ascertain whether you have grasped your errors. Regardless, you are of no reliance. Gather everyone. I have something to declare. After Li Qian departed, he instructed Sui Li to summon the others. Sui Li, her arm bruised from a book, cried out in pain while questioning, What does Dad wish to announce? Should Li Xingjian be called as well? Li Qian felt a sharp pang of guilt as he caught a glimpse of his father's disappointed gaze. His heart was already heavy with remorse regarding his eldest daughter. Upon hearing Sui Li's tone, a surge of anger welled up within him as he perceived Sui Li's increasing disobedience. Was she not a person? Was she not part of this family? I will call her. I shall do it at once. Sui Li, not daring to delay, hurriedly went to summon someone, especially since she had recently endured more than her fair share of beatings. Li Qian's emotions seemed equally unstable. Zhen Nan and Zhen Bei had yet to return from school. With Li Chenxi and Li Xingjian present in the study, there were suddenly 4 individuals standing there. Upon seeing Li Xingjian, Li Qian's expression darkened, and he quietly inquired, Why did you not mention that you saw Grandpa at the hospital? Li Xingjian feigned innocence, responding, You never asked me. Li Qian retorted, You, Li Xingjian. Upon spotting Li Mingli, greeted him with unrestrained joy, Grandpa, when did you arrive? Why did you just call for me? He completely disregarded Li Qian. The previously irate Li Mingli's demeanor softened considerably, as he explained, I first needed to discuss a few matters with your father. Li Chenxi, feeling somewhat envious, noted how seldom Li Mingli spoke so gently with her. Li Mingli took a seat and proclaimed, Now that you are all gathered, let me say this. If you and your spouse cannot accommodate Xingjian, then there is no need for pretense. I have already purchased her a flat at Shuefu Garden. Sui Li, please bring the household registration book. I wish to transfer the property to her. Shuefu Garden? The unit priced at 350 per square meter? Sui Li had heard many references to this property. Some in their office remarked, Who would buy such an expensive place? While others asserted, You don't understand. It symbolizes status. Her mother had insisted she return home, hoping she would contribute financially to her elder brother's purchase. It was rumored that acquiring the property would allow her to attend school locally, without having to navigate connections for admission fees. Her elder brother's family had consistently exceeded the birth limit. The first 2 daughters were already married off, and the middle 2 daughters were sent away after being born. The youngest, a boy who was 5 years old this year, was the product of her brother's marriage to a younger wife and would soon be ready for school. She had seen that flat. Although the community amenities were inferior to their current residence, the interior decor was truly exquisite. The new building was spacious and bright, with an attractive exterior that surpassed the local houses. Yet, the smallest unit was 80 square meters, costing upwards of 400,000 to 500,000. How could she possibly afford that? She felt that very few could manage such an expense. Who would spend 400,000 to 500,000 on a single flat? Elsewhere, properties were available for 2,000 to 3,000, and she had heard that newly constructed buildings in the suburbs were even priced at 1,500. Thus, she could only apologize to her mother, stating that 4 to 500,000 was unattainable unless she solicited Li Mingli for assistance, which he would undoubtedly refuse. Now, hearing that Li Mingli claimed to have bought a property for Li Xingjian costing 4 to 500,000, Sui Li felt as though she had misheard. Her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Dad, what did you just say? Are you joking? Why would I just about such matters? So it's true. Having spent so many years in the Li family, Sui Li had never possessed a flat of her own. She desired to purchase a property to honor her parents. Yet neither Li Qian nor Li Mingli offered any support. At present, Li Mingli is surprisingly willing to purchase such an expensive house for that insufferable girl. Sui Li could no longer suppress the heartache caused by Li Mingli's indifference, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Father, you actually bought Li Hangjian a house worth 4 to 500,000? Did you truly do that? She reiterated with disbelief. Indeed, Li Mingli replied, feeling a twinge of pain as he withdrew his funds, nearly exhausting all his savings. Yet, upon witnessing Sui Li's furious tears, he felt the purchase was justified. It's not 4 to 500,000, Li Mingli stated nonchalantly. I acquired a 140 square meter property, totaling over 800,000 when all is considered. It is significantly more expensive. Sui Li's mind exploded like fireworks, leaving her momentarily dazed. She nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, Li Qinxi steadied her. Mother. As Sui Li regained her composure, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry uncontrollably, unable to maintain her usual calm demeanor. She even pointed an accusing finger at Li Mingli. Father, why did you do this? Why purchase such an extravagant house for her? Have you lost your mind? Are you becoming senile? Li Qian cautioned her. Stop speaking. Father knows everything. Knows everything? What does that mean? Sui Li's expression shifted from confusion to a pale fury as she gazed at Li Mingli. Father. Li Mingli chuckled. Is this satisfactory? Now you understand why. Because you cannot accept her. I am her grandfather. I cannot allow her to be cast aside. He instructed. Go fetch the household registration book. Father, you cannot treat us this way. I have devoted years to being a daughter-in-law to the Li family, working diligently and conscientiously. What have I done wrong? How can you do this to me? You purchased her a house. What will others think of me? How will they perceive our marriage? My parents toiled their entire lives, living in a modest house in the suburbs, without even a proper apartment. Why does Li Hangjian deserve to live in such a grand residence? Sui Li fell to her knees, her hands pressed to the ground, crying out in despair. Li Mingli dismissed her, uninterested in her parents' living situation. Call for the household registration book. He commanded. Father, even if you refuse to retrieve it, I can still register her separately. Your resistance is futile. Li Qian clenched his fists, leaving with a look of bitter defiance. Sui Li cried out to him, Husband, please don't go. She chased after Li Qian, while Li Qinxi felt compelled to speak up. She struggled to find the right words, managing a smile. Grandfather, you care so much for my sister. I envy her. Although Li Mingli harbored no fondness for Li Qinxi, she was still his granddaughter, and he refrained from scolding her, believing all misfortunes stemmed from Sui Li. Given Li Qinxi's youth, any misbehavior could be attributed to Sui Li's influence. Therefore, he chose not to reprimand her. Yet his tone remained cool. Rather than envying your sister, it would be wiser to focus on your studies. If you do well, you will have everything you desire in the future. Chapter 50. Those who utter such words are not to be relied upon. Li Qinxi encountered a setback. Her face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of blue and purple, and inwardly cursed. Why hasn't that old wretch departed from this world yet? Sui Li was in the bedroom, weeping loudly, possibly having had a confrontation with Li Qian. Li Mingli, indifferent to her plight, waited for Li Qian to reluctantly hand over the household registration book. Li Minglu called for Li Xingjian, instructing her to gather her belongings. It was time to leave. Li Xingjian hesitated, her eyes filled with trepidation, as if grappling with the decision to depart. I said we are leaving, Li Mingli reiterated. Only then did Li Xingjian respond. Grandfather, please wait for me. I have something important that I need to retrieve. She went to the cat house and brought out a fountain pen. Grandfather, this is a gift from you. I cannot leave it behind. Li Mingli was well aware that the room had previously been used by Li Qinxi for her cats. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Where do you reside now? Li Qian intended to answer for Li Xingjian, but it was too late. Li Xingjian explained. I no longer live there. When I first returned, my mother asked me to stay there, but then some elderly women from the unit came, claiming that it was the cat house. I returned and was given another room. Elderly women from the unit? Li Mingli suddenly recalled the familiar faces that greeted him upon entering the courtyard, their expressions hesitant, whispering about thieves and the cat house housing a child. He had been puzzled at the time, unaware that they were waiting for him. Li Mingli sensed that this matter was far from simple. Turning to Li Qian, he inquired, "What is truly going on?" Li Qian squinted, scrutinizing Li Xingjian. She had an inkling that this woman was being deliberate. Otherwise, she was indeed foolish. Why did she continually cast herself in a negative light? "Father," Li Qian began to explain. However, Sui Li, now in a state of collapse, could no longer control her emotions, thinking it was better for all to perish together. She burst out, "Yes, it was I who falsely accused her of theft. I made her live in the cat house. So what? I even called security, and the people from the unit witnessed it all. What of it? Didn't you buy her a house worth over 800,000? Without my cat house, could she have moved in? What do you intend to blame me for now?" "Father, let me be clear. If you truly give this house to Li Xingjian, when you pass away, no one will carry your banner or offer you sacrifices on tomb sweeping day. Do not expect my husband to burn paper for you. Be quiet." Li Qian was taken aback that Sui Li dared to speak such words, truly crazy. Previously, she had thought that while Sui Li had schemed against Li Xingjian, it was always for a reason, to ensure that Li Xingjian would obey and to secure a brighter future for Qinxi. Thus, she had turned a blind eye. But now, she was shocked to discover that Sui Li would dare to confront her father. She remembered how gentle and considerate Sui Li had been when they were together. How had she transformed into such a shrew? Bang! Before Li Qian could finish his reproach, Li Mingli threw off his slippers and struck the fish tank at the entrance. The tank did not shatter, but the loud noise startled everyone in the room. Li Qian fell silent, while Sui Li cast a guilty glance at Li Mingli. Li Mingli was truly infuriated. Despite his prior knowledge of Sui Li's unscrupulous nature and his belief that Li Qian was unworthy of fatherhood, he never anticipated the depths of malice displayed by both Sui Li and Li Qian. They were on the verge of ruining Li Xingjian. Any lingering affection he had for Li Qian had vanished entirely. That scoundrel thought he could pave a way for himself at my expense. What a farce. Li Mingli pointed at Sui Li and declared, "Firstly, it is not for you to offer sacrifices on my behalf. Secondly, I raised Li Qian. I nurtured him into adulthood and helped him establish a family. I have fulfilled my duty towards him. I owe you nothing. You may choose to be unfilial towards me, but he must honor me, even if I were to provide him with no monetary support in the future. Lastly, anyone capable of uttering such words would be insatiable, even if I were to lay my heart bare before you." Sui Li, undeterred, attempted to argue. Li Mingli scoffed, "If you doubt my words, calculate the expenses I have incurred over the years, including those of your family who seem to have borrowed tens of thousands from me without repayment. Are those not benefits? Are they not monetary support? Yet, have you ever shown the slightest gratitude? The old saying goes, one does not fear poverty but inequality." Sui Li remained obstinate, failing to comprehend the depths of Li Mingli's disdain for her. "How about this? I will repay you the tens of thousands, but you must give me Li Xingjian's house. Is that acceptable? You see, those who benefit are always agreeable." Li Mingli, disinterested in her proposal, called out to Li Qian, "You are quite well off. I need not your concern when I pass. Let us see if I can endure sleeping on the streets." Li Qian hastily interjected, "Dad, it has not been easy for you to raise me. Do not listen to her nonsense." Li Mingli was not a man who resorted to violence against women. Yet circumstances dictated otherwise. He believed if Li Qian truly respected him, he ought to deliver a resounding slap to Sui Li. In truth, Li Qian likely harbored resentments himself and had considered this very notion. Ultimately, one cannot share a bed with two different types of people. He must have realized long ago that his son's choice of Sui Li indicated a shared moral deficiency. Neither was worthy of esteem. Blaming others for his son's shortcomings was futile. Li Mingli called for Li Xingjian. "Xingjian, take a good look around. This is also your home. As this house was allocated to your grandfather, he did not purchase it for you to leave this family, but rather to convey that not only do you possess this place, but you also have an escape route. Should you tire of this residence, you have the means to establish a new home. What does this mean? Is this house now also Li Xingjian's?" Sui Li was driven to the brink of madness, shouting, "Dad, what exactly do you intend to do?" This time, Li Mingli disregarded her and beckoned Li Xingjian to leave. After their departure, Sui Li realized that Li Mingli was resolute in his intention to care for Li Xingjian. She felt both wronged and heartbroken, primarily over the house that should rightfully belong to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept uncontrollably. "Darling, do you think Dad has lost his senses? He has a son and a grandson, yet he is selling a house for a granddaughter. He must be mad. Go demand it back from him. If he refuses, sever ties with him. Yes, sever ties. He dotes on you the most. He will certainly be afraid. He is only one son. Shut your mouth. Are you not embarrassed enough? Li Qian suddenly had a moment of clarity. The father is particularly concerned about his reputation. Previously, he stated that the house would be given to Li Xingjian. But he did not mention that this place is also Li Xingjian's home. This is due to the rumors surrounding their family, accusing them of slandering and mistreating Li Xingjian. The old man feels humiliated. All of this stems from Sui Li's desire to prevent Li Xingjian from attending school, which led to the framing of Li Xingjian. You are truly a jinx. Li Qian felt a genuine fear. The resolute gaze of the old man as he departed left him anxious that the elder might truly abandon him in the future. Chapter 51. They claim to be her parents? They ought to present more evidence. Do they really think the old man fears severing ties with him? The elder holds the resources. What kind of dutiful descendants does he not have? Yet, he cannot afford to lose his father. How would he navigate life thereafter? The more Li Qian pondered, the more anxious he became. He pushed Sui Li, who had leaned closer, and said, I have warned you multiple times. Treat Li Xingjian better. Do you understand? She is my flesh and blood. Do you take me for a fool? Sui Li sensed his genuine anger and panicked slightly. Though Li Qian had not previously seemed overly furious. While he had not publicly sought to ostracize Li Xingjian, his actions had neither opposed nor supported her. Did he not call the security department to apprehend Li Xingjian himself? How could he now blame her? Yet, Sui Li dared not question Li Qian about this. She cried sorrowfully, Darling, I only want what is best for our child, for us to live better. That house is worth 800,000 to 900,000. Do you think your father still has money? Suddenly, Li Qian declared, I will go speak with Li Xingjian. He hurriedly put on his shoes and rushed to catch up with his father and daughter. Fortunately, the old man's driver had parked some distance away. Just as they were about to get into the car, Li Qian finally caught up. Li Mingli held the car door, squinting at him with a warning expression. Li Qian dared not mention the house. He changed his tone, adopting a cordial demeanor as he advised Li Xingjian. Go stay with your grandfather for a couple of days, but don't be too mischievous. If you want to come home, you can. This will always be your home. I am your father. He was attempting to mend fences. Li Mingli, uninterested, took a seat in the front passenger's side. Once he saw the old man had entered the car, Li Qian grasped Li Xingjian's shoulder and said, Xingjian, you must understand. Without me, there is no you. I will always be your father, and your mother feels the same, though you may not have been with us before. Our ways may not align, leading to misunderstandings. When you return next time, we will treat you well. Be dutiful to your grandfather and help ease his anger. He was hoping she would flatter Li Mingli on his behalf. Li Xingjian felt an urge to laugh heartily. How could he forget that this man was his father when he was struck by a car? Why did he not proclaim it when he was cast aside beside Guo Jing? As he witnessed the old man genuinely disdain them, this man now attempted to play the role of a father. In his previous life, Li Xingjian had never found Li Qian so repugnant. He had thought he was merely a tool, not realizing that everything stemmed from Li Qian's own indulgence. Were it not for the fact that the old man had only this one son and had not yet forsaken his dignity, he would have already abandoned all hope. Li Xingjian smiled and nodded. All right, I will. Naturally, she would seek to curry favor with the old master, having his support equated to possessing the entire Li family. In truth, she did not covet it much, but she simply would not bestow it upon them. As for speaking kindly on their behalf, that would have to wait until the next lifetime. Suddenly, Li Xingjian inquired, Are you truly my biological parents? Li Qian's face turned awkward, tinged with embarrassment and irritation. As she replied softly, Do not speak such strange words. If I am not your father, then who is? You bear a striking resemblance to me. Not necessarily. Are they truly my parents? Judging by their actions rather than their hearts, it seems otherwise. Are they indeed my parents? Then let them provide some evidence. Li Xingjian curled her lips into a smile directed at Li Qian, a smile laden with meaning. Li Mingli genuinely took Li Xingjian to the property center to register her ownership. The staff requested a photograph of Li Xingjian, which left her feeling somewhat dazed. In that moment within the house, she felt exhilarated, yet she had not anticipated that Li Mingli would truly grant her the property. It was likely that this was indeed all of Li Mingli's cash savings. Recalling how Li Mingli had disdainfully shaken his head upon seeing her in her previous life, Li Xingjian found it difficult to navigate her current feelings. Her return was intended to make each of them kneel before her in tears. Yet, she was taken aback by Li Mingli's heartfelt openness towards her. Grandfather. Li Xingjian refrained from taking the photograph and whispered, Grandfather, I believe this house should be kept for yourself. While at home, you have seen and heard that you not only have me, but also father, Zhennan, Zhenbei. and licency. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequity. If you give me the house, despite how well you have treated them before, they will feel that without this house, they are undeserving and will come to resent you, thereby erasing all your past kindness. I can live with you. I can ride my bicycle to school. There is truly no need to purchase a house for me. Li Xingjian continued. I once heard a story about an elderly scholar of the I Ching. He said that when their children erred, regardless of whose fault it was, they would first discern right from wrong. Then, regardless of guilt, they would all be punished together. This was not to favor the errant child, but because if the innocent were not punished, the wrongdoer would harbor even greater hatred towards them. If this house is given to me, I fear that my elder brother and younger siblings may come to resent me. More than the house, I cherish the unity of our family. Li Mingli was initially pained by the thought of parting with his entire savings, which he would have to rebuild from scratch. He had felt somewhat impulsive. Yet now that the words had been spoken, he resolved to accept the mistake. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret and frustration, believing he should not have given all his money to Li Xingjian. However, upon hearing her words, his feelings of remorse dissipated entirely. Seeing Sui Li's character, it was evident that she would be eager to transform into a property center staff member herself, eager to stamp the documents. The same would apply to others. They would be impatient to obtain the property certificate. But Li Xingjian was different. She expressed that, more than the house, she valued the harmony among siblings and the bonds of family. The three children, whom she had never encountered, shared a deep familial bond, much like her own. Li Mingli tenderly stroked Li Xingjian's small head, saying, It is our grandfather's duty to comfort them. You need not worry. Each of them possesses more than you do. Your grandfather has made amends for what he owed you. The mention of grandfather brought a lump to Li Xingjian's throat. For 20 years, no one had ever expressed remorse towards her or acknowledged any debts owed. He was the first to do so, although memories of her previous life, fraught with indignities before her grandfather, still lingered. At that moment, she felt a genuine gratitude towards the elderly man for alleviating a fraction of her resentment. Of course, much resentment remained. Having received the property deed, Li Mingli took Li Xingjian to view their new home. Though it was somewhat expensive, the environment was quite pleasant. In Chapter 52, she thought to tell her grandfather that the most costly units here could exceed 300,000 per square meter, which would further validate his decision. She held her tongue, confident that her grandfather would acquire many more properties in the future, perhaps even needing to purchase several. Today, he had bought for her. But surely he would also provide for Li Jinan and Li Jinbei. Keep working hard, old man. In this new reality where communal spaces were non-existent, upon entering the house, Li Xingjian discovered that the 140 square meters comprised a cozy duplex. The decor was not extravagant, but it was brand new. Outside the back window stood a fragrant osmanthus tree, delighting her senses at this perfect season. The serene surroundings were a relief, especially since Sui Li had not come. Otherwise, she would have surely been infuriated. As Li Xingjian absorbed her surroundings, she felt a surreal sense of disbelief. She had always believed that through her own efforts, she could one day inhabit such a dwelling, yet she never anticipated that happiness would arrive so swiftly. Heaven knew how desperately she had longed for a place to call her own in her past life. However, lacking education, a career, and affection, she had only found refuge in Song Yanjun's abode. Now, she truly had her own home. Would the old man take it back? She resolved to linger a few more nights, at least to recoup her investment and avoid any possibility of it being reclaimed. As they opened the door, they heard some commotion outside. Li Mingli glanced back and remarked, an acquaintance. He stepped outside to greet them and returned to tell Li Xingjian, the mother of that Ms. Huang is one of my patients. She hails from a family of diplomats. While supporting rural development, she met a young intellectual from another region, and they married in the countryside. Later, when the young intellectual returned home, her family was rehabilitated, allowing her to be reassigned back, although her husband could not accompany her. It was their family that facilitated that. Li Mingli's expression grew nuanced, tinged with frustration as he continued, that Aunt Huang is commendable in many ways. But she suffered during childbirth, resulting in the loss of her child. The child she now has is adopted by the couple. He added, I just inquired. And that boy attends the same school as you. Xingjian, I am wary of children with unclear origins. After sharing this, he wondered if the child had absorbed any of his sentiments. The other party intended to purchase the house across the street for the convenience of their son's schooling. He harbored a deep fear that living in such proximity would lead to his granddaughter engaging in a premature romance with that boy. Li Xingjian narrowed her eyes slightly. a cold smirk gracing her lips as she grasped the situation. Moments ago, she had recognized the boy in question, Xiao Haining, the class monitor of their 5th grade class. In her previous life, Xiao Haining had harbored a fondness for Li Chenxi, entangling her in a web of ambiguity that led to her being bullied by classmates and ultimately succumbing to depression. According to her grandfather's accounts, Xiao Haining was adopted. Yet, she distinctly recalled seeing Ms. Huang, a woman Li Xingjian had met with Song Yanjun during their acquaintance. At that time when Song Yanjun sought her assistance in facilitating overseas business, while Ms. Huang was embroiled in divorce proceedings. Her husband had long been involved with a mistress in the countryside, and the son she had raised was, in fact, the husband's illegitimate child. Furthermore, her own child had not perished. After birth, the husband's family had taken and sold the infant. During the tumultuous period, she was desperately searching for her biological daughter while simultaneously battling through divorce, rendering the business deal unfeasible. This implies that Xiao Haining was the biological son of Ms. Huang's husband, a fact Ms. Huang remained oblivious to. A child born out of wedlock, who had caused her immense suffering in her past life, was now within her grasp, and she would not easily let Xiao Haining slip away. Li Xingjian pondered for a moment before softly inquiring, "Grandfather, that boy bears a striking resemblance to the man. Doesn't he? Is he truly adopted? Could he perhaps be the man's illegitimate child, unbeknownst to Aunt Huang?" Li Mingli responded, "Such matters have never piqued my interest." He turned to gaze at the house across the street, deep in thought, his brow furrowing increasingly. In truth, while they did not resemble each other much, certain mannerisms were indeed reminiscent. After all, they had spent considerable time together, which could lead to imitation. Was it possible? Li Xingjian remarked, "Grandfather, that is difficult to ascertain. Some men harbor ulterior motives. If you hadn't shared Aunt Huang's family background, I would not have speculated further. What if Aunt Huang had a daughter, but, due to old-fashioned beliefs, her family feared having no heirs and thus swapped their biological daughter for an illegitimate son to adopt?" Li Mingli replied, "What transpired before? I cannot say." Realizing the complexity of her thoughts, he chuckled, "Why does a young child like you think so deeply? The affairs of others are not our concern. However, it seems you do not favor that boy?" Li Xingjian nodded. "Once you mentioned the background, my dislike grew, and I began to suspect he might be an illegitimate child. That would be fortuitous. Otherwise, he might find a way to disrupt the deal across the street." Noticing that Li Mingli appeared indifferent to the matter, she bit her lip and added, "Grandfather, Aunt Huang is quite formidable. I shall greet her. It may prove beneficial in the future." Despite his upright demeanor, Li Mingli enjoyed flattery from those in power. His delight grew at the prospect of his granddaughter forging connections with influential figures. "Go on, venture forth. One must embrace opportunities. Do not hesitate, just extend your greetings." It seemed the deal across the street was nearing completion, as Li Xingjian entered to find Huang Jingjian negotiating prices with a sales representative. With her hands clasped behind her back, she approached, but before she could speak, she was spotted by Xiao Haining. Xiao Haining furrowed his brow, his gaze scrutinizing. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He assumed Li Xingjian was merely another prospective tenant, yet he seemed somewhat familiar. Li Xingjian set his hands down and feigned excitement. "Class leader Jiao, don't you recognize me? I am your classmate, Li Xingjian. What are you doing here? Didn't you drop out?" Xiao Haining, at that moment, did not recognize Li Chenxi and harbored no significant animosity towards Li Xingjian. However, he regarded her with suspicion. Observing her modest attire, which did not suggest she hailed from a wealthy family, thus his demeanor was less than amiable. He believed Li Xingjian was either stalking him or attempting to ingratiate herself. "How did you know I was here? What do you want?" Huang Jingyao and Jiao Mingxing, hearing their conversation, glanced over. Huang Jingyao spoke in a gentle tone. "Ning Ning, who is this?" Xiao Haining replied, "I don't know, perhaps a child of the cleaning staff." He could not fathom why Li Xingjian would appear in such an upscale neighborhood. Huang Jingyao, adorned in a pale yellow floral dress and carrying a light green leather bag, exuded an air of elegance as she curiously inquired of Li Xingjian, "Young lady, do you need something?" She came across as both knowledgeable and approachable. Li Xingjian responded, "I am a classmate of Xiao Haining, just here to say hello, but it seems he possesses a rather condescending attitude." Chapter 53, Familiarity Breeds Clarity. Kind words are seldom left unspoken until nightfall. Xiao Haining stared at Li Xingjian in astonishment. How could this female classmate be so blunt? To call her forthright was flattering. Was she simply lacking in common sense? She had audaciously voiced her disdain for him, and to confront him before his parents. Was she out of her mind? His adoptive mother was an exceedingly modest individual who had always admonished him against looking down on others due to his status. What on earth was this girl thinking? Mom, I haven't been to school for 8 days. I genuinely forgot about her, Xingjian chuckled. Since you have forgotten, how do you still remember you haven't been to school for 8 days? Classmate Jiao, you seem rather fond of lying. Is it a habitual tendency? Why? Is it your preference, or perhaps inherited? Her implications suggested his upbringing was lacking. How dare you? Jiao Haining was taken aback and furious. Who could so cheerfully express such impolite remarks to him? He had done nothing to provoke her. Huang Jingyao discerned Li Xingjian's rudeness towards Jiao Haining, her brow slightly furrowing. Yet she refrained from losing her temper. Adjusting her bag strap, she maintained her gentle demeanor. Young lady, is there some misunderstanding between you and Ningning? You seem less than friendly towards him. Li Xingjian replied. Aunt Huang, if you come closer, I will tell you. Huang Jingyao was taken aback. You know me? Li Xingjian gestured with her finger. You will find out when you come over. Huang Jingyao, bemused, wondered who this girl was and why she was being so mysterious. She glanced back at her husband, Jiao Mingsheng, who was still engrossed in conversation with the sales representative, evidently prioritizing the property that required their child's name, oblivious to the exchanges occurring nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Jingyao decided to approach Li Xingjian. Xiao Haining was oblivious to Li Xingjian's intentions. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Huang Jingyao turned to him and said, if there is any misunderstanding, I can help clarify it. It's always better for classmates to speak openly. With that, Xiao Haining found no reason to object. Yet, he could not fathom what Li Xingjian could possibly say to his adoptive mother. Li Xingjian, unceremoniously, took Huang Jingyao's hand and led her into the corridor. She wasted no time and bluntly stated, and Huang, your adopted son, Xiao Haining, is actually your husband's biological son, an illegitimate child. To gain your assistance in raising his son, he stealthily took away your newborn daughter. While he enjoys a life of luxury and receives a superior education, your true child is still alive, suffering somewhere unknown. Was it possible to become familiar enough to convey such explosive truths? It seemed unlikely. She would not hold her words until the next day. She did not care whether the other party believed her. That was their concern. What mattered was that she had spoken her mind with ardor. Huang Jingyao stared at the unfamiliar young girl, her mouth moving, as if a firecracker had been tossed into her mind, leaving her momentarily numb. What? What are you saying? Who are you? She stammered, regaining her composure. How could she know that she had given birth to a child who had died? How could she know that Xiao Haining was an adopted son? The words she uttered seemed like a surreal tale, yet curiously, everything aligned perfectly. Was this mere coincidence? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. This was the first time she had heard such revelations, and no one had ever spoken of it before. What on earth was happening? Who was this child? Was it common to drop such bombshells upon a first meeting? They had only just met, yet this child made her feel as though ghosts might exist in this world. Li Xingjian smiled and replied, you may choose not to believe me. In that case, you should investigate for yourself, but be cautious not to alert anyone. With a flourish of her hand, she pointed across the way. I am the granddaughter of Mr. Li Mingli. Please do not disclose this to anyone. Of course. She added that for her own amusement. One can kill a man from 10 paces, leaving no trace behind. Once the matter is settled, one departs, concealing their deeds and name. The task of uncovering the truth was left to Ms. Huang. Upon entering, Xiao Haining observed his adoptive mother's unease. His curiosity was piqued. Though he remained composed, after all, he and Li Xingjian had little connection. He could not believe that Li Xingjian could possibly say anything truly detrimental about him to his mother. Mom, what did she want to talk to you about? I don't even know her. She hasn't been to school since the semester began. Our teacher mentioned she eloped with a man and dropped out. Huang Jingyao frowned. Is that so? The youthful visage of the girl bore an intellect and poise that belied her years, as if a mature soul resided within a youthful frame. It seemed implausible that she would abandon a prestigious education to elope. She claimed to be the granddaughter of Li Mingli. I did see Li Mingli's granddaughter at a wedding, but it was not her. The behavior exhibited was peculiar, distinctly different from the norm. Mom, what exactly did she say? Xiao Haining was genuinely perplexed regarding what Li Xingjian could have possibly conveyed. Huang Jingyao snapped back to reality and replied, she didn't say much. She mentioned that you were quite good, albeit a bit arrogant, and that I should tell you not to look down on your classmates. Xiao Haining frowned. Did she really say that? Is this girl unwell? The disdain she harbors towards others stems from her own perceived superiority. Her biological father is capable of providing her with everything she desires, so why should she regard those less fortunate with any respect? At that moment, Qiao Mingxing negotiated the price and called out to Huang Jingyao, saying, "What are you two discussing? Pay up so we can proceed with the property deed." Qiao Haining's excitement was palpable as she grasped Huang Jingyao's arm, urging, "Mom, let us finalize the payment, then we can celebrate." Celebrate what? The acquisition of a property worth over 800,000? As Huang Jingyao lifted her gaze, she was struck by how strikingly similar the smiles of her husband and adopted son were. In truth, they did not resemble each other much. Her husband had a square face, while Qiao Haining's was more delicate and petite. Her husband sported round, expressive eyes, whereas Qiao Haining's were elongated. Yet, the essence of their gestures and mannerisms bore an uncanny resemblance. If this similarity arose from the adoptive child mimicking her adoptive parents, why was it that the child bore no resemblance to her, but rather to Qiao Mingxing? Was what the granddaughter of the Li family claimed truly accurate? Regardless of its veracity, Huang Jingyao could not help but be reminded of her anguish over the loss of her child. Yes, they had referred to it as a son. They had not claimed it was a daughter. Yet, the young girl from the Li family insisted it was a daughter. In reality, she had seen nothing clearly at the time. Her family had been away on business, and by sheer coincidence, her mother-in-law's family had been preoccupied nearby. They told her the child had died, that it was a son, and forbade her from looking, fearing that a glimpse would shatter her ability to endure life thereafter. Without her loved ones by her side, and having undergone a cesarean section, she truly did not see the child they claimed had perished. Thus, did they truly abandon her child, leaving it to be discarded by Qiao Haining and the others? Previously, she would never have entertained such thoughts. Could such malevolence exist in the world? Yet, once the seeds of doubt were sown, they took root and flourished within her heart. She found herself uncontrollably questioning everything about her husband and adopted son. Chapter 54. A clearer perspective. Huang Jingyao understood that she should not doubt her husband and child. Yet she could wait for an investigation. Should the results reveal that the girl had lied, she would apologize to her husband and child. If it turned out to be true, the 800,000 would have been cobbled together from the antique jewelry her mother had left her, along with some government reimbursements. How else could a family like theirs possess such a sum? If they had it, it must have been embezzled. It was all her private money. If she purchased the house, it would rightfully belong to Qiao Haining. What if Qiao Haining truly was Qiao Mingxing's biological child? After raising someone else's child for 16 years and then handing over all her savings to buy a house for them, would she not be reduced to a charitable institution? How could she allow herself to be subjected to such humiliation? It would also be inappropriate for it to be in her name. Huang Jingyao stated, "In truth, my jewelry has not yet been converted to cash. Since you are satisfied, let us take a look first." Both Qiao Mingxing and Qiao Haining were momentarily taken aback. Qiao Mingxing was particularly anxious. He had painstakingly devised a way to legally transform Huang Jingyao's assets into those of himself and his son. So why had she suddenly changed her stance? Qiao Haining echoed this sentiment. "Mom, you promised to buy me a house." She hesitated to make a purchase, fearing that if her adoptive mother learned the truth, she might withhold everything from him. After being her son for so many years, how could he accept such a fate? He aspired to inherit the entire family fortune, gain admission to a university, and reunite his parents to spare them from the anguish of separation. He implored Huang Jingyao not to jeopardize his parents' chance of togetherness any further. Money, after all, felt more secure in his own hands. Qiao Haining continued, "Mother, you cannot go back on your word." The saleswoman smiled awkwardly, persistently urging, "Sister, there's a promotion right now. You may not realize it, but everyone keeps saying not to buy property. However, prices rise daily. The land here is precious. Don't be deceived by its current cost. Tomorrow, it could increase by 500. Just think, if it rises 500 per square meter, how much more could you sell it for later? Once this area is sold out, you will find it impossible to secure such a prime location again." Huang Jingyao had resolved to clarify her child's origins. Even at the cost of potential gains, she refused to be a lifelong servant to others, sewing wedding garments for someone else. "I currently lack sufficient funds. I apologize. If necessary, I shall return in a few days," she stated, adjusting her bag and exhaling quietly before turning to leave. Qiao Haining, anxious as a bee in a hot pan, glanced at Qiao Mingxing. Suddenly, Qiao Mingxing reprimanded her. "Huang Jingyao, what on earth are you doing? How can you simply refuse to buy a house for the child?" Over the years, Qiao Mingxing had treated Huang Jingyao well, managing all household affairs aside from her salary. And he had never raised his voice at her before. Huang Jingyao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "This is not a quarrel. I simply stated that I do not have enough money. Then let us take out a loan. We can certainly repay it," Xiao Mingxing insisted, attempting to pull Huang Jingyao back. "Let go of me," she protested. "What gives you the right to change your mind? My son and I set out joyfully to purchase a house. We had an agreement. Why are you altering it now? Sign the papers. Do so immediately," he demanded. "I said I am not buying a house now. I refuse." Huang Jingyao, feeling pain as Xiao Mingxing gripped her hand, shouted, "Release me. I said I will not buy. From now on, I refuse to buy." With that, Xiao Mingxing felt as though he were about to lose a fortune, as if all his years of hard work were in vain. In a moment of desperation, he struck Huang Jingyao across the face. The air around them seemed to freeze. Silence enveloping the room. The saleswoman was alarmed, gesturing helplessly, unsure how to intervene. Huang Jingyao looked at Xiao Mingxing in disbelief, her eyes narrowing, yet she did not cry. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Xiao Mingxing was shaken. He had endured for 20 years, but now he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. He understood that Huang Jingyao had only so much money left, and the elders of the Huang family had largely withdrawn their support. If he could secure the funds, he could find a respectable job for Yingying, freeing himself from fear of Huang Jingyao. She could endure in servitude, or if she could not, she would leave with nothing, ultimately fulfilling their family of 3. Yesterday, he dreamt of a moment when a family of 3 would reunite, and today he awaited the opportunity to hand over the house to his son. Yet, unexpectedly, Huang Jingyao changed her mind. Over 800,000. A sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. It was all his and his son's, and this woman only needed to perform a simple act of payment. Why was it so difficult? Xiao Mingxing did not wish to apologize, but he softened his tone, saying, "You forced my hand. Your words are empty. Are you not toying with me?" Huang Jingyao, having weathered many storms, did not react like a naive girl encountering Xiao Mingxing for the first time. She pondered internally. He had never been so agitated, nor had he ever raised a hand against her. Yet here he was, resorting to violence over this house. What did this signify? This was his last bargaining chip, his final funds. Apart from this money, Xiao Mingxing no longer needed her. The granddaughter of the Li family was right. She had not deceived her. At that moment, Huang Jingyao felt an unusual calmness. She must not show any weakness. She needed to leave and seek evidence. If her child were indeed alive, she awaited her return. Huang Jingyao said nothing, covering her face as she hurriedly departed. Xiao Haining, utterly disillusioned, resembled a deflated balloon as he looked at his father. "What should we do? Why did you hit her? The saleswoman is still here, and you offended her before we even got the money." He suppressed his frustration. "What should we do?" Xiao Mingxing nudged Xiao Haining. "She cares for you the most. You should ask her." "Mom." Xiao Haining finally caught up with Huang Jingyao, speaking with a tone of grievance. "Do you think I am not your real son? Hence you do not want to buy this house for me? This house is crucial for my education." Huang Jingyao, covering her face, paused and looked earnestly at Xiao Haining. Even though Xiao Haining's features did not closely resemble Xiao Mingxing's, his propensity for blame was strikingly similar. Knowing she had been wronged, if he were truly a caring son, he would be concerned for her well-being rather than invoking his status as an adopted child to pressure her for money. Ultimately, he was still demanding that she pay. This child showed no concern for her at all. Previously, when no one pointed it out, she thought perhaps it was her own inadequacy that made her child feel unloved. Now, awakened to the truth, Huang Jingyao clearly realized that Xiao Haining was nothing but an ingrate. No matter how much she did, it would never suffice. Chapter 55. The 3 siblings' foolishness. Huang Jingyao never calculated against her children, but at this moment, a flash of inspiration struck her, and with a tone of despair, she said, "I'm not saying I won't buy it. I explained to your father that we haven't exchanged enough money. Loans incur interest. Why not use this money for something worthwhile? Yet, he refuses to listen, believing I do not wish to purchase it. I do not understand why he thinks this way. Ning, since your father feels so strongly, there must be a reason. He is so reasonable, let him loan you the money. After all, he keeps his salary for himself without contributing to the household. He has the means." After speaking, Huang Jingyao hailed a taxi and departed, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Xiao Haining was utterly exasperated, harboring resentment towards Xiao Mingxing for his impatience. Just as Li Xingjian and Li Mingli emerged, they fortuitously encountered the salesgirl. Li Xingjian inquired, "Have you sold it?" The salesgirl glanced at Li Mingli and asked, "Did you purchase it?" "Indeed, we have finalized the purchase," Li Xingjian replied. Only then did the salesgirl relent and engage with Li Xingjian, Lamenting, it was all settled, the contract was prepared, and then suddenly, you decided not to buy. You have wasted so much of my time. For a moment, Li Xingjian felt a sense of relief, knowing that Huang Jingyao must have taken her words to heart. Otherwise, the thought of over 800,000 being squandered on a dishonest dealer made her shudder at the prospect of Huang Jingyao's inevitable distress and hysteria upon discovering the truth. Thus, when she and Song Yanjun sought out Huang Jingyao, they found her in a rather dismal state. Li Xingjian had little personal rapport with Huang Jingyao. Especially since Qiao Haining had previously offended her, she was determined not to make things easy for Qiao Haining. She hoped Huang Jingyao would swiftly uncover the truth and expel Qiao Haining without delay. Li Xingjian encouraged the salesgirl, with such rapid increases in property prices. Perhaps tomorrow someone will make an even higher offer. Good things are worth waiting for, so why fret? The salesgirl straightened her posture and handed Li Mingli a business card. Smiling sweetly, "Sir, if you have friends looking to buy, remember to reach out to me." Li Mingli thought to himself, at such a steep price, who would buy? Out of courtesy, he accepted the card. Glancing at it, it bore the name Wang Qiqi. He nodded and tucked it away as he departed with his granddaughter. Once outside, Li Mingli promptly discarded the card into a trash bin and instructed Li Xingjian, "You should stay with me for the next few days. Once I have the time to select some furniture, you can return." Li Xingjian understood well, though she was young. Her grandfather had purchased this apartment more to irritate Sui Li than out of genuine desire for her to reside there. He preferred her to work and study under his watchful eye. She was now obedient to his arrangements. As they got into the car, Li Mingli recalled Li Xingjian's peculiar teacher. "Your teacher is rather bothersome. She likely seeks personal gain. Do not indulge her. Such individuals, if you give them 500, they will expect 1,000. If you offer a gift during the new year, she will still criticize you for not giving anything on Teacher's Day. Money should not be given to her. Tomorrow, I will take you to school and discuss this with your school leaders. This teacher is out of line." Li Xingjian realized her grandfather had been wronged by Li Li. This outcome was not unexpected. It was, in fact, orchestrated by him. Li Mingli's insights were astute. Individuals like Li Li would respond favorably to financial incentives, but they were insatiable. Only power could compel them to grovel and plead. The vague information she had intentionally provided was meant to mislead Li Li regarding Li Mingli's identity. Once Li Li deemed him unworthy, her words would surely be harsh. Indeed, she had gone to great lengths to confront Li Mingli. This was quite satisfactory. Li Xingjian nodded, expressing her gratitude to her grandfather. "Thank you, Grandpa. I was troubled about how to face her. It seems our teacher has a penchant for favoring the affluent." Li Mingli wore a troubled expression, pondering how someone like her could serve as a proper educator. Yet, she had held the position of head teacher for many years at a prestigious high school, suggesting she must have some influential connections. One should not recklessly seek retribution from others. Li Mingli remarked, "Allow me to investigate her background before proceeding. Regardless of who it may be, one must not allow themselves to be bullied. I shall not permit anyone to wrong my descendants." The elder spoke with an authoritative tone that exuded strength. Li Xingjian found solace in this sentiment. Had Li Mingli not been so protective, Li Qian would have undoubtedly faced numerous adversities by now. Upon returning to Li Mingli's residence, Aunt Lu assisted in fetching slippers. As Li Xingjian changed his shoes, Aunt Lu whispered, "Your teacher indeed called, inquiring if this was Chenping's home." Fortunately, I answered affirmatively. She was quite courteous, but did not elaborate further. Li Xingjian nodded in acknowledgement. "It is impossible to conceal the truth indefinitely. Knowing your family's affluence, Li Li would undoubtedly seek to exploit it. And Chenping could not remain hidden either. However, they might manage to escape scrutiny for a time. Perhaps Chenping would be admitted into a prestigious class and thus be spared from undue stress." After changing his shoes, Li Mingli expressed his intention to accompany Aunt Lu to purchase groceries, stating, "Today marks Xingjian's discharge from the hospital, and we have acquired a new home. We ought to indulge in some fine cuisine." He also instructed the driver, "Please retrieve Zhun Nan and Zhun Bei after their meal, so they can return to their studies afterward." Everyone busied themselves with their tasks as Li Xingjian emerged from his shower, dressed anew. At that moment, the door opened, and the driver escorted two young men inside. The tall figure was none other than Li Zhunnan, followed closely by Li Zhunbei. This was the first time Li Xingjian had seen Li Zhunbei since his rebirth. In the previous life, upon discovering his lineage, this young man had blamed Li Mingli for his parents' demise, resulting in a severed relationship that ultimately led to Li Mingli's distress. Burdened with the stigma of having caused his grandfather's demise, the brooding and somewhat aloof Li Jinbei could no longer remain within this family or social circle. He rejected any inheritance and forsook university, opting instead to seek employment in the south. He shared a cordial relationship with Li Chenxi and a lukewarm one with Li Xingjian. Nevertheless, whenever the opportunity arose, Li Xingjian would inquire about the whereabouts of this cousin. Rumor had it that Li Jinbei had developed a fascination with exploration, traversing various desolate terrains daily. Eventually, Li Xingjian stumbled upon a blurred silhouette in a social news article. The image was indistinct, yet he felt a sense of certainty. Years had passed since they last met, and the media reported a suicide at Xingjian, which he suspected was Li Jinbei. The outcome was far from favorable. Later, Li Chenxi, in a moment of pride, divulged to Li Xingjian that it was he who had incited Li Jinbei, embellishing tales of his heritage, thus instigating a feud between him and the elder. At that time, the elder's health was fragile. He could have been saved. Yet Li Chenxi urged Li Jinbei to confront the elder, resulting in the elder's untimely demise due to stress exacerbated by his pre-existing heart condition and hypertension. Following the elder's death, Sui Li began to ostracize Li Jinbei, compelling him to leave home, primarily to prevent him from claiming any inheritance. The three siblings shared a tenuous bond, yet they were united by their shared foolishness, unwittingly manipulated by that mother-daughter duo, leading to a lifetime of misfortune. Chapter 56. Harmonious Interactions. Li Jinbei, in his youthful innocence, bore a round, cherubic face and bright, expressive eyes, resembling Li Mingli strikingly. However, he is far more endearing than the serious Li Mingli. He possesses a charming little dimple, and when he expresses himself, he resembles an adorable little tiger. Yet, as one spends time with him, it becomes evident that he is quite unruly. It is understandable that Sui Li provides him with money but keeps a distance, constantly praising him while being emotionally detached. Given his youth and lack of discernment between right and wrong, he has inevitably grown up misguided. Li Xingjian intends to ignore him. As in her previous life, this young man looked down upon her. He would insist on having the cleaning lady thoroughly sanitize the restroom she used before he would dare step inside. Li Xingjian plans to keep her distance. However, to her surprise, as Li Jinbei enters, he raises his arm to block her path. I heard Grandpa spent 800,000 on a house for you. Do you think you deserve it? Li Xingjian contemplates for a moment, and then seizes his wrist. Let go. Are we that familiar? He raises an eyebrow, his face contorted in disgust. Li Xingjian smiles and replies, Did you not want to know if I deserve it? Then follow me. Li Jinan furrows his brow slightly as he observes them, but does not intervene, choosing to follow behind. Li Xingjian drags Li Jinbei into the kitchen, where she retrieves a bowl and places the leftover food that Aunt Lu did not have time to discard onto the dining table. Li Jinbei's face contorts in disgust. What are you doing? That is garbage. It's starting to smell. Someone from the countryside is truly repulsive. Your hygiene is alarming. Indeed. In the heat, if rice is left too long, it could spoil by afternoon. Of course, it's for you to eat, Li Xingjian states. Li Jinbei is taken aback. Are you insane? Why would I eat garbage? That's not fit for human consumption. Oh, you think this isn't for people? That it can't be eaten? But I've eaten it, and not just once. My grandmother never wanted to throw away leftovers, and during summer, I often ate spoiled rice. Li Jinbei pauses, finally observing Li Xingjian closely. She maintains a calm demeanor, and a hint of coldness flickers in her exquisite peach blossom eyes. He furrows his brow slightly. You mean? Suddenly, Li Xingjian raises her hand and dumps the entire bowl of rice onto Li Jinbei's face. I am also born of a mother and father, just like you, a descendant of Grandpa. Why should I endure hardship in the countryside while you enjoy the comforts of a grand house? Do you think I am undeserving? Why should I be unworthy? You should first experience the hardships I have faced before questioning my worth. Li Xingjian had longed to confront Li Jinbei. Although Li Jinan had also looked down upon him in her past life, he was older and occasionally regarded her with a sympathetic glance, even if he did not communicate with her. Li Jinbei, however, is insufferable. He is the vanguard of Li Chenxi, and with a mere provocation from her, he would belittle himself. He despises his own filth, constantly hurling insults, and the moment someone shows him a semblance of kindness, he deems it unworthy. Damn it. The more Li Xingjian reflects, the angrier she becomes, her cold, beautiful face hardening with a fierce and unwilling expression. Do you think 800,000 is a lot? Do you understand that malnutrition has hindered my growth, affecting my ability to learn and earn? Do you realize it impacts my lifespan? Do you know how much it costs to be hospitalized? Are you aware of the value of restoring bodily organs? Do you comprehend how much some are willing to spend in pursuit of longevity? Do you comprehend the financial toll required to mend the psychological wounds of an unfortunate life? You are utterly oblivious, a complete fool. 800,000, and you still regard it lightly. How fortunate you are to have been raised in wealth. Yet you possess neither vision nor magnanimity, lacking the capacity for empathy. Who are you to claim my inadequacy? I assert that you owe me full restitution, and I shall accept it without hesitation, for it is rightfully mine. Li Jianan stood at the threshold, wanting to speak, yet ultimately silenced. Li Jinbei, meanwhile, was left dazed. Blood streaming from his nose due to Li Xingjian's blow, remnants of spoiled food still marking his face. He touched his nostrils, gazing incredulously at Li Xingjian. Initially filled with rage, as her fury vented, his anger morphed into shock, contemplation, and a hint of guilt. After a moment, he finally retorted. How can anyone ascertain the truth of your words? Li Xingjian responded with a cold laugh. Li Jinbei, his eyes flickering, stammered, even if it's true. Your parents are the ones who sent you away. What does that have to do with me? Why direct your anger at me? Li Xingjian raised her voice. If it bears no relevance to you, refrain from spewing your meaningless words in my presence. This household is not yours to command. Turning to Li Jianan at the door, she added, Brother, let us negotiate amicably. I cherish familial bonds. It is merely a house. We are family, after all. The funds originate from grandfather. And should you desire them, I shall share accordingly. But theft is unacceptable, and deeming me unworthy is intolerable. For I know I am deserving of all things. As she turned to leave, a thought struck her, and she glanced back at Li Jinbei. He appeared flustered. I didn't mean it that way. Who cares about your house? My family possesses numerous properties. Why would anyone covet yours? Why are you so fierce? Li Xingjian recognized the truth in his words. His lofty ideals rendered him indifferent to wealth, allowing him to relinquish everything and seek atonement in a past life. Yet, this very idealism had afforded others the fortune he ignored. She extended 2 fingers towards him. If it is truly yours, you must strive for it. That is only just. Secondly, tidy the kitchen and do not inconvenience Aunt Lu. With that, her expression darkened as she walked away. After her departure, Li Jinbei gazed blankly at Li Jianan, suddenly yearning to converse with this cousin with whom he shared a lukewarm relationship. Why was she so irate? Wasn't she supposed to be timid and naive? Having come from the countryside, Li Jianan, prompted by Li Jinbei's observation, realized that when grandfather was present, his sister was exceptionally obedient. At times, she was quite docile when alone with him. However, when grandfather was absent, she transformed into a seemingly benign creature, capable of pouncing with a fierce demeanor and sharp fangs. She was merely putting on a facade. Her compliance was a performance for grandfather's benefit. This girl possessed a duality. Li Jianan chuckled helplessly. How could he have such a formidable sister? Oddly, he found himself quite fond of her. You should tend to that nose of yours, Li Jianan remarked. Is it fair for you to bully someone just because they come from the countryside? I believe the scolding and beatings you receive are well-deserved. I tidied up the kitchen, lest you find yourself in trouble again shortly. When Li Mingli returned from grocery shopping, he found the 3 children sitting quietly on the sofa. Xingjian was watching the international channel, Jianan was engrossed and flipping through an academic journal, and Zhanbei appeared distracted, occasionally glancing at Xingjian. Although the 3 children exchanged little conversation, they radiated a harmonious and obedient presence. This sight brought Li Mingli a sense of comfort. He initially feared that the 2 might ostracize Xingjian, yet it turned out that there was no need for his concern, as they all interacted beautifully like true siblings. Chapter 57. Sui Li causes more trouble. Li Mingli felt overwhelmed by the weight of his life. With 2 exceptional sons lost to him, one who seemed a disappointment, and a whole family to support, he was utterly fatigued. Observing Li Qian's lack of ambition only deepened his exhaustion. This was why he decided to purchase a house for Li Xingjian, primarily out of disdain for Sui Li and Li Qian. He wanted to spend that money to see how the couple would react. As expected, both declared their unwillingness to support him, revealing their true colors. Had it not been for Li Xingjian's comforting presence, he might have succumbed to despair, feeling utterly unmotivated. However, seeing his brilliant grandchildren rejuvenated his spirit. He felt invigorated, as if he could work another 10 years, no, 20, just to witness his grandchildren marry and have children of their own, surrounded by great-grandchildren. Perhaps he might even assist in caring for them. Li Mingli settled beside Li Xingjian and turned to Li Jianan and Li Jinbei, saying, Xingjian has returned. And you all are acquainted now, right? Jinbei, what happened to your nose? Upon noticing the injury on his little grandson, a wave of compassion washed over him. This grandson resembled him more than his own children, evoking a profound emotional connection, a subtle bond rooted in blood. While he felt concern, his expression darkened. Did you get into a fight? Li Jinbei was aware that his grandfather disapproved of his temperament, thus he bristled at the old man's stern gaze. He was incensed by the assumption made without understanding the situation. In the past, he would have readily admitted to fighting. What could they do? Kill him. However, this time, for reasons unknown, he sensed that his grandfather might be asking out of concern for his well-being. Oddly enough, today he felt less rebellious and more inclined to maintain the pleasant atmosphere. Stealing a glance at the composed Li Xingjian, he gritted his teeth and replied, I accidentally bumped into the corner of the table while picking up some bowls. Upon hearing it was not a fight, Li Mingli's heart ached for his grandson. At your age, how can you still injure yourself like that? Have you treated the wound? Come, let me take care of it for you. Li Jinbei found it hard to recall a time when his grandfather had been this kind. He was always like an unyielding mountain, providing support, yet cold. Today, however, he had offered to tend to his injury. In truth, there was no visible wound. He simply wasn't accustomed to such intimacy with his grandfather. Li Mingli remarked, even without breaking the skin, we can still disinfect it, which will expedite the healing process. The two stood up in sequence, and Li Jinan felt a sense of bewilderment. It was indeed a miracle that his grandfather and younger brother could coexist peacefully, given the rebellious nature of his younger brother. The two often found themselves in conflict at every encounter. The fact that their grandfather was not only refraining from violence, but also tending to his brother's wounds was quite remarkable. Aunt Lu soon prepared 4 dishes, though modest in quantity. Each was substantial. There was a pot of fresh hairy crabs, a spicy stir-fry of heart vegetables, a cold platter of sauced beef, and a dish of sauteed mung bean sprouts. Li Mingli surveyed the meal and declared, today is somewhat hurried. Let us prepare more over the weekend. These crabs are exceptionally fresh, and it is the perfect season for them. They're delicious, so let us indulge. It was evident that everyone relished the crabs. And the trio busily dug in, their conversation subdued. Li Mingli favored the mung bean sprouts, and as he noticed that everyone had nearly finished, he spoke softly, Jinan, Jinbei. There is something I wish to discuss with you. I have purchased a property for Xingjian as compensation for the hardship she has endured. This house is rather expensive. Do you have any objections? Do you feel it is unfair? Today, I encourage you to voice your thoughts. The last sentence seemed to have been pondered for quite some time, and he uttered it gently, lacking his usual sternness. Li Jinan, cracking open the crab's roe, chuckled, Grandfather, I once heard a saying, a good man does not eat from a divided family, and a good woman does not wear a wedding gown. The money you earned is yours to distribute as you see fit. Moreover, I believe it is quite commendable to provide a home for Xingjian. My uncle and aunt have not treated her well. During my presence, they even accused her of theft. I personally witnessed the gold watch that was concealed by my aunt and Chenxi, and they even summoned security, which I found utterly distasteful. Li Xingjian was taken aback. How could Li Jinan, with his typically indifferent demeanor, come forth to speak in her defense, and even indict Sui Li and Li Chenxi? Although their grandfather was already aware of the situation, Li Jinan was unaware of his grandfather's knowledge. Was he, in essence, advocating for her? Indeed. He had a knack for diplomacy. While Li Mingli was already cognizant of Sui Li and Li Chenxi's malice, hearing it articulated by his own grandson intensified his disdain. He did not express this, but nodded slightly, acknowledging, well done. Previously, his grandson had been reticent, seldom engaging in conversation. He had not anticipated such ambition from him. Truly, this was the mark of his own bloodline, a testament to being the child of the eldest. Li Jinbei, astonished by Li Jinan's revelations, paused mid-bite and gazed at him. Is what you say true? He turned to Li Xingjian. Did they truly treat you this way? Li Xingjian felt an urge to roll her eyes inwardly at his naivety. Li Jinan replied, whether it is true or not, I cannot say. I can only attest to what I have seen. Li Jinbei's round eyes glimmered with indignation. He pondered how Li Chenxi's narrative contradicted that of his brother. Li Chenxi had claimed that Li Xingjian had stolen their father's watch and even replaced it with a counterfeit. She had also portrayed Li Xingjian as uncouth and ill-mannered, someone who would verbally abuse their parents and bully others. Moreover, she insinuated that Li Xingjian was leading a disreputable life in the countryside. Such derogatory claims left him incredulous, for their family prided itself on its scholarly heritage. How could anyone be so shameless? Observing the attitudes of grandfather and elder brother towards Li Xingjian, it is evident that this matter lacks authenticity. Could it be that Li Chenxi has been deceiving herself all along? Noticing grandfather's continued gaze upon him, Li Jinbei nonchalantly remarked, "Give it to her." "I am not short of money. It is merely a house. What is there to contest?" Li Mingli felt a sense of comfort. When did his children become so obedient? How could they be so compliant? He chuckled, "As long as grandfather still breathes, you shall not be wronged." These two children are the orphans of his two sons. How could he possibly deprive them? If he could earn more, he would share it equally with both. If not, everything he currently possessed would be divided between the two, leaving Li Xingjian with nothing. After the meal, Li Xingjian began to prepare her belongings for school the following day when Li Jinan knocked on the door. "Second aunt has contacted your teacher, intending to expel you and have Li Qinci take your place. They will not allow grandfather to accompany you, so be cautious." Chapter 58. What is there to care for? I am not disabled. Li Xingjian turned around, her expression somewhat bewildered, fearing that his words might not be clear. Li Jinan lowered his voice. "Although grandfather treats you well, he must also consider his reputation at times. Therefore, do not let matters escalate beyond control. Otherwise, he will only be angered, and there will be little he can do. I visited over the weekend and overheard second aunt discussing your teacher with Li Qinci. It turns out your teacher is the one we despise the most, Li. You must be cautious. Li possesses a commendable education and her teaching quality is decent. But as the mistress of Vice Principal Zhang, she enjoys a secure position within the school, receiving all honors and accolades. However, this woman is notorious for her favoritism towards male students and her penchant for soliciting bribes, making life difficult for impoverished students. She has gained a notorious reputation in the school. Recently, a female student from her class lost her exam admission ticket just a day before the college entrance examination and sought her assistance in replacing it. Li callously informed her that losing the ticket rendered her unworthy of taking the exam, as she would not pass regardless. She delayed the process until the head of the grade had to intervene, but by then, it was too late, and tragically, that student took her own life. Rumors circulated that Li had driven her to such despair. Thus, this teacher is loathed by many students, and there was prior speculation about which unfortunate girl would end up under her tutelage. Yet, there is little recourse, as parents and school leaders favor her. Li Jinan learned of Li Xingjian's homeroom teacher being Li through the conversation between Sui Li and Li Qinci. Li Jinan stated, "If grandfather cannot go, I will accompany you to withdraw from school." Li Xingjian laughed. "She does not favor me. What if she assumes you are not my brother, but rather my early romantic interest? Wouldn't that create more scandal?" Li Jinan frowned. "Then I shall speak to grandfather about it. I will ensure he assists you in the withdrawal." Li Xingjian felt unconvinced. Li Qinci had yet to secure her education, and Sui Li could not produce the necessary funds in a timely manner. With Li Qinci's pressure, what could Sui Li expect if she could not even plan for herself? Since this was orchestrated by Sui Li, there was no escaping it. She could only face the situation head-on. Li Xingjian expressed her gratitude to Li Jinan, saying, "Thank you, elder brother. I have faith in grandfather. After all, I will not be left without books to read. Will I? It is of no concern. What else can be done? Grandfather cannot be at home every day." Li Jinan's countenance darkened. What was the matter with his uncle and aunt? As their nephew, their indifference towards him was bearable. But Li Xingjian was their own flesh and blood. They despised her for having been raised in the countryside, claiming her habits were incompatible with theirs. They looked down upon her for possessing a wild aura, unlike the obedient young ladies of the city. Yet, one must inquire, who was responsible for sending her away? Was it their fault that she had become who she was today? Especially his aunt, who was utterly inhumane. Li Jinan pondered whether his uncle and aunt's divorce would alleviate Li Xingjian's hardships. As the time for evening study approached, both Li Jinan and Li Jinbei prepared to leave, with Li Xingjian accompanying them to the door. Suddenly, Li Jinbei pulled her forward. Once they descended the steps, he glanced into the house and whispered, "Did you really eat leftovers every day while living in the countryside with grandmother?" Li Xingjian's lips twitched slightly. "So, he refrained from reporting her because he had absorbed this information?" She replied, "What is wrong with eating leftovers? Why not ask your classmates from the countryside? At least they have parents by their side. I do not. Inquire about their lives, and if you consider how much more difficult it could get, you would understand my situation." Li Jinbei hesitated, then suddenly stuffed something into her hand. Looking down, she saw a warm 20 yuan note. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Li Jinbei's face turned crimson as he opened the car door, frantically waving his hand at her. Hurry, hurry. Don't delay us from going to school." Li Xingjian thought to herself, "Do you really believe I would begrudge you this money? Don't be mistaken. Even 200,000 is but a fraction of what you owe me." That evening, guests arrived at their home, Aunt Ji Yanli. Aunt Ji came seeking assistance for her elderly father, who required surgery for a prostate issue, and she was accompanied by Sui Li and Li Qinxi, with Ji Yanli following closely behind. Aunt Ji discussed the illness with Li Mingli. Sui Li enthusiastically called out to Li Xingjian, Jian, let me introduce you. This is your elder brother from the Ji family, returning from the same place and attending the same school. You two should strengthen your bond. It will be beneficial in the future. Her warmth was akin to the gentle spring breeze of February, her smile sweeter than the gone and navel oranges. Li Xingjian admired her fortitude. They had just torn the mask off their pretenses, yet she could immediately disregard past grievances as if nothing had transpired. Upon noticing Ji Yanli winking at her with an overly familiar expectation, she replied coolly, he is in his second year of high school while I am in my first. He is a boy, I am a girl, what is there to care for? I am not disabled. Sui Li mused, what does this little wretch intend to achieve? She has already lowered herself to speak with her, yet Li Xingjian still responds coldly. Of course, Sui Li had her reasons for introducing Ji Yanli to Li Xingjian. She sensed that Ji Yanli harbored feelings for Li Qinxi, yet the old man favored Ji Yanli, eagerly wishing for a union between the Li and Ji families. The old gentleman harbors a disdain for his own daughter. It is evident that the chosen one should be Li Xingjian. Sui Li hopes that Li Xingjian will fall in love with Ji Yanli, and the old man would not hinder this. Rather, he would be pleased to see it come to fruition. At that juncture, Ji Yanli would heed the words of Li Qinxi, who would then inform Ji Yanli of Li Xingjian's rejection. Ideally, this would lead to Li Xingjian's disgrace, ensuring her inability to marry, thus leaving the old gentleman utterly disillusioned. Ji Yanli, with his refined manners and handsome demeanor, is someone Sui Li cannot fathom Li Xingjian overlooking. Moreover, she has gathered that Ji Yanli and Li Xingjian share a childhood bond as neighbors. Li Xingjian, however, has long seen through Sui Li's duplicitous intentions. Sui Li aims to orchestrate a scenario where Li Xingjian becomes enamored with Ji Yanli, only to be heartlessly abandoned by him, delivering a blow to her spirit. This mirrors events from a previous life, where Sui Li encouraged her to engage with Ji Yanli, who indeed treated her differently from others, offering encouragement rather than derision. Assuring her that she was not at fault, proclaiming her purity and referring to her as his lily, gradually ensnaring her in his affectionate regard. What was the outcome? At the wedding, in front of all their friends and family, Ji Yanli declared his inability to accept her physicality. It was her body he rejected. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation, rendering her a laughingstock while reopening old, unhealed wounds. In a city where water is scarce, she once ventured to a reservoir in the outskirts of the capital, nearly meeting her demise. It was during this perilous moment that Song Yanjun, who was fishing, spotted her and saved her. Indifferently, he remarked that such trivial matters interrupted his fishing, suggesting she owe him 10 fish as compensation. Thus began another tumultuous chapter in her life. Unlike Ji Yanli, Song Yanjun had no intention of marrying her, nor did he wish to marry anyone else. And he certainly did not provoke her. His character was far superior to that of Ji Yanli. Chapter 59. When I say you are petty, don't take offense. Upon hearing her words, Ji Yanli's composure faltered, his brows furrowing slightly. Li Xingjian remarked that it was nothing of consequence. Sui Li interjected, Jian. Little Li doesn't come here often. Take him out for a stroll. Li Xingjian glanced at the side where Li Qinxi bit her lip, looking quite aggrieved, and found it amusing. Li Qinxi harbored no affection for Ji Yanli, yet if Ji Yanli were to pursue her, her expression would mirror that of an urgent assembly. Let Li Qinxi take him. She would surely find common ground with him, and Li Qinxi was capable of navigating her own way. As Li Xingjian turned to leave, Ji Yanli suddenly spoke, Aunt Sui, in truth, Li Xingjian and I have known each other since childhood. We grew up together. Xingjian, let us go out for ice cream. My treat. Li Qinxi took Li Xingjian's hand, saying, Come on, sister, let's go together, don't be so solitary. With others present, Li Xingjian contemplated and refrained from confronting them. Following the two outside. Once outside, Li Qinxi and Ji Yanli advanced ahead, while Li Xingjian came to a halt. Ji Yanli glanced back, his brows slightly knit. Jian, what troubles you? It seems as if you are avoiding me. After a moment's thought, he added, Rest assured, I shall not ask you for money. Li Xingjian responded. What exactly are you doing now? Li Qinxi finally grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, What money? Does my sister owe you money? It was at this moment that Ji Yanli realized he had misspoken. Nevertheless, having already divulged the information, he proceeded to inform Li Qinxi. As she calculated the days, she recalled that she had indeed gone to the town that day to witness the misfortunes of Li Xingjian. She had secured a hotel room while waiting. only to be surprised by the entrance of police officers. She mused to herself about the uncanny precision of their search, realizing it was Ji Yanli's careless words that had led them to her. Li Xingjian had not yet returned home, and she had already been ensnared once. This little wretch was bound to eventually force her out of her home, leaving her to wander like a stray dog. Li Chenxi concealed the hatred simmering in her eyes, delicately covering her rosy lips with her slender hand, feigning shock as she exclaimed, "Sister, have you not been suffering all this time? Borrowed so much money yet claimed to be in hardship? Where has all your money gone?" Li Xingjian replied, "Did I not borrow money?" She turned to Ji Yanli and added, "Was it not my grandmother who borrowed from you? How can you attribute my grandmother's debts to me? If you wish to collect, go to my grandfather." Ji Yanli pondered her implication, realizing that she seemed unwilling to repay the debt. 1,200 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. This amount had been given to him as a form of familial acknowledgement upon his return home, something he had painstakingly saved. Observing Ji Yanli's concerns, Li Xingjian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Youthful naivety often placed a significant emphasis on monetary matters. However, she had clearly stated that it was Gu Jing who borrowed the money, not her. The responsibility for the debt lay with her elder, and she had no intention of repaying it. Li Xingjian laughed. "Brother Ji, do not fret. My grandfather is around, after all. You can simply ask him for the money when the time comes." Li Chenxi, perplexed, asked, "Brother Yanli, who exactly borrowed the money?" Ji Yanli, contemplating that he could still potentially reclaim the money borrowed by Grandma Gua, realized that Li Xingjian was clearly attempting to evade accountability. He clenched his fists and responded, "It is of no concern, a trivial amount. I am not in haste to spend it." Yet, it was ironic that despite his nonchalance, he incessantly spoke of borrowing money. Ji Yanli shifted the topic, asking Li Xingjian to procure ice cream. Li Xingjian playfully questioned, "Are you two incapable of buying this ice cream yourselves? Why must it be me? Can you not see that I am quite fed up with the both of you? Yet, you persist in provoking me. Is it that you cannot survive without me? Must I be a part of your game?" Although Li Chenxi did not fully comprehend Li Xingjian's words, she felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly responded, "Sister, what are you saying?" Ji Yanli echoed, "Xingjian, what has happened to you? You seem so different now. Previously, they had shared a close bond, with Li Xingjian heavily reliant on him. However, upon returning home, he found her dependence rather bothersome, akin to a parasite clinging to him. Now, the change in Li Xingjian filled him with a sense of disarray, as her cold demeanor left him feeling profoundly disheartened. Li Xingjian asserted, "Do you truly not understand?" She turned to Ji Yanli and clarified, "Let me be explicit. What did we discuss last time? Li Chenxi was involved in organizing illicit activities, seeking to harm me. That day we encountered each other in the town. She was there to witness my disgrace, and you were with her the entire time." "I did not." Li Chenxi interjected. "Sister, how can you slander me so?" Li Xingjian cast a derisive glance at Li Chenxi, her eyes glinting with mockery. "There's no need for you to be so anxious. Take your time in speaking. It's rather amusing, isn't it? You ended up in a juvenile detention center because of me, and now you can't even continue your studies. Yet, you harbor no resentment towards me and can still engage in jovial banter? Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of the animosity you feel towards me, though I refuse to accompany you. I fear your scorn and the possibility of you suddenly lunging at me with a knife." Li Chenxi replied, "I certainly do not wish to end your life with a single strike. However, I would never resort to such an act. Sister, how can you so grossly mischaracterize me? We are family. It's all a misunderstanding, isn't it? Once resolved, shall we not move on? Must I always hold a grudge?" Ji Yanli interjected, "Indeed. Chenxi has not held on to any grievances. Perhaps you are being a tad petty, Xingjian." Li Xingjian pointed at Ji Yanli, exclaiming, "Do you see where the issue lies?" Ji Yanli appeared perplexed. "What issue?" Li Xingjian raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Ji Yanli, seething with rage, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? This is the second time you've struck me without warning. Are you mad, Li Xingjian?" Ji Yanli fumed. "Auntie mentioned that you have a solitary disposition and that no one wishes to associate with you. I, with the best intentions, came to engage you in merriment. You ought to show some appreciation." Li Xingjian chuckled. "You seem quite angered. Do you wish to retaliate? Don't deny it. I can see you yearn to strike back." She shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you see? This is the peculiar nature of your dialogues. She has wronged me. Let us not even discuss juvenile detention. Being imprisoned would be a fitting consequence for her actions. She lacks the moral standing to harbor hatred towards me. Yet here you all are, portraying me as the one who is petty while she is deemed benevolent. It is indeed perplexing. A sinner ought to kneel before the victim. You decry my supposed pettiness, yet when I merely slap you, you howl and glare as if I've committed some grave offense. Tomorrow, should I find a man to violate you and expose your disgrace to the world, I would not believe you wouldn't contemplate murder. You demand of me the compassion of a saint while failing to accomplish the same yourself. Do you not fear divine retribution? Upon concluding her tirade, Li Shizhan spat disdainfully at Ji Yanli's shoes. She is irredeemably wicked. There is nothing more to discuss. You foolishly attempt to counsel me, as if you were some celestial being, devoid of reason, yet dabbling in the art of balance. Chapter 60. A complete break throughout her speech. Li Shizhan did not exhibit hysteria. On the contrary, a semblance of a smile played on her lips, her expression dripping with scorn, rendering her words all the more sardonic. This only served to infuriate Ji Yanli further. Anger may stem from care, but sarcasm is rooted in disdain. He could not fathom why Li Shizhan harbored such animosity towards him. Their childhood bond had been strong. When Grandma Gua forbade her from eating, he would bring her rice dumplings, and she would look at him with sparkling eyes, proclaiming him the finest person in the world. How had it all changed? Had she returned to her opulent home and deemed him unworthy? Had she adopted an air of superiority? The Ji family held their own standing, did they not? As Li Shizhan turned to leave, Ji Yanli called after her, "We ought to have a proper conversation. Surely you do not wish for me to inform Grandfather Li. You wouldn't want him to perceive you as impolite, would you?" Li Shizhan pondered to himself. Was he not sufficiently chastised? How could he invoke their grandfather? He turned back and said, "All right, what difficulty is there in this? It merely consumes a bit of time, a resource I still possess." After speaking, he glanced at Li Chenxi, then, "I shall borrow your banquet gift for a while. You wouldn't mind, would you? Even if you do, I have no choice. For he insists on conversing with me, and I prefer not to involve you." Li Chenxi's face flushed with anger, and Li Shizhan raised an eyebrow and smiled. In her previous life, whenever she truly needed assistance, Li Chenxi would always summon Ji Yanli, claiming that she enjoyed doing so. She had clearly expressed her discomfort, and Li Chenxi would run home to complain about being bullied. Ji Yanli would then come to persuade her, asserting that he regarded Li Chenxi solely as a sister. Wasn't this the very essence of a green tea princess? Previously, she could not comprehend why some relished playing such roles. Now she understood. Provoking Li Chenxi into a fit was undeniably delightful. Li Shizhan led Ji Yanli to the lotus pond in the family compound. Within it lay a wishing well, and Li Shizhan extracted a coin from his pocket, tossing it into the water. Ji Yanli followed suit, casting in 2 coins. He declared, "I have a wish to make on your behalf, hoping you will never go hungry and that you find peace and happiness in the future." His demeanor was refined, his features unblemished by awkwardness, and his tone profoundly earnest, reminiscent of a distinguished protagonist from a magazine. Li Shizhan gazed at him in astonishment. "Why would you wish such a misfortune upon me?" Ji Yanli responded, "What do you think, with your character, that the divine would be unaware? Which wandering deity would grant your wish? You dare to make a wish, intending for me to suffer hunger? Are you not truly malicious?" Ji Yanli exclaimed, "Ah, Jian." Li Shizhan raised his hand. "Just mind your own affairs. Do not concern yourself with whether I am well fed. Without your disturbances, I am certain I would have sufficient sustenance. With the nation's rapid advancements, how could one possibly go hungry? Such outrageous insults you hurl." He continued, "I know you desperately wish to discuss a matter, which undoubtedly revolves around Li Chenxi's lack of schooling, and you want me to relinquish my academic status for her benefit. But what about me?" Ji Yanli's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Li Shizhan's keen insight. He wished to refute her. Yet the thought of Li Chenxi missing out on education filled him with concern and urgency. He attempted to draw nearer to Li Shizhan, only to find her retreating a step. Ji Yanli felt a sense of helplessness and lowered his hands. "But you excel in your studies. You could merely take the exam again next year. Regardless of when you sit for the test, you will surely succeed. You could attend another school and still gain admission to university. Chenxi, however, is not as diligent as you, and if she cannot enter a prestigious high school, she may struggle to attend university later on. After all, you are her elder sister. We need not revisit past grievances, for they are behind us now. I have heard that Grandfather Li purchased you a very expensive house, so what dissatisfaction could you possibly harbor? As sisters, can't you lend a hand? Even outsiders would assist in such a matter." Li Shizhan rolled her eyes. It appeared that he had dismissed her previous words as mere whispers in the wind. Li Shizhan chuckled. "It wasn't impossible, yet the house was a gift from my grandfather. Your words imply that you purchased it for me. How about this? You buy me a house as well, and at one tea cost you 800,000. I'll give you a discount of 50%. So just 400,000 will suffice. Once you've made the purchase, I could offer her not only my academic status, but also assist her in cheating during exams. What do you think? Quite a bargain. I assent it. You should pay up. How could I possibly have 400,000? Ji Yanli frowned. Li Xingjian laughed. Goodness. You don't have any? Then how can you speak so boastfully? I assumed you had at least 100 or 80,000 stashed away. Otherwise, how would you dare to act as a mediator? Without funds, on what grounds do you negotiate with me? Why should I relinquish my academic status to help someone else? Ji Yanli, are you out of your mind? That is an education that can alter one's destiny. You're asking me to trade away my life. How can you be so flippant about it? Does it not matter to you that I excel academically? Am I obliged to assist her? Your sister-in-law has remarried and remains widowed. Why not offer your father your assistance? Ji Yanli exclaimed. How can you be so crude? Is it not that you simply cannot comprehend the lack of decorum? Li Xingjian, suppressing her anger, let out a cold laugh. You deem me crude because you understand everything yet find it acceptable to sacrifice me. You perceive me as an easy target. Jian, do not be like this. You leave me feeling powerless. I wish to have a proper conversation with you. Ji Yanli's expression was one of shame, yet he struggled to explain. Have I struck you or berated you? You are not like this. Ji Yanli pondered for a moment and said, I understand now. You are displeased with my closeness to Chenxi, aren't you? But she is your sister. As your elder sister, I merely wish to care for her. If you agree to give her your academic status, I can cease all contact with her. Seeing the disgust on Li Xingjian's face, Ji Yanli found himself at a loss for words. With a dark expression, he said, Jian, regardless of the circumstances, I took care of you when we were children. Did I not? They say one meal of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. I have never asked anything of you. So you wish to leverage kindness for gain? Li Xingjian inquired bluntly. Ji Yanli felt that communicating with Li Xingjian was exceedingly laborious. Rational discussion seemed futile. He sighed and said, You force me to say this. I do not wish to leverage kindness, but I genuinely feel you are somewhat unfeeling. If you do not help Chenxi, then return my meal to me. Chapter 61. She is remarkable. Li Xingjian felt no stirring within her heart, even finding it somewhat amusing. She rummaged through her pockets, checking all four, but could not gather enough. She then retrieved several 10 yuan bills from her undergarments, folded them, counted them, and combined them with the 20 given to her by Li Jinbei. It amounted to exactly 200 yuan. She handed it to Ji Yanli, saying, I have consumed many of the rice dumplings from your adoptive parents' home. I will repay my debt to them in due time. This money is to settle my debt of gratitude to you. If we are to quantify it, 200 yuan is more than sufficient. Of course, I am a person of refinement. I understand that feelings cannot be measured in such a manner. Thus, you have helped me through a difficult period in my life, and I owe you a favor. Should you encounter difficulties in your career in the future, I will extend my assistance once again. From this point onward, we are even. At the banquet, I was most delighted that you expressed gratitude for a meal today. From now on, I owe you nothing. In truth, Li Xingjian had long ceased to owe him anything. However, the events of their past life had yet to unfold, and Ji Yanli was unaware of this. Thus, it seems somewhat unjust to Ji Yanli. Therefore, let it suffice that she owes him a favor. Li Xingjian pointed at Ji Yanli with a sharp glint in her eyes. Ji Yanli, remember this. I, Li Xingjian, am a person of integrity. That is why I claim to owe you a favor. However, the more refined a person is, the more they must repay kindness and settle scores. I am fully aware of your intentions with Li Chenxi. Do not bother me in the future. Otherwise, I will strike you each time I see you. Ji Yanli attempted to pursue her, but Li Xingjian raised her hand and delivered a slap. It was not particularly forceful, for the disparity in strength between the genders rendered it less painful, yet it struck at dignity, and the pain was secondary. She had stated that she would strike him each time they met, and this was not to commence tomorrow, but rather at this very moment. At last, Ji Yanli ceased his pursuit. Li Xingjian returned home. At the corner, Li Chenxi, holding a bag of ice cream, smiled at her. Sister, did you come back alone? I wonder what Brother Yanli, in his mysterious manner, shared with you. Is it something you desired to hear? If it is not, having someone around can sometimes be rather meaningless, can't it? It might even provoke annoyance. She was retaliating against Li Xingjian for her earlier display of arrogance. Seeing Li Xingjian's frosty and haughty demeanor infuriated Li Chenxi. What did it matter if Ji Yanli claimed to be alone with her? It was merely a reflection of his own affairs. Ji Yanli's concern was ultimately for himself. She could not fathom what there was for Li Xingjian to take pride in. Li Xingjian chuckled. You are mistaken. He spoke of all that I enjoy hearing. He said you are performing poorly in your studies, lacking diligence, and without assistance. You will never gain admission to university. Haha, see? He is not foolish. He recognizes you for the waste you are. Li Xingjian lowered her head, producing a bitter coffee-flavored ice cream, savoring a bite. Delicious. Thank you, waste. It is quite delightful. Li Qinxi realized that Ji Yanli's conversation had been a failure and had not yielded her any advantage. She clenched her fists, her expression darkening. Of course, she had not anticipated Ji Yanli to persuade Li Xingjian. If the Li Xingjian she had heard of might indeed offer assistance. The one who had returned home was a person she recognized well, not one to be trifled with. How could she possibly offer aid? She merely sought to demonstrate her own significance in Ji Yanli's heart to discomfort Li Xingjian. What of childhood sweethearts? They could not compete with her. The true princess raised in the city. Yet, Li Xingjian's demeanor displeased her greatly. Not giving? This matter is not yours to decide. Li Qinxi discarded all the bitter coffee ice cream, tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Shortly after Li Xingjian returned home, the aunt prepared to leave. Clearly, an agreement had been reached. After sending everyone off, Li Mingli did not say anything to Li Xingjian, but first made a phone call. Half an hour later, Li Qian arrived. In front of Li Xingjian, Li Mingli addressed Li Qian. Can I trust you once more? Li Qian awkwardly remarked, Dad. It seems you speak as if I have committed some heinous crime. What do you mean by trust issues? If you have something to say, just tell me directly. His tone was rather amiable. Li Mingli glanced at Li Xingjian beside him, expressing disdain. Xingjian's teacher seems inadequate. Isn't she supposed to be on leave? I had initially planned to accompany her tomorrow, but since the Ji family has sought my assistance, I cannot refuse. Therefore, I will not be able to go tomorrow. This matter is entrusted to you, Li Qian. Do you understand the significance behind your name? It symbolizes the hope that you will be as warm as spring. When someone is in need, you should offer warmth, just like sharing kanji. Xingjian is your child. Do not let us down. Li Qian responded. While Li Xingjian was well aware that even if Li Qian agreed to pick her up, Sui Li and her daughter would not consent. Thus, that night, she chose not to return to their place, preferring to avoid the hassle. She instructed Li Qian to come pick her up at 7:40 a.m. the next morning. With class starting at 8 o'clock, arriving at 7:40 was reasonable, wasn't it? Li Qian readily agreed. However, Li Xingjian did not wait for him. Early the next morning, she prepared her tape recorder and cassette, placing them in the large pocket of her school uniform. She had already obtained a new medical record from the doctor and secured 2 copies of the hospitalization proof. With everything in order, she took a taxi to school. It was precisely during the break of the morning self-study session, and numerous students were exiting the school to buy snacks. The exemplary students from the nearby military academy were exercising along Songlin Road. As Li Xingjian looked up, she spotted the impeccably poised Song Yanjun among them. She couldn't help but acknowledge that her infatuation with him in her previous life was justified. With those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, he easily surpassed many. His nonchalant demeanor, cultivated in a nurturing environment, was unmatched. He must have seen her, as he slightly nodded and approached, intending to greet her. Li Xingjian crossed her arms and waited. As he drew near, she bellowed, "Scram," then shook her head and strode into the campus. Song Yanjun's 2 friends, having overheard, approached curiously. Yu, resting his arm on Song Yanjun's shoulder, inquired, "Was she scolding you?" "That can't be true." Song Yifeng, Song Yanjun's cousin, frowned and said, "What a joke. How could a girl scold my brother? They would be eager for him to come closer." Song Yanjun pressed his lips together and replied, "She was indeed scolding me." The 2 friends exchanged glances. Yu, intrigued, asked, "Which noble family does she belong to? How could she possibly have a greater background than yours, yet still treat you with such impatience?" Song Yanjun glanced at her and said, "She is quite remarkable. She is both talented and prominent, a successor of socialism." The 2 friends pondered, whether she scolds or not, it has nothing to do with her background. Perhaps I have offended her. After saying this, Song Yanjun's expression turned somewhat despondent as he turned to leave. After scolding him, Li Xingjian felt a sense of exhilaration. In her previous life, she would never have dared to speak to Song Yanjun in such a manner. She had endured unbearable past experiences. Although Song Yanjun frequently reassured her that it was not her fault and that she need not concern herself with it, he often found her incessantly bothersome. He would remind her that it was not a momentous occasion and questioned why she would dwell on it daily. Yet, she remained inherently sensitive, feeling as though she was diminished in comparison to him. In this lifetime, she had come to a realization. even if she never had the opportunity to save herself. She would no longer succumb to feelings of inferiority or believe herself lesser than anyone else. Song Yanjun was indeed correct. It was not her fault. And she had committed no wrongdoing. Whenever she felt discomfort, she was entitled to resist freely. Chapter 62. Both reward and redemption are equally significantly. Xingjian re-entered the classroom, finding the atmosphere more relaxed than on any previous school day. The class had yet to commence, and students were engaged in various activities, with not all having arrived. Noticing that Qinping was absent, Xingjian returned to her seat. Xingjian. Just as she settled in, Qinping entered, carrying 2 steamed buns and a packet of pickled vegetables. She first took a seat beside Xingjian, exhaled deeply, and then pinched her own hand with fervor. Xingjian asked, "What are you doing?" Qinping winced from the pinch, then joyfully turned to Xingjian, exclaiming, "This isn't a dream. You're real. Aren't you?" She turned to a girl sitting behind her and inquired, "Can you see that someone is sitting next to me?" The girl shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, "I'm not blind. Of course I can see." She then stood and left the room. Qinping was often criticized for her pickled vegetables by nearby classmates. However, at that moment, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, her excitement surged as she grasped Xingjian's hand. "Did you hear that? She can see you too. You're not an illusion. I'm not dreaming." It turned out that after Xingjian had come to Qinping's aid on the first day, she had not appeared again, leading Qinping to believe she had conjured an angel to rescue her. She questioned her own sanity. Yet, when Li did not pursue her for tuition, she began to think that perhaps the angel truly existed. Sometimes, she worried that Li had indeed sought her for payment, but her mind had simply blocked it out. In any case, she still felt bewildered, pondering how she could have endured misfortune for a significant part of her life only to encounter such a benevolent person. It felt surreal to share with anyone. Xingjian, exasperated, looked at Qinping and asked, "Why are you still eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables? Did you forget that I told you to eat an egg every day?" This statement rang true. She had indeed made that suggestion. Qinping, feeling awkward, replied, "I'm quite full now, truly very full. Sometimes I even burp." The cafeteria did not offer boiled eggs. Only the tea eggs sold outside at 5 dimes for 2 seemed too expensive to her. She didn't abstain completely, but having one every 5 days felt sufficient. She consumed plenty of steamed buns and occasionally ventured to the cafeteria for rice. The soup was complimentary, and a bowl of rice for 3 dimes was a good deal, allowing her to feel satiated. However, she refrained from ordering dishes, as the cafeteria staff had begun to notice her, causing her embarrassment and reluctance to dine there. She was acutely aware that her classmates disapproved of her consuming pickled vegetables, and she yearned for a secluded spot to eat in peace. Yet, at times, she would choke on her food, prompting her to return for a sip of water. After enduring prolonged hardship, even the slightest improvement in her circumstances brought her a sense of contentment. Qinping's perspective was one that Xingjian could empathize with. In her previous life, Li had employed similar methods to ensure her compliance. While others criticized and dismissed her, Li would adopt a maternal tone, comforting her and enhancing her meals. As long as she refrained from addressing Li as mother, Li maintained a facade of harmony with her. She had suffered for so long, having grown fearful of poverty. The thought of displeasing Li and being sent back to Guijing filled her with dread. Although Li and her companions would never treat her equitably, the promise of ample and delicious food was a compelling incentive. She truly feared returning to her former life. Reflecting on the past, she realized she was now 15. At this age, there were opportunities for work in society, and she could escape, enduring some hardship to survive. However, at that time, she was entirely unaware of these possibilities. In an era lacking information, the unknown loomed as a terrifying prospect. The journey was fraught with dangers, including human traffickers, and the prospect of being captured and sold was all too real. It was only after following Song Yanjun that she had ventured into the city, ridden a train, and seen the world beyond her previous confines. Before that, she had lived a life of strict adherence to routine, fearful of anything unfamiliar. Though Qinping and she may have faced different experiences, the shared smile of contentment at the prospect of slightly better meals resonated between them. Xingjian could not bear to reproach her. Aunt Lu, concerned for her well-being, brought her sweet cakes and 2 boiled eggs. Xingjian guided Qinping to the end of the corridor, where a window opened onto a rain shelter. They settled inside the shelter, sharing the food. Xingjian addressed Qinping, "Your reasoning is flawed. While consuming simpler fare may save money, it will adversely affect your studies. We are currently in an educational phase, and investing in better nutrition is an investment in your intellect. I wonder if you have ever felt this way. When I do not eat well, I struggle to keep up academically. This sentiment was a genuine reflection of Li Xingjian's experiences in her previous life. Although she excelled in middle school, by the time she reached the third year, she encountered a significant increase in academic difficulty. In the first 2 years, she could understand the material presented without the need for extensive review. However, by the third year, completing exercises after class became essential to maintain pace. In high school, the depth of study diverged completely from that of middle school, and merely attending lectures without reviewing was no longer sufficient. When she ate well, her mind was sharp, and her logical thinking improved. Often, a moment of contemplation would yield clarity on complex issues. Conversely, during periods of inadequate nutrition, excessive mental exertion left her feeling dizzy, making it increasingly challenging to comprehend what her teachers were explaining. The more difficult the content became, the more she found herself burning the midnight oil to study. This led to a vicious cycle. The later she stayed up, the more dizzy she became. Although good nutrition does not guarantee academic success, poor nutrition undeniably hampers learning. Li Xingjian continued, "Do not lament the money spent on your education. In 7 years, it will repay you manifold. I understand that you wish to return my money, but I am in no hurry. More than the money, I am profoundly concerned about whether good girls can soar to great heights and make a remarkable impact through their own efforts." Her tone was excessively formal, reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation. Shenping could not help but exclaim, "Xingjian, I have never encountered such a commendable young lady as yourself. How is it that you possess such a kind heart and so much knowledge?" Li Xingjian took a hearty bite of the sweet cake, gazing ahead with a smile. "At times, I do not wish to know so much. As for kindness, I do not consider myself kind. I merely seek to save the self from my past life, and those who share a similarly tragic fate." This matter held great significance for her. Vengeance and redemption were equally important to her. Shenping enjoyed the sweet cake and eggs, his smile growing even sweeter. He assured Li Xingjian that he would strive to eat better and aim to leave Li's class by the end of the semester. When I went to request leave from her, she scolded me, accusing me of lying and insisting that I summon your parents. Shenping, while eating, expressed concern for Li Xingjian. "She has been asking every day when you will come. She said she no longer wants you and intends to expel you. When she sees you, she will surely make things difficult for you. Didn't your parents come to accompany you for leave? With parents present, she would likely be gentler." Chapter 63. Who gave you the right? Li Xingjian smiled softly. "It's all right. You need not worry about me." "I will still worry," Shenping sighed. In recent days, he had been anxious about whether Li Xingjian was a real person, how her health was recovering, and how she would confront Li's torment. Unfortunately, she was nothing, unable to offer any assistance. "Xingjian, it's truly quiet here. This place is wonderful. How do you know it so well after just one day?" Shenping had long wished to inquire, but was interrupted by Li Xingjian. She gazed at the students below, frolicking and playing, squinting slightly, as a wave of bitterness washed over her. Having endured bullying for so long, she had nowhere to turn. Sometimes she dared not attend classes and would sit here for an entire period. The school may not understand other matters, but this place was the most tranquil, the least prone to disturbance. She knew every corner intimately. Li Xingjian did not respond, finishing her meal before standing up. "It's time for class. Let us go." Coincidentally, the first class was Li's Chinese lesson. Xiao Haining turned around and caught sight of Li Xingjian, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and smugness. He sneered, "Li Xingjian, you still dare to attend school? This class is taught by the homeroom teacher." He was much taller than the girls and sat in the front row, allowing Li Xingjian a clear view of his expression. Upon seeing him, Li Xingjian realized that Huang Jingyao had yet to expel him. She wondered if the truth had come to light. Yet he still had the audacity to act so arrogantly. With a calm demeanor, Li Xingjian replied, "Oh, you are unafraid to insult the homeroom teacher as a female tiger and still attend school." "I have not insulted anyone. Why should I be afraid of coming to school? When did I ever call the homeroom teacher a female tiger?" Li Xingjian observed a figure at the doorway, a faint smile gracing her lips. "If she is not a female tiger, then why should I fear?" Xiao Haining retorted, "Because she is indeed fierce and terrifying. She will make you leave." Li Xingjian smiled. "It's not that serious. She is not as fierce as you say. She is a beauty." Li entered the room, clutching her books, and instinctively glanced towards Shenping's seat, instantly igniting her fury. She slammed her books onto the podium with great force, exclaiming, "Li Xingjian, get out." Xiao Haning thought to himself, he must be infuriated, and now Li Xingjian has played him for a fool. He should stand up and explain to the teacher. But he dared not, for Li Li's expression could devour a person whole. Li Li would never blame Xiao Haning. After all, he was the offspring of a diplomatic family. And his father was particularly understanding, often gifting him numerous imported goods. Thus, the only detestable individual was Li Xingjian. Her shout rendered the classroom utterly silent. Her classmates were too frightened to even breathe. Li Xingjian remained seated, her hands clasped in her uniform pockets, feeling an unsettling fear that even the sound of the tape turning might be heard. She did nothing, her expression blank. Shen Ping curled himself into a tight ball, trembling like a leaf in autumn. Li frowned. Are you deaf? I said to get out. What was wrong with this girl? So dull and foolish. Clearly from the countryside, city kids would never be this slow-witted. Li Xingjian replied leisurely. Oh, so you were speaking to me. How surprising. Did I fail to pay my tuition? Is that why you believe I am unworthy of your teachings? Teachers impart knowledge and resolve doubts. It was a simple statement. Yet it conveyed the highest praise for an educator. How could she impart knowledge and resolve doubts if she was trying to expel someone? Li Li recognized the sarcasm in the girl's words, mocking her unworthiness as a teacher. She had taught for 9 years. Having been favored by the school right after her graduation due to her stunning looks and undergraduate degree, parents flocked to her, eager to enroll their children in her classes, which made her feel at ease in disciplining her students. They would often say, "Teacher, I leave my child in your care. If they misbehave, do not hesitate to discipline them." This was the first time she encountered a classmate daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Li Li's expression hardened. There is no reason needed. You've been expelled for skipping class, so leave. Xiao Haning smirked, glancing back at Li Xingjian. This troublesome girl, who knew not what to say to her guardian, had just cost him the house he was about to acquire. While he didn't believe Li Xingjian possessed the ability to influence such matters, she was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. He felt compelled to rid himself of this bad luck charm. His guardian had been unusually busy lately, often out early and returning late. Perhaps once Li Xingjian was gone, she would finish her errands and take him house hunting again. Li Xingjian remained emotionally composed. She reflected on her previous life, recalling how she had been bullied, with Li Li chastising her for the mud on her uniform, claiming she disrespected the teacher and ordering her out of the classroom. At that time, she had not dared to resist, obediently retreating to a corner to nurse her wounds. In hindsight, she wondered how she had been so naive. Perhaps it was the natural respect and fear that youth held for teachers that had silenced her. Now, what was this? Was she not also human? What was there to fear from her? Li Xingjian's demeanor was unperturbed as she remarked, "Oh, skipping class? I applied for leave. I was hospitalized due to illness. And I possess my medical records." She placed the neatly organized documents on Li Li's desk. A glance at the records confirmed they were indeed from a legitimate hospital. Suddenly, Li Li tossed the documents onto the floor, stating, "I refuse to acknowledge this. You did not request leave prior to your hospitalization. Therefore, you have skipped class." Li Xingjian responded calmly, "Had I been able to return and request leave after being struck by a vehicle, perhaps I would not have needed to be hospitalized." Her tone remained even, yet somehow conveyed a sense of defiance. It rendered Li Li's reaction noticeably harsh and devoid of reason, inciting her fury. "That is still not acceptable. Regardless, you failed to notify me, and I will not recognize this," she retorted. With that, Li Xingjian ceased her protests, returning to her seat, a serene smile gracing her lips. This smile, though tranquil, lacked warmth and was evidently provocative. Li Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you deaf?" Li Xingjian shook her head. "I am not deaf. I simply refuse to comply. On what grounds do you presume to expel me? Do not mention my tuition fees. Even if I had not paid, you are merely an ordinary teacher, lacking the authority to dismiss a student who has earned their place through hard work. Who bestowed upon you such power? What are you really? You are not even the head of the year group. The principal cannot expel me at will. Have you lost your mind?" Her final words were laced with blatant disdain for Li Li, leaving her classmates utterly astonished. This girl was remarkably audacious. Xiao Haning observed. "Li Xingjian is like a wild stallion. I thought she might show restraint in front of a teacher, but she charges ahead unabashedly. It seems she has little regard for authority." Chapter 64. I am heaven. Li Xingjian's words bore a particularly venomous edge. As Li Li had long aspired to attain a higher professional rank, yet her character was severely lacking. Although Vice Principal Zhang supported her, several obstacles remained, including the principal. various department heads, and numerous veteran staff members. Despite repeated nominations, she had failed on 4 occasions. This time, she had applied yet again, but the results were still pending. It appeared as though Li Xingjian was cursing her to a lifetime of stagnation and unfulfilled ambition. Li was incensed and, with her stilettos clicking sharply, approached Li Xingjian. Raising her hand to grasp her, Li Xingjian had already risen, and as Li's hand reached out, she intercepted it, returning the gesture with a sharp slap. Chen Ping trembled in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Li stood momentarily stunned, her hand pressed to her cheek, gazing at Li Xingjian in astonishment. Yet, Li Xingjian suddenly cried out with a quivering voice, "Teacher, why do you resort to violence when you cannot articulate your arguments? I merely wish to understand what makes you so formidable. I gained my admission legitimately. This institution is state-owned. I applied for leave during my hospitalization. On what basis can you expel me? What right do you have to strike me? My parents have never struck me. What gives you the authority?" In an instant, Li was rendered speechless, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Li Xingjian's desperate demeanor was reminiscent of one who had been wronged, despite the reality that she was the one under attack. Yet, with the entire class as witnesses, could Li truly distort the truth? Li was infuriated, shouting hoarsely, "You little wretch! It was you who struck me, yet you twist the truth. Indeed, it was you who assaulted the teacher. I witnessed it myself." Xiao Haning interjected loudly in testimony. Having previously offended the teacher, he felt compelled to demonstrate his loyalty now. Li Xingjian scoffed. "Who does not realize you are merely Li's lapdog? One may endure humiliation in life, but to truly behave like a dog is unacceptable. She appointed you as class monitor without any deliberation, and naturally, you stand by her side to speak in her favor, even to the point of perjury." "I did not commit perjury. I saw it with my own eyes," Xiao Haning retorted. Li Xingjian snorted dismissively. "Even if this were to go to court, your testimony would hold no weight. You know full well the nature of your relationship." Xiao Haning felt somewhat dejected, knowing his father had gifted Li. And he wondered if the judge would uncover that fact. "Court? This is merely a classroom," he exclaimed. "And I did see it. It was indeed Li Xingjian who hit the teacher. Did no one else witness it?" He glanced at the others, questioning, "Did you not all see it as well?" Observing Li Xingjian's countenance darkening as if a storm were brewing, he pondered the audacity of someone who would strike a teacher. Furthermore, few students actually held Li in high regard. Who among them would dare testify against her? The classmates remained silent, heads bowed in submission. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Xingjian's lips as he addressed Li. "Teacher Li, you prevent students from attending school and strike them as well. I shall report you to the principal." "You dare to report me?" "Li Xingjian, just wait. I shall ensure your expulsion today," Li retorted angrily. Having never encountered such humiliation before, she stormed out, while Li Xingjian adjusted her pocket, ensuring her cassette player remained secure. She followed closely behind. Chen Ping anxiously grasped her hand. "It's all right. I'm merely going to have a word with the teacher," Li Xingjian reassured. She caught up to Li, blocking her path. "Teacher Li, what have I done to offend you? Why are you treating me this way? Surely, you must recognize that your actions are inappropriate. Are you not concerned about facing repercussions from your superiors? Moreover, this is only our second meeting. Must it be a matter of life and death between us?" Though not particularly tall, she stood above Li, who had already been slapped by her earlier. Now, confronted by her seemingly mocking gaze, Li felt a twinge of fear. Infuriated, she thought it outrageous that a student would confront her so brazenly. How dare this insolent girl strike her and then block her way? Such audacity! How could a student of humble origins be so bold? Was it possible that beneath her bravado, she sought reconciliation? Li pondered this, contemplating that perhaps Li Xingjian was indeed seeking peace. For she could hardly believe a girl from the countryside would dare to act in such a manner. Li had taught many rural students, all of whom were timid and easily intimidated. None had shown the audacity of Li Xingjian. With a sigh of relief, Li coldly remarked, "Are you frightened now? Aware that you will have no explanation upon your return? If my conjecture is correct, your family does not genuinely wish for you to pursue an education. What purpose does it serve for a mere girl to engage in extensive study? Were it not for your commendable academic performance, your family would undoubtedly not support your schooling. Am I mistaken? This is the plight of rural female students, a scenario I have witnessed numerous times. It is already a struggle for you to attend school, and yet you still manage to stir up trouble." Li Xingjian's heart was tumultuous. She was acutely aware that someone like Li would exploit vulnerabilities. She understood the predicaments faced by female students all too well, being a woman herself. yet she never contemplated aiding them in their struggles, only seeking to suppress. With even a modicum of power, she relished the thought of crushing others. This is the essence of true malice. Fortunately, in this regard, Li Xingjian consistently held a sense of respect for Li Mingli. Although she and Li Qinxi were female, Li Mingli had never deprived them of educational opportunities. In this aspect, Li Mingli outshone those female teachers by a considerable margin, resembling a rigid, antiquated patriarch. Li Xingjian cleared her throat and remarked, "Teacher, I perceive you as rather audacious. I fail to comprehend why you are so intent on expelling me. It seems to offer you no advantage. However, I am not one to shy away from causing a scene." Li sneered, "With no outsiders present, I shall not hesitate to divulge. This position you occupy is already claimed by another, who has thoroughly investigated your family circumstances. While you may have parents, they have relegated you to your grandmother's care, showing little concern for your education. As for your grandmother, she has raised you, yet all she desires is your presence at home. She would prefer you not to attend school. Your grandfather, though he may care, is concerned with his reputation and fears scandal. Should someone else claim your academic standing, he would prioritize his image over your education. Am I correct? Look at you. Your only recourse is to create a scene. What does that amount to? The other party has purchased your academic credentials and possesses significant connections, even with high-ranking officials. Before you can raise a fuss, you may find yourself confined. Moreover, do not focus too intently on me. I will inform you that I have 9 years of teaching experience, with the school leadership and the education director as my allies. Not only can I easily find a pretext for your expulsion, but even in the absence of one, they would assist me in fabricating an excuse. After 9 years of teaching, suppressing a rural girl like you is hardly a challenge." Li finally recognized her advantage and exhaled deeply, spitting at Li Xingjian. "As for the remainder, you may pursue whatever course you wish. In this school, I am the ultimate authority." Chapter 65. A series of attacks. It was utterly riveting. Li Xingjian gleaned about 80% of what she had hoped to hear. She suspected that some of the information had undoubtedly been relayed by Sui Li to Li, particularly regarding familial matters. Throughout her life, Sui Li had refrained from revealing their kinship, masquerading as a stranger and devaluing her family background. This was because Sui Li believed that once this matter was set in motion, Li Mingli would be compelled to swallow his pride for the sake of his reputation. In truth, what could Li Mingli genuinely accomplish? It would merely amount to compensation. When he offered her a lavish house as recompense, Li Xingjian realized that Li Mingli was essentially powerless against Sui Li. Sui Li had orchestrated her scheme quite adeptly. She herself is quite remarkable, as everyone has heard. Li Xingjian smiled, awkwardly scuffing her shoes against the ground, and said, "Teacher Li, surely you are not boasting? Who possesses such tremendous power? Speak, so I may be disillusioned. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that the entire school would conspire to assist you." Li burst into a wild laugh. "You don't believe? Very well. Then feel free to approach the principal and see who will take you in." She continued, "I actually wouldn't mind revealing who wishes to purchase your student status. But it would be futile to inform you, as your family will never reach the heights of others. Have you heard of the 301 hospital? The granddaughter of the former director, you know. Originally, had you cooperated with me, you could have received a compensation of 500 yuan, a considerable amount for a child from the countryside. Wouldn't you agree?" Li toyed with her Chanel earrings worth hundreds, her tone dripping with sarcasm, implying that a rural child is only worth 500 yuan, that such money should secure their future. Even if it's not much, it would suffice for your studies. However, since you've already attached yourself to their name, it seems impossible to sit for the high school entrance exam without a name change. Moreover, I have no intention of giving you that money anymore, Li Xingjian. If you slap me, that 500 yuan vanishes. If I am displeased, you will owe me money. Just wait." With that, Li covered her face and swayed away. Li Xingjian believed she was off to celebrate, anticipating the arrival of Li Qinxi at school the next day. A smile crept onto her lips. Once Li had walked far enough, she found a secluded spot to rewind the tape for a listen, just in time to catch Li saying, "Even if it's not much, it would suffice for your studies. However, since you've already attached yourself to their name, it seems impossible to sit for the high school entrance exam without a name change. Moreover, I have no intention of giving you that money anymore, Li Xingjian. If you slap me, that 500 yuan vanishes. If I am displeased, you will owe me money. Just wait." Her smile widened, for everything had been recorded. Afterwards, Li Xingjian took the tape and tucked it into the pocket of her school uniform. She had specially prepared it, sewing a pocket inside to ensure it would not be discovered or lost. The school uniform proved to be quite practical, sturdy, and spacious. Having completed her preparations, Li Xingjian replaced the tape in her portable cassette player and tucked it securely into the uniform's pocket, which she had adjusted to be deep enough to prevent anything from falling out. With her hands in her pockets, fingers brushing the recording button, she briskly walked towards the teaching building. She glanced at the principal's office and pushed the door open. Inside sat a bespectacled middle-aged man who frowned upon seeing a student. "What do you want?" he asked. Li Xingjian replied, "My teacher has not allowed me to leave campus. I need to see Vice Principal Zhang. You have someone in charge of the academic affairs, so unless it is urgent, please do not come here." She looked at the principal's mailbox outside and remarked, "If you won't allow me to speak directly, then writing a letter will hardly resolve anything, will it? What use are you then?" With that, she slammed the door shut. The principal stood up abruptly, incredulous, contemplating, have students become so lacking in manners nowadays? After some inquiries, Li Xingjian located Vice Principal Zhang's office, which was shared with another vice principal. Li Xingjian recalled that in her previous life, when she left school, Li had been awarded the title of Outstanding Teacher, and Vice Principal Zhang had successfully fulfilled his wish of moving into his own office. Thus, the affairs of the two of them remained unreported for over a decade after her departure. As Li Xingjian entered the room, another principal had stepped out for a meeting, and Li was lamenting to Vice Principal Zhang. Upon noticing Li Xingjian's arrival, she pointed at her own face and exclaimed, "This student hit a teacher. Expel her." Vice Principal Zhang, an impressive figure with tall stature and dressed in a tailored suit, appeared considerably younger than his actual age, despite being a decade older than Li. Had he not been married with 2 children, Li Xingjian would have applauded their union and even considered giving a gift at their wedding. Alas, theirs was a tale of infidelity. Upon hearing Li's accusations, the vice principal regarded Li Xingjian with a curious gaze. Despite her plain attire, her eyes shone with an intriguing depth. It was the first time he had encountered such pure, yet profound eyes emanating from a single individual. This girl indeed left a lasting impression, yet she did not seem the type to act out. Could she truly have struck a teacher? Li Xingjian replied calmly, "Vice Principal Zhang, I did not hit the teacher. Rather, Ms. Li stated that someone wished to purchase my student status, and she must expel me. Hence her pretext for my dismissal. I trust that beneath the golden plaque proclaiming the virtues of teaching and nurturing, you would not shelter such an educational charlatan, would you?" Li seethed with rage but showed no fear, pointing at Li Xingjian and declaring, "Listen, sharp-tongued and cunning, clearly a troublemaker, but unfortunately, her background is lacking. There's no need to fear her." Vice Principal Zhang emitted a hissing sound before responding with a smile, "Young Li, regardless, hitting a teacher and truancy are both unacceptable. Our student handbook clearly states that 3 days of absence results in expulsion. I have conducted an investigation, and you have been absent for 8 days, which counts today as 9. Li Xingjian, unyielding yet respectful, replied, "I did not skip class. I have a medical certificate. I requested leave from Li." Vice Principal Zhang, now seated and sipping on his Bailuo Chun tea, casually drummed his fingers on the armrest. He remarked, "You see, you do not even call your teacher teacher, but refer to her by her name, showing a lack of respect. I now firmly believe you struck a teacher. And regarding this medical certificate, where is it?" Li looked on smugly, for she had discarded the certificate. Li Xingjian smiled and replied, "I still have connections at the hospital. You are not unaware of that, are you?" "Young Li," Vice Principal Zhang stated in an official tone, however. "The school regulations stipulate that leave must be requested a day in advance. Regardless of your circumstances, you did not follow protocol. If I could have requested leave, I wouldn't have needed to be hospitalized. It was precisely because I could not return that I failed to notify the school in a timely manner." "Well," Vice Principal Zhang elongated his words, "what shall we do then?" He shrugged. "There is nothing that can be done. Rules are rules, and I am powerless. Moreover, you still struck a teacher." Chapter 66. Waiting for you to plead with me. Li Xingjian's expression was one of discontent. "Vice Principal Zhang, you are the principal. Yet you find such unreasonable rules to be just? Should I, even with a perforated appendix, still be required to return to request leave? If someone were to die as a result, who would be responsible? Did you die? Where did you die?" Li remarked, "Not only are you unscathed, but you also seem to be thriving, and your tongue is quite sharp." Vice Principal Zhang chuckled. "Indeed, there aren't so many cases of appendicitis leading to perforation. You're still alive, aren't you? We'll discuss death when it arrives." Li Xingjian reflected on the fact that their school had not produced notable talents in the past 5 or 6 years. It was only after the principal was investigated and replaced that the atmosphere began to improve, and it became apparent to her that these individuals were fundamentally corrupt. Eventually, Vice Principal Zhang grew impatient with Li Xingjian's resistance and handed her a document, stating, "Sign this, and you will still be eligible for the college entrance examination and can transfer schools. If you refuse to sign, the record of your expulsion will be filed, making it difficult for you to pursue further education." Their machinations were crystal clear. Every step she took was fraught with their coercion. If even adults would struggle to bear such a barrage of pressure, how could a child withstand it? Li Xingjian felt a surge of anger. If she were not in this situation, she could only imagine how these scoundrels would torment someone else. They wielded just enough power to dictate a person's fate. Li Xingjian had never believed that her destiny would lie in the hands of others. She raised her thumb towards Vice Principal Zhang and Li, declaring, "You two colluding together is truly remarkable. I will absolutely not sign this. I refuse to believe that under the clear and bright sky there is no place for reason. I will await your pleas." With that, she turned and left. Li and Vice Principal Zhang found it utterly amusing. A mere girl dared to suggest that they would beg her. Was there anything more ludicrous? Li laughed heartily. "If she refuses to sign, I will forge her signature. As long as the records appear flawless, it will seem as if she voluntarily acknowledges our management system's propriety. Admitting her wrongdoing and consenting to her expulsion, it will have nothing to do with us." Li proceeded to sign Li Xingjian's name. Vice Principal Zhang felt that something was amiss. How could a rural girl possess such defiance? Surely, she must have some hidden connections, perhaps a formidable background? Li responded, "I've insulted her grandfather." Vice Principal Zhang's eyes glinted with curiosity. Li continued, "If she truly had connections, her grandfather would have approached me by now. How could I possibly insult him? Rest assured, she is of no consequence. Those like them, often impoverished, tend to feign nobility and relish in creating trouble. Don't forget, the stones in a cesspit are both foul and hard that est them. What influential family wouldn't he bend the rules? They understand the value of mutual respect and benefit. Thus, this student will only charge recklessly forward, undoubtedly lacking any connections." Convinced by her argument, Vice Principal Zhang nodded. Indeed, if there were any influential ties, her family would have intervened long ago, rather than waiting for her to seek justice. Those in power do not operate on reason, simply displaying their status suffices. Li issued a notice to Li Xingjian, stating that if she continued to linger in class, she would miss all subsequent lessons. The entire class would be affected, and she should ponder her situation independently. Thus, Li Xingjian had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, her classmates would voice their discontent, making her presence untenable. Thus, you see, they possess a modicum of power, and there are indeed myriad ways in which they can torment others. Chen Ping, upon escorting Li Xingjian, was brought to tears. "Xingjian, what shall you do? Teacher Li is utterly despicable. It's nothing, consider it a holiday. I shall rest for 2 days and return thereafter, so do not worry. You may head back." Li Xingjian assured herself of her well-being. Yet in such circumstances, Chen Ping's presence might provoke Li's ire. Li would likely incite the students to ostracize Chen Ping. "Hurry back, there is no need to see me off." Chen Ping wiped her tears and said, "Xingjian, though I am timid, I still possess a conscience. If I cannot even manage this small task of seeing you off, how can I expect you to assist me? Even if you do help, I would be nothing but an ingrate. Rest assured, I have come to terms with it. If Li can wield such unchallenged authority in this school, it indicates a deeper issue. What is the point of attending such an institution? Do not worry about me." Li Xingjian still remembered how Chen Ping had trembled, curling her shoulders in fear moments before. She truly was timid. To utter such words brought both comfort and sorrow to her heart. The world is fraught with suffering. Yet it is often those who endure the harshest lives that attempt to mend the fractures. Li Xingjian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You should return. I assure you, if I say I will come back in 2 days, I shall certainly do so. Now, go." As Li Xingjian approached the entrance, she was suddenly called by a feminine voice. "Li Xingjian, I have something for you." Turning around, she saw a girl of approximately 170 centimeters in height, with short hair, exuding a sense of competence and grace. Given her stature, Li Xingjian recognized her despite having only met her a couple of times. This girl was a classmate with average grades. Her family seemed to work in tax administration. Furthermore, her name was quite intriguing, Yang. Li Xingjian had never conversed with her. So why was she here to deliver something? Puzzled, Li Xingjian inquired, "Are you here to give me something?" Yang nodded, sort of, and handed her a backpack. Upon opening it, Li Xingjian discovered several stacks of papers. She regarded Yang 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 in confusion. What is this? Yang 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 explained. I found these in the empty space under my chair. You must have heard about the senior who jumped into the river, right? These should belong to her. As they are filled with numerous comments from Li Li. Their current classroom was indeed the one previously occupied by the last year's seniors. Li Xingjian began to peruse the papers, and indeed, they bore many derogatory remarks from Li Li. The criticism of the senior's essay was harsh, calling it nonsensical, and even chastising for grammatical errors with insults likening the writer to swine. After flipping through just a few sheets, she encountered an abundance of personal attacks, including insinuations that the student wasted time pursuing boys instead of studying. Yang 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 continued, I've done some digging. It seems that Li Li was once on decent terms with that senior. However, after Vice Principal Zhang summoned a few girls to clean the windows, one of whom was the senior, everything changed upon her return. I find it inhumane to dismiss someone just because they cannot take leave. I am unsure how I can assist you, but if you consider taking action, perhaps these could serve as evidence. This is all I can offer. Suddenly, Li Xingjian recalled a crucial detail. In her previous life, she had been bullied by Li Qinxi and his cohorts, her face swollen from their blows. In a fleeting moment, Yang Yang appeared, placing a bottle of purple medicine on her desk. However, she feared it was a trap and dared not use it. Was it she? Li Xingjian believed that Yang Yang had no ulterior motives. Perhaps she genuinely wished to assist her. She smiled and remarked, there might be someone watching us. Are you not afraid of being targeted? Yang Yang replied, I'm fine. My parents have only me as their child, and they dote on me. If anyone dares to harm me, my parents would tear them apart. However, I cannot help you openly. I lack the courage for such boldness and certainly do not wish to stir up any trouble. Li Xingjian understood, being a good person comes at a cost, necessitating the capacity to do so. Not everyone possesses the ability and conditions to be virtuous. Li Xingjian nodded appreciatively. You have already helped me tremendously. Thank you, warm-hearted classmate. Chapter 67. The bro is on fire. After Yang Yang departed, Li Jinan emerged from the teaching building. Noticing Li Xingjian waiting for a vehicle across the street, he instructed the security guard to open the gate and stepped outside. Grandfather is busy, right? I'll go find your teacher, he said. Li Xingjian grasped his sleeve. Listen to this. She inserted an earphone into his ear, as Principal Zhang's brazen remarks infiltrated Li Jinan's mind. His attractive brows knitted together in discontent. How on earth did such a person become a school leader? We should report them. Li Xingjian could not help but chuckle. Report? ISNT at the leaders who are responsible for disciplinary issues? I have no desire to undertake such a thankless task. Who knows if there will be a cover-up? She preferred to resolve the matter through her own means. Li Xingjian told Li Jinan, all right, I will compile some materials. I'll help you organize them. And then we can inform grandfather, he offered. Though he said this, he harbored concerns, even if they won a complaint. It might take ages to resolve his sister's schooling issues. Moreover, this situation involved Li Qinxi. He feared that, out of pride, grandfather would go easy on them, ultimately jeopardizing his sister Xingjian's education. Thus, this matter was indeed quite tricky and challenging to navigate. Li Xingjian wished for Li Jinan not to accompany her. You should return to class. Otherwise, if grandfather finds out, you will be scolded too. It's merely about organizing materials. I'll consult Uncle Hu. Rest assured. Uncle Hu was Li Mingli's assistant. After Li Xingjian repeatedly assured him she could manage, Li Jinan returned to class. Once she departed, Li Xingjian walked a short distance and finally hailed a taxi to Zhongguancun. She could not return home just yet. She needed to back up the recording. Nowadays, she was uncertain of the extent to which electronic devices had advanced. After inquiring at 3 or 4 shops, all claimed they could not provide backups. Upon reaching the store where she had previously purchased her portable music player, she had yet to enter when a staff member from the adjacent shop intercepted her. What would you like to buy? We have just received new portable music players. Would you like to try one? A smile curved at the corners of Li Xingjian's lips. She understood that the individual must have recognized her. The last time I saw her, her attire was rather unrefined, and I hesitated to engage in business with her. However, upon realizing she was a genuine customer, I found myself filled with regret. Such individuals, while clever and capable of earning considerable commissions, often seem destined to remain inconsequential. Li Xingjian gently brushed aside her hand, stating, I apologize, my family is not well off. A portable cassette player suffices for me each year. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, as I lack the funds to make a purchase and would only waste your time. With that, she proceeded to the establishment of her choice. Her companion discerned the underlying sarcasm, stark and unmasked. The waitress Li Xingjian knew had since been promoted, exhibiting an even greater proficiency than before. Upon recognizing Li Xingjian and inquiring about her needs, she shook her head, saying, "I suspect few can accommodate your request. Unless one possesses studio-grade equipment, which is far too expensive. Those are custom-made, and I doubt you could afford such a luxury." Li Xingjian pondered that if no alternatives existed, she would have to make do with what she had. As she prepared to leave, the waitress suddenly recalled something and handed her a new cassette tape, saying, "This is a complimentary gift, suitable for sharing. Please take it." Previously, when Li Xingjian had requested a tape, she had been unable to fulfill that wish. Gratefully, Li Xingjian accepted with a smile. Although the tape held little monetary value, the sentiment of being remembered and appreciated was truly delightful. Upon exiting the shop, she inquired at 2 more establishments, both of which were unable to assist with her tapes, leading her to anticipate returning empty-handed. As she ascended the escalator, lost in thought, she collided with someone. The individual remarked, "Hey there, you're going the wrong way. Did you not realize?" Li Xingjian looked up to see a man clad in a leather jacket, sporting sunglasses and a mask, exuding an air of mystery akin to an underground informant. She failed to recognize him at first, blinking in surprise. Qin Lang removed his sunglasses and exclaimed, "It's me, Qin Lang. I've become quite the sensation. Surrounded by fans, and you still don't recognize me?" Li Xingjian, surprised, responded, "Congratulations. But didn't your fame arise in a previous lifetime?" Her tone remained calm and unruffled. Qin Lang mused to himself. No wonder she became a master at such a young age. Her perspective was remarkable. Noticing the cassette tape in Li Xingjian's hand, which happened to feature his single, he felt a surge of emotion. It was clear that a true master cherished his work, even inspiring someone to purchase his single to take home. "Since fate has intertwined our paths today, let us celebrate. I shall treat you to a meal," Qin Lang proposed. "Additionally, we can discuss my future prospects." Li Xingjian quipped, "Aren't you destined for downfall in the future?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. Now that he had gained fame, surely he had access to a recording studio. Feeling slightly awkward, she asked, "Qin Lang, perhaps we can skip the meal. I find myself in need of assistance. I have 2 recordings that require backing up. Would you be able to help me with that?" Qin Lang replied, "This is a trivial matter, a mere trifle. You are my savior. Not only can I back up your tapes, but I could also gift you a recording studio if necessary." In truth, Qin Lang had been searching for Li Xingjian, as his music had soared in popularity, yet he was also filled with trepidation. After a visit to the hospital, he learned from the doctor that he had a growth on his vocal cords, although fortunately, it had been detected early. Although the surgery has not yet occurred, an appointment has already been made. There is still time. If it were not for the guidance of the master, he would not have realized the gravity of the situation. The doctor mentioned how fortunate it is to have detected this early, as a delay could jeopardize life. Li Xingjian thought it best to refrain, considering he lacked musical talent. Qin Lang brought Li Xingjian to his recording studio, where he explained the purpose to the sound engineer, who requested Li Xingjian to present the tape for processing. The studio, though modest in size, boasted exceptionally clear sound. Upon hearing Li Li's outrageous statements, the group was left bewildered. One sound engineer inquired, "Is this truly the teacher? It sounds more like a bandit." Qin Lang pondered the matter and soon accepted it, for he cherished music. His music teacher, due to their impoverished circumstances, had suggested he abandon his musical aspirations and return home to assist his parents, merely because the teacher encouraged him to partake in activities he hesitated to spend money on attire. Such individuals, regardless of one's talent or dreams, would undermine you if you did not conform to their desires. Of course, there are also exceptionally good teachers in the world. The train ticket north and the recent meal expenses were funded by his homeroom teacher. This profession is human, and people can be both virtuous and vile. Chapter 68. Go away. Qin Lang felt a pang of sympathy for the master. He proposed, "Master, with such remarkable abilities, must you endure this indignity? Why not cease your studies and simply embrace your mastery?" Li Xingjian found herself both amused and exasperated at the notion of becoming a master. There was an old cabinet in the recording studio, its purpose unknown. Li Xingjian inquired, "Who painted this?" Pointing to the oil painting of the Mona Lisa on the wall. She asked again, "Whose work is this?" Qin Lang replied, "This is a world-renowned painting, titled The Smile of Mona Lisa, created by a great artist. So, do you see the difference between studying and not studying?" Li Xingjian responded, "A painter with education becomes an artist. A carpenter with education transforms into an architect. A performer of the eru who studies becomes a musicologist. If I do not pursue education, I am but a charlatan. With education, I become a master of metaphysics. Qin Lang's eyes brightened as he regarded Li Xingjian thoughtfully, realizing that if he were to pursue education, he could become a musicologist himself. Thus, a notion began to emerge within him. Perhaps he too should pick up books and seek further education. As they engaged in light banter, the sound engineer prepared duplicates of the two tapes, also creating 3 backup copies for Li Xingjian. Listen to these. You need not worry about losing them. Use them freely. And should anything happen, return to me for more copies. A weight lifted from Li Xingjian's heart, and she expressed her gratitude. The sound engineer replied, "You are a benefactor to Qin Lang, thus a benefactor to us all. What need is there for thanks? Master, if you truly wish to show gratitude, do consider me as well. Master, could you lend me your insight?" Li Xingjian remarked, feeling fortunate that during her previous life with Song Yanjun, she had the leisure to peruse several texts on the I Ching and the 5 elements. While she may lack genuine fortune-telling skills, her capacity for deception surpasses even that of the fortune-tellers under the overpass. Initially, she proclaimed to the crowd, "This individual traverses life guided solely by fate." What, then, is fate? The past embodies fate, while the future embodies fortune. Fortune-telling pertains solely to the fate of the past. The fortune of the future remains inscrutable, intertwined with one's lifestyle, diligence, and social connections. In truth, fortune need not be divined. Simply remember the wisdom of Confucius, a venerable admirer of the I Ching. He studied its teachings and consulted Laozi, distilling it into a singular phrase: do your utmost and accept fate. When contemplating the success of an endeavor, first ascertain whether you have done all that is within your power. If you have exhausted your efforts, then consider fate. However, should you have neglected your responsibilities, do not seek to question destiny. The crowd, struck by a series of profound quotations, nodded contemplatively, recognizing the depth of knowledge possessed by Li Xingjian. Qin Lang clapped a hand on Li Xingjian's shoulder, exclaiming, "Master, you are the sage in my heart." All right. The master has completed her readings. We must now depart for dinner. Brothers, I take my leave. Qin Lang insisted on taking Li Xingjian for Western cuisine, and despite her reluctance, she acquiesced, gathering her belongings and following him. The remaining individuals settled down to ponder the master's words. After a moment of reflection, someone proposed, "So, in the end, the master did not provide us with a reading. If the future cannot be foreseen, how is it that Qin Lang's future was so clearly delineated?" The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, why was she not willing to offer us a reading? Xinyu and Song Yifeng trailed behind Song Yanjun as they approached the entrance of the Western restaurant. Xinyu peered inside, her brow furrowed slightly. "Isn't that fellow on a date? Do you really think you can approach her? Is she truly that exceptional?" Song Yanjun nodded. "What fellow? Li Xingjian is quite impressive. You simply lack appreciation for her." Song Yifeng interjected. "Then why not pursue her? What do you fear?" Song Yanjun puffed his cheeks in frustration. "She simply won't allow it." The two exchanged incredulous glances. Did we hear that correctly? The esteemed young Master Song actually listens when someone says he cannot pursue? Isn't that how girls behave? They play hard to get, Xinyu queried. Song Yanjun shook his head. "No, she just finds me bothersome." The duo responded. "How can you express that she finds you bothersome in such a pitiful manner?" Young Master Song, it seemed, not only heeded the opinions of women but also harbored a sense of inferiority. Song Yifeng suggested, "Then what shall we do? We could confront that fellow and corner him. If you cannot pursue her, at least let her know she is not without admirers." They understood that Song Yanjun had initially been quite cheerful, but upon seeing Li Xingjian with another man, his mood had soured. The man in question was somewhat famous, a minor celebrity. They had not anticipated that Li Xingjian's social circle was quite extensive. Yet, no matter how renowned a star may be, they were still merely stars, and their resolve remained intact. Song Yanjun rested his chin on his fist, contemplating deeply. He truly wished to act, but he was certain it would only deepen her aversion. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he could not bear the thought of seeing her gaze filled with disappointment and disdain, as though he were a scoundrel. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Do not act rashly, just watch me." "All right, big brother." Song Yifeng looked at Song Yanjun with eager anticipation. His cousin was a master of 10 skills, the most formidable fighter. He wanted to witness that young lad being outmatched by his cousin. They watched as Song Yanjun entered, hands in his pockets, his gaze evasive, approaching Li Xingjian without daring to utter a word. Li Xingjian sensed the scrutiny and turned to look at Song Yanjun, frowning slightly. Scram! What are you doing here again? You just want tea, go away. Song Yanjun's eyes reddened with anger, yet he refrained from lashing out. Closing his eyes momentarily, he took a deep breath and said, I'm a fan of his. Could you help me get his autograph? Song Yifeng and Chun Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Are you even capable of this? Just a moment ago, you claimed to be a rival, and now you're a fan? Li Xingjian asked. What on earth are you talking about, Song? When did you ever chase after a star? Aren't you the one who despises celebrities the most? Qin Lang looked at Li Xingjian in confusion. You two seem to have a good rapport. This lad treats you quite well. Are you good friends? Li Xingjian retorted. Which one of your eyes saw that? Qin Lang, naturally, was referring to the fact that she had told him to leave without any tact. And yet he hadn't taken offense. It was rare to find a boy with such a good temper. It seemed almost like playful banter. He had a favorable impression of Song Yanjun and stood up to shake his hand, saying, A pleasure to meet you. Shall we sit together? Li Xingjian thought to herself that Song Yanjun would never sit at someone else's table. He would rather reserve the entire room than sit beneath another's shadow. This had indeed happened before. She had once invited a classmate to discuss business, and he had seen them, reserving the restaurant and driving them out. Unexpectedly, Song Yanjun shifted his chair to sit beside her. Li Xingjian raised an eyebrow at Song Yanjun, filled with surprise and doubt. However, Song Yanjun awkwardly took a seat next to Qin Lang instead. Li Xingjian mused, now that he has sat down and claims to be a fan of Qin Lang. Even if I were to lack decorum, I cannot just shout him away at this moment. She buried herself in her meal, ignoring him, curious to see what tricks he might employ. Surprisingly, he seemed unaffected by her silence. For Song Yanjun was evidently much more engaged with Qin Lang than with any other male. He conversed animatedly with Qin Lang. In truth, Song Yanjun was well-mannered, possessing both grace and insight. If he wished to please someone, he would evoke a sense of warmth and comfort. Soon, Qin Lang had shared his background with Song Yanjun, and Li Xingjian narrowed her eyes, contemplating what scheme he was up to. In the end, Song Yanjun insisted on paying the bill, graciously thanking Li Xingjian for his autograph, and did not disturb her in the slightest before departing. Li Xingjian rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. This behavior did not align with Song Yanjun's character. What was his true intention? Or had she simply misjudged him? Was he genuinely just a young fan? Chapter 69. Taking care of myself. Once Song Yanjun emerged, Song Yifeng and Qin Yu rushed over. Song Yifeng, exasperated, exclaimed, Brother, what on earth are you doing? Are you really chasing after stars? You are a steadfast and resolute young individual, fervently pursuing your idols. Are you aware of that? Qin Yu nodded. I am aware. Earlier, you exhibited a rather sycophantic demeanor and even bared your arm for an autograph. Song Yanjun replied, What do you know? This is strategy, at the very least. He now comprehends the nature of the relationship between Qin Lang and Li Xingjian. It is simply platonic. Once again, Li Xingjian acted as the Good Samaritan, and Qin Lang expressed his gratitude, hence their shared meal. However, Qin Lang is merely in his early 20s, youthful and handsome, warranting caution. Song Yanjun remarked, You see, if I become this star's foremost supporter, does that not make us akin to family? Are we not brothers? Surely, a star would not covet the wife of his supporter, for that would be akin to consuming from one's own garden. Song Yifeng and Chun Yu exchanged glances. Song Yifeng frowned, rendered speechless. Brother, have you listened to your own words? Why should he not pursue? What could you possibly do about it if he did? Song Yanjun stroked his chin thoughtfully. True. But what if I became his boss? He would surely think twice before pursuing the boss's wife, wouldn't he? Song Yanjun chuckled. Seeking a place to make a phone call, it was time for his mother to venture into the entertainment industry. Qin Yu looked at Song Yifeng in confusion. What does your cousin mean? Song Yifeng replied, I sense that he not only admires his rival, but now intends to financially support him. 2 words. Aid the enemy. He has embarked on a path unprecedented, entirely distinct from others who would seek to undermine their rivals. Could this be the essence of rolling with the punches? Is he fearful that she may choose to leave him, thus resorting to a circuitous approach? It appears he truly harbors feelings for her, which contradicts the intrinsic nature of men. Qin Yu interjected. Truly. He continued. However, your cousin is quite wealthy. That is inevitable. My aunt possesses considerable wealth. Qin Lang offered to escort Li Xingjian, but she declined. On her way home, she passed by a farmer's market and purchased a spade, requesting the shopkeeper to saw it in half. She held 1/2 in each hand, conveniently concealing them at her lower back. Subsequently, she took a taxi directly to the residence of Sui Li and her family, arriving just in time for dinner. The Li family was gathered around the table. engaged in cheerful conversation. Li Xingjian approached stealthily, overhearing Sui Li exclaim, "I've already made arrangements. I can truly attend school tomorrow. Where did you get the 40,000? I only spent 10,000. You men simply do not communicate. I spoke to a rather well-known teacher at their school. This teacher has connections and has arranged my admission. It hardly requires 40,000. Li Qian interjected. Just ensure you do not cause any more trouble. We cannot afford to incite the old man's wrath again. You should take care of the phone bill. It's about to be disconnected. Our father is rather peculiar, as if you were not his biological child. He only seems to care for his granddaughter." Their conversation abruptly halted as they noticed Li Xingjian standing at the door with a composed expression. Li Qian recalled that he had not seen Li Xingjian off to school that morning, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt, yet he could not admit fault verbally. Responding curtly, "What are you standing there for? Acting as the door god?" He genuinely disliked the look in Li Xingjian's eyes, although many claimed that her eyes resembled his. Upon gazing into her eyes, he was reminded of Cui Jin's resentful and disappointed gaze, which he found profoundly unsettling. Li Xingjian inquired, "Why did you not come to pick me up this morning? Do you have any notion of how long I waited for you? I have matters to attend to." Li Qian, however, dared not admit that he refrained from coming because Li Chenxi expressed feeling dizzy in the morning, fearing she might require the vehicle. He recalled that Li Xingjian's tone was a stern inquiry rather than a frightening one, and in irritation, he lifted his head and retorted, "You are not unfamiliar with the route, nor are you a child. Even elementary school students manage to go on their own. What, are you foolish? Must I be the one to drive you?" Sui Li chuckled, "Dear, refrain from speaking so harshly to the child." She then turned to Li Xingjian and asked, "When you were studying in the countryside, who accompanied you?" She continued, having just returned, "Do not be so spoiled. We all have our responsibilities. Who can escort you to school every day? If you cannot go by yourself, perhaps you should reconsider attending. Isn't this the task that Li Mingli assigned to Li Qian?" After all, it seemed as though she was the one being unreasonable. In truth, Li Xingjian was entirely unaware of whether Li Qian had come to fetch her. She assumed he would not, as he never failed to disappoint her, her predictions always accurate. Li Xingjian addressed Li Qian, "I believe neither of you is foolish. You both should grasp the situation at hand. I have no desire to engage in a dispute, so I shall be forthright. Our homeroom teacher, Li Li, has barred me from attending school because Sui Li bribed her with 10,000 yuan to transfer my enrollment to Li Chenxi. Li Qian, will you take responsibility for this matter or not? Do not concern yourself with the titles. Do you not wish to be my father? I simply ask, will you take charge or not? Are you truly going to prevent me from attending school?" Li Qian pondered for a moment, gazing at Sui Li, and frowned. "What exactly is going on? Did you not say that Cici could attend school? There was no trouble, was there?" Sui Li replied with a smile, "Darling, we are all family. What trouble could there be? You ought to allow your sister some leeway. Besides, it is you who contravened the school regulations. Without Cici, you would still face expulsion. Now that you have been expelled, it would be a pity to waste your enrollment. You should be grateful to me. At least I arranged for Cici to continue her studies on your behalf. Otherwise, no one in this household would be pursuing education, and it would surely vex grandfather." After finishing her statement, Sui Li gently grasped Li Qian's hand, saying, "Darling, I have settled the financial matter. Otherwise, she too would face expulsion. Let us not dwell on this issue. You can ask father to find her another school. It does not matter which, as we are not denying her an education. Why should she be so upset and complicate matters?" Li Qian thought to himself that since Li Xingjian excelled academically, it would not matter where she studied. Moreover, the situation had already been resolved. Even if the elder were to express his displeasure, he would not create a scene at the school, as that would bring disgrace upon the family. It seemed there was a way to handle this matter. With a sigh, Li Qian said, "Li Xingjian, over the years, you have not contributed much to the family. Consider this an act of kindness towards your sister, helping her with her examinations. I assure you, you shall not be wronged." "So, you are opting not to take responsibility?" Li Chenxi, witnessing the fury in Li Xingjian's eyes, stood up and exclaimed, "Sister, have you not eaten? Do not fret. After all, you shall not attend school tomorrow, so you can eat whenever you please. Am I to forfeit my education so you may attend? You wish to study only after you have secured your place?" After Li Xingjian finished speaking, he withdrew his stick and struck Li Chenxi on the shoulder. Li Chenxi let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground. Li Xingjian wielded both sticks, smashing the bowls and plates on the dining table into smithereens. No one seemed to care, did they? Then she would take it upon herself to enforce some order. Chapter 70. Do you so relish having others arbitrate your affairs? If so, I shall truly oblige you. What are you doing? Li Qian exclaimed, infuriated, as he attempted to seize Li Xingjian. In the ensuing struggle, he received a couple of blows from her stick and dared not advance any further. Li Xingjian continued her rampage, shattering every pot and dish in the kitchen. After laying waste to the kitchen, she proceeded to the living room. Sui Li had just purchased a Japanese color television drama 3 years prior, spending over 4,000 yuan. Now, it bore a gaping hole thanks to Li Xingjian's assault with Li Qian's ashtray. The house reverberated with a cacophony of destruction. Then came Sui Li and Li Qinxi's dressing room, where she smashed everything of value in sight. Let her suffer. They lived in luxury. What gave them the right? Just because she couldn't pass her exams, they thought they could steal from her. How could they enjoy life so freely? To hell with them. Were it not for the fear of being arrested for arson, she would have set this house ablaze. As she finally ceased her destruction, Li Qian and Sui Li dared to approach. Sui Li, watching the television drama, was beside herself with rage. Have you lost your mind, Li Xingjian? That's money, money. She turned to Li Qian, tears streaming down her face. Look, dear husband, how can this be tolerated? How could they dare to smash our things? What kind of future do we have? They will surely drive us to despair. Just as Li Qian was about to speak, Li Xingjian pointed her stick at his throat and said, sometimes you ought to reflect on your own issues. Why do you think I don't target others but you? You are so benevolent. Why not relinquish your job to someone else tomorrow? After all, you have your grandfather to support you. Any job would suffice for you. Why don't you? Because you understand the difference between good and bad, and you know where the work is easy and the pay high. You are all intelligent people, aware of what is most beneficial in this world, yet you urge me to conform just the same. Do you take me for a fool? Yes, you do. Or perhaps you simply regard me as weak, forced to endure everything you do. I apologize, but you have chosen the wrong target. Today, let us see who dares to lay a finger on me. I will ensure your demise. Li Qian exclaimed, this is madness. Is she truly seeking mutual destruction? I am your father. I am your father. Li Qian shouted in fury. Sui Li, sobbing and pounding her knees, lamented. What sins have I committed to raise such a beast? Someone, come quickly. Look, Li Xingjian has struck her father and insulted her mother. Li Qinxi understood Sui Li's intent, wanting everyone to witness Li Xingjian's descent into madness. This way, her mental state could be called into question, and perhaps she could even be sent to a psychiatric hospital. She moved to open the door. Li Xingjian chuckled. You so delight in having others judge your actions? Then I shall truly grant you that wish. With that, she brandished her stick and stepped outside. At the entrance, 2 neighbors, having heard the commotion, sought out the doorman and now stood nearby, pointing and whispering. Among them was a portly woman, clearly a concerned onlooker. Li Xingjian rushed forward, throwing himself into the embrace of the kind lady. Auntie, please save me. My grandfather is away on a business trip, and my parents refuse to let me attend school. They insist on sending my younger sister instead and plan to sell me off in marriage. I am only 15. He then clutched the sleeve of the security guard, pleading. Brother, I do not wish to drop out. I want to continue my studies, and I certainly do not want to marry. The bystanders were taken aback. What kind of community was this, filled with respectable families? Who among them could possibly be in such dire financial straits that they would deny a child the right to education and force her into marriage? At that moment, Sui Li and Li Qian, along with Li Qinxi, hurried out. Li Qian scolded Li Xingjian, come back here. Li Xingjian burst into tears, his cries soaring to the heavens. Truly heartbroken, the kind lady was nearly moved to tears herself. Her eyes reddened with anger as she shielded Li Xingjian behind her, pointing at Li Qian. I know you. I even know your father. He is a good man. I am aware of how lazy you two are. What are you trying to do? Is it legal to force a child into marriage? Call the police. Let them arrest these 2 human traffickers. Li Qian retorted, I did not force her into marriage. She made me give my school enrollment to my sister, forbidding me to study. Li Xingjian choked out. The kind lady interjected. And you say you didn't force her into marriage? If you deny her education, you will undoubtedly compel her into marriage afterward. Li Qian exclaimed, No, I didn't. Sui Li, infuriated but mindful of the onlookers, spoke with a hint of grievance. Andy, come see for yourself. She has wrecked the house, assaulted her father, attacked her sister, insulted me, and lied. She has lost all sense of reason. How could we possibly allow her to marry? Li Xingjian retorted coldly. Dare you swear to heaven that you did not give our homeroom teacher 10,000 yuan to make me drop out, so that Li Qinxi could take my place? Are you brave enough to verify this at the school? You dare not prevent Li Qinxi from attending school. Everyone knows she didn't even pass the entrance exam for high school. Sui Li, infuriated, shot back. Is it wrong for us to pay a premium? You cannot attend school because of your absenteeism. Li Xingjian produced his hospital discharge papers for all to see. I was hospitalized and on leave. But my family refused to acknowledge that. They claimed I was skipping school solely to facilitate my sister's education. I was raised by my grandmother, now that I have returned. They do not treat me as family. I am left wondering if I am even their biological child. How could they treat me this way? With evidence in hand. Coupled with his frail appearance and tearful demeanor, the neighbors were filled with compassion for him. Sui Li was taken aback. She even carries her medical records with her? What is wrong with her? An elderly woman, who lived closest to the Li family, trembled as she spoke. I know this child. I have never seen her before. They left her to be raised in the countryside. Why would one child be sent away while others remain? Could she be adopted? It seems she is not their biological child. She is indeed their own. I know her grandfather. Regardless of the biological relationship, how could they treat a child so poorly? The crowd murmured in discontent, collectively turning against Li Yuan and Sui Li. The kind lady pointed at Sui Li, declaring, "You deserve every bit of retribution for the way you have treated your child. How can parents behave so heartlessly? Report them. Go to the street and lodge a complaint against their household. I cannot bear to live next to such individuals. Indeed, report them, and then approach the Women's Federation." At such a moment, even Li Yuan and Sui Li must maintain a semblance of dignity. They have no time to criticize Li Xingjian, as they hurriedly attempt to clarify that it is all a misunderstanding. However, their explanations were inadequate, leading to a quarrel with the neighbors. Li Xingjian, armed with a stick, approached and knocked on the door of a home at the end of the community. The door was opened by a stern-looking middle-aged woman, impeccably dressed. This woman was the biological mother of Ji Yanli. Ji Yanli's mother is a political science professor, known for her serious demeanor. In her previous life, she had always opposed the relationship between her son and Ji Yanli. Nevertheless, Ji Yanli refused to break up with her, prompting the professor to seek out Ji Yanli clandestinely. She had invited Ji Yanli to sit in a bright and spacious reading room, dressed in a turtleneck sweater with her hair elegantly styled in an updo. She proclaimed, "A child from a respectable family would never marry someone like that. Li Xingjian, do you truly believe you can enter our home?" Chapter 71. At this moment, she had awaited all night. Indeed, the professor was exceedingly harsh and enjoyed subtle manipulations behind the scenes. However, Li Xingjian was not there to settle scores with her. Upon seeing the professor, Li Xingjian burst into tears, rubbing her eyes. "I understand that our families are prominent, and I have suffered grievances with no outlet to express them. I wish to speak with you." The professor responded, "Me? Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" Li Xingjian replied, "You are a teacher. My grievances are what truly matter, are they not?" The professor asked, and then Li Xingjian, tearfully, recounted her tragic experiences to the professor. Her parents forbade her from attending school, allowing only her sister to pursue education, and she had endured abuse. The professor finally recognized her identity. "So, you are the eldest granddaughter of Li Lao?" Li Xingjian. The professor was at a loss for words. Regardless of who she was, this matter had no bearing on her, nor could she intervene on her behalf. In truth, it was not impossible to assist, but why should she? On what grounds? They were strangers. "Are you implying that?" Having finished her weeping, Li Xingjian stated, "All right, I must move on to the next household." The professor, puzzled, remarked, "You do not think I believe you are here to plead for my assistance, do you?" Li Xingjian thought to herself, "I am here to expose the vile actions of Sui Li and her ilk, while also shedding tears at your doorstep, hoping to bring misfortune upon your household." Li Xingjian shared the malicious deeds of Sui Li and Li Yuan with everyone she encountered. Within an hour, nearly all the residents of the community were aware of the situation. Subsequently, she hailed a taxi and departed. In this world, there is no such thing as true empathy. She did not expect anyone to assist her. Her sole intention was to tarnish the reputations of Sui Li and Li Yuan. She was eager to see whether they would still have the audacity to maintain appearances in the community. Indeed, Sui Li and Li Yuan found themselves beleaguered by the resident scorn. Shortly after returning home, they received a call from the professor. "Sui Li, your actions are too conspicuous, and the repercussions are exceedingly detrimental. That child has come to seek me out. Consider the negative impact this could have. You should find a way to mitigate the fallout." Then, the call was abruptly terminated. Teacher Wen leaned against the Ji family, a backup chosen for Li Qinxi by Sui Li. If Li Qinxi were to encounter no suitable match in the future, marrying Ji Yanli would be her best option. However, with Li Xingjian causing a stir, what impression would Teacher Wen have of both herself and Li Qinxi? The question remains, why did Li Xingjian feel compelled to inform Teacher Wen? Does she not care about her own dignity? Sui Li hung up the phone, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc, her chest rising and falling erratically. That insufferable little wretch, she should have truly silenced her back then, presenting the true corpse of a female infant to the Cui family. What am I to do? Li Qinxi entered the room, collapsed onto the sofa, and wept. She lamented. Just now, many people condemned me for not studying properly, calling me shameless. Can I still go to school tomorrow? Surprisingly, Sui Li chuckled and replied, of course you can. Why wouldn't you? In truth, you should be worried if Li Xingjian didn't create a scene. She might have a backup plan. Why else would she cause such a ruckus? Li Qinxi pondered for a moment and suggested, is she driven mad with anger? Sui Li nodded. She feels powerless, having been expelled. Her rage drove her to create chaos. If she had a backup plan, would she act in such a manner? Don't you agree? Li Qinxi nodded, realizing that if she truly had a backup, she would quietly wait for Li Xingjian to fall into her trap rather than instigating such turmoil. With a serious expression, Li Qinxi declared, since she claims I have stolen her student status, I shall indeed seize it. She added, but what will we do afterward? The residents of the community are ridiculing us. The thought of the scorn brought tears back to her eyes. Once a princess in the courtyard, others praised her for her gentle demeanor. Now they derided her as shameless. Was it merely about studying? What could she do if she found it impossible to concentrate? Sobbing, Sui Li sighed inwardly, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Yet, upon reflection, it didn't seem insurmountable. She raised her hand to comfort Li Qinxi, saying, fear not, we do not depend on their approval. Let them say what they will. It matters not. At worst, your father and I could change jobs and relocate. Your grandfather will arrange everything. In time, no one will recognize us. Moreover, some people simply enjoy the spectacle. Can they truly come to Li Xingjian's aid? They are merely making noise, and when they need my assistance, they will be the ones groveling. Suddenly, Li Qinxi exclaimed in pain, then truly began to cry, Mom, my shoulder hurts terribly. Only then did Sui Li remember that her precious daughter had been struck by Li Xingjian. She pulled Li Qinxi's collar down, revealing that her shoulder and the flesh on her back were swollen and bruised. If the blow had struck her head, it could have been fatal. That wretched girl. Sui Li's heart ached, and she nearly cried, urgently calling for Li Qian. Darling, Cici is injured. We must go to the hospital. Li Qian, changing clothes, shouted from the doorway, am I not injured as well? His arm could barely be lifted. What a beast of a child. How could they have produced such a wretched offspring, capable of striking her own father? Why had the heavens not struck her down? It was infuriating. And they still needed to tidy the house. It was maddening. That night, Li Xingjian stayed at Li Mingli's place, organizing her belongings. The following morning, she visited the bank's safe deposit box to store the title deed of her new house. At present, she possessed 3 property titles, and she was eager to seek opportunities for profit to continue her real estate endeavors. After securing her assets, Li Xingjian returned to school, just in time for the second period. Although she was late, she presented a medical certificate to the gatekeeper, who, not scrutinizing it closely, permitted her entry. The school sprawled over a vast area, encompassing offices for faculty and staff, a library, physics and chemistry laboratories, a cafeteria, and dormitory teaching buildings. Besides the teaching building, which was a newly constructed 5-story structure erected 3 years prior, the remaining facilities were all single-story. The second floor housed a broadcasting room. After the second period, it was time for physical exercises, with the flag-raising ceremony taking place on Mondays. During the remaining time, exercises and martial arts were practiced, necessitating the use of the broadcasting room daily. Li Xingjian made her way to the broadcasting room on the second floor, only to find it locked. However, she had come prepared. The locks were standard, affixed to the wooden door with screws, and she brought a screwdriver. After unscrewing the bolts, she entered, finding a sliding rod inside. She secured the door behind her and proceeded to search for the tape storage, whereupon she smiled as the school bell rang. With a gentle press of the button, she was ready to unleash the moment she had anticipated all night. Meanwhile, Ji Yanli was aware that Li Qinxi was starting school for the first time that day. After completing her eye exercises, he hurried out of the classroom to find her. As everyone was heading to the playground for exercises and the music had not yet started, some students had already formed a line. Ji Yanli spotted Li Qinxi amidst the crowd of Class 1, Grade 5. He approached her with genuine concern, inquiring, Cici, how do you find your first day of school? Li Qinxi replied with a smile, it's quite good. Both the classmates and teachers are very kind. With her sweet and beautiful appearance and affluent background, It was no surprise that her peers were eager to befriend her, unlike Xingjian. However, she bit her lip and added, "But there is one person who is rather unpleasant." Ji Yanli frowned. "Who is it?" Li Qinxi gestured toward Qinping, who was standing idly not far away. "Her. She is so unpleasant, and Wu Ti let me sit in the classroom. Thankfully, some other classmates helped me out." This Qinping was Li Shijian's deskmate. When Li Qinxi arrived in class, although Qinping did not directly scold her, she refused to allow her to take her seat, insisting it was occupied. When Li arrived and scolded Qinping, ordering her to leave the classroom, she returned defiantly and took Li Qinxi's books, claiming the seat was taken. After inquiring, Li Qinxi learned that Qinping was Li Shijian's deskmate. While they did not see Qinping as particularly close to Li Xingjian, she was nonetheless guarding the seat for her. Li Xingjian, a country girl from a rural village, seemed to live as if she were a maggot in a gutter. What right did she have to possess classmates and friends? She felt indignant that within just 2 days of school, Li Xingjian had garnered such loyal companionship. And she was determined to ruin Qinping. Ji Yanli cast a glance at Qinping, easily recognizing her as a child from a poor family. He frowned slightly and advised, "Do not stoop to the level of such individuals. You are not like them. Have you heard the term desperate and dangerous? When provoked, they can resort to anything, just like Li Xingjian." The present day Li Xingjian bears little resemblance to the obedient little girl in his heart. She has transformed entirely. Her words have become coarse and disrespectful, and she has taken to physical aggression. Truly, one might say that harsh environments breed unscrupulous individuals. He has certainly witnessed the depths of Li Xingjian's malevolence. Li Qinxi feels wronged. Is she not standing up for her sister? However, with her sister expelled from school, wouldn't her absence lead to a squandered opportunity? In this way, her grandfather could also be spared some distress. Ji Yanli reassures her, "Focus solely on your studies." Li Xingjian's inability to attend school is her own predicament. In due time, your grandfather will address her situation. You have already come to school, so do not dwell on it. We have military exercises during the break. Since you didn't undergo military training, I wonder if you will manage. There will be an inspection today, so pay close attention. Ji Yanli deftly shifted the topic. Li Qinxi yearned to hear Ji Yanli speak ill of Li Xingjian. When he did, she felt a sense of relief. She blinked and replied, "An inspection? It's nothing to worry about. It's the beginning of the school year. And the school often conducts checks, assessing the teachers and teaching quality. We should simply ensure we do not make mistakes." In the administrative office, the leaders concluded their meeting. School officials accompanied the leaders from the Education Bureau outside. Principal Ming raised his hand, announcing, "Ahead lies our recently constructed teaching building, coinciding perfectly with the exercise break. Leaders, please take a moment to review our students. I have heard that your school practices military-style exercises." The principal quickly affirmed, "Indeed, our leadership unanimously believes that military exercises enhance physical health and improve students' reflexes, making them particularly suitable for high school students. This is our school's hallmark. Being close to a military academy allows us to benefit from its esteemed reputation. Might it be too complex? Some students may struggle to adapt. The leaders, they have all undergone the high school entrance examination and possess commendable adaptability." Principal Zhang interjected, "This initiative was proposed by our exceptional teacher, Li." As they walked outside, Principal Zhang pushed Li forward to meet the higher-ups. Although this inspection was routine, all were aware that the evaluators would also assess the quality of the teachers. Li recognized this as her opportunity to shine. Moreover, during the preparation of materials, Principal Zhang had bestowed upon her several commendations that had caught the attention of the senior leaders. The leaders posed 2 language teaching questions to Li, and observing her articulate responses, they further inquired, "Do you believe we should prioritize students' personal qualities or their scores in education?" Given the Ministry of Education's acknowledgement of the shortcomings of exam-oriented education and its advocacy for quality education, Li replied, "I believe both are significant and must not be overlooked. However, if we attempt to address too many aspects, won't it overwhelm the teachers?" The leaders expressed concern. Li responded, "In the realm of student affairs, one cannot shy away from hard work. Our leaders and the nation value us, entrusting us with the growth of the flowers in our garden. We are the gardeners, and these flowers are our sustenance. We must possess the awareness to serve them. If one lacks this understanding, I believe they cannot be effective teachers." Before she could finish her statement, the senior leader began to applaud affirmatively, praising her high ideals and spirit of dedication. Li felt a sense of pride, thinking to herself that these leaders were utterly ridiculous, merely fond of superficial pleasantries. What could they possibly discern from such inspections? Everything was meticulously orchestrated. If they happened to drop by unexpectedly, perhaps they could glimpse the school's true nature. However, she mused, why should that concern her? After this event, she was certain she would be recognized as outstanding. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her today. Suddenly, she realized that the entrance music for the athletes had not been played. Typically, the individuals managing the broadcast room were the school's physical education teachers and sports recruits. Where were they today? Was it not customary to broadcast on such a significant occasion? Others seemed to share her concern. The principal cast a glance at the logistics director, signaling him to investigate. At that moment, the broadcast abruptly blared to life, featuring Li Li's unmistakable voice. You need not fixate on me, let me assure you. I have 9 years of teaching experience, and the school leadership, along with the education bureau director, are my allies. Do not think I cannot find a reason to dismiss you. Even in the absence of a valid excuse, they will assist me in concocting one. After 9 years of teaching, it is trivial to suppress a rural girl like you. Feel free to report me wherever you wish. In this school, I am absolute. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The leaders and principals left speechless. One inspector remarked, your morning exercise segment is indeed rather peculiar. Is this not a case of teachers bullying students? And there has even been physical violence. Are the teachers at this school truly advocating for a service mindset? Today has been quite an eye-opener for us. Li Li and Vice Principal Zhang stared wide-eyed, as if fireworks detonated in their minds, a resounding explosion of disbelief. What was this? It sounded strikingly familiar. Had she uttered those words? Yet, Li Li was uncertain when she had said them, for she often spoke in such a manner, too frequently to recall in that moment. However, she understood that regardless of to whom she had addressed those remarks, they must not reach the ears of the Education Bureau leaders. Desperately, she glanced toward Vice Principal Zhang for help. Vice Principal Zhang reprimanded the logistics director, demanding, what is happening? Who is causing this disruption? Go investigate at once. Not only the logistics department but other middle management leaders also sensed the urgency and hastily exited. Vice Principal Zhang attempted to smooth things over with the inspecting leaders, suggesting that perhaps someone had made an error. The senior leader in a Zhongshan suit raised a hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Then, with grim expressions, the leaders exited as the broadcast continued unabated. The ensuing audio detailed the sequence of events, beginning with Li Li's directive to expel individuals from the premises. The clarity of her voice surpassed even that of English listening exercises. The narrative was unmistakable to anyone of sound mind. The senior leader turned back to Li Li, incredulous, stating, Teacher Li, I recognize your voice. What connection do you have with the Education Bureau director? What support has he provided you? Li Li's face drained of color, her voice faltering. I. The senior leader, infuriated, lamented, this is outrageous. He is the Education Bureau director. When did he ever become acquainted with you? Chapter 73. The sky is falling. You must find a way to clarify this for me. Clarify. The senior leader insisted. I have never known you, Teacher Li. How have you come to position yourself as the authority in this school? Is this how you routinely intimidate your students? Today, it appears that your sky is indeed about to fall. In the expansive playground, thousands of individuals stood in unison, clad in identical attire, maintaining perfect order. Li Zhinan, hearing the crackling of the loudspeaker, instinctively raised his arm and foot, yet he was met not with the familiar command, but rather with the conversation between his sister and Li Li. Li Zhinan pondered. She did not gather evidence to file a complaint. Instead, she audaciously broadcasted it before the entire school. Today, the school is under inspection, and I wonder how significant the leaders are, regardless of their stature. The school faces immense embarrassment. Even if she returns later, can she remain unscathed? What possesses her to act so impulsively? A thought struck him, prompting him to dash towards the first-grade line, seeking out Li Chenxi. Why are you still here? Leave. Do you wish for grandfather to become infamous? Li Chenxi, having overheard the exchange between Li Xingjian and Li Li, was perplexed by the lengths to which Li Xingjian went to resist leaving. Yet, she felt no sympathy for Li Xingjian. Her resentment stemmed from the fact that it was merely a matter of a school quota. She excelled in her studies and was not old. She had ample opportunities, even if it meant waiting until next year. Why must she contend for this educational spot? What was so significant about attending school? With reddened eyes, Li Chenxi glared at Li Zhinan, enunciating firmly, let go of me, I wish to attend school. Why don't you focus on your studies and perform well on your exams instead? Li Zhinan retorted, I am looking out for your best interests. If you do not leave now, the school will certainly investigate you. There are leaders inspecting today, do you understand? if grandfather comes to reprimand you, prepare to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxi realized that this was a matter between Li Li and Li Xingjian. Although their conversation subtly hinted at their mother, they had not voiced it. It was irrelevant to her. It did not concern her mother. She decided to leave, to extricate herself from this tumultuous environment. In a daze, she turned to depart, only to trip and fall, her feet tangling together. All eyes turned toward her. Qinping also looked over, clenching her fists. Mustering the courage to approach, and with a voice neither too loud nor too soft, declared, "It was your mother who bribed the teacher to usurp Xingjian's enrollment. Wasn't it? Now that the truth is revealed, do you still dare to claim that seat is yours? Aren't you ashamed?" Li Chenxi was taken aback. Is she still fixated on that seat? Truly absurd. Yet, she noticed the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, as if she were a thief exposed in public. She felt utterly stripped bare, standing in front of the crowd, engulfed in humiliation and indignation. "Get away from me. Leave, just leave," Li Chenxi shouted. Nearby, soldiers were in training, aware that the high school division was to perform exercises at this hour, thus they engaged in simulated cross-country drills daily. Suddenly, instead of the expected rhythmic youthfulness of the broadcast, the sounds of argument erupted. All training ceased, and the students perked up their ears like curious rabbits. Whispers filled the air. Which student is that? Are high school teachers truly so formidable? That student is pitiable. If only they knew the recording, they would not feel sorry. Jinyi leaned closer to Song Yanjun's ear and asked, "Do you not find this voice familiar?" Song Yanjun furrowed his brow. He was not deaf. And it was unmistakably that girl-ass voice. Li Xingjian's tone possessed a certain uniqueness, sweet yet slightly husky, akin to a refreshing blend of fruit juice and slushy ice. Hence, he recognized her immediately. So, she had not attended school that day due to such significant distress? Song Yanjun's expression darkened, and he turned to Song Yifeng, inquiring, "Do you know how to address your third grandfather about this?" Song Yifeng's third grandfather was indeed Song Yanjun's biological grandfather. Following his parents' divorce, he was placed in his mother's custody, harboring resentment towards his father for abandoning them. Thus, he seldom returned home. However, his grandfather was quite benevolent towards him, often granting his requests. Yet, he preferred to keep his distance from the elder. Was he now considering seeking the old man's assistance for his classmate? Gun? Song Yifeng replied, "Is that truly necessary? Does it require mobilizing the old man?" It seems she has already resolved the issue herself. Faced with his cousin's piercing gaze, he dared not voice further skepticism. Song Yanjun asserted, "This matter is not about who is involved. Such teachers should not remain in our schools. Has your third grandfather not conveyed that the rise and fall of a nation rests upon the shoulders of its citizens? Has he not expressed concern for the populace from his esteemed position? Regardless of who it concerns, I simply cannot tolerate such educational failures." Both Song Yifeng and Chun Yu simultaneously scoffed. "Go ahead, speak as grandly as you wish. We shall not be swayed." It was all for her, indeed. The recorded voices of Li Li and Principal Zhang, played in a loop twice before the door to the broadcasting room was forcefully kicked open. Two furious teachers glared at the individuals inside. "What are you doing?" Li Xingjian nonchalantly produced a recording device, casting a casual glance at them. "What do you think?" "I am merely enjoying music." With a smile, she added, "I am conducting surgery for you. The school is in dire straits, and still salvageable." The two physical education teachers were taken aback. What is this student talking about? At that moment, Lily rushed in. Upon seeing her, a flicker of recognition crossed her elongated eyes. "I knew it was you, you vile creature. A disgrace. Arrest her, apprehend her. This disgrace has harmed our school." Li Xingjian stepped forward and spat at her feet, proclaiming, "Ah, teacher Xiaodian, has your sky fallen? Do you still dare to act so brazenly? If my deductions are correct, a prominent leader is visiting today for an inspection. Should you not be explaining yourself to the authorities instead of seeking trouble with me?" She recalled the impending inspection. For on this very day in her previous life, she had been assaulted for the first time by Li Chenxi's minions. Her school uniform had been torn, and she had feared facing humiliation, hiding in the restroom until the students reported that the inspection was over. Moreover, she had overheard discussions about a thorough cleaning scheduled for the afternoon before leaving school yesterday, solidifying her suspicions that it would indeed take place today. Chapter 74. Is Sueli your mother? Everything was within her calculations. The audio was recorded by her, deliberately provoking herself to articulate those very words. Thus, that day, she felt invulnerable. Although she was the one who had struck herself, she cried out that she had been attacked. Because she was aware that this was an audio recording without visuals, Others could only speculate about the events that transpired based on her voice. Upon her return, she had meticulously devised her plan. Like a hunter poised to strike, she lay in wait among the grass, ready to pounce at the slightest indication of vulnerability. Although she might appear to lack any significant background, her intentions were malevolent and her schemes intricate. Both she and Principal Zhang had misjudged her. She was a venomous serpent, a cobra without glasses. Li Xingjian. Li Li pulled Li Xingjian aside to a secluded corner, asking, "Speak, how much do you want? Just admit that you have wronged me. And name your price." Li Xingjian was genuinely taken aback. Even at this juncture, Li Li still believed she could remain in her teaching position. Li Xingjian had no intention of accepting money. What if Li Li had recorded their conversation as well? "Teacher Li, I have not wronged you. Those words were your own. You have grown accustomed to wielding power from your long-standing position of leadership, and thus you speak to everyone in such a manner because it reflects your true sentiments. I have not coerced you. How can that be construed as slander?" Li Li's face darkened. Fine. Li Xingjian, I have taught at this school for 9 years. I have invested 9 years of my life here. Do you not understand that I am on the cusp of being recognized for excellence? You are merely a student. What right do you have to dictate where I can teach? I have allowed you to return to your studies, and yet you would ruin me. I graduated with honors and maintain high teaching standards. You are sabotaging the future of our nation as talent. Do you comprehend that? Li Xingjian chuckled. If you were truly talented, how could you so readily destroy your own prospects? The female students you have oppressed will surely surpass you in the future. In our presence, you amount to nothing more than a deluded provincial with a modicum of power. Li Xingjian truly despised her self-righteousness. Stepping closer, she whispered, "Let me share a secret with you, Teacher Xiaotian. You cannot truly blame me for this situation. Do you know who that female student was whom you assisted with her school registration? She is my younger sister. My mother informed you that I come from no influential background, and that I am an easy target, correct? She has long desired for me to drop out and allow my sister to enroll in school. When I refused, she deceived you into suppressing me. Unfortunately, we are all born of parents. You are merely a few years my senior. Why should I allow you to bully me? Would you not agree? Is Sueli your mother?" Li Li's face contorted with fury at the realization of betrayal. "Is your family unwell? If you are indeed family, why not discuss this at home? Are you deliberately toying with me? That is a question for you to ponder," Li Xingjian replied with a smile. "Just remember, I am not one to be trifled with. Li Qinxi has certain privileges, and so do I, including my grandfather. What Li Qinxi lacks, I possess. Therefore, I must ensure that you, a disgrace, are expelled from the teaching staff. Should your recordings go unaddressed, fear not, I have friends in the press. If that fails, I can still pursue legal action. Education is a pursuit funded by the frugal contributions of the entire populace, not merely by a handful of teachers or leaders. I have gained admission to high school, paid my tuition, and committed no offense. Thus, I have every right to pursue my studies. The matter of my education is not solely at the discretion of you or a handful of individuals. Above our school lies only the azure sky, not your looming clouds. It would be wise for you to resign in disgrace. Otherwise, I shall gradually expose all your past misdeeds. This is a school, and it is the children of the people who reign supreme." After delivering her words, Li Xingjian made her way downstairs. Li Li pursued her from behind, pleading, "Li Xingjian, why has it come to this? The nation and its people have nurtured me for so many years. You cannot ruin me. You cannot." Li Xingjian did not wait for the higher-ups to summon her. She proceeded directly to the administrative building. She knocked on the door and entered the principal's office, where all the leaders were engaged in discussion. Her arrival interrupted their meeting, and they turned their scrutinizing gazes towards the entrance, filled with questions. The principal recognized her. Furrowing his brow slightly, was she not the girl who had scolded him the other day? Li Xingjian, with a slight smirk, addressed him. "I am Li Xingjian, principal. I wish to inquire whether I may return to school, or is your authority insufficient? Must I seek permission from higher officials?" The principal, realizing the gravity of her question, understood that if he did not respond appropriately, she would certainly retort, "What use are you?" With only 2 years until his retirement, he pondered how he had found himself dealing with such a rebellious student. The principal smiled warmly. "Who says you cannot attend classes? You have committed no wrongdoing. Of course you may return." Yet, Li Xingjian was not to be easily swayed by his amiable demeanor. She gazed at him with feigned innocence. "But the other day you stated that this matter was beyond your jurisdiction and instructed me to approach Vice Principal Zhang." The leaders present overheard this and questioned the principal. "So she had approached you first?" Li Xingjian replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed, is he not the principal? When in need, one seeks the police. Within the campus, one seeks the principal. I came to you, yet you delegated the matter to Vice Principal Zhang, who, to my surprise, is so rigid." The principal, eager to interrupt and prevent her from continuing, interjected. He could not allow her to speak further, for his own position was precarious. He also recognized her cunning. She had scolded him with a voice that echoed from her very core, yet now appeared as innocent as a lamb, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Was this not a fade of innocence crafted to manipulate him? What a detestable student she was. She ought not to be in high school, but rather to pursue a career in acting. The principal was filled with disdain, yet he knew he must salvage the situation. Addressing Li Xingjian, he reassured her, "Rest assured. This teacher Li has taken trivial matters too seriously. Vice Principal Zhang has exhibited dogmatism. The leaders of the Education Bureau and I are already deliberating how to handle this issue. Fear not, dearly, you have committed no error, and we shall ensure your right to education is protected." Seeing an opportunity, Li Xingjian decided to withdraw, for she held no incriminating evidence against the principal. She presented 2 tapes to him, saying, "I believe Vice Principal Zhang is not merely dogmatic, but is colluding with Teacher Li to bully others. Do you truly consider him dogmatic? If so, you should listen closely. If you cannot hear clearly, perhaps I possess a means to assist." Without addressing Vice Principal Zhang, she kept her leverage intact. The principal recognized this as a veiled threat. Who was this Li Xingjian, a mere student, to possess such audacity? Student Li, our principal believes it is necessary to address Li Xingjian's political stance. Li Xingjian waved at the row of leaders before her, questioning whether anyone among them was truly supportive of her teacher, and whether it was not shameful to back such a person. The director interjected, exclaiming, "She is slandering, slandering." He then called out to Li Xingjian, "Come here, let us have a proper conversation. I genuinely do not know your teacher." The director patiently explained numerous points to Li Xingjian, though it was uncertain whether she believed him. Regardless, she maintained a stoic demeanor, appearing as if impervious to anyone's intimidation. Ultimately, the director summoned the principal and others, declaring, "I have decided to report this. It is imperative to report it. I refuse to bear this unjust blame. I cannot endure this indignity." In Chapter 75, let us see your performance. Even the principal and the director were unable to persuade this young woman. Vice Principal Zhang felt both anger and anxiety. As Li Xingjian attempted to return to her class, he obstructed her path, wishing to resolve the matter privately. Employing both kindness and authority, he threatened her with the words, "Student Li, a fierce spirit is easily broken. I have not harmed you. You cannot bring me down. However, if you continue to be so assertive in this school environment, the only one who will ultimately suffer is you." Li Xingjian's purpose for being there was to ensure that the leaders did not escape accountability. She gazed at the azure sky, which was high and clear. Taking a deep breath, with a smile directed at Vice Principal Zhang, she remarked, "The world is truly bright under a cloudless sky. Vice Principal Zhang, why should I concern myself with your grievances? I relish being assertive. If showing weakness could resolve your issues. How did those students who were bullied to despair meet their fates? Was it because they were not weak enough? I think not. It was their inability to see that no one is superior to another. You are not educators. You are merely incompetent individuals who, unable to thrive among adults, dominate children instead. Dressed in the guise of knowledge, you are but wolves who prey on the weak. Must I suppress my nature and control my temper in your presence? Do you deserve such restraint? I am here for my education. You are merely the principal. If I were a member of society, I could easily bring you down." Vice Principal Zhang, infuriated, nearly reached out in anger. How could such a brazen and unreasonable student exist? And a female at that. "What do you want?" He gritted his teeth and asked. Li Xingjian responded with a cold smile. "When seeking assistance, one must kneel. Do you not know this? What do I desire? I want your reputation in ruins. You boast without substance while the truth has been revealed. Using the words of a leader, forgiving you is a divine act. My task is to send you to your demise." Vice Principal Zhang was taken aback, questioning the nature of this audacious student. Li Xingjian had also performed a good deed. She informed Zhang's wife about his dealings with Li. His wife, a foreign language teacher at a regular high school, had long hoped for a transfer to Zhang's institution. But he continually found excuses to delay. In a moment, we shall see what excuse Vice Principal Zhang has left. After venting her frustration at Vice Principal Zhang, Li Xingjian returned to the classroom. With her backpack slung over one shoulder and her other hand tucked into her pocket, she stood at the doorway. Noticing Chen Ping gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, swollen like a walnut, she remarked, I thought you were lying to me. She laughed and rolled her eyes. Silly. I promised I would return in a couple of days. I, Li Xingjian, am a person of my word. How could I deceive you? Clap, clap, clap. Li Xingjian heard applause from the back row. It was Yang Yang Yang. She smiled. With Yang Yang Yang's applause, the classroom erupted in a chorus of clapping. The public's perception remained sharp. Many harbored disdain for Li Li. As Li Xingjian passed by Qiao Haining's seat and noticed he was not applauding, she wrapped her fingers on his desk. At your height, sitting here, how can the other students see the board? Move to the back. Qiao Haining replied, Why should I? This is where the teacher assigned me. Li Xingjian pointed toward the classroom speaker. It has been proven that teachers are not infallible. If they tell you to move, you should comply. Otherwise, when the new teacher arrives, I will bring this up again. Sooner or later, you will have to go to the back. Don't make it undignified for yourself. Qiao Haining was left speechless. He and Li Li merely shared a teacher-student relationship, and he had not labeled her in any negative way. Li Xingjian focused her criticism on Li Li. Why should she cross swords with him? Are you unwell? I am the class monitor, Qiao Haining retorted. Li Xingjian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you still consider yourself the class monitor? Not anymore. She addressed her classmates, based on academic performance. I rank 31st in the entire school, which makes me number 1 in our class. In terms of character, I fear no authority and dare to fight against malevolence. Regarding temperament, I am courageous and stand up for justice, much like the heroes of Liashan, willing to advocate for our class's interests. Therefore, I shall take on the role of class monitor. If anyone disagrees, we can table that for the next election. The students were taken aback. They had never encountered such a confident young woman before. Yes, she was still a girl, braver than many boys. Yet, Li Xingjian stood there nonchalantly, her indifferent gaze sweeping over them, exuding a casual elegance that made them feel her assertions were undeniably valid. She possessed the ability to lead. Chen Ping gathered his courage to raise his hand. I agree. Yang 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 chimed in. So do I. Their support encouraged many others to voice their agreement. Primarily, Qiao Haining had nothing substantial to offer. Moreover, during their academic years, students prioritized studies, and with Li Xingjian being first in the class, it was only natural for her to assume the role of class monitor. In the end, the vote passed almost unanimously. Li Xingjian thought to herself, regardless of your agreement, I am determined to be class monitor, primarily to ensure that Qiao Haining does not take on that role. She turned to Qiao Haining, tapping on his desk. Did you hear? From now on, I am the class monitor. You will sit at the back. Qiao Haining was taken aback. What had he done to offend her? Why did she act like a rabid dog, taking a bite out of him at every opportunity? Soon, it was time for class to commence. It was chemistry class. And a tall, young teacher with glasses entered the room. He stepped onto the stage and, placing his book down, inquired with a commanding presence, Who is Li Xingjian? Stand up and let me see you. Li Xingjian rose without hesitation, embodying a dignified composure. It is I. The chemistry teacher observed her slender, medium stature and the aura of confidence that illuminated her strikingly beautiful features, yet she appeared anything but frail. She possessed an undeniable charisma, contrasting sharply with the rebellious image he had anticipated. He chuckled, indeed, quite brave. I may soon become your class supervisor, and I shall rely on your assistance. His tone was playful, devoid of sarcasm, prompting laughter from the classmates. Li Xingjian's lips twitched. It seemed that Li Li was about to face consequences. This teacher was commendable. Yet whether she would become a rebel depended entirely on her peers' conduct. Chapter 76. A cycle of confrontation in the afternoon. Vice Principal Zhang indeed encountered turmoil. Upon learning of the recording, his wife connected the dots from various aspects of their life and realized he was being unfaithful. The prospect of losing his administrative position for the sake of an outside mistress was no different from stealing household funds to support another woman. Mrs. Zhang, typically gentle, was incensed and engaged in a heated dispute with Vice Principal Zhang, which subsequently escalated to a confrontation with Li Li. Li Li, already seething with frustration, was labeled a vixen and shameless by Mrs. Zhang, which ignited her fury, prompting her to hurl a water basin from the office toward Mrs. Zhang. Unwilling to back down, Mrs. Zhang retaliated with a basin of her own, resulting in a chaotic exchange of water that drew shrieks from the administrative office. In the teaching building, lessons became secondary as students leaned out of windows to witness the spectacle. Even after classes concluded, the commotion persisted until the school administration intervened to mediate. The specifics of the resolution remained a mystery to the students, however. They were acutely aware that the scandal involving Li Li and Vice Principal Zhang had become common knowledge among faculty and students alike. leaving both parties thoroughly embarrassed. Ji Yanli stood on the steps of the teaching building, gazing intently as Li Xingjian approached from the restroom. As she neared, he pursed his lips. Xingjian, did you orchestrate all of this? Li Xingjian flicked her wrist and delivered a light slap to him, not forceful yet impactful, particularly with witnesses around. Chen Ping's jaw dropped in astonishment, his expression mirroring disbelief at her propensity for physical confrontation. Ji Yanli, clutching his cheek, widened his eyes in shock. Are you truly unwell? Li Xingjian smiled. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you dare to meddle with me, you shall face repercussions each time we meet. Indeed. It is all my doing. Otherwise, would it be yours? Do you possess the courage or ability? Do you have a heart of chivalry? You are nothing but a waste. Enamored with wealth and lofty ambitions, devoid of substance. Chen Ping. They seemed to have a mutual understanding, which was reassuring. Surely he wouldn't report Li Xingjian for assault? Ji Yanli was on the verge of losing his temper. He had merely come to inquire. Yet this behavior was unbecoming and would surely complicate her future academic pursuits. He had not even mentioned Li Chenxi. Suddenly, Ji Yanli recalled something and inquired. Did you go to my mother and weep? Li Xingjian chuckled lightly. That is merely a token of the rapport I share with your mother. Do you harbor any grievances? Shall I come to you next for a bout of tears? Ji Yanli perceived that Li Xingjian was not in his right mind. I shall inform Grandpa Li and have him check your condition, she remarked before turning to leave. You are the one who is unwell, Li Xingjian retorted. Chen Ping looked at Li Xingjian with concern. Is he implying he intends to report you? Will you face repercussions at home? Li Xingjian smirked slightly. There are many who wish to report me. He doesn't even rank among them. It matters not, for when I seek an accolade, that will suffice. Reflecting for a moment, Li Xingjian thought it prudent to seize the opportunity. He intended to approach the principal but noticed a few students in the administrative office wearing red armbands, jotting down notes, seemingly engaged in some discussion. It was evident they were members of the student council. Li Xingjian furrowed his brow. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the loudspeaker, though no voice followed. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Are you gong, student? Someone called out. A female student gestured towards him, indicating the wall that divided their school from the neighboring one. Li Xingjian spotted a head peering over the wall. It was Song Yanjun. Chen Ping exclaimed. Isn't that a student from the National Defense Academy? Do you know her? Li Xingjian placed his hands in his pockets and replied softly. I shall pay her a visit. He approached the base of the wall, scanning the surroundings until he found a stone. Climbing atop it, he handed his tape recorder and portable player to Song Yanjun, instructing her, do not damage them. She initiated conversation with him, which was unexpected. All right. Song Yanjun hastily accepted the items, only to realize that Li Xingjian had already turned to leave. Hey, I still wanted to ask her how she was doing, he thought. Feeling somewhat used, Li Xingjian's estimation proved accurate. As soon as he handed over the tape recorder and player, the loudspeaker crackled to life, instructing everyone to remain still on the playground. Chen Ping, bewildered, presumed the school was convening a meeting. However, Li Xingjian understood that it was likely the student council seeking her recording equipment. Her portable player, both lightweight and crystal clear, cost over 1,200 yuan. Should it be confiscated, they would surely promise her its return upon graduation. Not to mention, once graduated, its value would depreciate, and without any means to replace it, she would be compelled to purchase a new one. 1,200 yuan is a considerable sum, and although she was currently affluent, such recklessness was unwarranted. After a while, the student council members emerged. The vice president of the second-year class approached her directly, and the loudspeaker began directing everyone to perform frog jumps. Keys and other heavy items fell from pockets with a clatter. The vice president's gaze remained fixed on Li Xingjian's pockets. Purposefully, she withdrew her hands from her pockets, turning her uniform pockets inside out. Upon seeing that she possessed nothing, the vice president feigned nonchalance and walked away. Moments later, as the students grew weary, gasping and complaining, the loudspeaker finally called a halt. The class bell rang, signaling that everyone could return to their classrooms. Upon their return, it was evident that their desks had been rummaged through. A male student fashioned a sturdy stick from rolled newspapers, which was subsequently confiscated along with other items such as mirrors, knives, and extracurricular books, as reported by fellow classmates. It became evident to all that the student council was once again initiating a campaign. Chen Ping cast an admiring glance at Li Xingjian. Acknowledging that he had indeed guessed correctly, they were indeed there to search for forbidden items. Not only that, but a meeting was soon to be convened to criticize those caught with controlled weapons and reading materials outside the curriculum. Such occurrences were a common experience in school. typically happening twice a year, but this time it seemed particularly aimed at her portable music player. True to Li Xingjian's anticipation, it wasn't long before their subject teacher arrived, announcing that there would be no class as the principal wished to address the students. Consequently, all classes tuned into the broadcast. The principal's stern voice resonated through the speakers, reiterating the importance of diligent study, obedience, and refraining from activities unrelated to learning. Li Xingjian recognized that this was a direct admonition aimed at her. They always hoped for compliance from others, believing it would alleviate their burdens, yet they failed to address the underlying issues. Li Xingjian, weary of such rhetoric, stood up and walked out, disregarding her subject teacher. She set off to confront the principal. As it stood, the leaders of the Education Bureau had returned. Following the report against Li and Principal Zhang, the Bureau was preparing to establish a special investigation team to look into the matter concerning the two individuals. Just as the principal concluded his speech and began to pack his briefcase, preparing to head to the Bureau himself, after all, with such a significant issue at hand, he felt his position as principal was precarious, especially with only 2 years left until retirement. The door swung open. Chapter 77. Is it too much to ask for an anti-corruption commendation? The principal dared not inquire who she was or whom she sought. Upon recognizing Li Xingjian, he helplessly rubbed his balding head and sighed. Come in, little Li, but I think I should refrain from explanations. He was cautious. What if she demanded something he could not provide? Struggling to muster a friendly smile, he asked, What brings you here, little Li? Li Xingjian replied, Principal, do you think I have contributed to the school's anti-corruption and discipline reform efforts? I believe the school should award me the honor of being a dedicated student. Is that too much to ask? The principal was taken aback. Why are you so audacious? How can you even have the gall to ask for this? The school was in chaos, tarnishing its reputation, and she had the audacity to seek recognition? The principal rubbed his head and suddenly inquired, Little Li, you aren't carrying a recording device, are you? He had received word that the school had not discovered any recording equipment belonging to her. Yet he was unsure where she might have hidden it. With a smile, Li Xingjian responded, Principal, with a compassionate leader like you, why would you fear being recorded? I don't possess any recording devices. Those 2 tapes were recorded using the class English listening machine. The principal remained skeptical, yet he realized she had a point. He had committed no wrongdoing, so what was there to fear? Logically, he should have a serious discussion with her parents regarding her rebellious nature. But there was something about this student that seemed a bit unhinged, causing him to hesitate and provoking her further. However, when it comes to honor, if it is bestowed upon her, would she not ascend to the heavens? The principal, stroking his chin in contemplation, replied, Very well, I shall consider it. But even if I grant it, it cannot be so swift. Li Xingjian interjected, Yet I am in dire need of it at this moment. Hence you should bestow it upon me. The principal raised an eyebrow in confusion. Li Xingjian smiled and clarified, Perhaps my words were not sufficiently clear. I am not seeking your counsel, but asserting my desire for this honor. Should you refuse, I may have to approach the Education Bureau. I have heard that the director shares no connection with Teacher Li, yet rumors abound suggesting otherwise. Surely this must incite his ire? How did matters devolve to this point? We are all aware that it was Li and Vice Principal Zhang, akin to 2 rotten apples spoiling the whole barrel. But tell me, why would there be such impurities within the grain? Is it not a reflection of inadequate oversight by those in charge? You may not wish to hear this, but I believe the higher-ups would find it enlightening. Enough, enough. The principal sighed, realizing she was about to stir up trouble again. You are indeed correct in this instance. You have worked hard and made significant contributions. Would a certificate of merit suffice? Li Xingjian smiled but remained silent. That signified approval. The principal promptly drafted a certificate for her. Li Xingjian pointed to the ink pad, saying, You must also affix both your seal and the school's emblem. The principal exclaimed, Shameless, shameless. After all these years in education, I have never encountered a student with such audacity. To demand honor as if it were a commodity. Li Xingjian accepted the certificate, which recognized her as a diligent student aiding in anti-corruption efforts, and grinned. Rolling it up, she addressed the principal. I shall refrain from broadcasting this and requesting your assistance in announcing it. You appear busy, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. You go and attend to your matters? Was she not implying he was her subordinate? How could such a brazen student exist? The principal closed his eyes tightly in exasperation. This world truly seems to grow increasingly chaotic. How could a female student dare to be so audacious? As Li Xingjian left school, she noticed a familiar figure standing by the greenery. Song Yanjun leaned against a tree, his gaze searching for something. Upon meeting her eyes, he straightened up, eager to approach her. Li Xingjian waved at him, walking over without uttering a word. She merely took the cassette tape. When Song Yanjun offered her the portable cassette player, she waved her hand again. Leave the items with you for now. She then called a cab to the 301 hospital. Song Yanjun mused. I have completely become a mere tool. Upon her arrival, she learned that Li Mingli was indeed still present. Contemplating her empty hands, she ventured out to procure a bowl of millet porridge and a plate of sauced beef to bring along. Upon reaching the office door, she pushed it open to find the elderly gentleman organizing his belongings. She called out, Grandfather, have you yet dined? I have come to deliver your meal. Seeing her, Li Mingli was taken aback. What brings you here so late? I was about to leave. Li Xingjian set the items down, her voice laced with a charming innocence. I have caused some trouble. Please eat first, and I shall explain afterward. Otherwise, I fear you may lose your appetite. Li Mingli appeared unconvinced. With a smile, he remarked. Over the years, no one has ever voluntarily confessed to causing trouble. As long as you haven't committed murder or arson with your grandfather around, you can get away with any mischief. Well, I shall eat first. The old gentleman was in high spirits, primarily because he did not believe that his obedient granddaughter could create any real chaos. Perhaps it was merely a trivial matter, such as breaking a vase. The young girl, timid by nature, felt as though the sky was falling. He, too, had a fondness for meat. After all, who doesn't relish a good meal after experiencing hardship? However, he often refrained from indulging when he saw the children eating, feeling a sense of reluctance. Li Qian and Sui Li thought of him as a creature of the grasslands, one who only delighted in consuming grass and never provided him with delectable meals. Yet, his granddaughter was dutiful and considerate, purchasing treats for him. Li Mingli could certainly afford to eat well, but whenever it came to spending money on himself, he felt constrained, as if he were unworthy of such indulgence. His granddaughter, however, understood his sentiments and bought him delicious food. The old man was indeed hungry and quickly finished the meat and millet porridge, observing his hearty appetite. Li Xingjian felt as if he could borrow another 500 years from the heavens. No wonder his grandfather was prosperous and in good health. Now, you may speak, Li Mingli said, arranging the disposable utensils, preparing to take them out when they left. Naturally, there was a trash bin in the room, but if not cleaned promptly, it could emit an unpleasant odor. He detested untidiness. Li Xingjian remarked, Our teacher is determined to expel me. I recorded her words. Subsequently, Li Xingjian borrowed a tape recorder from his grandfather's colleague and played the two tapes. Li Mingli was so incensed that he felt as though his head might explode. What a disgrace! How could there be such a disgraceful person in the teaching profession? Li Mingli donned his clothing and declared, Let us go. I will speak to your principal. Li Xingjian replied, No need. I broadcasted it, and the leaders from the Education Bureau were present. That teacher and the vice principal have been detained. I am uncertain of the outcome. The principal even comforted me and awarded me a certificate. Li Xingjian then produced the certificate for Li Mingli to see. Pouting, she lamented, But I feel as if I have done something wrong, grandfather. The person who bribed Li seems to be my mother. My deskmate mentioned that Li Chenxi went to class this morning but ran away instead. Did I bring trouble upon you? Upon finishing, tears cascaded down her cheeks like an unending stream. Chapter 78. The grandfather understood Li Mingli initially felt a flicker of surprise. But upon hearing Sui Li's name, his expression darkened instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the matter at hand was related to Li Chenxi's academic issues. He cherished both his granddaughter and grandson equally, nurturing their educational pursuits, believing that the sky is high and birds may soar, and the sea is vast and fish may leap. He hoped they would fulfill their life aspirations through education and reach their rightful heights. Yet, Li Chenxi was not applying herself diligently. Li Jinbei also struggled academically, yet he did not resort to the cunning, deceitful tactics that Li Chenxi employed. Despite her seemingly obedient demeanor, the girl harbored many clever schemes, making it difficult for him to feel fondness for her. Thus, he refrained from financing her entrance into a prestigious school, contemplating that perhaps it was time to temper Li Chenxi's character. If she were to excel in an ordinary high school, he would still lend his assistance down the line. What was Sui Li up to now? Why should the exceptional Li Xingjian forego her education while the scheming Li Chenxi is allowed to attend school? How could such a thought even cross her mind? It is truly regrettable that he, as her grandfather, must chastise her. Yet this woman is so malicious and despicable. Is she intent on destroying the talent and foundation of the Li family? Li Mingli, hands on his hips, paced furiously behind his desk, unable to contain his agitation. Suddenly, He pointed towards the door and shouted, "That wretched scoundrel!" Startled, Li Xingjian, though accustomed to her grandfather's outbursts, found this particular fit of rage rather alarming. Such fury, could it be that he was truly serious? Li Mingli took a breath and inquired, "Why are you the only one facing your teacher and the school authorities? Where is your father? I instructed him to take you to school the other day, yet he did not comply." Li Xingjian quickly responded, "Grandfather, please do not be upset. Our home is quite close to the school, and I've walked to school daily from the countryside, which was far more distant. I am not so delicate. Now that the journey is significantly shorter, I can manage the walk. My father and the others need to work. Getting up early to drive me really isn't necessary." "You are such a fool," Li Mingli retorted angrily, attempting to reason with Li Xingjian. "Even if he is busy with work, I've provided him with a car. How early could it be? Furthermore, it's not as if he must do this every day. Can he not manage just one day? Disobeying my orders is nothing short of unfilial. And if he refuses, it is undoubtedly because Sui Li forbids him. He must be complicit in this matter." A fleeting smile crossed Li Xingjian's lips. Yes, while Li Qian might not be fully aware, he is not a fool either. Sui Li's disapproval of him taking her to school was something he accepted, yet deep down, he likely hoped for Li Qinxi to attend a good school. His intentions may not have been to harm her, but when interests conflicted with Li Qinxi, Li Qian would undoubtedly side with her without hesitation. Li Xingjian felt as if she had been struck, tears streaming down her face as she incredulously asked, "Are you saying my father is the same? He knows and agrees? He does not want me to go to school? I have always thought my mother and sister were unkind to me, but I believe my father was different. Is he really like this? Am I even their child? Why do they treat me this way?" Li Mingli, sensing regret for having spoken such words, wished he had refrained. He certainly did not want his granddaughter to harbor resentment towards her father, who is, after all, his own son. Yet he could not help himself. After much hesitation, Li Mingli stepped out from behind his desk, extending his hands but unsure where to place them. Ultimately, he gently patted Li Xingjian's shoulders and spoke softly, "In this life, destiny is predetermined. Perhaps your parents' bond is simply weak. This is not your fault, so do not feel sorrow or guilt. You are undoubtedly their child. You are my granddaughter. Just look at us. We bear a striking resemblance, do we not? Your facial structure mirrors mine, resolute and determined, a square jawline, the most beautiful visage in the world." Li Xingjian responded with a puzzled expression. "While I do resemble Li Qian, he actually looks like Guijing. Grandfather, there is no need for you to comfort me with such self-praise." Li Xingjian found herself in a quandary, unsure whether to weep or to laugh. As her rhythm had been utterly disrupted, she lifted her head and inquired, "Grandfather, do you not blame me? I have exposed this matter, which will undoubtedly tarnish our family's reputation. You were unaware at that time, and it was not your fault." Li Mingli consoled her, saying, "You acted rightly. Look, the school has rewarded you," indicating that the school leadership possesses understanding and reason, aside from a couple of troublemakers. "You have done well. Do not berate yourself." He knows full well who is truly damaging their own reputation. After uttering this, he placed his hands on his hips and muttered, "I cannot let this go unaddressed." Sui Li and Li Qian consistently feign compliance. Mere rebukes do not faze them. "This situation cannot continue," Li Xingjian remarked. "I believe my father and the others are quite fearful of you. You command great respect. Not only them, but even outsiders hold you in awe." She added, "This is no exaggeration, grandfather. I hesitate to mention that I am your granddaughter to my classmates, fearing they might fawn over me and elevate me unduly. Who is unaware of your esteemed name? Just a word from you sends tremors through the medical community." Li Mingli chuckled, bemused by her words, questioning his own prowess in her eyes. Perhaps he seemed formidable to her, but to him, he was merely an ordinary grandfather. Nonetheless, there was truth in her assertion. While he could assert his authority externally, within his own home, those two wretches regarded him as a frail cat, disregarding his words entirely. This was unacceptable. He resolved to make it clear to them that he was still their father, still a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, a smile broke across Li Mingli's face as he told Li Xingjian, "Your grandfather will stand up for you. Just wait and see." Together, they returned to their residence. Shortly after their arrival, Aunt Lu received a call from Sui Li. "Has the old man returned?" Li Xingjian nodded in response. Aunt Lu replied, "He just got back and is taking a bath." Sui Li promptly ended the call. Within 10 minutes, the family of Li Qian, Sui Li, and Li Qinxi arrived. As Sui Li entered the room, Li Mingli was standing in the living room, admiring his 2 potted plants. Without removing her shoes, Sui Li burst in, crying, "Dad, You must discipline Li Xingjian. She is truly out of control. Do you know what she has done today? She has caused a ruckus at the school, offending the education bureau and the school leadership. The teachers even came to our workplace, claiming she was skipping classes and causing trouble. Li Mingli remained remarkably composed. He analyzed Sui Li's words carefully and discerned a philosophical phenomenon. When Xingjian recounted the incident, she detailed the specific events. Sui Li, lacking any substantial evidence, could only conclude that Xingjian was the instigator. This distinction between taking action and defaming others was clear to him. He resolved that henceforth, he would not trust a single word of Sui Li's conclusions. Chapter 79. Either raise pigs or face unemployment. Li Mingli straightened his back and returned to the sofa, calmly sipping his tea before turning to Sui Li and saying, "Oh, so the teacher actually went to your workplace to complain? This means the teacher is aware that you are Xingjian's parent? Their teacher is quite formidable, knowing that there are parents like you. She still dares to accuse our child of truancy. How is it that you are faring so poorly? Have you not been flaunting my name to deceive others? What is this? Have you encountered a ghost? She no longer respects you, and yet she dares to cause trouble for you? I find it hard to believe." Sui Li paused, pondering why the teacher would dare to confront her. It was Li Li who came to settle scores, claiming that she had framed her, that she was well aware Li Xingjian was their child yet chose not to inform her, treating her as a plaything. Li Li further asserted that if she lost her job, she would ensure Sui Li suffered as well. Thus, Li Li's outburst was not merely about Li Xingjian's academic issues. It seemed she was being investigated for bribery, and she believed Sui Li was to blame. This was an explanation that could not be easily articulated. The old man had not been like this before. Had she informed Li Mingli about anyone troubling her at work, he would have undoubtedly intervened unconditionally. Observing Sui Li's sudden bewilderment, akin to a lost stray dog, Li Mingli deduced that she and the teacher indeed had a vested interest, likely embroiled in a dispute over the division of ill-gotten gains. He remarked nonchalantly, "Since someone is causing a disturbance, your work will surely be impeded, which is rather unfortunate, isn't it?" Sui Li wept. "Father, this tarnishes your reputation as well. We cannot allow her to continue causing such chaos. After all, it is Li Xingjian who has disrupted her livelihood. He should be the one to clarify matters. Then I shall arrange for your transfer," Li Mingli stated, placing a stack of documents before Sui Li. "This is a state-run pig farm. Did you not work as a nurse in a hospital before? They are in need of a piglet caregiver, and I have already made the necessary arrangements. You can report there the day after tomorrow." "What?" Sui Li was taken aback. Pointing outside, "Father, Li Xingjian has brought trouble to my workplace. Thus, I am helping you change your workplace," Li Mingli replied. "Moreover, the news of the mistreatment of Xingjian by both of you has been circulating in your unit. A change of environment and a fresh mindset might serve you well. Upon reflection, I considered your penchant for comparison. Thus, being in a crowded place is not conducive to your personal growth. Raising pigs is quite suitable. They do not concern themselves with whether you wear fragrant garments, as long as they remain healthy." "Father, listen to me." "Enough." Li Mingli interrupted sharply, his expression turning cold. "You may choose not to go, but your previous position will not be held for you. Do not expect to work again." If Sui Li still did not comprehend that Li Mingli sought to discipline her, she would be utterly foolish. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Pointing upstairs, she exclaimed, "Li Xingjian has returned. She must have said something to you, hasn't she? That little wretch is adept at whining. Father, how can you take her word over mine?" Sui Li felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She had given Li Xingjian an 800,000 yuan house, yet she could not even secure the 40,000 yuan for Li Chenxi's tuition. How could Li Mingli be so unfair? How could he show such blatant favoritism? "Father, do you know what she has done? She publicly broadcasted tapes of the teacher and the vice principal, ruining the school's reputation. The Education Bureau and the school are now facing embarrassment, and they are pursuing accountability. An investigation team has been established." Li Mingli suddenly raised his head and looked at Sui Li, asking, "Are they investigating Xingjian?" "Sui Li, that individual is indeed a thorn in the side. You, being entrenched in the system, understand that neither the teachers nor Vice Principal Zhang will ever have the chance to advance again. They may even face imprisonment. Is this not a means of ruining their livelihoods? Such individuals will find it impossible to navigate within the system henceforth. Who would not be wary or resentful of them? In the end, to claim her as one of our own. Do you not feel a sense of fear or embarrassment? From now on, everyone will be cautious around her. Apart from gaining admission to a prestigious school, all her prospects are severed. Is that not true?" Li Mingli remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. "Sui Li, this is not right. The elder was once the most discerning of weighty matters. Li Xingjian's actions have indeed crossed a significant line. Li Mingli, as he spoke, retrieved a certificate of merit awarded to Li Xingjian from his briefcase. Look at this. It is precisely why you shall never ascend to a high leadership position. Observe. This is a commendation from a prominent leader to Xingjian. Not only was he not suppressed, but he was also encouraged. What of Li Li and Vice Principal Zhang? Do you think I am unaware? When Li Li called me, she nearly fancied herself a celestial deity. Such a person, even if Xingjian refrained from taking action, I would still report her. Would the school leaders dare to blame Xingjian? Are you out of your mind? Xingjian is helping them achieve their performance targets. Sui Li and Li Qian, you are not always of this opinion. Sui Li suddenly lost her patience, exclaiming, so, no matter what is said, you are determined to protect Li Xingjian, are you? She has nearly cost me my job, and you still defend this troublemaker while wishing for my transfer? I refuse to leave. You seek to harm me. The pig farm is located in the suburbs. If she commutes, it takes her 2 hours to reach home. Thus, she must stay there, but can Li Qian manage alone at home? A couple living apart for an extended period. Does this old man not wish for her to be abandoned by Li Qian? How malicious. What kind of parents would prefer to see a couple torn apart rather than living harmoniously? Do not think I am oblivious. You wish for my divorce. You want to dismantle our family. Sui Li wept bitterly. Li Xingjian has implicated me this time. She knew I was involved yet chose to make it public. Clearly with the intent to tarnish your reputation. How could you not see this? She wishes for my separation from my husband. There is no elder as irresponsible as you. With a sharp clap, Li Mingli slammed the documents down. I am almost ashamed to scold you. Do you even have the audacity to complain? Why did she skip class? Because Li Qian struck her, leading to her being hit by a car and subsequently fracturing her bones. Li Qian, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Dad, do not call me Dad. I am not your father. Li Mingli scoffed, turning to Sui Li. You are correct. I am aware of everything. You bribed Li Li, hoping to secure a place for Li Qinxi at school, and when that failed, you came to me in complaint. How dare you show your face? Others toil and study hard to gain admission to schools. What right do you have to send your kind to such institutions? Li Mingli's voice grew stern. Sui Li, I have already afforded you an opportunity. I have tolerated you for long enough. This time, you and Li Qian cannot remain together. There is no good to be found in your union. You may either tend to the pigs or embrace the role of a housewife. You too. If I do not impose some discipline upon you, you shall remain oblivious to who truly holds authority in this household. Chapter 80. Naturally, one would favor their own flesh and blood. Observing the old man's resolute demeanor, Sui Li was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Presently, her position at work was quite favorable. Although she was required to clock in daily, her tasks were minimal. She spent her time perusing newspapers, sipping tea, and participating in company-organized activities, and before she knew it, the day would pass. At work, she was also privy to the latest news from the outside world, keeping her informed of current trends and fashions. To engage in pig farming would render her akin to a rural dweller, a notion that would surely provoke laughter. Sui Li turned to Li Qian, imploring, Darling, do say something. If the household devolves into you being the sole provider, how exhausting it must be with so many to care for. Li Mingli scoffed. So what you imply is that you absolutely refuse to engage in pig farming. Surely, that would be a lucrative endeavor for you. I perceive your laziness. What grounds do you have for pleading? Gathering her courage, Li Qian stepped forward. Father, the situation has developed. Now, Cici is too frightened to attend school, and the school leaders and teachers are under investigation. As for Li Xingjian, he can resume his classes. Once an incident has transpired, it is best to let bygones be bygones. Why must our family cling to it? Sui Li protested. What about the children? Who will tend to them if I go so far away? Li Mingli remained unmoved. Isn't she already solely responsible for Li Qinxi at home? I have not observed her caring for the other children. We have a housekeeper for that purpose. Since it is merely Li Qinxi who is left, let her accompany you. There should be a high school there that requires little expenditure, and it would spare us from such upheaval. Indeed, the incident had occurred. Does that mean one should resort to murder, believing that the matter would simply conclude? The law will not execute you for your transgressions. Those who err must face consequences. It is no wonder you remain a failure after all these years, lacking even the comprehension of such basic principles. Grandfather, Li Qinxi exclaimed in alarm, fearing she too would be exiled to the countryside. Noticing Li Mingli's gaze avert from them, his stern expression resolute. Sui Li discerned that this old man had made up his mind, unwilling to show her leniency. She knelt down, pleading, "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. This time, I truly understand my wrongs. You may dictate my fate, just do not separate our family. It is said that a harmonious family brings prosperity. If you continue to tear us apart, will this home not fall to ruin?" Li Xingjian appeared at the staircase, saying nothing, but extending a glass of warm water to Li Mingli with her slightly calloused hands. "Grandfather, do refrain from tea this evening. It will disrupt your sleep." She cast a glance at Sui Li and added, "Let it go, grandfather. They have all been coddled and sheltered, unlike me, who has learned to adapt to life as trials. I do not wish for my father to be unhappy because of me." Li Mingli suddenly recalled that Li Xingjian had spent 15 years in a rural town. Did that not equate to her own form of exile? Had it not been for the child's excellent performance in the entrance examination, he would have insisted on their return. Guojing had even suggested leaving the child there to accompany her. Why was it that a young girl like Li Xingjian could adapt and endure hardship, while Sui Li could not, who truly knew the depths of their upbringing? Sui Li's father, a worker at a small steel mill, was indolent and unable to find a wife in the city, so he sought a younger spouse in the countryside, who happened to be 7 years his junior, Sui Li's mother. Consequently, Sui Li's mother had never held a job, with a family of 7 or 8 relying on the meager income of a lazy man. How prosperous could they possibly be? Sui Li had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Due to her beauty, she was selected by the local community to attend a vocational college to study nursing, eventually working as a nurse in a hospital. This serendipitously led her to meet Li Yuan, affording her the opportunity to marry into the Li family and live a life of comfort and privilege. Spoiled? If it weren't for the Li family, the Sui family would have likely sold Sui Li for a bride price. What nonsense about being spoiled. In front of the children, Li Mingli was reluctant to expose the shortcomings of Sui Li and Li Yuan. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Are you still going to plead for them? If you do, Grandpa will be angry with you. Shouldn't your father be the one to raise pigs instead?" Li Yuan interjected. What? Was Grandpa actually considering raising pigs himself? He looked at Li Mingli incredulously. "Dad, do you really want us to raise pigs?" Sui Li pondered why it was her responsibility to raise pigs rather than Li Yuan. Li Mingli turned to Sui Li and said, "I know how rebellious you are. You are right. I intend to separate you too. You refuse to divorce. So let us see how long you can endure this. As for why you are the one to raise pigs and not Li Yuan, let me clarify. Li Yuan is my son, and you are not. If you are dissatisfied, return home and ask your parents to find you a job. Your current position was arranged by me, after all, and remember, you were dismissed from your previous job due to your mistakes. If you must blame someone, blame your unfortunate circumstances and lack of a better family." Sui Li, Li Yuan, suddenly feeling a warmth he couldn't quite comprehend. Li Xingjian thought to himself how cunning the old man was. Wasn't he sowing discord? Upon returning home, Li Yuan and Sui Li indeed had a quarrel. Sui Li accused Li Mingli of bullying her. "I am also the child of my parents. Why am I subjected to such treatment? You don't even support me. How can we continue living like this?" In the past, Li Yuan would have comforted Sui Li at such moments. Today, however, he recalled the old man's words, feeling both fear and relief. Thankfully, he was the old man's biological son. Otherwise, would he even be considered worthy of raising pigs? Regardless of the circumstances, a biological father is still a biological father, and the old man still cared for his own. Furrowing his brow, Li Yuan said, "What do you expect? Do you want me to raise pigs? Who told you to be so reckless, thinking the old man is easy to deal with? I am doing this for CC's education. Can you bear to see her attend an ordinary high school, surrounded by those unruly classmates?" "I cannot. For CC deserves to attend a prestigious institution. Then let her take the entrance exam herself. If she fails, who will you blame?" Sui Li contemplated, realizing that monopolizing Li Xingjian's educational status was no longer feasible. She said, "My dear, CC is also your child. Surely you can find a way to earn some money. Why must our children be the only ones to toil for their education, those in power and wealth? Why should they endure the hardships of studying?" Li Yuan gazed into her eyes, noticing the seriousness with which she spoke. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Is it possible that we possess neither power nor influence? Hence, we must endure the hardships of learning? My father holds the power, and you have offended him. Your fate is sealed." After expressing this, Li Yuan felt a wave of relief for being his father's biological son, thus spared from the burdensome fate of raising pigs. As he headed to take a bath, he discovered the tub was devoid of water, which dampened his spirits. At that moment, Sui Li entered once more. She, having shed her earlier grievances, gently offered. Darling, allow me to assist. I shall fill the tub for you while you wait outside. Sui Li diligently prepared a warm bath, adjusting the temperature and scattering dried flower petals. When Li Qian finally bathed, she poured him a glass of red wine and lovingly massaged his back, ensuring his comfort. Observing Sui Li's eyes, swollen like walnuts, he affectionately patted her shoulder. This was the quality that distinguished Sui Li from Cui Jin's, regardless of their arguments. Sui Li always tended to him with unwavering care, ensuring he faced no discomfort. In contrast, Cui Jin's often indulged in petulance, requiring his coaxing. Reflecting on this, Li Qian found his father rather irksome. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. His father-in-law, despite being a patriarch, seemed to exert undue pressure on his wife, which was rather undignified. Li Qian comforted Sui Li, saying, I understand you feel wronged. If it troubles you, do not go. Stay at home. I cannot believe my father would allow you to languish at home daily. He will surely arrange a good job for you eventually. Chapter 81. Li Qinxi resumes school. Sui Li, with a slight pout and a face full of reproach, replied, You don't want me to go? Dear, I too wish to avoid it. We have never been apart for so many years. Indeed, since their initial encounter in the hospital, their bond had flourished, interrupted only by a few months when Cui Jin's discovered their connection. At that time, he had contemplated returning to Cui Jin's, wishing to nurture a life with her. Although she could be temperamental, she possessed a gentler side as well. Alas, fate dealt her a cruel hand, as she succumbed after bearing a child. During that period, Li Qian felt despondent, burdened by guilt for not reaching out to Sui Li. Subsequently, when Sui Li, gaunt and tearful, approached him with her newborn, Li Qinxi, he recognized the bond between mother and child. With Cui Jin's gone, he resolved not to forsake another. Thus, he married Sui Li, and they both changed their careers, leaving their past behind. From that moment onward, they remained inseparable. Li Qian nodded, having grown accustomed to Sui Li's attentive care. The thought of her leaving was unbearable, as he could hardly imagine bathing in comfort without her. Let us not allow you to leave then, he said. I cannot bear to part with you. Perhaps you should skip work and see how long my father can endure that. Li Xingjian learned during the weekend that Sui Li was not at work and was instead idling at home. Li Zhenan mentioned it, whispering to Li Xingjian, Just wait until Grandpa grows intolerant and seeks her employment. This seemed quite plausible. Li Mingli could support his sons, grandsons, and granddaughters, as well as Jing. But he would not entertain other women. It was reported that Sui Li had been sending money to her family, which had caused Li Mingli to lose his temper on numerous occasions. Sui Li is currently idle, which he undoubtedly finds intolerable. Li Xingjian, after finishing his meal, decides to inquire about Li Mingli's thoughts. If another job is found for Sui Li, her efforts would be in vain. Grandpa, my mother is still at home doing nothing. I believe my father cannot do without her. Perhaps we should not punish her any further. Li Mingli beckons Li Xingjian over and pats his back, saying, You foolish child. Do you think raising pigs is a burden to her? No, it is the lack of work that truly harms her. What do I find intolerable? It is not as though it is my child who is unemployed. Just wait and see. Being a housewife is no easy task. We shall see who can endure longer, her, or you, or your father. Regardless of gender, work is essential. Even if the position is not high, it is certainly laborious. However, when you possess a career, you can steer your own life. Without work and ambition, while you may escape the hardships of a job, you will inevitably suffer in other aspects. You are still young and do not comprehend the taste of relying on others for money. Therefore, Xingjian, no matter whom you marry in the future, if that person does not immediately hand over all their assets to you, you must resolutely refuse to become a housewife. I once urged your grandmother to work, and she thought I was being unreasonable. Enough. The old man realizes he has spoken excessively. He is unaware of why he feels compelled to share so much when conversing with his granddaughter. He never has such inclinations with others. He waves his hand. Your current task is to study diligently. Do not forget that while your grandfather can help you find work, the words of those with knowledge differ greatly from those without. You must study hard, focus solely on your studies, for I am here to support you. All right, she replies, understanding that he will no longer concern himself with Sui Li. This is sufficient. With Li absent from school, Li Xingjian feels a breath of fresh air. Their class has a new homeroom teacher, not the chemistry instructor, but an older male physics teacher who has been transferred along with the chemistry teacher. This physics teacher speaks indistinctly and neglects his appearance, arriving each day with unkempt hair and disheveled attire. In Li Xijian's mind, such individuals tend to be academically diligent, but may lack in teaching and communication skills. However, as she interacts with him, it becomes clear that, apart from his average teaching ability, he possesses other redeeming qualities. He evidently shows a preference for boys, believing them to be more intelligent. Although his bias is not as overtly sexist or snobbish as Li Li's, Chen Ping informs her that the chemistry teacher was initially assigned. But the physics teacher's prestigious alma mater led to the former being replaced. Thus, he is also a product of connections. Yet, these matters are beyond Li Xingjian's concern and unnecessary for her to meddle in. Although she harbors some dislike for this teacher, he pales in comparison to Li Li, as he does not engage in bizarre behavior. While he may favor boys, he does not unjustly reprimand or belittle students. The only stipulation is to avoid early romantic entanglements. And he will not trouble you. As for Li Xingjian herself, she has managed to bring Li Li and Vice Principal Zhang home, achieving fame in one fell swoop. Not only do teachers refrain from bullying her, but fellow students do as well. She has truly transformed her destiny from her previous life, allowing her to sit in the classroom and study without fear of bullying. However, her blissful days lasted only a week. Early on Monday morning, as school commenced following the flag-raising ceremony, the physics teacher, Guo Peifu, entered with Li Chenxi. "Classmates, this is our new student who just transferred," he announced. Li Chenxi glanced at Li Xingjian and smiled, confidently addressing the class. "You all should know me, right? I'm back from my leave, and I hope you will all be kind to me moving forward." She then noticed an empty seat in the middle and took her place. Li Xingjian thought, "Interesting. Sui Li is quite impressive. Even while idling at home, she managed to find a way for Li Chenxi to attend school. I wonder what method she employed." When class ended, Li Xingjian went straight out to find Li Zhenan, who was on the 5th floor. Upon reaching Li Zhenan's class, the expressions of the boys and girls there became subtly charged. Li Zhenan emerged with a stoic face and, before Li Xingjian could speak, he stated, "You saw Li Chenxi, didn't you? I heard from second aunt this morning that she could come to school now. It seems money was involved. 40,000? Li Zhenan nodded. "That must be it." Li Xingjian furrowed her brow slightly. She could assure herself that the old man had not given money to Sui Li or Li Qian. It could not possibly be from Li Qian, who had no understanding of his own finances. Sui Li had a penchant for expensive items and was burdened by her family, making it impossible for her to save money. Neither of them had any funds. It was improbable that the Sui family provided the money, as both men in that family had inherited their father's laziness, practically living off Sui Li. How could they possibly give money to Sui Li and Li Chenxi? The source of this money was indeed suspicious. Unfortunately, as she was not at home, she had no way of knowing where Sui Li had obtained the funds. Li Xingjian dismissed the likelihood of Li Qian borrowing money, as that young master was exceedingly proud and would never seek assistance from others, unable to extract any information. She returned to the classroom and approached Li Chenxi, who was chatting with her classmates. "Who gave your mother the money? Where did it come from? Spare me the details. With your score of just over 200 in the entrance exam and your criminal record, you shouldn't be here without 40,000. So, where did the money come from? Over 200? A criminal record." The surrounding classmates were taken aback, swiftly retreating to their seats, hesitant to be near Li Chenxi. With reddened eyes, Li Chenxi glared at Li Xingjian, wishing she could devour her whole. How dare this little wretch say such things? Is she unwell? With just one sentence, she revealed her two shortcomings. Despite her seemingly good relationships with her classmates, this revelation would surely alienate her from them in the future. "I don't understand what you're saying. I have not offended you, Li Xingjian, so why do you slander me?" Li Chenxi whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes. Li Xingjian rolled her eyes. "You haven't offended me? I'm slandering you. Shall we go to the police station to check your record?" Li Chenxi bit her lip tightly, clenching her fists, and quietly asked, "What exactly do you want? Where did the money come from?" Li Chenxi suddenly smiled, a hint of pride curving her lips. "It's from my grandfather. I may not excel academically, but my grandfather is wealthy, and my parents indulge me, so I don't have to endure hardship. So what if the money is from him?" She deliberately referred to her grandfather, unwilling to acknowledge her relationship with Li Xingjian. In her previous life, Li Chenxi also denied being sisters with Li Xingjian. When her classmates began to suspect the connection, she claimed that Li Xingjian was merely a relative from her aunt's family, and that her parents were only supporting Li Xingjian's education. She even spread false rumors about Li Xingjian's untidiness, alleging that she was lazy and impolite while living in their home. Additionally, she accused Li Xingjian of stealing money from Sui Li and Li Qian. Consequently, the female students in their class largely isolated Li Xingjian, believing her to be a burden with poor character. The male students viewed her as an easy target for bullying. Ultimately, there was no one who genuinely befriended Li Xingjian. Those who did were few and far between, mostly harboring disdain for her, all incited by Li Chenxi. In this lifetime, Li Chenxi still attempted to deny their sisterly bond. Li Xingjian was indifferent to this. It was better for her to remain unacknowledged, as it allowed her to maneuver more freely. She smiled. It's not impressive. The more you say that, the more I understand the dubious origins of that money. Don't let me catch you in a slip. Li Chenxi's smile faltered. She too believed the money was given by her grandparents. But her mother had not worked for the past few days, dressing up beautifully and returning with 40,000 yuan shortly thereafter. Her mother instructed her not to inform her father that the money was borrowed from an uncle, instead insisting she say it came from her grandmother's house. Her mother also mentioned wanting to take her to meet that uncle sometime. Upon returning to her seat, Li Xingjian's gaze was unmistakably sinister, causing Li Chenxi to tremble slightly with anxiety. Surely Li Xingjian wouldn't uncover anything, right? No, she wouldn't have the time for that. She needed to focus on her studies. Besides, what was wrong with someone lending money to her mother? It was hardly a grave matter. Yes, there was no need for fear. What was there to be afraid of? Li Chenxi herself could not pinpoint what exactly she feared, yet a disquieting premonition lingered. Subtle yet troubling. She shook her head. She could not allow Li Xingjian to continue basking in triumph. The only way for her and her mother to enjoy a better life was to ruin Li Xingjian. After Li Xingjian returned to her seat, Chen Ping inquired, Xingjian, what is your relationship with Li Chenxi? When you left, I heard her speaking ill of you, claiming she has known you for a long time. And what else did she say? Chen Ping struggled to articulate the rest. Li Xingjian encouraged him. It's all right. What do you have to fear between us? Please, tell me, I want mind. Chen Ping, being a straightforward individual, relayed Li Chenxi's words to Li Xingjian. Li Chenxi had not been explicit, speaking in veiled terms. Simply stating her? Actually, really, don't you all follow the news? Just a couple of days ago, there was a major case at the Hot Spring Villa, haven't you heard? It's a huge scandal involving powerful figures who have assaulted many girls. The implication of her words was clear. Li Xingjian had already fallen victim to that situation. Chen Ping murmured, Xingjian, I know this is slander. Li Xingjian had been mentally prepared for this moment. How could her past remain concealed in the presence of Li Chenxi? In her previous life, Li Chenxi had shared this incident with her classmates, which inevitably attracted the unwanted attention of shameless boys who sought to bully her. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Li Chenxi had exposed the matter upon her arrival in this life. Li Xingjian chuckled softly. No, this is not slander. She understood that the day would eventually come when she would confront this issue, and she would handle it with composure, for she had done no wrong. I am indeed one of the victims, she asserted. What she stated is accurate. Her knowledge stems from being the perpetrator herself, hence her criminal record. You should keep your distance from her. She has a very influential best friend who knows all sorts of unsavory characters. Don't let her bring you harm. Chen Ping's eyes reddened as she gazed at Li Xingjian with concern. But you, Li Xingjian smiled reassuringly. I am fine, truly fine. I am physically unscathed and have also found peace of mind. Even if I were troubled, I could calmly recount this incident, for I have committed no wrong. It was merely an act of intentional harm. The villains have faced no consequences, and I certainly will not be crushed by malicious gossip. Chen Ping nodded gravely. Yet her confusion deepened. Why would she treat you this way? Li Xingjian pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Because she is the illegitimate child of my father and stepmother. If Li Chenxi can lie, why can't I? Li Xingjian was aware that Chen Ping was a resident student with excellent academic performance. Although she had few friends, she was well acquainted with many people. Some matters need not be spread by genuine friends. She continued, her mother was actually a mistress who bore her outside of marriage and later married my father. My grandfather treated me exceptionally well, and she grew envious, seeking to harm me. Our family dynamics are quite complicated. My father is far from a good man, and my stepmother is even worse. Is it not fair to say that Sui Li has treated her poorly? Chen Ping furrowed her brows. So, Li Chenxi is not your father's child? Li Xingjian thought to herself, how fortunate it would be if that were true. Maintaining a stoic expression, she nodded. Indeed. She is not. She is an illegitimate child. Your father is truly despicable, neglecting his own children to raise another's. Such men exist. I have seen them divorce their wives and abandon their 2 daughters to raise someone else's 2 daughters and a son. I cannot fathom their mindset. How can one love another's child while disregarding their own? Are they mentally ill? Chen Ping, too, could express her anger vehemently. Li Xingjian nodded in agreement. Yes, he is indeed deranged. Chapter 83. Yet she is the worst. After Li Xingjian shared the matter of the money with Li Mingli upon his return, he was equally puzzled. 40,000 yuan was no trivial sum, and he had not been teaching recently, thus had not earned such cash. Even if he had, he would not have given it to Sui Li. The properties in Xingjian and Xinbei remained unresolved. Li Mingli suspected that the money belonged to Li Qian and Sui Li, as they had previously refrained from spending their own and had sought him out for assistance. Now that trouble had arisen, they suddenly had funds at their disposal. He advised Li Xingjian to disregard it, observing how much more money Sui Li could squander. Li Xingjian confirmed, "It is certainly not from grandfather. This money is indeed suspicious." Regrettably, she lacked acquaintances. Otherwise, she would have sought a private investigator to ascertain the origins of Sui Li's wealth. At this moment, the advantages of being with Song Yanjun became evident. Whenever she was by Song Yanjun's side, he possessed the means to facilitate her desires. Indeed, having power and influence alleviates life's troubles by 99%. Without Song Yanjun in her life, she felt compelled to become her own version of him. Li Xingjian contemplated Qin Lang. In truth, she was not entirely without connections. For Qin Lang, as a renowned singer, likely had relevant contacts. Once the weekend arrived, she resolved to meet with Qin Lang, with a plan forming in her mind. Li Xingjian attended her classes as usual. She soon observed a troubling trend. Several female classmates spoke disparagingly of Qin Ping, calling her filthy and stinky. With Li Qinxi leading the charge, Li Xingjian understood the motive, since Li Qinxi had yet to discover a way to directly bully her. She resorted to tormenting those around her. The classmates refrained from ostracizing her, prompting Li Qinxi to devise indirect means to isolate her. Li Xingjian acknowledged that Qin Ping's hygiene was indeed lacking, after all. She was reluctant to purchase even toilet paper and merely sought to be clean without the use of soap. Furthermore, the school lacked public showers, requiring students to wash outside at varying costs, which constituted a financial burden for Qin Ping. Consequently, she bathed once a week. However, Li Xingjian had yet to detect any unpleasant odor. After all, girls do not sweat excessively, so where could the alleged odor originate? These individuals simply relished in being dramatic and resorting to personal attacks. Yet, if such matters were brought to light, it would only further diminish Qin Ping's dignity and respect. Contemplating this, Li Xingjian invited Qin Ping to her home for a study session that evening. "My grandfather is away for a few days. Let us go to his place. Aunt Lu has bought fresh shrimp for us to enjoy." Qin Ping hesitated, saying, "Perhaps I should decline." "Nonsense. I haven't grasped everything the teacher taught today. You can help clarify it for me. Rest assured, my grandfather adores diligent students." Li Xingjian often shared insights about Qin Ping with Li Mingli. Upon hearing that she was a good student, Li Mingli felt a pang of sympathy for Qin Ping, recalling his own hardships during childhood. He held no prejudice against less fortunate children. The two girls agreed to return together. Although Li Xingjian owned a bicycle, she decided to take a taxi with Qin Ping instead. While waiting for a cab at the school gate, a black imported car came to a halt before her. Li Xingjian was taken aback when Huang Jingyao's face emerged from the driver's seat. In a subdued tone, Huang Jingyao instructed, "Get in." Li Xingjian replied, "I have a classmate with me." Without scrutinizing Qin Ping, Huang Jingyao insisted, "Come on, I trust your classmate." Huang Jingyao took them to a small restaurant near Li Mingli's residence. After ordering a couple of modest dishes, she suddenly turned to Li Xingjian and wept. Qin Ping, caught between anxiety and embarrassment, dared not breathe in the corner. Li Xingjian remained silent, allowing Huang Jingyao to express her emotions freely. She surmised that Huang Jingyao had uncovered the truth but had no outlet for her feelings, prompting her to seek out Li Xingjian. After a while, Huang Jingyao produced a white handkerchief to dry her tears. She struggled to smile, her voice barely a whisper. "Child, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be oblivious to the fact that I have raised two ravenous wolves by my side." Ever since Li Xingjian revealed the truth to Huang Jingyao, she had embarked on a quest for answers. She finally seized the opportunity to administer sleeping pills to both individuals and subsequently sought a doctor to extract their blood for paternity testing. The results confirmed their biological father-son relationship. With this certainty established, she felt assured that all other suspicions were indeed true. Yet, Huang Jingyao continued her meticulous investigation. She visited Xiao Mingxing's hometown, but found no trace of the third party involved. She then traveled to the county town, only to discover that the third party was living quite comfortably, sheltered by Xiao Mingxing and his family. They had provided the third party with a storefront to sell grains and miscellaneous goods, and his mother-in-law even cohabited with the third party, publicly claiming a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. She also examined local records, uncovering that Qiao Mingsheng had relocated the third party's household registration to the Qiao family, ensuring that the family would share in the inheritance. She pieced everything together. Qiao Mingsheng intended to exhaust her finances before bringing the third party to the capital. By then, even if she denied it, she would be forced to accept the reality, as her wealth would have vanished. After raising her child for so many years, if they were to part ways now, she would be left with nothing. Qiao Mingsheng had meticulously plotted this scheme, and Qiao Haining was well aware of it. Yet, she alone remained like a fool, kept in the dark by the Qiao family. Her tears, however, were not born from resentment, but rather from the anguish of not knowing the fate of her daughter, who remained missing. Huang Jingyao declared, "I should report them to the authorities and have them arrested." But having raised Qiao Haining for so many years, he has not participated, yet reaps the most benefits. In the end, he will bear no consequences. And I cannot accept that. He has taken my daughter's place, and I want them all to suffer. Most importantly, she feared that any rash action would alert them and prevent her from discovering her daughter's whereabouts. Thus, Huang Jingyao had arranged for someone to get close to old lady Qiao and the third party, hoping to extract the truth from them. If that proved futile, she would resort to reporting them. Li Xingjian chuckled, "And Huang, is it not simple? The most excruciating ordeal for a person is to be uprooted, isolated, and ultimately die without a grave. Nowadays, with the trend of immigration, has your husband and son considered going abroad to seek their fortunes?" Li Xingjian hinted at a plan. If it were her, she would directly send Qiao Haining abroad, severing all financial support and contact. Let him perish in a foreign land. Chapter 84. Chen Ping needs a blood transfusion. Chen Ping's eyes widened, and he raised a hand to cover his mouth. Huang Jingyao was visibly shaken, clearly taken aback by Li Xingjian's ruthless suggestion. However, she quickly seemed to accept the merit of this approach, nodding in agreement. Though still harboring some reservations, what if he thrives out there? Do you really think that's possible for him? Li Xingjian smiled, asserting that while the scheming Qiao Mingsheng might have a chance of survival, Qiao Haining had none at all. Did he truly believe that foreign lands were paved with gold? In a foreign country, one is merely a stranger. In this present age, where communication devices are not yet fully developed, there are individuals who feel apprehensive even when venturing beyond the confines of their county, let alone in foreign lands where the language barrier poses a significant challenge. Securing employment is far from a simple endeavor. And what of Qiao Haining, raised to be both foolish and malevolent, accustomed to a life of luxury? How could he possibly survive abroad? Some intellectuals naively proclaim that opportunities abound overseas, yet they remain oblivious to the countless souls who have perished. Those who thrive are often either academically gifted or hail from affluent families, or, alternatively, possess remarkable resilience and skills honed through adversity. For Qiao Haining, such prospects are utterly unattainable. In other words, should he ever manage to carve out a niche for himself, it would be wise to release him. Such is the essence of fate. Li Xingjian chuckled, remarking that even if he has already forged a path abroad, what could be done to alter his course? Huang Jingyao suddenly realized the implications. Qiao Mingsheng, her mother-in-law, the third party, they all regarded Qiao Haining as their lifeline. Merely because he is a boy, her daughter's chance at a prosperous life has been stripped away. Perhaps even her right to bear children has been compromised. Thus, she resolved to ruin Qiao Haining, ensuring that they too would experience shattered dreams. Huang Jingyao smiled, asserting her familiarity with such matters, having assisted many in seeking opportunities abroad amidst the current trend of immigration. She regarded Li Xingjian with an appreciative gaze, noting that despite her youth, her features were strikingly defined, exuding an allure that also inspired caution, much like her own character. It perplexed her how such a young child could possess such resolute demeanor. Fortunately, this child was on her side. Had she exhibited antisocial tendencies, she would surely be a born criminal. Suddenly, Huang Jingyao proposed, "I wonder if your mother would consent. Little Li, I would like to adopt you as my goddaughter, hoping to borrow some of your good fortune to find my daughter soon." Li Xingjian was taken aback by the suddenness of the request, having never encountered such intimate overtures from a woman. Not only did she refrain from calling her mother, but she also had no desire to refer to her as godmother. It felt as though she had lost the ability to connect as someone as child. Finding herself averse to familial ties, even the notion of becoming an adopted child. Most importantly, the heavens surely knew that she possessed no such fortune. Li Xingjian declined, saying, "And Huang, this is inappropriate. What if you are destined to have only one daughter, and by adopting me, you lose the chance to bring her back. Qinping interjected. Engaging in such discussions, Xingjian may never have a godmother. Huang Jingyao's expression shifted slightly as she nodded, acknowledging, I had not considered that deeply. We did not study metaphysics during our school days. It seems I have been presumptuous. Li Xingjian thought to herself that what she meant was that they had not been educated in superstitions, which were no longer part of the curriculum. She was, in fact, rejecting the proposal. The three, initially strangers, found themselves at a loss for words following Li Xingjian's refusal, leading to a silence enveloping the group as they focused on their meals. Once they finished eating, Huang Jingyao insisted on escorting the two back, expressing concern for their safety given their youth and proximity. This time, Li Xingjian did not resist her offer. She rose, grasping her backpack, and began to exit when a sudden thud resounded. Turning back, she saw Qinping slumped in his chair, his face pale and eyes closed. Li Xingjian gasped, Qinping. Qinping spoke ambiguously, It's nothing. I just got a bit too fierce, really. Huang Jingyao then scrutinized Qinping carefully. The girl was slender and rather unremarkable, seemingly too honest, hence lacking any assertiveness. Sitting in the corner, one might even overlook her presence. However, upon closer inspection of her delicate features, her long, gracefully arched eyebrows, and her exquisitely shaped lips and nose, she was indeed quite lovely. A tremor ran through Huang Jingyao's heart as she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl, as if she had seen her somewhere before, but the memory eluded her. Concerned, Huang Jingyao insisted, This won't do. If you're unwell, you must see a doctor. Come. I shall take you to the hospital. Qinping dreaded being a burden to others. She had already spent a long time persuading herself to ask Li Xingjian for help. Opening her eyes, she hurriedly waved her hands. Auntie, no need, really. Li Xingjian reassured her. It's all right. I have the means. Huang Jingyao understood that this girl likely came from a modest background and was reluctant to spend money. With a serious tone, Huang Jingyao stated, It's essential to get checked for peace of mind. What if there truly is something wrong? Your family would worry immensely. Health matters cannot be postponed. Let us go. Together with Li Xingjian, she helped Qinping into the car and drove her to the hospital. Throughout the night, Huang Jingyao busily assisted Qinping with her medical consultations and tests. Eventually, the results came in. The doctor informed them, she is suffering from long-term malnutrition and severe anemia. I recommend hospitalization for a blood transfusion and monitoring for any other complications. Given the severity of the anemia, we cannot rule out the possibility of additional health issues. Qinping burst into tears, shaking her head. Can't I just eat something nutritious to recover? I need to continue my studies. Otherwise, I will fall behind. I want to succeed and support my father. Fearing disbelief, she grasped Li Xingjian's hand and confessed, Xingjian, to be honest, my father is disabled and deaf-mute. He has been collecting scrap to support me. Our home collapses when it rains. I truly cannot afford to be ill. The lives of the poor are not their own. Huang Jingyao felt her eyes welling with tears, thinking of Qiao Haining. She had treated Qiao Haining with utmost kindness, while Qiao had never expressed gratitude. Even throwing a tantrum when Huang decided against buying a house, never considering Huang's struggles. And what of this girl? Afraid to seek treatment. Hesitant to fall behind in her studies, fearful that her deaf-mute father would worry about having no one to care for him. Some children are truly good, while others behave in a base manner. Huang Jingyao gently sniffled and smiled. Please, do not be anxious. If you genuinely care for your father, you should heed the doctor's advice. Turning to the doctor, she inquired, Is it possible to forego hospitalization and instead schedule regular checkups? The doctor scratched his head. I still recommend a blood transfusion, as severe anemia requires the swiftest method for replenishing blood. Afterwards, you can take medication, otherwise, who knows how long it will take to recover. Prolonged anemia can inflict considerable harm on the body. In truth, Li Xingjian was not in favor of a blood transfusion. With current testing technologies being inadequate, who could guarantee the cleanliness of the blood supply? Yet, when life was at stake, one could hardly ponder such concerns. She said to Qinping, Qinping, nothing is more important than health. I am waiting for you to take the college entrance examination with me. So heed the doctor's advice. Chapter 84, The Crisis Approaches. Qinping requires a specific blood type. It will take 2 days for the blood from the blood bank to arrive. Both Huang Jingyao and Li Xingjian share the same blood type. But Li Xingjian's weight is insufficient. The doctor scolded her, advising that she should not think about helping others run before she has even learned to walk herself. Ultimately, Huang Jingyao donated 350 cubic centimeters of blood to Qinping. By then, it was already late at night. Huang Jingyao urged Li Xingjian and Qin Ping to rest. At that moment, her pager went off. Noticing her troubled expression, Li Xingjian whispered, "Is it Xiao Mingxing?" Huang Jingyao shook her head, saying, "It's Jiao Haining. He must be asking me to prepare supper for him on my way back." After some contemplation, Huang Jingyao decided to return and prepare supper for Xiao Haining. Considering he might not have many more meals left, it was crucial to avoid raising any red flags before the Qiao family. Li Xingjian concurred. Xiao Mingxing was undoubtedly cautious and intelligent. If he discovered it, Xiao Haining's plans to go abroad would be thwarted. By the way, and Huang. Li Xingjian felt compelled to clarify an important matter with Huang Jingyao. She accompanied Huang Jingyao downstairs and quietly said, "And, regarding that house, if you decide to send them away, feel free to buy it. I heard it has increased by another $100 recently. I'm concerned that if it continues to rise, it might hinder your profit." This was a point Li Xingjian deemed essential to communicate, as real estate prices were indeed escalating without bounds over the next 20 years. Their property had appreciated the most. She wanted to ensure that by doing a good deed, Huang Jingyao would not later blame her for missing out on a purchase. Huang Jingyao smiled bitterly. "You are still young and do not understand. Ever since I learned that my daughter's fate is uncertain, life has lost its meaning for me. Though I have never met her or comforted her, my heart is now heavy with worry. Without her, everything else seems trivial. If it finds her, then you can buy a house and be my neighbor." As a mother, she compared her situation to that of Sui Li. The disparity among people is indeed greater than that between species. After receiving the blood transfusion, Qin Ping fell into a peaceful slumber. Li Xingjian noticed Huang Jingyao had placed 500 yuan in cash under Qin Ping's pillow, and a grateful smile appeared on her face. All the expenses for the hospitalization and blood transfusion were covered by Huang Jingyao. Yet, and Huang had known Qin Ping for less than 6 hours. Such kindness from this woman is truly rare. Xiao Haining's actions against her would lead him to the depths of hell. Li Xingjian tucked the money into Qin Ping's pocket and then rested against the doorframe, falling asleep. The next day, she allowed Qin Ping to rest for another day while she went to school to request leave. On the third day, Qin Ping insisted on being discharged, and Li Xingjian brought her home. They took a shower, and Aunt Lu found a new outfit for Qin Ping to wear. The two of them slept on Li Xingjian's large bed that night and went to school together the following day. After the second period, a girl at the back of the class pinched her nose and cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ping. Li Xingjian did not say anything at that moment. As Qin Ping stepped out to the restroom, she tapped her fingers on the desk behind her and remarked, "If your nose is of no use, you might as well discard it. Why must you wrinkle it every day? Either change your seat or refrain from your petty antics, or I shall make it my daily endeavor to trouble you." Qian Rui was taken aback. Her brow slightly furrowed as she retorted, "Why should your concerns dictate my affairs? Ask yourself honestly, does anyone else emit an unpleasant odor? You are fully aware of your own actions, are you not? Aren't you afraid that your bullying of the innocent might invoke divine retribution? Do you truly believe that by ostracizing her, you will gain anything? You stand to reap no benefits. Your actions are entirely detrimental to others and serve only to reveal your own scoundrel nature. I doubt you will achieve any significant success in the future." Qian Rui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she refrained from retaliating. Li Xingjian, now resembling a spirited pup, was quick to confront anyone who dared to cross her, showing no signs of submission. As the class monitor, Qian Rui dared not offend her. However, Qian Rui's gaze towards Li Xingjian was shrouded in an ominous darkness, as if she were brooding over something. This made Li Xingjian feel on guard. She sensed that Li Chenxi's excessively honest demeanor was about to provoke a reaction. Li Xingjian hurried to the playground, intent on climbing the wall to her right. She was in urgent need of her recorder, yet the wall stood 2 meters high, far too daunting for her to scale, leaving her in a state of agitation. At that moment, a head with flowing hair suddenly appeared over the wall. It was none other than Song Yanjun. Li Xingjian couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity. She reached out, calling, "My belongings." "Hey, roll away, classmate." Another head peeked out beside Song Yanjun, whom Li Xingjian recognized as Chunyu, Song Yanjun's friend. Chunyu's adoptive father was a subordinate of Song Yanjun's father. His adoptive mother, having lost her child during childbirth, had succumbed to madness. Subsequently, a comrade of Chunyu's biological father entrusted his own child to Chunyu's father for upbringing, a secret kept from Chunyu's biological mother, who had long believed her child was abducted. For years, she awaited news of her son, but by the time Chunyu discovered the truth in his 30s, his biological mother had wept herself blind, never knowing what her lost child looked like. At that time, Song Yanjun urged Chunyu to reunite with his biological mother and confront those who had taken her child. Yet, Qinyu felt bound by his adoptive mother's mental instability, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil. It was impossible for both mothers to raise him, especially as his biological mother had two other children. Overall, the situation was tragically convoluted. Qinyu was non-filial, but he bore the weight of too many emotional ties, rendering him quite conflicted. If only Qinyu were aware of the truth, would he seek out his biological mother? Would she have to suffer in ignorance no longer, and be able to see him at last? Observing Li Xingjian lost in thought while gazing at Qinyu, Song Yanjun, with her striking eyes alight, abruptly kicked Qinyu down. I merely wish to inform her that there are no coincidences in this world. You wait here for her daily. Are we still brothers? Song Yanjun extended her hand, offering Li Xingjian her portable cassette player. The songs inside are quite lovely. I've learned them all. So, do you wish to serenade me? Li Xingjian grimaced in disdain, replying, You would do well to dismiss such perilous thoughts. While it is a fortunate coincidence that you are helping me, you cannot place me in such a compromising position. Your singing is utterly dreadful. He mistakenly believes his singing is quite melodious. During the company's annual meeting, he always yearns to engage in live streaming and invite renowned celebrities to perform duets with him. It remains unclear what perception he holds regarding his own vocal abilities. Song Yanjun, what do you mean? He faintly senses her disdain for his singing. To his honest conscience, he has never sung for her. Li Xingjian refrains from explaining, placing her portable music player into the pocket of her school uniform as she departs. On her way home, a thought suddenly strikes her. Although there is some serendipity in having Song Yanjun assist her, she finds herself not entirely averse to it. Could it be that she loved him too deeply in a past life, making certain habits hard to relinquish in this one? This is certainly not a favorable phenomenon. Chapter 86. Love Letter. On the first day of the new semester, there are 2 evening study sessions. However, attendance for the second session is optional. To bring joy to Li Mingli, Li Xingjian attends the second session as well, which typically results in her returning home over an hour later than most commuting students. On this particular day, she prepares for the second evening study session as usual. Yet, upon the class's conclusion, she notices Chen Ping has developed numerous red rashes on her hands. Chen Ping gently scratches at them, her expression cautious, fearful of being discovered by others. She is acutely aware that many girls ostracize her. If anyone were to notice the rashes, she can only imagine the disparaging remarks that would ensue. Li Xingjian seizes her hand, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Chen Ping, anxious about the prospect of contagion, murmurs, It's nothing serious, a bit of ointment should suffice. What if it's worse? Li Xingjian blurts out. Though she never attended university in her previous life, Song Yanjun did enroll her in adult night classes. She also self-studied traditional Chinese medicine for 3 years, despite never having treated a patient. Nevertheless, her theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. Chen Ping had recently undergone a blood transfusion. Could this be related? An absurd possibility crosses Li Xingjian's mind. Yet if it were substantiated, it would spell disaster for Chen Ping. Pulling Chen Ping along, she insists. No, we must go to the hospital. We need to contact Aunt Huang. She left me her phone number, and I shall seek her help. As the class bell rings, Guo Peifu enters with a stern demeanor. Everyone, take your seats. He strides to the podium, his serious expression rendering his disheveled hair seem less chaotic. He scans the room and, in a rather impolite tone, declares, Do you even possess a sense of shame? How old are you? Engaging in puppy love. Whoever it is, stand up immediately. Do not let me discover it on my own, or you shall face dire consequences. Li Xingjian rises. Teacher, is it you? She smirks. Oh, I am aware of your reckless audacity, but I truly did not expect you to be so shameless. Do you think that because Li and Vice Principal Zhang have fallen for you, you are somehow impressive? Let me inform you. In my class, anyone caught in early romance, regardless of identity, will receive a severe reprimand, while the females will be expelled. Pack your belongings and do not return tomorrow. I have long found you intolerable. It is evident that she indeed harbors a strong aversion towards her. She does not even allow her to finish speaking. Li Xingjian coldly remarked, I have no time to argue with you. I need to take Chen Ping to the hospital. We shall forego this evening's study session. With that, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and called out to Chen Ping, Let us go. Wait a moment. Guo Peifu interjected, Did I permit you to leave? Are you feeling guilty, having been seen by the school authorities? Li Xingjian paused thoughtfully. Rather than allowing frustration to consume her, she chose patience and calmly explained, Mr. Guo, I am unaware of what you are insinuating. As for your earlier insult, I shall consider it a lapse in your judgment. Chen Ping may be gravely ill, and we must seek a diagnosis at the hospital. Surely, We could have skipped the second class, correct? Now that I have clarified, may we depart? What illness? Guo Peifu descended from the podium and, mockingly, pressed his hand to Qin Ping's forehead, scoffing. Not even warm, what ailment could be so severe? Qin Ping extended a hand, stammering. Isn't this merely your foot fungus due to negligence and hygiene? The classmates erupted in laughter, and Qin Ping's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Li Xingjian pointed accusingly at Guo Peifu, vowing, I shall settle the score with you upon my return. Stay right there. Guo Peifu retorted. You two cannot concoct excuses to slip away. Qin Ping, I know you lack the courage, and no one would fancy you. You are merely shielding Li Xingjian, aren't you? Guo Peifu blocked the doorway, addressing the class. Earlier on the playground, a shameless girl was caught kissing a boy, illuminated by the school authorities' flashlight, and she fled. It was one of ours. Does anyone know who it was? Was it Li Xingjian? Those who provide information will be rewarded. I can offer supplementary lessons tonight if you speak the truth. Li Xingjian had just returned from the restroom after class. Where could she have gone to engage in such behavior? Yet she sensed that the true protagonists of this incident were likely Li Chenxi and Xiao Haining. In her previous life, Li Chenxi had flirted with Ji Yanli while also being ambiguous with Xiao Haining. Li Chenxi had enlisted her assistance in writing a love letter to Xiao Haining, providing a template and claiming that Li Xingjian had beautiful handwriting, thus persuading her to transcribe it. Li Xingjian, naive and timid, complied without suspicion. To her dismay, the love letter was discovered by a teacher, and Li Chenxi had blamed Li Xingjian for it. The handwriting was indeed Li Xingjian's, and no amount of defense from her could rectify the situation. One was the epitome of a pure and noble princess, while the other bore the taint of desperation for monetary gain. Whom would the classmates believe? The outcome was painfully predictable. From that point onward, no one in class trusted Li Xingjian. Some boys even began to slip money into her pockets after school, attempting to lure her to a motel. Eventually, the situation escalated to the point where Li's parents were alerted. Xiao Haining, fully aware that Li Chenxi had penned the love letter, nevertheless supported Li Chenxi's deceit, insisting it was Li Xingjian who had written it. In a fit of rage, Li Qian struck Li Xingjian across the face, leaving her with a concussion. Li Mingli, too, refused to listen to explanations, shooting Li Xingjian a look of anger and disappointment before departing without a word. From that moment forward, she found herself isolated, increasingly subjected to bullying. Eventually, her health deteriorated. She felt as though shadows lurked around every corner, intent on her harm, though others insisted otherwise. A psychologist diagnosed her with severe depression, noting that she had begun to experience hallucinations. Then, Ji Yanli appeared again as the savior, striking at her during the wedding. Her life had been meticulously orchestrated by Li Chenxi and her mother. In this lifetime, she would certainly not assist Li Chenxi in transcribing love letters. Li Chenxi was undoubtedly aware of this fact. However, Li Chenxi would certainly devise a way to shift the blame onto her. Had Qin Ping shown no adverse reactions, she would have engaged with them playfully. Yet now, Qin Ping's health was of utmost importance. Li Xingjian surveyed the surroundings and remarked, no one is speaking. Guo Peifu, may I take my leave now? How dare you directly address the teacher by name? Guo Peifu exclaimed, shocked and enraged, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Li Xingjian retorted with a cold laugh, I have paid my tuition. It is yours now, so why can't I call you that? Don't you address yourself as Guo Peifu? Enough, I want to argue with you. I'll be back. Teacher, a letter fell from Xiao Haining. Qian Rui suddenly pointed at the ground. Indeed, something had dropped from Xiao Haining with a loud thud. Li Chenxi remained, seated across the corridor from Xiao Haining, raising an eyebrow and saying, it's written on letter paper. Xiao Haining, could it be a love letter from some girl? Xiao Haining appeared flustered, hastily lifting her head and insisting, Teacher, this is from someone else. I'm not in a relationship. Chapter 87. Wait for me to return. Beast Xiao Haining, feeling guilty, cast a glance at Li Xingjian before swiftly handing the letter to Guo Peifu. After reading it, Guo Peifu considered throwing the letter at Li Xingjian's face, but refrained. Remembering Li Xingjian's previous victories, he folded the letter and said, what else do you have to say? Tomorrow, I will summon your parents. Then we can all leave now. Right? Li Xingjian took Qin Ping's hand and pointed at Guo Peifu, declaring, if Qin Ping is delayed, be prepared for a lawsuit. You already have your love letter. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Li Xingjian called out to Li Chenxi. Turning back, she pointed at her, and then at Xiao Haining and Qian Rui, saying, wait for me, beasts. Li Xingjian took a taxi with Qin Ping back to the hospital they had visited the day before. The emergency department had a new doctor, and Li Xingjian insisted on seeing the most authoritative physician available. Chen Ping, confused, asked, Xingjian, am I going to die? Yes. I hope it's not as dire as I fear. Otherwise, not even the gods could save you. They waited for a doctor in his 40s. Initially, the doctor was unaware of Li Xingjian's concerns, but when she inquired, have you heard of this illness? Is it possible? Chen Ping was receiving a blood transfusion that had not undergone gamma radiation. The gamma radiation technique was only widely implemented after 1999, aimed at eliminating the cells in the donor's blood. In simpler terms, these cells are the immune cells of the body, capable of eliminating foreign viruses and other living entities. However, for some individuals with close blood relations, after transfusion, their cells fail to distinguish between their own and the donor's cells, mistaking them for kin, and thus retain the donor's cells. The donor's body, however, does not recognize the recipient and perceives them as an intruder, leading to an attack on the recipient. Consequently, the transfused individual may succumb to the donor's cells. Due to the impossibility of eradicating the recipient's cells post-transfusion, the likelihood of this ailment stands at a mere 1%. However, once contracted, the mortality rate escalates to a harrowing 100%. Consequently, not only must blood transfusions be subjected to radiation treatment, but it is also fundamentally inadvisable for husbands to transfuse blood to their wives of childbearing age. This is akin to a scenario where the wife possesses type O blood while the husband harbors a different blood type, leading to a heightened risk of neonatal hemolytic disease. Blood banks abroad do not accept donations from women who have undergone childbirth. Although contemporary technology may not match that of previous centuries, fervent research is currently underway, and physicians ought to be aware of this condition. The doctor's expression indeed shifted, prompting him to inquire, was the female donor related to her? Li Xingjian shook his head in uncertainty, expressing concern about the possibility of a definitive diagnosis. Even non-relatives could pose a risk due to genetic proximity. Countries with a high incidence of consanguinity face the most significant challenges. This issue has garnered attention primarily because of such nations. At that moment, Huang Jingyao rushed in wearing flat shoes, her face etched with worry as she asked, what is happening? The doctor briefly glanced at her and replied, let us conduct a test for the two of them first. Otherwise, there is no need to alarm ourselves unnecessarily. Oh. It seems our hospital is unable to perform such tests. The technology is not yet widespread, Huang Jingyao responded, baffled. Ultimately, after comprehending the situation, she urgently sought connections to facilitate a paternity test for Chen Ping, who complied in a daze, entirely oblivious to the proceedings. However, Huang Jingyao had already come to the conclusion that Chen Ping must indeed be her daughter. How else could she feel such an uncanny familiarity at first glance? Chen Ping bore a striking resemblance to her mother, especially in her delicate brows and eyes. Huang Jingyao inquired further about Chen Ping's background, to which Chen Ping responded that she had been found by her mute father beside a garbage bin. This seemed to align perfectly, without parents. She must be Huang Jingyao's child, abandoned by Qiao Ming and others. The child had been recovered, yet Huang Jingyao had transfused her blood, potentially jeopardizing the child's life. Huang Jingyao's mind erupted like a firework, a cacophony of turmoil. Nevertheless, she hesitated to share these revelations with Chen Ping, unwilling to burden her daughter with such a grave psychological weight. In solitude, she clutched Li Xingjian and wept bitterly. Shaoli, why am I enduring such suffering? Why did I transfuse her blood? Why am I such a fool? She struck herself twice in anguish. Li Xingjian quickly urged, Auntie, please remain calm. Your maternal instincts are overwhelming you, causing you to perceive everyone as kin. We must await the results before drawing any conclusions. If we jump to conclusions now, what is the purpose of the testing system? Huang Jingyao gradually regained her composure. Li Xingjian continued, moreover, even if it were true, it could merely be a coincidence. Chen Ping mentioned she had a history of fungal infections, which frequently recurred. It does not necessarily align with our fears. Auntie, rational concern is akin to preparing for the future. Excessive worry is merely an exercise in futility. Please take a moment to breathe and calm yourself. Chen Ping is currently well, and you have yet to confirm her as your daughter, correct? Follow my lead and take a deep breath. Huang Jingyao took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. After a while, she finally found her composure, continuously offering herself words of comfort. The outcome would not be revealed until at least tomorrow. Once Huang Jingyao had settled her emotions, Li Xing briefly escorted Chen Ping back. Auntie, I want to tell Chen Ping just yet. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and must return to find my father. He then let out a long sigh. Concerned, Huang Jingyao inquired, "What troubles you?" Li Xing hesitated, caught between words. Huang Jingyao pressed, "You have been running around for my sake. Why keep your worries to yourself? It's all right, tell me, and see if I might assist." Li Xing explained, "Xiao Haining and my sister Li Qinxi were caught by the school authorities while dating, and they ran off, claiming to her homeroom teacher that I was in a relationship with Xiao Haining. The homeroom teacher intends to contact our parents. Xiao Haining will likely inform you as well. One Tishi, we will meet again tomorrow." In a previous life, Xiao Haining had not mentioned this to Huang Jingyao. Xiao Mingxin came to the school, berating her for her shamelessness and warning her to stay away from his son. Li Xing now understood the reasons behind it. Huang Jingyao was clear about her grievances, and Xiao Haining would never divulge this matter to her. Do not blame her for her harshness. In such times, she had to leverage Huang Jingyao, for she had stated her intention to make Xiao Haining and his companions wait. One must uphold their promises in the world. If one threatens to obliterate an entire family, one must follow through. Huang Jingyao had met Li Qinxi and had an immediate aversion, deeming her insincere. However, as she was not her own daughter, she never spoke ill of others' children. It was no surprise that Li Qinxi was not of good character, associating with someone like Xiao Haining. Huang Jingyao remarked, "He may not necessarily confide in me, but I will go tomorrow. Rest assured, Auntie will not allow you to suffer any injustice." Li Xing quickly responded, "That cannot be, as there may be consequences tomorrow. No worries, I will wait here. After all, I cannot engage in any activities. I will remain until the result is revealed." Chapter 88. Who will embarrass themselves after Li Xing and Chen Ping completed their tasks, they returned home. Chen Ping seemed to sense something amiss and asked, "Xingjian, is there a problem with the blood tests for me and Aunt Huang? Is Aunt Huang unwell?" Li Xing shook his head. "No, it's not that. It's just that you developed a rash, and the doctor wishes to use your blood for research. I've had this before, frequently, so please, do not worry. Sometimes ignorance can be bliss." Until the results were disclosed, Li Xing preferred not to share anything with Chen Ping, as it seemed that regardless of the outcome, it would not be favorable news. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. They both tidied up and eventually fell into a restless sleep. The following morning, they rose early and walked to school. Shortly after their arrival, Li Qinxi appeared. Noticing Li Xing engrossed in her exam papers, Li Qinxi approached with a smile. "Have you forgotten the teacher's instructions? She asked you to contact your parents." Li Xing, without lifting her head, replied, "How could I forget when I have someone like you, a meddlesome busybody, to assist me? So, did you not report me?" Li Qinxi felt as if her heart had been gripped tightly, nearly choking with indignation. How dare she insult her? Yet, Li Qinxi remained composed, refraining from retaliating. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled. "Li Xingjian, this time you cannot escape. You should be grateful to me. I have already called my grandfather's assistant, and he will be here shortly." Of course, she had arranged for her parents to come. Her grandfather adored Li Xingjian, and this time, he would certainly be disappointed. After all, he despised girls who were frivolous and neglected their studies for early romances. Li Xingjian finally lifted her head and chuckled. "Li Qinxi, you truly have a penchant for self-destruction. Just don't regret it later." Observing Li Xingjian's unshakable demeanor, Li Qinxi felt as though she were balancing 15 buckets of water, her heart racing with anxiety. She passed a note to Qian Rue, inquiring whether that love poem had indeed been penned by Li Xingjian. Qian Rue replied with absolute certainty that it was indeed Li Xingjian's work, which she had found tucked within her literature book and handed over to Li Qinxi. By adding a header, it transformed into a love letter from Li Xingjian to Xiao Haining, even without the implication of a romantic relationship between Li Xingjian and Xiao Haining. Her grandfather would surely develop a distaste for Li Xingjian if he discovered that she had been writing such verses during class. So why was Li Xingjian unafraid? She silently recited Li Xingjian's poem. "The crab is peeling my shell. The notebook is writing me. I fall among the maple leaves while you think of me." It was undoubtedly a love poem, albeit one steeped in self-adoration. Li Qinxi narrowed her eyes slightly, convinced that it was indeed a love poem, and that Li Xingjian was merely feigning calmness. This time, she would ensure that Li Xingjian faced her grandfather's disdain, making it impossible for her to remain in this household. Guo Peifu understood that compelling the rebellious girl to withdraw from school would require considerable effort. Her fortitude was extraordinary, while ordinary female students would weep at mere ridicule. This girl treated threats of expulsion as if they were whispers in the wind, as though she had not heard them at all. Guo Peifu entered and asked Li Xingjian, "Did I not instruct you to have your parents come? Since they have not arrived, you should refrain from attending class." Li Shijian turned to glance at Xiao Haining. This is quite amusing. Setting aside whether or not I am indeed in a relationship, you are accusing me without cause. Xiao Haining is still attending class. If he can be here, why shouldn't I? Is it because I am a girl that I am to be barred? Qinping interjected, if memory serves. Isn't that a line from the story of Zhang? We haven't even studied that text yet. Nevertheless, its application here is certainly ironic. Truly. Li Shijian possesses a unique flair for insults. Guo Peifu snickered coldly, who said it was your fault for being a girl. This matter is inherently your responsibility. Li Shijian retorted, oh, did a girl murder your parents or abandon your child? Are you filled with such animosity towards girls because you were forsaken? Guo Peifu, visibly enraged, snapped, if girls were not so reckless, boys would not fall for your tricks. I do not concern myself with others. The school rules clearly state that any girl found in a relationship will be expelled. If you are to blame anyone, blame your gender. It is a biological determination. And you are simply unfortunate. Li Shijian laughed. It seems that girls truly have caused you considerable distress. I do not care for the school regulations. I could just as easily invoke the protection of children and women's rights law. Leaders claim that women can hold up half the sky. Should I trust you? Li Shijian remarked, do not speak to me of physiological structures. It is clear you were born of your mother, not your father. Females are indeed your mother. The classmates were taken aback. Li Qinxi furrowed her brows tightly, pondering whether Li Shijian's mental state was genuinely questionable. Why did she hurl insults with such ease? As if words flowed effortlessly? Xiao Haining thought to herself that she would never entertain the idea of being in a relationship with such a shrew. There was no trace of feminine grace or brilliance in her. Guo Peifu was astonished by the girl's audacity. He admonished, stand up. You show no respect for your teacher. Rise at once. Teacher, my father has arrived, Xiao Haining declared as she stood, then turned to Li Shijian with a smile. You need not cling to me. My father is here. Although the teacher has not asked for parents to be called in, I believe clarity is essential, so my parent is present. What of yours? Li Shijian turned to Li Qinxi. Where are my parents? When will they arrive? Li Qinxi replied, am I your secretary? Li Shijian, perplexed, responded, I am unaware of what you are insinuating. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was Li Qian. He cast a resigned glance at Guo Peifu. Teacher, I am Li Shijian's guardian. Father, why have you come? She questioned, for she had not summoned him. With her father now designated as Li Shijian's guardian, she could no longer request Li Qian to attend her parent-teacher meetings. In the upper grades, a boy nudged Li Zhenan's chair. Zhenan, that seems to be your father. Doesn't it? I believe I recall. Li Qinxi glanced at her grandfather, her second uncle, and others heading towards the administrative office. Retracting her gaze, she stated, that is my second uncle. The boy looked again and murmured, ah, I see. That must be your cousin then. I thought you were blossoming. What blossoms at school? We attend classes. Li Zhenan replied with evident disdain. However, the classmates were not offended. They finally grasped a crucial fact. Li Zhenan would not develop amicable relations with any girl. Should he ever do so, it would undoubtedly be with a sister. Li Qian trailed behind his father, feeling somewhat helpless. Dad, why must you insist on my presence? I still need to request leave. Li Mingli whispered, today, I wish to see who truly feels embarrassed. Should it be you, I shall return home and reprimand you. Li Qian thought to himself that since Li Shijian returned home, his father had been increasingly unkind to him. Chapter 89. A blow to your face. Li Qinxi and Qian Rui were summoned by Li Shijian. With so few outsiders present, how could she embarrass Li Qinxi and Xiao Haining? Li Qinxi called for Qian Rui, also inviting Qinping, accusing him of perjury. Guo Peifu was indifferent to who attended. His goal was to ensure Li Shijian left in disgrace. Once everyone had arrived, Guo Peifu produced a love letter for Li Qian to see. I propose expelling her. You have no objections, I trust? Such a female student will only corrupt the male students of the school. Li Qian did not even glance at it. Squinting at Li Shijian, you are truly shameless. You have summoned the teacher to contact your parents, causing me embarrassment. If you cannot study, you should promptly leave. Sui Li interjected urgently. Teacher, perhaps the child acted out of momentary confusion? Shouldn't we grant her another chance? What appears to be a plea for sympathy is, in truth, a mere performance to showcase her role as a devoted mother. This statement also confirms that Li Shijian is indeed in a relationship. Noticing that Li Mingli remains silent, she chuckles and says, you two haven't even bothered to inquire about my side of the story, yet you've already condemned me? Perhaps you should consider the character of that Xiao Haining, an adopted child of dubious lineage. Do you truly believe I would take a liking to him? And write him love letters? Have you even thought to ask the opinion of those letters? Very few in the class are aware of Qiao Haining's adoption. Even Li Qinzi is oblivious. Li Qinzi gazes at Qiao Haining in surprise and whispers, "Is this true?" Xiao Mingxing is the first to lose his temper. "What do you mean by dubious lineage? That is my biological child." He retorts coldly, "How can you, a girl of such low character, speak so? Ningning is indeed my flesh and blood. A person like you wouldn't be welcomed at my door even if you offered 8 million. Li Xingjian laughs, "Your biological child? How intriguing. My grandfather informed me he was adopted. If you claim him as your own, I must inquire whether his mother is aware of this revelation." Li Mingli interjects, "Why are you revealing your own secrets?" But it's evident he is no longer willing. Coughing lightly, he adds, "Do we truly have 8 million to spare for you? You must be out of your mind. I am a doctor. You can see me without waiting in line." Li Xingjian responds with laughter, "Indeed. Do you think my grandfather is naive?" Xiao Mingxing finds Li Mingli somewhat familiar, but cannot recall her identity. Nonetheless, he brushes off the matter, reasoning that claiming Ningning as his own is not unreasonable. He dismissively tells Li Mingli, "Those words are futile. It is your child who is pursuing my son." Li Mingli, trusting Li Xingjian, muses on how she knows the other party is an unverified child. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? He turns to Li Xingjian. "What is truly happening?" Upon hearing this, Sui Li realizes the old man is biased and cannot help but exclaim, "Old man, you cannot solely rely on her testimony. Then who should I listen to? You are the one involved. What do you say?" Li Xingjian counters. Sui Li has yet to reveal her identity. Guo Peifu wonders about this woman's identity, as she seems to be an elder of Li Xingjian. Is she also so disrespectful towards her elders? It seems she has little regard for propriety. Li Qinzi takes the opportunity to soothe the Qiao family. "Uncle, please remain calm. Li Xingjian may be afraid of expulsion and is attempting to shift the blame. Yet there are witnesses. Allow me to reason with her." Li Xingjian, "You cannot simply distance yourself when the truth is about to come to light. Are you being true to your affections for Qiao Haining? If the love letters are discovered, with such overwhelming evidence, what further excuses can you muster? I believe you owe everyone, especially your uncle, an apology. Your actions have disrupted our studies and work. You should not resort to insults." She anxiously signals to Li Qian. Li Qian also perceived Li Xingjian as lacking in decorum. Raising his hand with the intention to strike her, "Apologize to me. I have no daughter like you." Li Mingli interjected, "Let me see that so-called love letter. I wish to ascertain its true nature." Taken aback, Li Qian quickly withdrew his hand and presented the letter to his father. This was tangible evidence, and surely it would be a source of humiliation for the old man. Guo Peifu felt reassured, for indeed, he possessed evidence. He coldly remarked, "You are Li Xingjian's grandfather, correct? Then I suggest you scrutinize this. She claims he longs for her. How disgusting is that?" Li Mingli cast a glance at Li Xingjian and unfolded the letter, which indeed resembled a love letter, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. He showed it to Li Xingjian. "Is this written by you for Qiao Haining?" Li Xingjian feigned confusion, taking the letter and exclaiming, "Goodness, this is not my work for the competition. Who has spread such rumors? It must have been stolen from my writings, right? Grandfather, how could this possibly be a love letter? You are aware of Tang Zhongji, are you not? He is a prominent disciple of the Han sect, advocating for unity and opposing the fragmentation of power. When the regional governor, Li Shidao, sought to bribe him into allegiance, he penned the poem of the virtuous woman, lamenting the tears of a lost love, wishing for a meeting before marriage, employing metaphorical comparison to convey his sentiments. Crabs are peeling my shell. How could crabs peel my shell? It was I who was peeling the crab's shell at that moment. The notebook is writing about me. Yet it cannot write of me. Rather, I write in the notebook." Li Xingjian recited the poem softly, patiently elucidating its meaning. Li Mingli felt an intellectual radiance emanating from his granddaughter, utterly entranced by her beauty. Li Xingjian continued, "Thus, this poem must be interpreted in reverse. Unless crabs can peel my shell and notebooks can write of me, he shall not long for me. I am writing about my parents, who have never loved me nor shown me any care. Even when the mountains crumble and the heavens unite, it remains futile. It is only when crabs can peel my shell and notebooks begin to write of me that it will matter. This is my entry for the magazine's competition. Not a love letter." She pointed to the header of the letter. "Grandfather, look, this character is not mine." Li Mingli nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xingjian then turned to Li Qinzi and the others. "Do you truly believe such profound poetry could be a love poem to Qiao Haining? Does he even deserve it?" Li Qinzi's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at Qian Rui. How could this be? This This is a competition entry? It ought to be a love poem. Yet, it seemed, indeed, too sophisticated. No wonder she felt a dissonance while reading it. Li Xingjian could not suppress a smile within. This poem was not hers. It was the championship piece from Wuhan University's three-line poetry competition. She certainly would not plagiarize it for her own submission. She had anticipated Li Qinzi would wrongfully accuse her of being involved with Qiao Haining, so she had prepared this evidence early, stashing it in her diary for Li Qinzi to unearth. Now, how would Li Qinzi respond? The mere thought of Li Yuan and Sui Li's malicious influence on Li Xingjian, compelling her to compose such verses, filled Li Mingli with profound sorrow. He understood that his granddaughter was dutiful and exceptional, deserving of no ire for her associations. Li Mingli hurled a letter directly at Guo Peifu's face, exclaiming, "Today's science teachers possess no literary prowess whatsoever. Do you genuinely believe such a splendid poem could be a love letter? Do you not engage in literary studies or write papers? Lacking such discernment, how could you dare to summon my attention? I doubt you are fit to be a homeroom teacher. I shall speak with the principal regarding the state of your faculty." Chapter 90. Haining's mother must cease her strikes. Guo Peifu's face flushed crimson from the reprimand as he glared furiously at Qian Rui, resenting her for the humiliation he suffered. He taught physics, not literature. What fault was it of his for not comprehending poetry? Qian Rui, terrified by the teacher's gaze, feared the repercussions that might follow. Tearfully, she pleaded, "Teacher, it was actually Li Qinzi who instructed me to do this." The letter was derived from Li Xingjian's book, and Li Qinzi filled in the beginning, claiming that Li Xingjian harbored feelings for Qiao Haining. She insisted she was aiding him. In hindsight, it appeared to be a trap. But it was not her doing, she was merely following Li Qinzi's orders. Li Qinzi, feeling both shame and anger, retorted to Guo Peifu, "Teacher, I did not instruct Qian Rui to act in this manner. I am unaware of why she would slander me. It is she who has had a conflict with Li Xingjian, asserting that he threatened her. Everything was orchestrated by Qian Rui, and she bore no responsibility for it. If you don't believe me, ask our classmates. They witnessed their quarrel yesterday." Sui Li approached Qian Rui and struck her across the face. "At such a young age, you neglect your studies. Why do you slander my daughter over your own disputes?" Qian Rui glanced between her teacher and Sui Li, silenced by fear, and covered her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Mingli, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, furrowed his brows and remarked, "What kind of upbringing is this? No matter her faults, it is her parents' duty to educate her, not yours." Sui Li scoffed, "Old man, what sort of upbringing can you expect from the parents of such a child? It is precisely their neglect that has led to this behavior. I am merely assisting in her education to prevent her from causing harm in the future." Seeing that Li Qinzi could not contend with Li Xingjian, Sui Li hastily changed the subject. "I heard there was kissing on the playground. How can one be so shameless? A love letter may be coincidental, but being caught by school authorities is certainly no mere coincidence." Li Qinzi, prompted, turned to Guo Peifu. "Indeed, teacher. Wasn't it the school administration that asked you to investigate this matter? Now that it has come to light, your bonus will surely be deducted this month, correct? Regardless of the situation, the school has a strict policy against early romantic relationships." Li Xingjian then questioned Guo Peifu. "So, did the school authorities misidentify the situation, or was it indeed me? If it was I, please present your evidence." Guo Peifu cast a glance at Li Mingli, uncertain of the old man's identity, yet sensing he was not to be trifled with. He had no desire to stir up trouble. Turning to Qiao Haining, he asked, "The school authorities have clearly identified the male student as you. Admit it. Who was the female student?" He chose to remain silent for the moment, anticipating that the involved parties would clarify matters. Once the parties involved pointed to Li Xingjian, he was curious to see what the old man would say then. Li Qinzi anxiously observed Qiao Haining. Qiao Haining's cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed at Li Xingjian, stating, "It was Li Xingjian who forced me to kiss her." "This is impossible." Chen Ping's timid voice interjected, "I was with Xingjian the entire time after class. We even went to the restroom together, never apart. I have never seen you." Thus, Li Xingjian had a witness. Li Mingli nodded in satisfaction. He had heard much about Chen Ping from his granddaughter and had conducted some inquiries. She was a child from a poor family, quite well behaved and sensible. Such children do not lie. He felt gratified that Xingjian played with her. Qiao Haining dismissed Chen Ping with a scoff, retorting, "She is merely a pauper, Li Xingjian's lackey. Of course, she will say whatever Xingjian tells her. Am I supposed to be unaware if someone kissed me? It was indeed Li Xingjian who kissed me." And she ran off when the school authorities shone a flashlight at her. Guo Peifu felt reassured. casting a somewhat triumphant glance at Li Mingli. Old man, see? I did not wrong the female student. Li Qinxi and Sui Li wore expressions of disdainful amusement. Li Qian, feeling humiliated, raised his hand to strike at Li Xingjian. You have utterly disgraced me. How dare you evade? Indeed, Li Xingjian dodged, avoiding the blow. Li Xingjian coldly remarked. If Chen Ping's words are untrustworthy, then Xiao Haining's words are even less credible. She is clearly involved with Li Qinxi and is aiding her in framing me. Li Qinxi, tears brimming in her eyes, protested, I know I came later. You excluded me, but you cannot wrongfully accuse me like this. You claim to despise being wronged. Yet what evidence do you have of my relationship with Xiao Haining? There must be evidence. It can be uncovered gradually. You two must have shared kisses. And we could conduct a bacterial culture to see if your saliva matches. If it does, it would confirm your connection. Otherwise, we should report this to the police. Li Xingjian suggested. Li Qinxi, unfamiliar with such knowledge, believed him, her face drained of color. Li Mingli furrowed his brow slightly. He had never heard of such a technique before, yet it sounded somewhat plausible. Sui Li, uncertain of the truth, firmly opposed the idea of calling the police. Why report anything? Reporting would only lead to your arrest. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Huang Jingyao entered with bruises under her eyes and red veins coursing through them, her face dark as if she had emerged from the depths of hell. Silence enveloped the room. She placed an invoice on the table and fixed her gaze on Xiao Haining, asking, Did you purchase this? Upon seeing the invoice, Xiao Haining's expression shifted. Mom, I am not your mother. Huang Jingyao restrained her anger, her voice icy as she declared, Indeed, I am not Xiao Haining's mother. I am Chen Ping's mother. The paternity test has confirmed it. We are biological mother and daughter. She was the daughter abandoned by others. Having lived with a deaf and mute foster father, often going without a proper meal, suffering from severe anemia due to nutritional deficiencies at a tender age. As she grasped the truth, her daughter was on the verge of a better life. Yet she had given her blood to her daughter. Her daughter might soon face death. In her youth, she had tasted the bitterness of life but had never experienced a single day of happiness. Through her unintended actions, her daughter might lose her life. Her pitiable daughter, so near yet on the brink of death, remained unacknowledged by her, for she was consumed by the desire for vengeance, both for her daughter and for herself. The tragedies that befell them were wrought by the Qiao family. Qiao Mingsheng, Qiao Haining, and the matriarch, they all bore responsibility and must face the consequences. Huang Jingyao pointed accusingly at Li Qinxi's collar, declaring, She undoubtedly wears a platinum necklace adorned with a cross, just like Xiao Haining. For it was a gift from her, a couple S design. The receipt serves as evidence. Li Qinxi clutched her collar, but was chastised by Li Mingli. Show it to me. I command you. Reluctant to reveal it, she tightened her grip, yet the cross was still visible to others. Xiao Haining's necklace hung openly around her neck, unabashedly identical. She could never have anticipated being betrayed by her adoptive mother, who, instead of aiding her concealment, exacerbated her plight. You rifled through my belongings, Xiao Haining accused, devoid of any respect. Huang Jingyao raised her hand and struck Xiao Haining twice, denouncing her daughter as a pauper, a mere lackey of Li Xingjian, thus subject to manipulation. Had it not been for Xiao Mingsheng's malice, her daughter would have basked in affection and lived a life of unparalleled happiness. Yet here she was, deriding others as impoverished. Huang Jingyao continued her relentless assault, as if possessed by madness, striking blow after blow, bent on obliterating this wretched child who had usurped her daughter's life of comfort over the years. Guopei Fu trembled in fear. Haining's mother, please, calm down. You must stop. Chapter 91. If you do not educate her, I shall take it upon myself. Stop. Stop. Xiao Mingsheng, frantic from Huang Jingyao's aggression, interjected, attempting to shield her from further harm. Have you lost your mind? How can you strike a child? Is it merely a romantic involvement? It's not as if she has killed anyone. You are unwell. Slap. Huang Jingyao retaliated with a sharp slap to Xiao Mingsheng. He stared at her in disbelief, words caught in his throat. She raised her hand once more, delivering another stinging blow. Truth be told, she wished not to strike, but to plunge a knife into their hearts. Xiao Haining, having endured but 2 slaps, could scarcely bear it. What of her own daughter? Chen Ping might be dying. Had Xiao Mingsheng ever shown concern? Let him not claim ignorance. Had he not cradled her in his arms upon her birth? Such a soft, gentle creature, and he had forsaken her. A wolf. A beast. Even a tiger refrains from devouring its young. Huang Jingyao pointed at Xiao Haining, declaring, You indulge him, allowing him to slander his classmates. Why should I not reprimand him? She endeavored to maintain her composure, concealing her turmoil from Qiao Mingxing. You concealed from me the purchase of such an extravagant gift, pilfering my funds. So it was for monetary gain. Qiao Mingxing seethed with rage. Their family was hardly destitute. What value could a necklace possibly hold? Outwardly, he would not grant his son any dignity. Once he secured the funds, he would surely rid himself of this madwoman. It is the money I provided. Huang Jingyao interrupted him. I will not argue with you. Xiao Haining, come out here. You are not attending classes for the time being. Get over here. Xiao Haining, a lad in his adolescent years, was particularly sensitive about his pride. Being publicly confronted by Huang Jingyao, who exposed his romantic entanglements and lies, left him utterly humiliated and enraged. He shouted, You are insane. I will no longer acknowledge you. After that, he ran away in tears. Qiao Mingxing called out a few times, but there was no response. He pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Jingyao, declaring, If anything happens to my son, I will not let you go unpunished. He then hurried off in pursuit of Qiao Haining. Huang Jingyao glanced back at Qinping, wiped her tears, said nothing, and followed suit. Li Shijian, observing their demeanor, realized that Huang Jingyao had awaited this outcome. However, she restrained her emotions and did not acknowledge Qinping, likely intending to resolve the situation with Qiao Haining first. If his estimations were correct, it would be a long while before he encountered Qiao Haining again. Perhaps even never again. At least, each meeting would be fewer than the last. A smirk crept onto Li Xingjian's lips as he slowly turned his gaze toward Li Qinxi. Sui Li attempted to usher Li Qinxi away, exclaiming, This woman is truly deranged, causing a scene at school. She then pulled Li Qinxi to leave. Li Shijian questioned Li Qian, Is your Li Qinxi now in a romantic relationship? Is she no longer bringing you shame? After saying this, he seized Li Qinxi and slapped her across the face. Sui Li screamed in outrage. Li Qian frowned as he looked at Li Xingjian, stating, It is not your place to strike her. Is that so? Did Sui Li not just say that parents without proper guidance require others to intervene? I am a responsible young man with a social conscience. You accuse me of bringing shame upon you and threaten to hit me, but when it comes to Li Qinxi, am I not allowed to intervene? Is this world solely yours to command? Li Shijian yanked Li Qinxi by the collar and delivered another slap. If you will not take responsibility, then I shall. You disgraceful child, engaging in early romance at school, bringing shame upon your family. Qian Rui exhaled sharply, feeling a sense of vindication, despite her inability to bear such words at the moment. Sui Li attempted to retaliate but was halted by Li Mingli. Old man, Sui Li exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration like a white goose on ice. Must you be so biased? Is it that everything Xiaoxi does is wrong? Li Mingli called Li Xingjian over, gently patting his head, saying, Indeed, you are allowed to be biased, but I am not. Is my bias unreasonable? Li Qinxi is indeed lacking in education. She engages in relationships and then shifts the blame onto others, showing no sense of responsibility or decorum. Were it not for national regulations, I would sever ties with her. She is not always in the wrong, but what has she done that is right? Dad. Li Qian interjected. Li Mingli interrupted him. I have yet to ask you. Where did you obtain the funds for her schooling here? Sui Li chimed in. Li Qian replied. After all these years, do we not have any savings? It was Sui Li's money. Originally meant for his watch, Sui Li said she would repay him. But now it has gone toward the child's education. He chose not to pursue it further. Education is paramount, though it is a pity about his watch. Li Mingli snorted coldly and remarked, You had better have your savings in order. Should you engage in any underhanded activities, I shall not assist you in cleaning up the mess. With that, he turned to lead Li Xingjian and Qinping away. Gu Peifu felt compelled to say something to this elderly gentleman, who exuded an air of authority. One could only wonder about his background. Suddenly, Li Mingli recalled something and turned to Gu Peifu, saying, Your character is severely lacking. I will never allow you to be my granddaughter's teacher. Should you be reassigned, do not seek others. It will be my doing. He shook his head in disdain. What sort of individuals are these? Are there truly no good teachers left in this school? Gu Peifu was incredulous. How could this old man possess such influence over him? He glanced at Li Qian, inquiring, What sort of person is your father? Li Qian cast a look at Gu Peifu that seemed to suggest he should consider himself fortunate. My father may not be anyone of significance, but he knows many influential people. Honestly, could you not have done a bit of research beforehand? With a heart full of grievances, he hurried off to catch up with the old man. Alas, it was he who would ultimately be embarrassed. The old man had threatened to whip him upon their return. Dad, Li Xingjian had likely been right. After returning home, Huang Jingyao gradually regained her composure. Once Qiao Mingxing brought Qiao Haining back, she appeared to undergo a transformation, wearing a smile as she apologized to Qiao Haining. She then produced a forged foreign high school acceptance letter, a property deed, and a foreign currency savings certificate, presenting them to Qiao Haining. Ningning, you cherish freedom. The education here is simply inadequate for you. Weren't you envious of brother Zhang Lei studying abroad? I have already taken care of everything. Qiao Haining was both astonished and delighted. Mom, you truly agree to let me go abroad? I've heard that the air there is sweet, unlike ours, which is filled with smog and dust storms in the spring. Chapter 92. Has Grandpa achieved so much? Qiao Mingxing furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the reason for your prolonged busyness? You're not buying a house because you intend for the child to study abroad? Is that why you struck the child today? Huang Jingyao replied. I plan to resign and accompany him abroad for his studies, hence my urgency. You wish to resign? Indeed. How could I allow my child to be alone out there? Naturally, he was not at ease. Originally, Qiao Mingxing intended to wait until Qiao Haining completed high school before sending her abroad. However, Huang Jingyao was unwilling to purchase a house, having instead arranged for overseas assets. Qiao Mingxing began to suspect that Huang Jingyao had made a mistake at work and was fearful of repercussions, prompting her desire to escape. This was unacceptable. If Huang Jingyao resigned, she would lose her connections. The child's biological mother should accompany her for her studies. Huang Jingyao ought to continue working for a while longer. In this train of thought, he quickly forgot his initial reluctance to send Qiao Haining abroad and readily agreed, no need for you to resign. I will have her aunt accompany her. You have met her. She can take good care of her needs. Qiao Haining quickly interjected, Mom, please do not sacrifice so much for me. My aunt is fully capable of looking after me. If you feel guilty, simply provide her with a bit more living expenses. Qiao Mingxing eagerly nodded. Yes, indeed. Wages are quite high abroad. Let us offer her 3,000 a month, with Ningning's living expenses calculated separately. Huang Jingyao did not need to ponder. The aunt was undoubtedly referring to Qiao Haining's biological mother. It appeared that Qiao Haining was also aware of her maternal lineage, which explained her desire to live abroad with her mother, enjoying a carefree existence at the expense of her own wealth. Thus, Huang Jingyao felt no remorse in confronting Qiao Haining. She inquired, does she not have a husband or children? Is this arrangement truly appropriate? The mere thought of his wife and child relishing a life of leisure, while Huang Jingyao continuously generated wealth akin to a gold mine for his family, filled Qiao Mingxing with immense joy. This elation was reflected in the gentle manner with which he addressed Huang Jingyao. He assisted her in settling onto the sofa and remarked, did I not inform you that after she lost her partner, she never remarried? Hence, there are no children. I am certain she will treat Ningning well. He continued, Yao Yao, you haven't encountered any issues at work, have you? Huang Jingyao's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety as she replied, what issues could I possibly face? Nodding, she stated, very well, have her come within 2 days. I have already booked the flight. She can travel with our colleagues, and the ticket will be reimbursed. If delayed, she will have to cover the costs herself. Is that so? Qiao Mingxing began to speak, but Huang Jingyao interjected, just send her to the airport directly. She is reluctant to meet. Qiao Mingxing was not genuinely concerned about Huang Jingyao's work, as long as it did not implicate him. He eagerly nodded, all right. I will personally pick her up. 2 days should suffice. After he departed, Huang Jingyao commenced packing Qiao Haining's luggage. The items she had recently purchased were all high-end foreign brands. In America, certain robbers often favored well-dressed Asians. Xingjian and Xinping returned to the classroom for 3 study sessions. By the 4th period, the chemistry teacher, Ouyangyu, entered with textbooks in hand. Leaning against the doorframe, gazing at the students with a complex expression. Initially, the class was quiet, but then someone broke the silence with laughter, and soon, the entire room was filled with mirth. Faced with this, teacher Ouyang could only chuckle as well. He approached the podium and declared, all right, the suspense is over. I shall be your homeroom teacher from now on. The students erupted with excitement, applauding fervently. There was no mystery to their enthusiasm. He was the tallest and most handsome among the young teachers, renowned for his exceptional basketball skills. Both boys and girls enjoyed his company, which had endeared him to them long before. Moreover, rumors spread rapidly among the students that the principal had been reassigned, and they were soon to welcome a new headmaster. Xingjian and Xinping exchanged glances. Xinping whispered, Xingjian, your grandfather is truly remarkable. Xingjian responded, she knows that grandfather has the ability to secure a new homeroom teacher for me. However, I doubt he possesses the influence to replace the principal as well. Is my grandfather truly such a powerful figure? After all, he is in the medical field. Has he truly made a name for himself in education? Guo Peifu approached with a complex expression, having just come from the administrative office. Upon seeing Li Xingjian, he said, I never intended to wrong you. Any actions against you were due to reports from others. If you are dissatisfied, please feel free to clarify. It is nothing but a small-minded exertion of power. Now you are satisfied. I have been reassigned and will no longer teach at the high school level, but rather to elementary students. It is quite ironic that I, a graduate of a prestigious university, find myself teaching young children. How perplexing it is to realize that despite my years of diligent study, I am overshadowed by a mere utterance from your grandfather. If your background is so formidable, why not teach at an elite institution for the children of the privileged? Why pretend to be humble in our school? It is evident that some seek to wrongfully accuse others while blaming the circumstances of society. Li Xingjian thought she could evade responsibility simply by not leading a class, yet she has been reassigned nonetheless. Truly, her grandfather is formidable. Is she truly that powerful? This is the first time someone has accused Li Xingjian of wielding her influence oppressively. Such an intriguing sensation it is. She has managed to exert her authority and has become akin to a privileged scion. How absurd. Rolling her eyes, she disregarded Guo Peifu. Guo Peifu retorted, Li Xingjian, do you not realize how much I detest your attitude? I am a teacher. Could you not show some respect towards your educator? Li Xingjian disdainfully replied, I will not engage in a quarrel with you. I fear that should I rebut you thoroughly, you would remain obstinately self-assured. Teaching elementary students is undoubtedly not your final destination. Since you are already reassigned, you may as well leave. With that, Li Xingjian took Qin Ping back to their classroom. Qin Ping, visibly concerned, remarked, It seems Guo Peifu harbors a deep-seated resentment towards you. And what of it? Li Xingjian mused. She observed that Guo Peifu shared a commonality with Li. Both perceived their class as a miniature kingdom. They do not consider themselves ordinary teachers, but rather the sovereigns of their small realm. They are indifferent to the diverse personalities and challenges faced by their students, fixated solely on molding the class to their whims. This is a common flaw among those who wield a modicum of power. As long as there is no opposition, they feel free to act as they please within their domain. Guo Peifu failed to realize, even as he departed, that it was his own disdain for female students, believing them inherently inferior and capable of seduction, that led to his current predicament. He even had the audacity to place blame elsewhere. Thus, Li Xingjian could not be bothered to engage with Guo Peifu. Let him remain in his self-delusion. For some, being chastised is, in fact, a form of salvation. Even within elementary schools, there are students not to be trifled with. Harboring prejudices against any group ultimately results in the repercussions being returned to oneself. Chapter 93. Visiting Qin Lang, the principal, and Guo Peifu have departed. Aside from these two, the school has undergone a change in financial and mid-level leadership. The new administration appears quite formidable, with the principal's first action being to involve the school in the district-wide examination activities. Henceforth, our school's ranking will not only reflect our standing but also that of the entire district. Furthermore, the school leadership has clarified the educational direction. Our institution will emphasize the sciences, establishing specialized classes and spearheading the formation of 4 Olympiad groups focused on mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology to nurture scientific talent. But that is not all. The schedule has also been revised. For 7th and 8th grades, evening study sessions are now voluntary. Morning study periods are designated for reading and recitation. Students enjoy a 2-hour lunch break, and afternoon activities have been enhanced to include tea gatherings and English corners. The school has also launched various clubs, which independently organize activities in the absence of tea gatherings and English corners. The educational approach is entirely directed towards cultivating quality in students. However, this method has its drawbacks. Students who are self-disciplined may excel academically, while those who lack such discipline, distracted by numerous trivial matters, may merely develop their social skills and fall short in their studies. Yet, there is no need for despair. The growth of various clubs can provide opportunities for academically average students to enhance their credentials. They might gain access to special admission quotas in prestigious universities, thus enabling them to surpass their peers. Of course, this requires either substantial financial resources or genuine talent. With such strategic maneuvers, the school's admission rates are poised to rise significantly in the future. Gaining admission to this institution equates to stepping one foot into the realm of national key schools. Even if one's academic performance is subpar, alternative pathways await. Consequently, parents strive fervently to secure a place for their children in this school, with enrollment fees reaching exorbitant amounts. However, that is merely a side note. With the arrival of new leadership at the school, changes within the classes ensued. During the recess, Li Qinxi packed her bag and approached Li Xingjian, finding the surroundings deserted. With an icy demeanor, she remarked, "I truly had no idea your grandfather would go to such lengths for you, especially with the change in school leadership. Li Xingjian, your grandfather adores you. You must feel quite proud, don't you? It's unfortunate that I haven't been expelled. It's merely a class change. Our journey is still long, and I wonder who will be the first to leave this institution." Li Qinxi had invested 40,000 in her education. Should she be expelled, the school would be obligated to refund her investment. The previous principal had already allocated the funds, and the new principal had not received them, thus rendering her compensation unattainable. Fortunately, Qiao Haining had not attended school, leading the institution to assume her withdrawal, which resulted in Li Qinxi receiving a reprimand instead of expulsion. The new policies began to take effect, and due to her subpar grades, Li Qinxi was assigned to a different class. Li Xingjian looked up at her and smiled. "Even if I were to withdraw, I would suffer no loss, but you cannot afford to be expelled again. Your 40,000 will be irretrievable, beyond burdening your family financially. What else can you achieve? Nothing at all. You are utterly useless. What do you have to compare with me?" Li Qinxi narrowed her eyes. Li Xingjian recalled her past life when Sui Li compelled her to withdraw from school, insisting she pursue dance and painting. Sui Li had said, "One must possess a unique skill. Think about your future. Only a mother like me would consider your well-being so thoroughly." At the time, she believed Sui Li was genuinely helping her find a path. It was only later that she realized some shameless men lacked any refinement, thinking themselves literary giants after reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They were drawn to women imbued with poetic charm. Sui Li was not guiding her towards a promising future. She was, in fact, grooming her for a life of servitude. Li Xingjian gazed at Li Qinxi with a dismissive look. "You are not entirely devoid of merit. You possess a decent appearance. Perhaps with some training in the arts, you could be presented at a good price. Is that not your mother's plan for you? Hence your placement in the arts class. Go ahead, Li Qinxi. I wish to see you on stage, priced for display." "Li Xingjian, you are utterly coarse and unreasonable." Akin to a shrew, Li Qinxi had initially believed that a promising path lay ahead of her, yet now even the thought of studying art felt unappealing. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Li Xingjian, your malevolence is beyond comprehension. No matter how well you perform academically or the caliber of institution you gain admission to, what significance does it hold?" Having spoken, she shouldered her bag and turned to leave. Li Xingjian contemplated that his sole purpose was to ensure that she and her mother would never find peace. Never. Upon returning home, he learned that Li Qinxi had abandoned her artistic aspirations and sought a tutor for her studies in mathematics and science. This revelation amused him. It was evident that Sui Li had encouraged her to pursue dance, likely as a means to secure a profitable future. However, for Li Qinxi, the intention was genuine. She was merely seeking a viable path for herself. Little did she know that a few provocative words from him could dissuade her from her studies. With her intellect, what could she possibly achieve in mathematics? Nonetheless, this development aligned perfectly with Li Xingjian's intentions. It was indeed preferable that Li Qinxi did not gain admission to university. The following day was the weekend, a day of respite. Huang Jingyao had yet to reach out to them, and Li Xingjian overheard his grandfather mention that Huang Jingyao had sent Qiao Haining abroad. It seemed that only after receiving news of Qiao Haining's demise would Huang Jingyao acknowledge Chenping. Fortunately, Chenping had not experienced any fever in recent days, and the rash on his hand had subsided. Thus, there remained hope. Perhaps it was not a case of blood-related illness. With little else to occupy his time, Li Xingjian grabbed his bag and set out to find Qin Lang. The source of Sui Li's funds was suspicious, and he resolved to hire a private investigator to keep an eye on her. Uncertain of Qin Lang's residence, he only knew the location of the recording studio. Upon arriving at the studio, he found it locked. A note was posted, providing a landline number for inquiries. Descending to locate a payphone, he dialed the number, only to be greeted by the sound engineer. It turned out that they had recently signed with a new record company, whose owner was exceedingly generous, equipping them with the finest facilities. "Have you heard Qin Lang's new album? Its sales are soaring, and there are plans for another release. However, he underwent vocal surgery and might not be back until after the new year," the engineer informed him. Li Xingjian felt a surge of joy, his spirits lifted. The engineer provided him with an address. "From now on, come here to find us. But Qin Lang is likely at the hospital." He just had surgery 2 days ago and is still hospitalized. Li Shijian inquired about the hospital's name and floor, then went to purchase flowers and fruits. Realizing that he might not be able to attend to his own matters for the time being, he deemed it important to visit the patient. With everything prepared, he made his way to room 301. Qin Lang, after the surgery, will everything be all right? Will you be fine from now on? He asked as he set down his gifts. Qin Lang gestured toward his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Li Xingjian was puzzled. Just then, the sound of a door opening reached his ears, accompanied by a familiar youthful voice. He can't speak right now. The doctor advised against drinking and staying up late. Maintaining a cheerful disposition and avoiding stress should ensure his well-being. The voice was all too recognizable. Li Xingjian furrowed his brows and turned to see none other than Song Yanjun.